I adhere to two fundamental principles in my interactions with others. First, I never deceive anyone. Second, I place my trust in no words, including my own. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Cheng Shi, an individual who never deceives others. What? You have not heard of my name? Fear not. You simply have yet to witness my grandeur. Soon enough, you shall be left with an indelible impression of me. Doctor, doctor, I feel as though I am about to give birth. A heart-wrenching scream echoed through the dimly lit clinic, where a bloodied woman was bound to a rusted delivery chair, writhing in agony. Quick, doctor, please take a look. The baby is coming out. Why aren't you coming over? Doctor, doctor, are you truly a doctor? Please turn and look at me. The pregnant woman's cries grew increasingly shrill, her struggles becoming more frantic, yet the doctor standing nearby never once glanced her way. Instead, he merely nodded, responding in a languid manner. All right, I'm coming, don't worry. I am preparing the delivery tools. My dear lady, I am certain you wouldn't want your child to fall to the ground the moment they are born. Would you? This statement seemed to have a devastating effect on the increasingly frantic woman. Her frenzied demeanor faltered, and her reddened eyes gradually regained clarity. Slowly, she turned her gaze toward her belly, muttering vacantly. The baby, yes, the baby cannot fall to the ground. I'm about to give birth, the baby cannot fall to the ground. She repeated this phrase, and her emotions began to stabilize. Before long, the small clinic fell silent once more, save for the rhythmic clang of metal striking metal. It was the doctor crafting the delivery tools. Sparks flew from before the doctor, momentarily illuminating the dark space. The pregnant woman's attention was captured by the sparks. Cradling her belly, she turned to gaze at the doctor's back, her eyes gradually reddening again, her expression twisting into a menacing grimace. Doctor, what are you doing? What are you doing? Did I not mention? I am preparing the delivery tools. The clinic has been overwhelmed with patients lately, and the nurses have gone to assist. Thus, these menial tasks fall to me. As he spoke, the doctor turned to showcase the rough steel saw he had just fashioned, a sunny smile blooming on his face, pride evident as he declared, "Behold, it is ready." The moment the pregnant woman laid eyes on the steel saw, she convulsed violently, the leather straps binding her straining against the rusted chair, producing a nauseating screech. Her legs flailed wildly, splattering the surrounding area with her own blood. What are you doing? This is not a delivery tool. What are you doing? Madam, please observe carefully. This is indeed the delivery uterine saw. The doctor approached the woman with the saw, his gaze lingering on the jagged teeth as if admiring a work of art, while he clicked his tongue in admiration. This is the cutting-edge delivery technique published in Science. By simply using this uterine saw to slice open your abdomen, your child can emerge safely onto the delivery chair, thereby eliminating the likelihood of them falling to the ground at birth, significantly reducing the risk of infection. Moreover, the sharp teeth can widen the incision, ensuring that the child's head will not become stuck due to insufficient space during the process. The doctor measured with the tool against the pregnant woman's belly, squinting and smiling. Most importantly, this approach currently boasts a 0 failure rate. The baby's safe, my baby will be safe. Yes, my lady, rest assured, I am the most experienced delivery doctor in this clinic, and I shall ensure your child's safety. Reassured by the promise, the pregnant woman became suddenly animated, vigorously patting her swollen belly, leaning forward in eagerness as she cried out, "Quick, hurry and deliver my baby. My child is coming. Hurry, doctor, hurry. It is my honor to serve you." The doctor, with steady hands, grasped the rough steel saw and deftly made an incision. Shoo! A slender line of blood traced upwards, akin to a ripe watermelon bursting open with a snap. Then came a sound. Bang! The overburdened body exploded like a ruptured balloon, blood splattering everywhere. She was not dead yet. In excruciating pain, she screamed, her limbs thrashing, her gaze filled with venomous terror directed at the doctor as she shrieked. "What are you doing? What are you doing? You want to kill me? You want to kill my baby?" The doctor was splattered with blood, yet his face remained pristine. He gently pushed aside the saw, obscuring his face, smiling reassuringly at the patient. "My dear lady, it saddens me to hear you say such things. I am here to save you and your child. Look, your baby has been safely born." The pregnant woman's frantic movements stilled, her gaze filled with elation as she looked down at her belly, only to find a pair of large, pure black eyes blinking back at her from the midst of the mangled flesh within her abdomen. These eyes were strikingly clear and captivating. If they did not belong to a writhing tentacle, they might have appeared even more endearing. Gazing at the horrifying newborn resembling an octopus tentacle, the doctor chuckled, praising, "Look how healthy your child is with such bright eyes. Clearly, well, they have rather large eyes." The pregnant woman's surprise momentarily froze at this nonsensical compliment, yet it did not hinder her from expressing an overflowing love for her child. Joyful black blood welled up from her hollowed eye sockets. "My child, my baby. Indeed, it is your child. Bring my baby to me. I want to see him. Is it a boy or a girl?" Upon hearing this, the doctor's smile faltered, a hint of conflict crossing his features. To be fair, if one were to insist on assigning a gender to a tentacle, congratulations, madam, it is a male child. Indeed, it bore male attributes. In fact, it was entirely male. A boy? The pregnant woman's voice rose once more, her injuries failing to impede her frantic movements and struggles. A frenzied expression crawling back onto her blood-soaked, ghastly visage. "Why is it a boy? It should have been a girl. It's your fault. Your delivery technique must be flawed. It's you incompetent doctor." Perhaps sensing their mother's wrath, the newborn lying in the pool of blood blinked innocently. Truth be told, if one overlooked the body and focused solely on the eyes, it was rather adorable. The doctor shook his head, sighing at the absurd scene before him. "My dear lady, you must understand that a child's gender is determined by the parents, not the doctor. Perhaps you should inquire with the child's father." The child's father. The pregnant woman's eyes momentarily clouded with confusion before erupting into malicious laughter. "He is gone. I consumed him. Ha ha ha. He is dead. That man dared to wish to be the child's mother. He is unworthy. Only I could be the mother. What? He is gone, lost forever. Ha ha ha. He has vanished. I am the child's mother." The doctor's CPU momentarily overloaded. Yet his rigorous professionalism swiftly led him to seize the opportunity, raising an eyebrow in excitement as he remarked, "If it is merely a matter of death, our clinic offers a special service for consulting the deceased. You still have the chance to ask him why your child is a boy. However, this service may come at a premium. But I believe, for the sake of your child, it is all worthwhile." He fervently promoted the idea, as if this transaction would yield a substantial profit. Perhaps swayed by the doctor's earnestness, the pregnant woman's gaze shifted between malice and confusion several times before she finally nodded like a zombie. "My child must have an explanation. What must I do?" "Hurry, doctor, I want to ask him." "Excellent, my lady. First, please close your eyes." As the pregnant woman hesitantly complied, the doctor's lips curled into a sinister smile. He lifted the steel saw once more, positioning the coarse teeth against her neck. "Now take a deep breath. Yes, very good. Tilt your head back, just so, and raise your neck a little higher. Good. Do not rush. It will be done shortly." "Shoo." The doctor's hand trembled slightly. Something fell with a thud. Blood erupted forth, splattering against the pristine white wall, creating a stunning vermilion tableau. Although there was a slight mishap, the procedure was successful. "Madam, you may now seek out the father of your child." The doctor clicked his tongue lightly, wiping his bloodied hands on his white coat before glancing at the severed head on the floor. "Oh dear, how frightful." He hastily kicked it aside, then raised the steel saw and turned to gaze at the tentacle on the corpse of the patient. The large eyes continued to blink in a frantic manner, as if it had yet to comprehend the current predicament, or perhaps it simply lacked the capacity for awareness altogether. I mentioned earlier that this service comes at a rather steep price. Your mother has yet to settle the payment, and it seems she may not return for quite some time. How about that you take care of it for her?" Although devoid of cognitive ability, the newborn instinctively thrashed violently upon sensing the approach of death. Yet to the doctor's eyes, such struggles appeared more akin to an invitation. The more the fish on the cutting board flailed, the more fervently the fisherman struck. Shoo, without hesitation, the doctor pierced its body. The new tentacle writhed in agony, and before long, those once adorable large eyes completely lost their luster, becoming still and lifeless. In embracing the day of its birth, it simultaneously embraced death. "Cash and goods, thank you for your patronage." The doctor executed an elegant bow, discarded the steel saw, and strode out of the dim room without a backward glance. Solo trial leftovers birth challenge successful. Scoring in progress, calculating rewards. Player, Chungshur performance rating S. Acquired food Fingerbread CX5. Acquired food Can Slime Beverage CX5. Acquired food Imitation Eyeball Cake BX1. Path to Ascendant 0, Ladder of Audience 0 solo trials do not increase scores. Current path to Ascendant score 2104, global ranking. Current Ladder of Audience score 156, Fate ranking 74. Trial cleared, exiting soon. Chapter 2. I am a devotee of order. A gentle breeze caressed the air, and the silvery light of the moon illuminated the scene. Perched on the edge of a skyscraper's rooftop, Chungshur dangled his legs over the abyss, savoring the spoils of his day. In his mouth was the most common reward from the trial of food, blood finger bread, which bore an uncanny resemblance to human fingers. Even in textured, it was only upon tasting the burst of cranberry jam within that one could confirm this item was merely sustenance and not a severed digit. Regrettably, the bread had a waxy consistency, and the jam was quite sour. As a C-grade food, it was far from delectable. However, its ability to provide energy meant it could sustain life, and in these times, survival was paramount. Since the arrival of the gods, half a year ago, the real world had been transformed into an absurd faith game. Every individual was compelled to choose a destiny and worship a particular deity, clinging to the blessings of their chosen god to survive in this fractured and surreal reality. The world was deemed fragmented, for it had been divided into countless shards by the gods. Everyone, now referred to as players or devotees of the gods, had been randomly assigned to inhabit one of these shards. Chungshur found himself atop an unknown building. The rooftop spanned roughly 200 square meters. Though spacious, it was completely exposed to the elements, with neither shade nor even a scrap of cloth to wrap around himself. The most challenging aspect was the presence of air walls surrounding the rooftop, which rendered the entrance to the lower floors inaccessible. Only by undertaking trials related to spatial extension and achieving success could one dismantle the barriers of the air walls and gain greater living space. This, too, tied into the previously mentioned unreality. The world was physically partitioned, society had come to a standstill, and the players, deprived of all resource support, had managed to survive for half a year solely because the game provided them with everything they desired. In this game, all resources had to be obtained by participating in wishing trials. From basic needs to divine powers, as long as one dared to make a wish, the gods would bestow upon them a trial ground of the deities and match them with suitable teammates. By collaborating with teammates to conquer the trials, all that one wished for would be granted by the gods, materializing before their eyes. The more outlandish the wish, the greater the difficulty of the trial. Moreover, each trial would yield various scores, enabling one to journey further along the path of trials. Of course, for those plagued by social anxiety, solo trials offered an alternative, though they yielded no additional scores and provided only meager rewards. The players who had persevered thus far had long since acclimated to the nuances of the game, with many having become adept practitioners within its confines. Chungshur sat atop the rooftop, struggling to swallow the remnants of his meal, and lifted his gaze to the game information displayed before him. Current global devotee count. A mere 6 months had seen the global population of 12 billion dwindle to 2/3. The faith game was far from a secure endeavor. Death within the game meant death in reality. Yet, without accepting the trials of the gods, one could not acquire the necessary materials and resources for survival. Thus, the objective of the game was abundantly clear. Only by continuously growing stronger could one hope to endure until the end. With only one day remaining, Chungshur sighed as he regarded the glaring red text in his field of vision. The faith game would not allow players to languish in mere survival. Every 7 days, it would automatically match players for a special divine trial. This trial was of exceedingly high difficulty, and failure to clear it would result in being stripped of the ability to participate in the next cycle of wishing trials. Even if one were to miraculously survive, in essence, failure meant an entire week devoid of progress, forcing one to deplete their rations. Truth be told, Chungshur had amassed a considerable stockpile atop his rooftop over the past 6 months. Constructing 2 storage units. Although the quality of the materials was subpar, they at least ensured his survival. He hoped for reliable teammates in the upcoming match. After being betrayed the week prior, he had squandered a significant amount of food. Reducing his stock to a precarious level, as he pondered how to face the impending challenge, a voice called out from the distance. "Hey, buddy, how are your spoils today?" Cheng Shi glanced up to see the voice belonged to a trendy young man with long hair, residing on the adjacent rooftop. His eclectic, colorful attire was the latest fashion acquired from the trials. Xie, the young man introduced himself. Though the reality was partitioned by air walls, these invisible barriers did not impede light or sound. Nor did they prevent the exchange of items. Consequently, most neighborly relationships remained fraught with tension. One could never tell when a neighbor might brandish a submachine gun and open fire. The game imposed no restrictions on player-on-player violence. Cheng Shi had a few neighbors in this vicinity, and the individual on the opposite rooftop was one of them. They were separated by approximately 20 to 30 meters, relying on shouting to communicate. He claimed to be from Jiang Province and was a fourth-year civil engineering student, bearing the surname Xie, a bit eccentric, yet not malicious. Before the gods descended, he had been fretting over job prospects. However, with the divine arrival, he had found immediate employment. In truth, there were no jobs left in the world, and one could argue that being a professional player constituted employment. Thus, he was among the few who believed the gods had salvaged the world. At least in terms of employment rates. Cheng Shi shook the canister of tentacle slime drink in his hand, smiling to indicate this was his bounty. Whoa, snot juice? Buddy, I've never bowed to anyone in my life. But I must commend you. How can you stomach that? Xie exclaimed, his face paling at the sight of the drink. Snot juice was the nickname for this beverage, which had a green hue and an exceedingly viscous texture, resembling the mucus produced during a cold. Nonetheless, it was a refreshing choice and, due to its thickness, offered some sustenance. Cheng Shi chuckled. How do I manage? Once it enters, it just goes down smoothly without a hitch. Xie's complexion further paled, and he gagged a few times, muttering in disbelief, You can't be serious, buddy. You always seem stable when you come out. Your ladder rank can't be low. Why put yourself through such suffering? Just stick to solo dungeons. The truth was that solo trials posed lower difficulty and less pressure. This was common knowledge, so Cheng Shi merely smiled and refrained from responding. By the way, we've been neighbors for a while, yet I don't know which deity you follow. Care to share? If we happen to be matched next time, we could coordinate in advance. The young man called out again. And you? Cheng Shi countered. Me? Haven't I mentioned? I worship order. Does that not seem apparent? As civilization ignites, so shall order endure, Xie declared, standing at attention and performing the signature gesture of the order devotees. His execution of the gesture was quite standard and practiced. Yet Cheng Shi was aware he was lying. This conclusion wasn't drawn from observing the subtle expressions or movements of the other. After all, the distance made it difficult to discern facial nuances. It was Cheng Shi's ability, or rather a faith gift bestowed by the deity. Since pledging allegiance to that one, he had become exceptionally sensitive to falsehoods. Whenever someone lied, he could detect it, although he could not pinpoint which specific statement was a lie. The context of their conversation was sufficient for him to make educated guesses. However, despite knowing the other was being deceitful, he chose not to confront it. After all, engaging in occasional banter with a neighbor could alleviate boredom. And there was no need to strain the relationship. Even if the other sought to encroach upon his territory, any trial initiated would still require his consent. Regarding trials for spatial extension, if the target space lacked ownership, it could be initiated freely. However, if it had an owner, consent was imperative, determining whether to engage in a competitive or cooperative trial. Regardless of the circumstances, Cheng Shi was certain he would never agree. Hey, buddy, hiding your truth is no fun. Revealing it won't have any repercussions. Are you still considering me a rival? The other was probing. Cheng Shi smirked, ready to counter. What's your score on the ladder of audience? What's your ID? Let me see where you rank. Upon hearing this, Xie momentarily froze, his expression shifting to one of suspicion. Are you truly a devotee of order? Cheng Shi shook his head, a playful smile gracing his lips. No, I am a follower of chaos. The other was clearly taken aback, his pupils constricting sharply and his brow furrowed. Cheng Shi's tone was utterly nonchalant, as if he genuinely could glance at the rankings of order on the ladder of audience. This astonished the young man. He had initially assumed that Cheng Shi, with whom he often exchanged light-hearted banter, was a player with a stable allegiance. Little did he know he was a devotee of chaos. In the realm of the faith game, destinies were often adversarial, just as civilization stood in stark contrast to chaos. So too did these two destinies oppose one another. In the realm of opposing destinies, certain deities exist in a state of faithful opposition. Take, for instance, the foremost deity of the path of civilization, the harbinger of order, and the primary deity of the path of chaos, the embodiment of chaos. They represent conflicting beliefs. Their pursuits are fundamentally divergent, their revered wills starkly dissimilar, which incites their followers, under the guidance of their respective divine patrons, to harbor animosity towards one another. Nonetheless, both factions of faith share the same rank on the ladder of audience, allowing them to perceive each other on the leaderboard. This ranking is crucial, as it determines the likelihood of encountering the true God and receiving divine favor. Hence, if the leading positions are occupied by adherents of opposing beliefs, the weaker faction may find it exceedingly arduous to endure until the next audience. The young man bearing the surname Xia experienced a tumult of emotions, refraining from disclosing his score or pursuing further inquiries, as he was indeed not a follower of order. At that moment, the moonlight graced his visage, yet it failed to illuminate the gloom that shrouded his face. He found it difficult to discern the truth behind Cheng Shi's words. "You haven't deceived me, have you?" Cheng Shi replied with a smile. "I never deceive." Chapter 3. The Song of Blood and Fire. Meanwhile, the young man across the rooftop furrowed his brow in contemplation throughout the night, while Cheng Shi slept soundly. Upon awakening the next morning, a notification regarding the initiation of the trial appeared before him. Special trial, the Song of Blood and Fire War, has commenced. Matching teammates, 1-6, trial objective. Endure the trials of blood and fire, time limited, 24 hours. As Cheng Shi gazed upon the word war in the game description, a sense of foreboding washed over him. This would undoubtedly be a challenging battle. Although war is the deity of the path of civilization, the trials it presents are anything but civilized. Each encounter is a brutal affair, often requiring no comprehension of the myriad clues provided. The only requisite is to eliminate all adversaries in the vicinity to succeed. The crux of the matter, however, lies in surviving for 24 hours, a true test of endurance and mental fortitude. The enemies will grant no respite, nor will they relent their assault simply because one desires to rest. In such circumstances, the more capable the teammates, the greater the advantage. Please, match me with more warriors. One slacker like me is already enough. Matching successful, 6-6. Entering the trial, a crimson notification flashed briefly, and Cheng Shi's surroundings began to warp, causing him to vanish instantaneously from his original location. The sky darkened, and smoke filled the air. Cheng Shi opened his eyes to find himself standing amidst the ruins, observing the desolation around him. Other than the remnants of shattered walls, nothing else remained. This place had once been a quaint town, now erased from the map by the ravages of war. Moments later, several beams of light descended upon him, followed by a chorus of gasps. His teammates for this trial had arrived. Cheng Shi immediately turned his gaze towards them, noting that among the 3 men and 2 women, only one wielded a great sword, while the others, like himself, bore no visible weapons. A sharp intake of breath escaped him. Could this be another team of slackers? In the faith game, there are only 6 professions: warrior, mage, priest, assassin, hunter, and bard. In theory, professions do not denote superiority. Only players lacking skill possess inferior professions. Yet, in practice, due to the nature of the trials, certain professions are inherently favored over others. For today's war, trial, warriors, mages, and priests are undeniably superior to assassins, hunters, and bards. The 6 matched individuals scrutinized one another. When the burly man wielding the great sword noticed the absence of weapons among the others, he expressed his irritation. "Let's not waste time. Let's state our destinies and professions, followed by our scores. I'll go first." Chen Chong, civilization, warrior, ladder rank 1647. Each deity within a destiny has 2 to 3 manifestations. Thus, they only disclose their destiny, omitting their divine names to avoid the risk of encountering believers of opposing faiths. Although all participants in the trial are ostensibly bound by fate and should support one another, encountering players of opposing beliefs may invoke the additional divine will from certain deities, potentially leading their followers to engage in unscrupulous acts before the task's completion. This has been a lesson learned through blood and tears. Since the game's inception 6 months ago, countless players have perished due to such encounters, warranting the utmost caution among the current participants. Nonetheless, collaboration is essential during the trial. Song Yan, life, assassin, ladder rank 1636. Hey, are you a knight of order? I believe I've seen that sword in the hands of another order warrior. It must be a shield sword, right? A tall, slender young man in sports attire, standing beside Chen Chong, spoke second, keenly examining the great sword in Chen Chong's grasp, seemingly comparing it with a memory of another great sword. Song Yan, life, assassin, ladder rank 1636. Recognizing the acknowledgement, Chen Chong opted for transparency. Upon his admission, the expressions of the others visibly relaxed. Followers of order are among the few trustworthy strangers within this game. They adhere to the will of order, respect the rules, and exercise self-restraint, making them the most esteemed allies in the entire game. Without exception, a warrior of the order, faith can indeed become an invaluable asset in the war trial. Xiao Wan, life, hunter, ladder rank 1519. For reasons unknown, the order of introductions shifted to a clockwise manner. The striking young woman clad in military green short sleeves introduced herself with an icy demeanor. Her tall figure, though not slender, exuded a palpable sense of strength. Xiao Wan, life, hunter, ladder rank 1519. Upon hearing the mention of a comrade from the same path, Song Yan smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. Tio Xiao Wan's left stood another female. Petite in stature with cascading black hair, she wore a high-necked black shirt that concealed her figure, revealing only her face. Nangong, Fall, priest, ladder rank 1396. As the name, Fall, was uttered, the expressions of the two life followers darkened. Life and Fall are opposing destinies. Song Yan glanced at Nangong with suspicion, his gaze lacking warmth. Xiao Wan remained stoic, her expression unchanged, though her sidelong glance bore an air of scrutiny. Nangong felt equally unsettled. Encountering two followers of her opposing path was disconcerting, especially with a full day of survival ahead. She could only hope that the deities they served were not in direct conflict, and opposition in destiny could breed unease. If their faith were also at odds, it could lead to dire consequences. Next, it was Chang Shi's turn. He looked to his right at Nangong and suddenly broke into a knowing smile. Chang Shi, life, priest, ladder rank 1501. As his words resonated, each individual's countenance reflected varying degrees of joy and concern. The two followers of life were elated, while Nangong's face fell noticeably. As a deity associated with righteousness. The followers of life generally maintain a sound moral compass, presenting themselves as virtuous individuals, regardless of their private lives. In stark contrast, the deity of Fall is notorious for its malevolence. Chen Chong, sensing the tension in the atmosphere, furrowed his brow and cautioned, differences in our destinies should be set aside for now. 24 hours is a long time. Let us focus on surviving before addressing anything else. Song Yan, feeling bolstered by the presence of allies, merely smiled, while Xiao Wan remained as impassive as ever. Chang Shi appeared to relish the unfolding drama, and Nangong sank into contemplation. Only the player to Chang Shi's left, dressed in a manner reminiscent of a peculiar wizard, cast a strange glance at him, his expression inscrutable. Chao Sansui, existence, mage, ladder rank 1906. Upon the revelation of this score, a collective gasp echoed among the group, while the others felt they had secured a formidable ally. Chang Shi merely clicked his tongue, his expression resembling that of someone suffering from constipation. Existence. Chen Chong's demeanor brightened considerably. He raised an eyebrow and inquired with a smile, "Are you a reminiscent traveler or a time walker?" The reminiscent traveler worships the deity of memory, while the time walker venerates the deity of time. Chen Chong's inquiry sought to clarify the divine allegiance of their teammate. Given that none among the six shared an opposing destiny with him, he felt at liberty to disclose his identity for the sake of fostering cooperation. Within the realm of existence, only these two deities are recognized. Chao Sansui's name was evidently a pseudonym, yet no one paid much heed to it. He hesitated for a moment, surveying Chang Shi with a scrutinizing gaze. After failing to discern anything noteworthy, he sighed and uttered, "Time slips like a fleeting shadow, and I too am like the wind." This phrase is a prayer of the followers of time. Chao Sansui is, in fact, a time walker. This profession, coupled with its faith, stands as one of the most formidable within the game. Note: T0 denotes the highest priority, generally understood as the most powerful profession. True to its name, the time walker possesses the ability to manipulate time. Upon hearing that he was a time traveler, Chen Chong's smile grew even wider, and Chang Shi also broke into a grin. This time, it was a genuine smile. Chao Gu is impressive. Song Yan's demeanor was far from that of a low-key assassin. He continually gave thumbs up, and had they not been strangers, he might have even wanted to embrace Chao Sansui. With Chang Gu leading the team and Chao Gu holding the fort, it was a sure thing. Comrades. His gaze swept over everyone, deliberately skipping over Nangong. The smile on Nangong's face was somewhat awkward, yet there was little she could do. Her situation was indeed dire. Seeing the team about to isolate someone right from the start, Chang Shi shook his head inwardly. Losing a combatant due to divergent fates was the least rational choice, especially at the beginning of the trial. To ease the tensions among teammates, he pondered for a moment and suddenly spoke up. The dual priest system is exceptionally suited for the war trial. My intuition tells me that Nangong is not our enemy. The group looked at him in surprise, including Nangong, who could hardly believe that this rival of opposing fates was speaking on her behalf. He actually defended her? You. Chang Shi tilted his head, revealing a brilliant smile as he said, "Allow me to reintroduce myself. I am Chang Shi, a priest of fertility. What are you kidding me? You, a male, are actually a fertility deity?" Chapter 4. The fertility deity. Everyone was taken aback. It is well known that there are only incorrect names, not incorrect nicknames, in the realm of faith games. The number of male players choosing to become priests is not substantial, and even fewer opt to follow fertility. When these two rare choices coincide, the probability of such an occurrence is akin to winning the lottery. The term fertility deity is a humorous moniker players use for the fertility priest. As fertility, priests often have a chance of causing their companions to become pregnant when blessing or healing them. This side effect of divine, oracular action does not literally mean one becomes pregnant. The organs involved are not limited to the uterus, and what is conceived may not even be a legitimate life form, as the combinations between realms are arbitrary, with appearances ranging widely. However, because the will of fertility reveres procreation, the use of divine power may lead to all sorts of comically awkward situations involving unintended conceptions. Yet, one should not underestimate these unexpected conceptions. For every new life conceived within the treated individual, the healing effect increases by a third. Thus, fertility priests are exceptionally potent healers. Song Yan, dumbfounded, waved his hands, shaking his head fervently like a fan. "Brother, I beg you, don't heal me. I would rather accept a priest of an opposing faith than tolerate the thought of you nurturing a child in my belly." Accepting healing from a male fertility priest was akin to death for him. How could he face others if he had to admit he once carried a male teammate's child? Ugh, Nangong was also stunned. As a priest herself, she was acutely aware of the proportion of male fertility priests within the priesthood. The sheer improbability of encountering one left her both amused and grateful toward Chang Shi. She recognized he was attempting to persuade his teammates to accept her, and she appreciated it. Yet in light of the ambiguous faiths of the other two, she dared not reveal her own beliefs. After all, players following the path of corruption were often heavily criticized. Even if she and Chang Shi were not at odds, Xiaowan, standing nearby, noticed Nangong's predicament, and it was this very conflict that made her realize Nangong was not an outright enemy of fertility. She suddenly felt relieved, yet maintained her cold demeanor as she stated, "I am a creation hunter, a follower of fertility, another follower of fertility." The group was astonished that someone as cold as Xiaowan would choose to follow fertility. But only Song Yan's expression darkened. He too recognized that Nangong was not an enemy of fertility, yet with both life and corruption, only possessing 3 deities each, it meant there was a 50 chance that the other party could indeed be his foe. Just as he grappled with whether to conceal his faith, Chun Chong waved his hand, interrupting the group's discourse. "The divergence of fates is not caused by us, nor should we bear excessive pressure. Since the two priests are not opposed, we can simply take turns handling the healing duties." He gestured toward Nangong, and then pointed to himself and Chao Sansui. "Nangong will handle the healing for me and the mage, while the followers of life can manage themselves." With that, he turned to Xiaowan and added, "Since you are a follower of him, I presume you do not object to Chang Shi." Xiaowan cast a casual glance at the somewhat decent-looking fertility priest. Her expression unchanged, and she nodded slightly. Xiaowan's icy demeanor belied any hint of embarrassment, whereas Chang Shi's expression became rather nuanced. Another nuance was found in Song Yan. To be honest, Song Yan wanted to refuse, but he also understood the situation. The time wasted at the start had already been considerable, and since everyone had agreed to this arrangement, it would be rather ungracious to reject it now. The team could not afford to start off with significant discord. If all else failed, he could at least minimize harm. Accepting healing from a male fertility deity was beyond his tolerance. Chun Chong effortlessly seized control of the team dynamics and, seeing that no one objected, addressed the group. Without further ado, we have half an hour to an hour for preparations. We are still unaware of the causes of this war and shall not recklessly leave our place of arrival. During this preparation time, let us strive to complete our oracular action promptly and then search for a stronghold. The so-called oracular action refers to the ritual by which players beseech blessings from their chosen deities. Upon selecting a deity to follow, the deity grants an initial faith talent, and upon the players completing the talent trial, they are additionally bestowed with various faith talents. Each player, depending on their score in the path of ascension, can carry a different number of talents. These talents significantly enhance a player's combat capabilities and often serve as the foundation for constructing various specialized career paths. Naturally, talents can be both active and passive. To utilize active talents during a trial, one must first perform the deity's oracular action at the start of each trial. For instance, the oracular action of fertility is to embrace procreation and create new life. In simpler terms, it means mating. If one wishes to grow stronger, they must first engage in mating. As the first deity of the life path, fertility, embodies the prelude of life and the origin of all things. He merges yin and yang, revering reproduction. Therefore, to seek his blessings, one must lead by example. However, since trials are randomly matched, with everyone being strangers, no one would voluntarily overcome the awkwardness and shame to aid in the mating process simply because a follower of fertility desperately needed it. Thus, this oracular action is challenging to fulfill perfectly. Yet, humanity is inherently creative. When a problem cannot be resolved through conventional means, many will invent alternative methods to circumvent the issue. Regarding the matter of mating, numerous similar yet distinct operations exist, such as self-exploration. This remarkable invention has saved countless socially awkward followers of fertility, yet it has also sparked discontent among certain players. There have been instances where players denounced the inventor of this solution within the fertility faith channel, furiously claiming it to be sacrilege against the deity. However, this accusation was met with rebuttals from a group of silver-tongued zealots who argued from an exceptionally unique perspective. They asserted that as long as their thoughts were on him, while practicing the oracular action, it could not be deemed sacrilege but rather an offering. As for what that offering entailed, cough. Those in the know understand. No one could definitively state whether he would appreciate it or not. But the issue lay in the fact that no one dared to assert he would not, given his reverence for procreation. However, today's circumstances were different. Presently, there were two followers of fertility, one male and one female. Everyone understood that a period of relative safety usually accompanied the time leading up to the trial's commencement. Thus they tactfully dispersed to undertake their respective oracular actions. Only Cheng Shi and Xiao Wan remained, standing in place, motionless, with neither daring to speak. The awkwardness was palpable, to the extent that one could almost feel their toes cramping from the tension. Cheng Shi smiled, yet his face was nearly frozen in place. He had never anticipated that this frigid hunter would be a follower of fertility. Had he known, he might have opted to reveal his true beliefs instead. It was a dire situation. Fortunately, Xiao Wan did not seem to feel awkward. Her expression remained as cold as ever. Noticing Cheng Shi's lack of action, she was the first to break the silence and ask, albeit in her usual icy tone, together or separately. To be honest, Xiao Wan was quite attractive. Her short hair was neat and tidy, her features sharp and striking, and most importantly, those long legs. Since the lady showed no objection, why not? Separately, I prefer men. Cheng Shi awkwardly rubbed his hands together as he uttered these words. Xiao Wan's cold expression shifted for the first time, her incredulous gaze scanning Cheng Shi from head to toe for a long moment before she emitted a peculiar sound and turned to leave. Cheng Shi watched her depart, letting out a quiet sigh of relief. Goodness, he nearly got himself tangled up in a mess, if he truly agrees to her, yet fails to receive the blessings of birth after the proclamation. Would not the lies he spun earlier be rendered utterly futile? The exposure of the deceit is secondary. The act of masquerading as a believer of birth to fulfill the proclamation. Does that not amount to a deception of a different nature? He wiped the sweat from his brow, sighed deeply, and was about to commence his own proclamation, when he furrowed his brow, turned around, and spoke softly to a corner. Is it pleasing to the eye? Unbeknownst to him, Song Yan, hidden in the shadows, was taken aback that Chang Shi had detected his presence. He recoiled as if he had seen a ghost, shaking his head in denial. Apologies, it's a professional habit. Not pleasing, no, I am not pleasing, you are pleasing, my friend. I prefer women truly. We are simply not suited for one another. Forcing a relationship is as sweet as a bitter melon. I must take my leave. My proclamation is not yet complete. Farewell. Song Yan scurried away in a flurry, while Chang Shi, with a furrowed brow, gazed at the spot where he had just concealed himself, a triangular shadow formed by an uncollapsed wall foundation. Pondering, he approached, kicking aside the rubble beneath the shadows, only to uncover a recently deceased white mouse. Death believer. How intriguing. This small interlude did little to sway Chang Shi. He surveyed his surroundings, ensuring no one was near. Before slowly extending his right hand in the blink of an eye, a six-sided die materialized in his palm, pale as bone yet glimmering like gold. A smirk of amusement crept upon Chang Shi's lips as he earnestly prayed over the die. Lies of yesterday. Scorn of today. Yesterday, I deceived the believers of birth. Thus today, I am a believer of birth. No sooner had his words left his lips than an invisible wave of void emanated from the die. Gradually enveloping Chang Shi entirely, a spark of brilliance ignited in his eyes, the radiance of birth coursing through him. The proclamation concluded, the blessing bestowed. Today, Chang Shi stands as a believer of birth, a progeny priest. Chapter 5. The trial begins. The onslaught of terror demons. The other five did not venture far. It was not long before they returned to the place of their initial arrival. Chang Shi turned his gaze to Chen Chong, who had transformed his great sword into a shield. The warriors of order are among the few renowned for their defensive prowess, making them exceptionally suited for survival trials. The sword shield, a weapon capable of fluidly changing forms, was an A-grade item obtainable only at ladder ranks above 1600. Chen Chong, having just surpassed 1600, had evidently enjoyed some good fortune. I have located today's order anchor point. A bar lies buried beneath the rubble. I unearthed a rule from the debris. Today, only fruit wine is permitted, as he spoke. Chen Chong produced a bottle of fruit wine. An unfamiliar label. It was clear that this was not scavenged from the ruins, but rather retrieved from his storage space. Each player possesses a personal space akin to a safe, designed to hold their most treasured possessions. Chang Shi also had one, filled with a plethora of oddities, yet he had not anticipated that someone else would also choose to store beverages within. The others appeared more perplexed than Chang Shi. Noticing their stares, Chen Chong chuckled and explained. The pressure is immense. I find it difficult to sleep without a couple of drinks in the evening. So I keep a few bottles on hand at a sip for each of you, and the radiance of order will offer you protection. Fear not, the alcohol content is low. It will not impair you for the battles ahead. The proclamation of order is to seek order. Only those who adhere to certain rules may receive blessings. Furthermore, those wishing to accept the protection of order must abide by the discovered order. Such simple anchor points evidently enhance everyone's sense of security, and all were pleased. One by one, they accepted the bottles, taking delicate sips. Only Chang Shi, upon receiving his, downed nearly half the bottle in one go. Chen Chong's brow twitched. Suddenly, he found this priest somewhat unreliable. Beside him, Chao Sansui seemed to have fared well in his proclamation. As well, he produced several golden pocket watches and began distributing them. I have anchored time and calibrated all the watches. This one will chime 5 minutes, 3 minutes, and 1 minute before the hour. Please maintain your readiness. The time walker can only dictate when the time battlefield begins and ends, yet cannot control your state within it. Chang Shi took the pocket watch from Chao Sansui, examining it closely. It was evidently a pure gold watch, with gleaming golden hands, exuding an air of extravagance. Alas, in the current world, gold is not a particularly valuable commodity. Trials demanding gold are even less challenging than those requiring sustenance. However, this does not deter some players from clinging to gold's worth to assuage past regrets. Seeing everyone scrutinizing the watches, Chao Sansui added, in case anyone is unclear about the time battlefield, let me reiterate, the proclamation of time is precision and punctuality. Once I establish the time battlefield, we must commence at the exact hour and conclude the conflict by another. Failure to do so will ensnare us in an eternal time loop until we succeed. Each cycle will erode our perception of time. Over-repetition may lead to our disorientation within the river of time. As for the outcome, I need not elaborate. The players, having survived to this point, had already encountered various professions and belief systems, thus readily nodded in understanding. Subsequently, the other four, including Cheng Shi, voiced their affirmation of a successful proclamation. Qin Sheng, noticing everyone's readiness, nodded and suggested, "There are still some buildings to the east that have not been completely destroyed. For safety's sake, let us take refuge there until we encounter one side of the conflict or are forced into combat. How does that sound?" "I have no objections." Xiaowan's tone remained icy as she continued. "I discovered the corpse of a bone-eyed person beneath the surrounding rubble. This is likely a small town in Hope Continent. In the Hunter Channel's chat logs, someone mentioned that Hope Continent was destroyed by the Bone Army." Chao Sansui took over the conversation. "Indeed, our location should be near the Mistwood County. There are many mages researching trial history in this channel. If we are indeed facing the counterattack of Hope Continent, then we are likely up against the right flank of the Bone Army." Cheng Shi admired those who studied trial history, for he had never been one to delve into research and lacked the patience for it. In this bizarre world, merely surviving consumed half his effort. As for the other half, it was reserved for deception. Half a month into the start of the Faith game, players began to notice that they seemed to be transported to worlds that once existed. Many expressed curiosity about this realm, which only appeared within trials, prompting them to gather background information and share it in the profession and faith channels. Unfortunately, Cheng Shi found little effective information within his faith channel. All fragments of trial history he had stumbled upon were gleaned from the profession channel. Indeed, he was a priest. Chen Sheng, evidently not a historian either, furrowed his brow and inquired, "So?" Xiaowan continued, "Information regarding the right flank battle is scarce. If my memory serves me correctly, the most documented events should be..." Before she could finish her sentence, a chilling shriek pierced the distant sky. The group was startled and swiftly turned to look, only to find the heavens had transformed into a sable expanse, an overwhelming multitude of black wings flapping ominously, encroaching like a tempest, the terror demons. Xiaowan's expression darkened as she uttered the answer. Terror demons are grotesque hellish beings with flesh wings, feeding on fear and excelling in chaos. They are the followers of corruption and archenemies of birth. Look at their terrifying numbers. Should we truly engage, 6 of us may not suffice even to fill the gaps in their ranks. This is far too many. Cheng Shi furrowed his brow, glancing at the pocket watch, discovering it had just struck the hour. Now reading 9:01. The time battlefield seemed not to have activated in time. Chao Sansui's expression shifted, clearly taken aback by the swift turn of events, especially encountering an aerial army right off the bat. "Brother Chao, is this the scale of your 1,900 matches?" Song Yan exclaimed in shock. Chao Sansui felt a pang of despair. He too had never witnessed such a sight. "Fall back, quickly, while we remain undetected. Retreat to cover, they are marching. We must avoid direct confrontation. Go!" Cheng Shi shouted, removing his giant shield to obscure its glow, urging everyone to crouch low and head east. Song Yan surged ahead, and as he dashed into the shadows among the debris, he transformed into a wisp of smoke, vanishing from sight. The assassin's skill, shadow traversal. Assassins glide through darkness, traversing shadows. Over short distances, they can shift positions using shadows and conceal themselves within them. This concealment is not mere physical hiding. It is a retreat into the shadow realm, disappearing entirely. Xiaowan matched his speed, for as a hunter, agility was their hallmark. However, she did not run headlong like Cheng Shi and Nangong. Instead, she scattered something onto the ground as she ran. Cheng Shi glanced back and discovered that she was throwing creation grass seeds. These were certainly not genuine grass seeds, but rather a blessing from birth, bestowed upon the hunter profession. This was a life trap. Any living being that came into contact with the grass seeds would be influenced by the will of birth, leading them to develop a desire for reproduction and rapidly gestate independent entities that diverged from their primary consciousness, much like the pregnant woman that Cheng Shi had previously dealt with, who longed to become a mother. This method was almost the primary offensive tactic employed by the followers of birth. They never directly annihilate their enemies. Rather, they distort them, guiding them towards self-destruction. Although the deities of life tend to favor order, the order of will does not impede the distortion of matter. In certain specific manifestations, the lawful deities are not necessarily superior to the chaotic malevolent ones. In fact, they may even surpass them. I require at least 57 minutes and 42 seconds to reset the time battlefield. During this period, I can only influence your temporal domain. Pray, my friends, that they have not discovered us. Enough with the idle chatter. Let us accelerate, Qinchong roared, increasing his speed by another third. Time walkers can manipulate time, which is immensely useful during the racing phase. Chao Sansui did not wish to exhaust too much of his mental energy prematurely, but with no better alternatives, he tightened his grip on the pocket watch and shouted to all his companions beside him. Area, accelerate. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the figures of the five accelerated as if a speed button had been pressed, covering nearly 100 meters in the blink of an EYE.IN contrast. In another area adjacent to the acceleration zone, the flow of air appeared to stagnate. The entire region felt as though it had been paused. With even the dust suspended mid-air, the potential of time is always balanced within a certain range. When one side speeds up, the other naturally slows down. Changshi felt an exhilarating rush beneath his feet, reaching a location that would normally take several minutes in merely a dozen seconds. Unfortunately, this acceleration effect could only function within a specific area. Once they exited, their speed plummeted back to its original state. Although Chao Sansui had a high score and was clearly in better condition than the others, the extensive area of acceleration left him somewhat fatigued. Noticing his exhaustion, Chunchong seized him and threw him onto his back to continue their advance. Assassins, move ahead, clear the ruins, and seek a stronghold. Nangong. Restore the mage's mental energy. Zisimu, do not act rashly. It is not yet your moment to exert force. Deploy more of the creation hunter's traps. The scouts of the fear demon will not remain airborne indefinitely. Once they touch down, we must delay for as long as possible. Qinchong displayed keen judgment and commanded with composure, clearly a player who had achieved a score of 1,600 through sheer skill. Yet, the current situation was dire, leaving him with no other options as he ran, cautiously selecting ruins that could accommodate 6 individuals, hoping to evade disaster. However, the changes in the battlefield unfolded far more swiftly than anticipated. Before they could reach the standing building ahead, a dense swarm of fear demons had already pounced toward the ruins. Their scouts had long since detected the player's presence. A terrifying howl reverberated throughout the ruins, unmistakably reflecting the excitement of the fear demons, as if they had stumbled upon an unexpected delight during their march. It was too late. The grass seeds had been triggered. Engage the enemy. Chapter 6. Desperate Situation. Xiao Wan was the first to sense the approaching enemy behind her. Her eyes narrowed suddenly, radiating a rich green light of life. With a flick of her left hand, she summoned a vibrant longbow. And with her right, she conjured arrows from thin air, turning to fire a shot that blazed with emerald brilliance into the sky. Boom. The arrow detonated mid-air, unleashing a flurry of spores. The fear demon army, heedless of the danger, charged into the storm of spores. Yet, the moment the spores made contact with flesh, they transformed into countless tendrils resembling dodder vines, ensnaring all the fear demons that entered this area and binding them into cocoons. The wingless fear demons plummeted to the ground, violently crashing down. The ground was littered with creation grass seeds, and upon contact, the demons' abdomens swelled rapidly, as if something within them was desperately struggling to break free. The hunter's trap chain was remarkably smooth, and the dual control effect was evident. The vanguard of the fear demons did not immediately rush toward the group. However, despite Xiao Wan's continuous barrage of arrows, she could only fend off a limited number of the demons. The sheer number of enemies was overwhelming, like a locust swarm, quickly depleting the spores in the air and surging toward the group once more. It was too late. Assassins, prioritize your own safety. Everyone else, get behind me. Qinchong shouted, tossing the exhausted Chao Sansui to Nangong, then drawing his great shield, planting it firmly in the rubble before him. With a fierce shout, he proclaimed, "Order shall prevail." The already glowing great shield flared brightly in response, the blinding holy light cascading upwards like a waterfall in reverse, tracing a perfect arc in the sky before rushing downward, rapidly extending to the sides of the group. The path of light resembled a colossal fortress wall, sealing Changshi and the others within its protective embrace. Boom, 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 boom. The overwhelming fear demon army crashed down upon them, battering against the luminous barrier of the shield, producing thunderous impacts. Yet the light shield remained unyielding, with those inside as steady as a mountain. Chen Chang's expression grew grave, the veins in his arms bulging as he held the shield firm. Motionless. The numbers of the fear demons were staggering. The holy light wall could sustain for only 5 minutes, and with the assistance of the 2 priests, it could be extended to a maximum of 15 minutes. We must devise a plan quickly. Otherwise, let alone 24 hours, we may not survive even 15 minutes. It was evident that Chen Chong was anxious, but urgency was futile given the overwhelming enemy presence. Nangong, meanwhile, was restoring Chao Sansui's mental energy. Her healing spells were effective, and he had already shaken off his lethargy. Zisimu, with ample healing resources, should be able to sustain for a while as long as you manage your newborn well. Although Chao Sansui encouraged his teammates, he felt a chilling dread within. He had not anticipated the tempo of engagement in this trial to be so rapid or the enemies so ferocious. Even the previous 2,000-point trials had never been this intense. In this trial, he was the highest scorer at just 1,900, while the lowest was below 1,400. What merit did he possess to attract such a vast horde of fear demons? Anyone unaware might assume this was a 2,100-point match. The expressions of all were grim. With the holy light wall shielding them, Xiaowan ceased her barrage and focused on regaining her strength. Nangong, her complexion somewhat pallid, furrowed her brow with an unusual glint in her eyes, casting another healing spell upon Xiaowan. Xiaowan was taken aback, nodding in acknowledgement to Nangong as she felt the potent restorative energy within her body and conjured several more spore arrows. In contrast, the other priest, Cheng Shi, merely sat there, gazing around aimlessly like a slacker. Go be honest, Cheng Shi also felt a bit of a headache. He had witnessed such scenes before but had never been in one with teammates of such low scores. He was deep in thought, contemplating how to utilize the cards he currently held to escape this predicament. In higher-scoring matches, all players possessed formidable combat strength, and when faced with a crisis, they would devise increasingly clever tactics to extricate themselves. Besides their rich combat experience, the most crucial factor was their confidence and capability. This was why the scores in the Path to Ascendance ladder were deemed of utmost importance. At the end of each month, Path to Ascendance would conduct an additional tally, and players of different score ranges would receive varying rewards. These rewards spanned a wide spectrum, from resources and equipment to talents and skills, everything imaginable. Moreover, the higher the rank, the greater the probability of receiving high-quality rewards. Given that there was almost no disparity in the fundamental skills among players of the same profession, the only distinguishing factor among different player builds lay in the diverse talents, skills, and equipment they selected to construct their own combat strength. Chen Chang's sword and shield, integrating offense and defense, had a special enhancement to the shield's protective skills, derived from an A-grade reward from the latter. Observing that the surrounding fear demons had nearly blocked all directions of the light shield, shrouding the entire protective space in darkness, Chen Chang's expression grew increasingly anxious. The others also frowned, tensing their nerves in preparation for the worst. At this moment, they had already fallen into a desperate situation, and the trial had only just begun for less than an hour. Will we die? Nangong's small hands clenched so tightly they turned pale. No one responded to her, not even Xin Chong, who was wholly focused on maintaining the holy light wall, buying them a little more time to think of a solution. Yet, these few minutes felt like the last moments of their lives. Young master, there is more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. The following parts are even more thrilling. The atmosphere had sunk to an all-time low. Everyone was deep in contemplation. Yet no method of escape had emerged. Silence enveloped the shielded space. Just then, Cheng Shi suddenly spoke up. Where is Song Yan? Is she still alive? Song Yan, cloaked in shadows, did not require the shield's protection. But the shadow concealment was not limitless. Any slight movement would eject her from the shadow realm, revealing her presence. Nevertheless, a seasoned assassin could sustain for quite some time, certainly longer than 5 minutes. Song Yan remained silent, not out of a lack of desire to speak, but rather from fear. At that moment, he crouched beneath a broken wall outside the Holy Light Great Wall, a place teeming with bloodthirsty demons. At least 17 or 18 of them. He should still be alive. Cheng Shi was not concerned for him but was instead contemplating a strategy. He was aware that the assassin of death possessed a unique skill known as Death's Funeral. If Song Yan had not succumbed to death, they might still have a chance to escape. Just as the Holy Light Great Wall was a distinctive skill of the Order Knights, Death's funeral was a privilege bestowed upon the assassins who worshipped death. This skill summoned a colossal scythe within the realm of death, delivering a guaranteed lethal blow to all targets within its domain. However, due to the stringent requirements for creating the death domain, which demanded a significant accumulation of the essence of numerous recently deceased souls in a confined space, very few assassins of death would employ this skill. When they did, they could not retreat swiftly like other assassin classes. Instead, they needed to remain hidden in the shadows, perpetually causing carnage, and only deliver the final blow at the end. This sustained close-quarters slaughter posed considerable risks for the assassin, yet the potential rewards were equally high. After all, Death's funeral was an assured strike. Thus, the assassins of death were aptly named the Weavers of Death. However, confronted with such a terrifying legion of demons, Song Yuan had no opportunity to unleash Death's funeral. The moment he exposed himself, it would not be the demons who fell first. It would undoubtedly be him. Therefore, Song Yuan remained hidden in the shadows, too fearful to move. But his timidity did not imply that Chang Shi shared the same sentiment. Chapter 7. I plan to give them a child. As the duration of the Holy Light Great Wall continued to dwindle, Chun Chang's face, drenched in sweat and laden with gravity, began to contort with ferocity. Reluctantly he shouted, 2 minutes remaining, priest. Prepare to restore my mental energy. If we cannot devise a plan, once the Holy Light Great Wall collapses, we will have no choice but to break through. Assassins, prepare to regroup. I will carve a path straight ahead. You are responsible for clearing the rabble behind me. Mages, prepare to accelerate. Chao Sansui clenched his fists, about to voice his thoughts, when Chang Shi suddenly stood up and calmly addressed Nangong. Have you learned overload healing? I need the Time Walker to cast an area acceleration once more, on an extensive scale. Upon hearing Chang Shi's words, everyone turned their attention to him, believing he might have discovered a way out. And they chimed in, do you have a solution? You. Chao Sansui's spirit jolted as he interjected, we don't need overload healing. Just fill my mental energy to the brim, for I possess overload casting. Overloading entails overdrawing, a casting method that allows one to exhaust all potential for a future period in order to elevate the current spell's level and enhance its effects. Chang Shi cast a look of appreciation at Chao Sansui, thinking to himself that 1900 was indeed a good match, but he shook his head. That may not suffice. I require a vast range. Nangong, is that possible? Nangong gritted her teeth and glanced at the army of demons beyond the light barrier. Nodding resolutely, there was no time to hold back. If they did not exert their utmost effort now, they would soon face death, leaving no contingency plans. Now? Now, Chang Shi declared with unwavering certainty. Overload healing could preemptively exhaust future healing capacity, effectively raising the target's mental energy limit, proving invaluable in dire circumstances. Nangong nodded firmly, rising to her feet in front of everyone. She slowly removed her tightly fitted black shirt, revealing the body that had been concealed beneath. As the shirt fell away, a multitude of glaring, twisted wounds, resembling centipedes, became visible to all. They were densely packed, stretching from her neck to her chest and down her arms, countless scars marring her otherwise fair skin. Xiaowan's brow furrowed tightly, and Chao Sansui's pupils contracted in shock. Chang Shi raised an eyebrow in surprise, recognizing her identity. She was, in fact, a follower of Decay. Blood Exchange Priest? Qin Chong exclaimed in disbelief. Decay was the second deity of descent, representing the pinnacle of decay and the ultimate grave of the universe. Its decree of decay accelerated deterioration, leading its followers to often resort to self-harm to fulfill its will. The divine power of decay was thus derived. The faster a follower decayed, the greater the divine power they received in return. This was why those who followed decay were referred to as blood exchange priests, for they could barter their own lives for the lives of their companions. The more grievously they injured themselves, the more rapidly their allies would recover. Of course, severe injuries could lead to death, as was the will of decay, making the balance between self-sacrifice and salvation a perennial topic of discussion among every blood exchange priest. Nangong wasted no time. Her brow furrowed, teeth clenched, she drew a dagger with jagged edges from her waist and without hesitation cut a gash across her abdomen. Next, she made a slice between her ribs thin. Following the grotesque line of her collarbone, she inflicted a third horrifying wound. After completing these sacrifices, she murmured a quiet prayer. All beings shall decay. All things will rot. A rich, decayed light emanated from her wounds, bursting forth and swiftly coalescing into a stream that flowed into Chao Sansui's body. Chao Sansui felt a sudden surge of power coursing through him. His mental energy replenished to its fullest, and he felt so invigorated that he almost wanted to roar in exuberance. Sensing the immense strength within him, his confidence returned, albeit limited. He fixed a serious gaze upon Changshi. Articulating carefully, I can overload to accelerate the area nearby, but afterwards, I am highly likely to become incapacitated until 12 hours later. Changshi, can we last until then? Changshi smiled gently. I do not wish to die. Nor will I. Qinchong, growing increasingly impatient with their banter, turned around and bellowed, enough with the posturing. Let us focus on the task at hand. Priest, what means do you have? Changshi nodded, no longer withholding information, and advised the group, the timing is crucial. I need you all to listen carefully. After the holy light Great Wall dissipates, I will need 1 second to cast my spell. Xiaowan, can you secure that time? Xiaowan tightened her grip on the arrows she bore on her back, glancing at the multitude of demons blocked by the holy light Great Wall. Nodding gravely, I can consume the Genesis seed to gain its attention. In that case, while the reproductive power surges, I can shoot 5 arrows simultaneously, but it will only delay them for a second at most. This was the most serious and elaborate statement Xiaowan had made thus far. Changshi had anticipated her limitations and nodded in acknowledgement. Qinchong, visibly anxious, demanded again. What can you, as a priest, even cast? Hold on, Changshi chuckled, raising his voice. Song Yan, I know you can hear me. Listen carefully. The moment the shield breaks, I need you to return to my side and prepare for Death's funeral. Death's funeral? Everyone was momentarily taken aback, and the weary Nangong widened her eyes in astonishment. Master, this chapter has more to unveil. Please click the next page to continue reading. The subsequent parts are even more thrilling. Not in opposition, thank goodness. He is a weaver of death. Do you know he is a follower of death? Changshi disregarded their confusion and continued. I understand you have many questions, but do not concern yourself with the matters of the death domain. You only need to reap when the opportunity arises. Song Yan, this moment determines our fates. I am not jesting. Qinchong became increasingly agitated. What if it won't happen? Followers of death do not perish easily, for their benefactor requires someone to enact their grace. Changshi laughed heartily, attempting to lighten the mood, but it had little effect. Noticing the lack of humor among them, he grimaced and continued. Chao Sansui, the most critical step is for you to unleash the area acceleration immediately after I cast my spell, targeting the largest expanse of ruins outside the shielded area. Chao Sansui's expression shifted dramatically, astonished. What? The entire ruin? Changshi nodded firmly. The entire ruin. You point 1,500 points? Changshi was taken aback, then smiled and nodded. 1501. Chao Sansui clearly found this hard to believe. How could someone with 1,500 points exude such confidence and determination at a moment of life and death? A powerhouse with 2,000 points might wet themselves at the brink of death. He had seen it before. I must remind you, the potential of time will balance the speed. If the range is this vast, then we will be severely hindered, possibly unable to act at all. Are you sure? This is tantamount to suicide, Changshi. Although Chao Sansui suspected Changshi was concealing his true point value, he felt genuinely anxious. If given the choice, he would not dare to proceed in such a manner. It should be noted that the Time Walkers had gained their T0 status precisely because they could slow down their enemies while accelerating themselves, establishing a temporal suppression that allowed for various responsive actions. But if the situation were reversed, would they not become easy prey? I am certain. You would not wish to hasten your own demise. All right, but how do you intend to execute this? Chao Sansui asked. His face grim and filled with skepticism. As a part of the plan, we must understand how you intend to lead us to survival. Changshi chuckled. Me? I plan to give them a child. Chapter 8 S-Class Talent. Divine Grace of Mutual Nurturing. To be honest, any rational individual would be taken aback for 3 seconds upon hearing Changshi's statement. A male human claiming he intends to provide a child for a group of asexual horrors is an utterly explosive declaration. Regardless of context, the horrors do not reproduce sexually. They are birthed from the fear mother tree in the underworld. This tree absorbs fear from various dimensions, growing new branches that eventually fall off and transform into new horror entities. Amidst everyone's astonishment, Chao San Sui was the first to regain his composure and hesitantly inquired, "You mean to heal the horrors?" Cheng Shi snapped his fingers. "Bingo! I will unleash a healing spell that envelopes the entire ruins, and all horrors will be under the watchful gaze of my master. Embracing procreation, impossible. It's inconceivable for a priest's healing range to be this extensive." Nangong's complexion turned ashen as she began to conclude that, under immense survival pressure, Cheng Shi had lost his mind. Alas, this young man was kind-hearted and handsome, but his madness escalated too quickly. Cheng Shi offered no further explanation, simply smiling. "Nothing is impossible. When you think something is impossible, it is merely because your capacity is insufficient." Upon seeing Cheng Shi's mischievous glance dart across her tightly wrapped bosom, Nangong's pale face instantly flushed crimson. "You?" Cheng Shi ignored her, extending his right hand, assuming a simple yet earnest stance for the healing spell. "How long until the holy light fortress collapses?" Chen Chang's expression darkened, finally recalling the diminishing duration of the shield. He was uncertain whether to trust Cheng Shi. But seeing his unwavering confidence, he resignedly replied, "You still have enough time to show off for another 10 seconds. 9 seconds. 8, 3, 2, now," Cheng Shi exclaimed, as the healing light in his hand began to swell dramatically. Simultaneously, Xiao Wan unhesitatingly swallowed a handful of creation grass seeds, conjured 6 spore arrows from thin air, drew her bow, and aimed at the sky. With a whoosh, the 6 arrows exploded above everyone's heads. Infused with potent procreative energy. 1. The holy light fortress shattered like a mirror, instantly losing its radiance, and the horrors that had been pressing against the barrier suddenly lost their support, plummeting down. The outer horrors, witnessing the shield's destruction, roared and surged forward. The spore filaments grew wildly within the confined space, with the horrors pressing against one another, leaving almost no gaps. Thus, a single filament could connect countless horror entities. It remained unclear whether the chaos ensued from the horror's frantic assaults colliding or from the effect of an extra spore arrow, but inevitably, the time before the enemy reached them stretched far beyond a second. Just as everyone's faces turned pale, preparing to counterattack, Cheng Shi's grand spell finally reached fruition. "Allow me to demonstrate what true capacity looks like. All corners of the universe. Divine grace of mutual nurturing." As the final word escaped his lips, a surge of immense holy light struck the nearest horror before Cheng Shi, and then, the holy light rapidly refracted in all directions toward its kin. This was not merely a healing spell. It resembled a chain of healing capable of restoring multiple beings. However, the issue lay in the fact that such chains diminish in effectiveness, the more targets, the faster the decay. Given the magnitude of enemies before them, this healing could only serve to restore the minutest of injuries. In previous trials, there had been attempts to heal enemies, although faith game is a game. It resembles a different kind of reality. There are no mechanisms for friendly fire immunity or healing enemies being ineffective. If you heal an enemy, they truly recover and will retaliate fiercely. Thus, when Chao San Sui observed that Cheng Shi had merely unleashed a healing chain, his inner terror soared to unprecedented heights. What use is this? Yet, even if he doubted him, it was too late. Adhering to the belief of fighting to the last breath, he unleashed an overload-level area acceleration across the entire ruins. Except for the vicinity of their group, area, accelerate. The outer realm pressed fast forward, and the horrors suddenly sped up. Time around them came to a standstill, and everyone was immediately frozen in place. Within the confines of their awareness, they could only observe the healing chain transmitting faster and multiplying, and in the blink of an eye, it transformed into countless torrents of holy light, violently sweeping across the entire ruins. The healing surged like a tidal wave, consuming all. Everyone was left in shock. Chao San Sui watched as the surrounding horrors drew nearer, then fell into the time-stopped zone, forming a wall of flesh and blood that shielded them within. He couldn't help but wonder if this too was part of the plan. Gradually, he lost his peripheral vision, and in his last glance, he was still astonished as to why Cheng Shi's healing chain was not diminishing but rather increasing. This chain grew ever more potent, ultimately enveloping the entire ruins. How is this possible? There is nothing impossible. When Chang Shi's nearly suspended thoughts perceived the surrounding horrors trapped in temporal stasis, erecting a new fortress. He knew his plan had succeeded. He was able to spread the healing chain throughout the ruins due to his unique S-class occupational talent, divine grace of mutual nurturing. This talent enables him to produce a transmission effect when healing similar life forms. For every additional similar being, the healing effect and range expands. In previous instances, when the team consisted of a maximum of 6 individuals, this effect could only be regarded as a delightful enhancement. However, now, if every horror were counted as a target, it could be assumed that even a divine being would struggle to quantify the sheer number. Even if each individual received merely a 1 boost, multiplied over 1,000 instances, it would yield exponential results. Moreover, there were far more than 1,000 horrors present. Here, today, all the horrors were bathed in Chang Shi's healing chain, and it transpired in an instant. Although healing enemies is generally inadvisable, circumstances must be considered. For instance, healing imbued with birth, divine power is not something anyone can partake in. In the very moment the terrifying healing radiance struck them, bolstered by the area acceleration, countless horrors, caught off guard, felt their bellies begin to swell exponentially. Birth, at that moment, gazed upon them. Madness commenced immediately. The horrors, originally asexual demons, suddenly began to gestate new life throughout their bodies. And they, previously devoid of fear, now began to tremble. They extended their claws in an attempt to sever their distended abdomens, gnawing at flesh in a frantic bid to eliminate the newborns. Yet, the powerful healing light instantly mended their wounds. A profound sense of helplessness rose within them. They foresaw their futures. Each would become a mother bearing offspring. Some would bear more than one. Furthermore, the will of birth began to spread uncontrollably, causing the already tenuous rationality of the horrors to wane, transforming them into abominations that revered procreation. Time was fleeting, and the scene escalated rapidly. Under the influence of area acceleration, within mere seconds, the situation spiraled out of control. All the horrors became slaves to reproduction, mechanically and unconsciously mimicking the most primal actions of nature. Mating, procreation. The right flank of an entire skeletal army, within a desolate expanse devoid of human presence, completely unleashed itself. The scene became uncontrollable. Words failed to describe it. Time continued to accelerate, rendering description increasingly futile. Countless horrors became ensnared in the frenzy of reproduction, their bellies swelling larger by the moment. When the healing chain finally reached the last horror, fulfilling its mission of healing the multitude, the scene had devolved into a paradise of birth. The first horrors affected felt their abdomens burst. Newborns eagerly emerging, plunging into the embrace of birth, and then began to feast upon their mother's flesh, striving to grow into new mothers themselves. And these newborns all bore the same visage, a pair of adorable, wide eyes and a singular tentacle for a body. Chang Shi did not desire this outcome, yet his birth, divine power stemmed from the pregnant woman in yesterday's food dungeon, and he could not exert control over it. This was precisely why he had instructed the death assassin to prepare for the funerary rites. As the area acceleration ceased, and the tentacled newborns consumed all the horrors, they would become another formidable army. Perhaps even more terrifying than the horror legions. However, with so many horrors having just perished amidst the ruins, it constituted the optimal death domain. Song Yan's final strike would completely obliterate these abominations. Rescuing the 6 of them, this encapsulated Chang Shi's entire plan. Yet, the other teammates encircled by the walls of horrors would likely be unable to witness such a frenzied spectacle. Chapter 9. When time comes to a halt. What do you ponder? If one could extract the thoughts of all esteemed readers, it might well compose a tome. In fact, such a book exists in the real world, titled Criminal Law. Truthfully, when time freezes, one cannot conceive of anything. Consciousness relies on existence, and the essence of existence is time. When time solidifies, existence ceases, awareness falters, and a person loses all thoughts, becoming a mere statue of flesh and blood. This experience is terrifying, for those ensnared in the stasis of time may come to believe they have succumbed to death. Yet, it could also be less dreadful, as such individuals might remain blissfully unaware of their temporal entrapment. The passage of time is ambiguous. For Chang Shi and his companions, it may seem but an instant, while for the horror creatures, It could stretch into a lifetime, as the effect of the regional fast-forward gradually waned. Song Yan, who had been hiding behind Chang Shi, began to regain clarity of thought. The moment his cognitive faculties returned, he felt the profound bloom of death. The corpses of the horror creatures above him plummeted, their bloodless, decayed flesh mingling with countless writhing tentacles, flooding this hitherto pristine space. The essence of the deceased enveloped him, rich and thick like a colloid, sending tremors through the depths of his soul. What level of death's domain is this? Does such a level truly exist? If unleashed, would it not summon the true deity of death? After a trifecta of astonishment, Song Yan wasted no time. He vividly recalled Chang Shi's words that this strike would be their salvation. As he observed the ravenous, tentacled beasts charging towards him and his 5 companions, he inhaled deeply, his eyes instantaneously turning pitch black. The harvesting state activated. He extended his hands and viciously grasped his own neck. With a sickening crack, he mercilessly twisted it, and soon, his standing corpse began to dissipate slowly. The dense aura of death surged, a chilling wind howled, and a green radiance flared high in the blink of an eye. A colossal scythe, exuding an apocalyptic aura, materialized above them. Chang Shi and the others had only just regained their bearings when they beheld the deathly scythe suspended above, their breaths catching in their throats. It was immense. They had never witnessed such a terrifying instrument of demise. Even the small decorative skull at the end of the handle resembled a giant statue carved from a mountain. The blade, shimmering with an eerie green glow, appeared as if it could cleave planets asunder. Even in the year 2100, Chang Shi had never encountered a scythe of this magnitude. His mind was consumed by a singular thought: to pray that Song Yan would not lose his sanity and take them all with him. With the barely audible incantations resonating through heaven and earth, the massive scythe swung down, entwined with the whispers of the departed. Apart from the area where they stood, the entire ruin visibly fractured in an instant. Like a shattered mirror, spiderweb cracks spreading. Subsequently, a chorus of sighs embracing death echoed forth, resonating across the heavens. Countless gargantuan tentacle creatures, once voraciously consuming flesh, closed their eyes in eternal slumber. Death is never a cataclysmic event. In the moment the scythe descended, their flames of life extinguished quietly. The transition from life to death occurred in mere seconds. Yet, the rising essence of the deceased had yet to dissipate. These energies twisted and coalesced, bringing forth a rebirth of the ostensibly dead Song Yan. He plummeted from the air, gasping and drenched in sweat, and upon landing, collapsed into a pool of blood, his body convulsing uncontrollably. The nearest Nangong, driven by maternal instinct, reached out to assist him, but upon grasping his wrist, she found his body remarkably healthy, even revitalized, as if at the peak of his strength. His convulsions were not those of exhaustion from a desperate struggle, but rather the ecstatic climax of exhilaration. "I am in awe," he exclaimed, "incredible, truly remarkable. I seem to have glimpsed the visage of my master, seated upon a throne of bones, bestowing upon me a colossal scythe." Chang Shi, "You are astonishing." Breathless, he struggled to rise, his limbs flailing as he declared, "With this strike, my life is fulfilled." Chang Shi smiled gently at his words, while Nangong disdainfully withdrew her hand from Song Yan. Chen Chong and Chao Sansui remained enraptured by the recent cataclysmic swing of the scythe, unable to extricate themselves from the memory until the blood and flesh of the horror creatures threatened to engulf them. It was only then that Chen Chong hoisted the half-conscious Chao Sansui from the mire, standing upright amidst the bloodied chaos. "Has it resolved?" he questioned, still incredulous that such a vast army of horror creatures had wholly perished. What had transpired? Observing Chen Chong's curious gaze, Chang Shi chuckled, "Do not ponder. You would not wish to know what occurred. Moreover, the matter is far from settled. The skeletal army, having lost contact with the right wing, will likely dispatch others to investigate. We must depart swiftly." He then grasped the struggling Xiao Wan, pointing at her swollen abdomen and back, stating gravely, "Our combat capabilities have been severely diminished. Chao Sansui, Nangong, and Xiao Wan have all lost their fighting strength. While they are manageable, Xiao Wan's condition demands immediate attention. We must retreat and seek a safe haven to regroup." Still reveling in the thrill of his own world-ending strike, Song Yan, upon hearing Chang Shi's urgency, blurted out, "But what about you?" Chang Shi, bearing Xiao Wan on his back, darkened his expression. What can a healer with 1,500 points achieve? Song Yan, taken aback, gestured towards the hellish scene outside, stammering, "Why you, this carnage? Isn't it all you're doing?" His voice quivered. "If you truly have only 1,500 points, I would decapitate my head to use it as a ball." Chen Chang's expression also darkened. He hoisted Chao Sansui and pulled Nangong away without hesitation. His thoughts racing. This individual indeed possesses strength, but his penchant for pretension is irksome. Even more so when it always seems to accentuate his own triumph. The banter of the victors was not particularly grating, for the circumstances demanded that they not linger. Thus, they struggled through the blood-soaked mire, their feet sinking deeply as they fled eastward. Standing at the heart of the deathly domain, they had yet to grasp the full extent of Cheng Shi's recent actions. As they stepped out from this hellish landscape, they came to comprehend the gruesome spectacle he had wrought. Chunks of flesh, dismembered corpses, slime, and black blood surrounded them. They traversed what felt like a grotesque museum, showcasing every conceivable form and fragment related to blood and flesh, a scene that defied imagination and relentlessly tested the limits of any normal human stomach. This moment could no longer be adequately described. In this singular instance, the 5 present individuals gained a new understanding of birth. Could this truly be the work of a lawful deity? Even Xiao Wan, a devotee of the birth, found herself unable to suppress her nausea at the repulsive tableau before her. The first to retch was Nangong. Already weakened by self-inflicted injuries, she felt her legs scrape against the bloody mire, the stench of decay flooding her nostrils, not guiding her towards decay, but rather inciting a wave of nausea. Once the first wave of vomiting commenced, chaos ensued. The sounds of retching echoed as everyone succumbed. Chen Chong, desperate to escape this realm of torment, surged forward while simultaneously expelling his stomach's contents, carrying one person who was also retching and leading another who joined in the chorus. The cacophony of heaving was maddening, testing the limits of his sanity. "Xiao Wan, you must hold on. This is the handiwork of my master, guiding you." Cheng Shi felt a warmth on his shoulder, followed by a twitch of his face. "Your mother must be heartbroken." Xiao Wan, enduring the violent struggles of the life within her, weakly replied, "My mother is dead. She dedicated herself to corruption." Cheng Shi, regretting his own thoughtlessness, chastised himself inwardly. "I should be more concerned about my daughter. She may soon be born." His expression darkened as he bellowed ahead, "Chen Chong, prepare. Xiao Wan is about to give birth." Chapter 10. A rare opportunity to breathe before Xiao Wan could give birth. Cheng Shi swiftly cast a healing spell upon her. Given that she was carrying multiple offspring, the spell proved exceptionally effective, restoring her to full health. However, this also signified that the newborns would be remarkably robust. The group sprinted frantically onward, and before long, the life forms incubating within Xiao Wan grew impatient to enter the world. The life catalyzed by the creation seed did not wait for any midwives. As they traversed halfway, Xiao Wan's abdomen erupted, unleashing several bizarre, half-flesh and half-plant-like vines. The good news was that these vines posed little threat. Song Yan single-handedly dispatched them. The bad news was that while Xiao Wan had recovered, Nangong was on the brink of collapse. Her eyes half-closed, her body radiated heat, clearly teetering on the edge of life and death. The wounds in her ribs and lower abdomen continued to fester with the stench of decay, and her breaths were growing shallow. If this continued, Nangong would perish. After all, they had just survived a harrowing encounter together, and with more than half a day left in their trial, none wished to see their numbers dwindle here. Having endured the onslaught of the horror army, it would be a grave loss to perish in this place. Chen Chong halted in his tracks, unceremoniously tossing Chao Sansui from his back, and addressed Cheng Shi, saying, "Nangong's body can no longer endure the treatment of birth. You, the priest, must employ a time spell to preserve her life." Chao Sansui shared the sentiment, yet as a mage, he was neither a priest nor a bard. Lacking the plethora of supportive spells, Cheng Shi observed the sorrow etched on everyone's faces and sighed, retrieving a small red vial from his personal vault. "What is this?" Song Yan inquired eagerly, as he seemed to detect the scent of death emanating from the vial. It was an A-grade potion, Contempt of the Dead, derived from the fervent acolytes of death. Its emissaries believed that certain individuals were unworthy of the grace of death, thus extracting this contempt concocting it into a potion. Used to punish oathbreakers who had committed grave sins, rendering them unable to approach death or heed its teachings. While explaining, Cheng Shi poured the potion over Nang Ong as long as it mingled with her blood. She would not perish from her severe injuries, though it would not heal her, merely prolong her life. Is there truly such a thing? Song Yan exclaimed, swiftly attempting to catch a drop for examination. Only for Cheng Shi's hand to be quicker, slapping his hand away with a chuckle and a reprimand. A single drop less and it loses its efficacy. Do you wish for her demise? Song Yan's face flushed with embarrassment as he stammered. I doubt I have never seen this before. Nangong, I apologize, it was unintentional. The pale Nangong lacked the energy to respond, merely watching as the liquid rapidly integrated into her bloodstream, leaving her devoid of any sensation. Does this actually work? Cheng Shi shot her a sidelong glance and replied, It works, and it is quite expensive. Once you regain your strength, remember to reimburse me. Nangong gritted her teeth and nodded firmly. All right. Xiao Wan had just given birth, and blood was flowing from various parts of her body, yet as a follower of a birth, her resistance to such loss was formidable. Therefore, Cheng Shi opted not to use the potion, instead casting a healing spell as usual. Fortunately, she did not conceive again. Witnessing Cheng Shi's straightforward yet miraculous saving of 2 lives, Qin Chong solemnly inquired, Cheng Shi, what is your score, truly? Other than 1501, Cheng Shi glanced around. Noting the skepticism in everyone's eyes, despite their disbelief, he brazenly asserted, It is indeed 1501. Qin Chong regarded him with incredulity, stating in a low voice, Do you take me for a fool? The healing chain in that situation could only be achieved with at least an S-grade talent. And coupled with your 2 vials of Contempt of the Dead, you could not possibly be below 2,000 points. The initial score for Path to Ascension is 1,000 points, and at each reckoning, falling below 1,000 results in immediate death. While exceeding 1,200 can yield B-grade talents or items, above 1,600 for A-grade, and only above 2,000 can one obtain S-grade talents. Right. Do you wish to continue speculating about scores here, or shall we proceed? Cheng Shi declared, lifting Nangong and leading the way forward. The group exchanged glances, a flicker of resignation in their eyes, and hastily followed suit. What could they do when the leader refused to speak the truth? They would, of course, adhere to his will. Song Yan, unable to curb his curiosity, peppered Cheng Shi with questions throughout their journey. Brother Cheng, what talent do you possess? Please, enlighten me. Brother Cheng, what is your true score, Brother Cheng? Is there any more of that little red potion? Can I trade you something else for a bit? Cheng Shi could no longer contain himself and retorted, Aren't assassins supposed to be taciturn? Song Yan replied cheerfully, I call this contrast. It's all the rage now. Fortunately, in the following hour, no other legions of skeletal warriors pursued them. After traversing the barren plains for what felt like an eternity, they finally spotted a dense thicket. The incessantly chattering Song Yan volunteered to scout ahead, discovering it to be a forsaken home of the Wood Elves, devoid of life save for a few abandoned treehouses. My lord, there is more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading, for the ensuing narrative is even more thrilling. Cheng Shi and Chen Chong sighed in relief, quickly ushering the injured into the sanctuary of the trees. Chao Sansui was the first to stabilize, having overexerted his mental faculties, leaving him weak and unable to control his muscles with precision. He could only mumble incoherently about what he knew of the Wood Elves. The Wood Elves were acolytes of prosperity, a perpetually neutral race that revered nature and never cohabited with other races. If they had chosen this place as their domicile, it must be relatively safe. Upon hearing this, Song Yan inquired curiously, if it is safe, why was it abandoned? I said it is relatively safe. Before the war, it was certainly secure. However, after the skeletal army launched an assault on Hope Island, no place on Hope Island can be considered safe. At that moment, to ensure their safety, Chen Chong stood guard at the entrance of the treehouse, turning back with a hint of confusion to ask, I have heard others mention the skeletal army's war against Hope Island. What is the reason behind this conflict? Chao Sansui shook his head with difficulty. Those in the Mage Channel speculate it to be a war of faith, while those in the Faith Channel believe it relates to subterranean creatures vying for something. Time focuses on the present, and our information is scant. Perhaps the followers of memory can glean more through retrospection. Cheng Shi, initially enraptured by the conversation, felt his smile falter upon hearing the name of the deity, memory. I checked the time. 6 hours have elapsed since the trial began. We have 18 hours remaining. Yet I require 10 hours to recover. The implication was clear. Although they had survived, the impending absence of a mage's combat prowess for the next 10 hours would render their situation exceedingly grave. No one could predict what further challenges awaited, and none felt fortunate enough to have weathered the hellish ambush of the Terror Army, believing that the trial would be devoid of further peril. In ordinary trials, perhaps it was possible, but in special trials, it was utterly improbable. Chang Shi pondered the trial's name, his brow furrowing slightly. The song of blood and fire. Blood had been witnessed, but what of the fire? Their group just happened to be ensconced within the woods. If a fire were to sweep through, would it truly be so fortuitous? Never mind, no need to overthink it. They would confront whatever came their way. Chang Shi scratched his head and retrieved a bottle of cola from his vault, guzzling it down. Brother Cheng, is this what you choose to carry in your precious space? Song Yan exclaimed, bewildered. Chang Shi gestured towards Chen Chong. Chuckling, Chen Chong even brought liquor. What's wrong with the few bottles of cola? If one loses their cola, what joy is left to savor? Though Chen Chong did not turn around, his vigorous nodding conveyed his deep agreement. Song Yan's vault indeed contained drinking water, yet it was reserved for dire circumstances, meant to quench thirst in extreme conditions, certainly not equivalent to the delightful pleasure of cola. Observing Chang Shi's enjoyment, he unconsciously swallowed hard. Brother Cheng, is there any cola left? Without hesitation, Chang Shi produced 5 more bottles. Brother Cheng, your space isn't entirely filled with cola, is it? Chang Shi merely raised an eyebrow, remaining silent. Song Yan felt elated. At least it wasn't a waste of his own space. He quickly selected a bottle, ensuring to share the remainder with the others. It soon became evident that sipping cola amidst the chaos was indeed delightful. All present enjoyed a moment of respite. Even the incapacitated Nangong managed to take a few sips with Chang Shi's assistance. The target of the woods is still too vast. We shall rest for another 2 to 3 hours before moving further afield. Once Chen Chong finished his drink, he unsheathed his sword and stepped outside. Guarding was his duty, as he was a faithful adherent of order. Xiao Wan and Song Yan dutifully remained inside, tending to the wounded while also closing their eyes to recuperate. However, no sooner had Song Yan shut his eyes than a wave of drowsiness enveloped him. This drowsiness was so gentle and comforting that, for a moment, he felt no desire to resist. Clatter. Song Yan, who had been sitting on the ground, toppled over, and the injured within the room gradually closed their eyes, succumbing to slumber. Just as the group drifted into deep sleep, Chang Shi suddenly opened his eyes. A glint of mischief flashing across his gaze. TSK, they dare consume any beverage, and yet they suffer so little punishment. With a smile, his gaze turned towards Nangong. Chapter 11. Somnolent healing and the descent of meteorites. Chao Sensui experienced a dream in which his ascension ladder scored 200 points, placing him first, and he was summoned by the true deity of time. Just as he humbly prostrated himself, ready to receive divine blessings, a terror demon suddenly swooped in, kicking him aside to accept the blessings in his stead. Enraged, he awoke with a start. Damn it, he bellowed, rising abruptly, only to find his comrades staring at him in astonishment, slightly bewildered. How am I restored? Feeling the power coursing through him as vibrant as when he first entered the trial, Chao Sansui was utterly astonished. It was not only he. Beside him, Nangong's complexion had remarkably improved, showing no signs of the injuries sustained moments ago. But wait, moments ago? A chill ran down Chao Sansui's spine as he hurriedly retrieved his pocket watch and glanced at it. 8 hours had elapsed since the anchor time, so he had only slept for 2 hours. No, that couldn't be. How could he have recovered so fully in such a brief span? Furrowing his brows, Chao Sansui extended his hand and swept it through the air. Attempting to gauge the flow of time around him, as a devotee of time, he was acutely sensitive to the passage of time, yet could only vaguely perceive whether it felt long or short. He could not pinpoint the exact minutes. The time here indeed had not advanced significantly, perhaps only 2 or 3 hours had passed. Yet the question remained. How had he recovered? With a puzzled expression, he raised his head and inquired. What is going on? Sensing his gaze, Nangong remained silent, merely tilting her head towards the doorway before continuing to bandage Xiao Wan. Although their conditions had improved, their wounds were yet to fully heal. Conversely, Xiaowan coolly remarked, "We have just awakened." Chao Sansui, being astute enough to score 1900 points, blurted out, "Is the cola the issue?" Xiaowan nodded. "What about Cheng Shi? He is on watch outside." Upon hearing this, Chao Sansui's brow furrowed. His ability to recover in just 2 hours must be tied to Cheng Shi. He was unaware whether this was a special method of the high-ranking priest or if Cheng Shi had administered additional healing. He only understood that if Cheng Shi had ill intentions while they were asleep, they would now be dead. Fortunately, he had not acted against them, or rather, he was not a follower of a rival faith. Even more fortunate was that no enemies had approached during these 2 hours. A wave of instinctive dread washed over Chao Sansui as he rose, his expression grave as he stepped out of the treehouse. Beneath the treehouse, Cheng Shi was engaged in conversation with Chen Chong and Song Yan. Observing their faces, it appeared they had also experienced some recovery. The moment Chao Sansui recalled that the 5 of them had fallen asleep together, leaving only Cheng Shi on watch, and that he was a priest, disbelief washed over him. Have you lost your mind? Allowing 5 people to fall asleep simultaneously? Even if you had potions to restore everyone. It should have been done one at a time. The 3 turned to look at him in unison. Song Yan flashed a grin but said nothing, while Chen Chong's expression remained unchanged, though the twitching corner of his eye clearly indicated his disapproval of Cheng Shi's approach. Only Cheng Shi scratched his head and replied, "Huh? Don't say that, I just woke up too. It was 6 of us who slept together." A tremor coursed through Chao Sansui's soul as he dared not entertain the thought of Cheng Shi's audacity. "Cheng Shi, you are trifling with everyone's lives. If anything had gone awry, we could have faced total annihilation." Cheng Shi nodded in agreement. Indeed, the risk was too great. It was inadvisable. Chao Sansui's scolding faltered, given Cheng Shi's demeanor and comments. It seemed he believed he was innocent, almost as if he were also condemning the instigator. "Do you not realize the gamble you are taking?" Chao Sansui exclaimed, both furious and amused. Cheng Shi shrugged. "But I won the gamble. We have returned to our peak fighting strength, have we not? After all, we were to remain asleep for 2 hours. You could say it was worth the risk." Chao Sansui, wearing a face of consternation, sat heavily beside the trio, releasing a deep sigh. "If we find ourselves in such a situation again, please inform me beforehand. I do not wish to be frightened to death before I even encounter time." This time, Cheng Shi was not jesting. His expression turned earnest as he said, "You may not agree, or perhaps no one would want to take the risk, but the reality is, we may not have enough time to allow everyone to recover one by one. Danger is approaching, every second counts. But what if, from the outcome, your what if did not materialize?" Cheng Shi cheerfully interrupted. Chao Sansui fell silent, and Chen Chong cursed, "There will be no next time. Cheng Shi, I detest uncertainty. Damn it, you hardly resemble a follower of birth, more like a follower of fate." Cheng Shi chuckled, extending his hand to summon a glimmer of healing light, gesturing towards Chen Chong. "Don't believe me? I can let you experience what it feels like to be a mother right now." Before Chen Chong could respond, Song Yan leaped back 10 meters in fright. Chao Sansui, observing the green glow in Cheng Shi's hand, inquired, "What is that?" Cheng Shi understood he was referring to the cola incident, reining in his healing spell, and remarked, "I call it somnolent healing. I infused the cola with a potent sleeping drug in the A-grade potion days of prosperity. This is a top-tier healing potion that combines the divine powers of memory and prosperity. I had a total of 6 vials, and now they are all used up." He displayed an expression of mock distress. "Another A-grade? I don't recall hearing of this potion. Is it a reward from the heavens ladder?" Cheng Shi shrugged. "I don't know. I traded for it from someone else." "Someone would trade such a life-saving item?" Song Yan returned, puzzled. "Sometimes, the goal is far more important than life itself," Cheng Shi mused, recalling someone, and sighed quietly. "Indeed, if one loses their life, what good is it to hoard so many valuable things? But if one loses their purpose, what is the meaning of living?" Although Chao Sansui strongly disagreed with Cheng Shi's methods, he still expressed gratitude. "Once the trial concludes, I will compensate you with an equivalent potion." Cheng Shi's eyes lit up. Oh, how embarrassing! Yet his gaze was clearly filled with longing, as he began to assess what treasures Chao Sansui might possess. It was commonly said that those who scored 2,000 points had peculiar personalities, and today, observing Cheng Shi, it was evidently true. They had all accepted Cheng Shi's score of 2,000 without question. Now that everyone is awake and in good condition, what shall we do next? Chao Sansui inquired. Proceed as planned, Chen Sheng replied, noting Cheng Shi's lack of leadership as he sat there grinning foolishly. All right, then let us call them. Before Chao Sansui could rise, he suddenly felt a surge of heat erupting from the ground, fiercely rushing towards him, startling him. The others were equally taken aback, quickly rising to look at the ground below. Only Cheng Shi, with a grave expression, gazed skyward and ground out a few words through clenched teeth. Damn it, it's a meteor fire rain. S-grade forbidden spell. Meteor fire rain? Song Yan's voice warped in fear as he too looked up. And indeed, above the distant horizon, a terrifying and monstrous sun-like apparition slowly ascended. The edges of this solar wheel erupted with searing flames, and each spark that burst forth transformed into massive meteors streaking across the sky. Plummeting rapidly towards their plane, in the blink of an eye, the meteors fell like rain. Run! Cheng Shi wasted no time and bolted out, exerting every ounce of energy. He needed not to worry about the others. Every teammate present was faster than him. Chao Sansui's expression hardened as he activated area acceleration before the group, causing Song Yan to vanish like a shadow, while Chen Chong activated his warrior charge, grabbing both Cheng Shi and Chao Sansui and dashing out like a tempest. The two figures above the treehouse moved even faster. Xiaowan scooped up the petite Nangong and leaped from one treetop to another in swift succession. Chen Chong's speed was so intense that the wind whipped against Cheng Shi's face painfully. Chao Sansui felt equally uncomfortable, exclaiming in utter disbelief, "This is not a spell that can be practiced in the underground world. This is a forbidden spell wielded by the elemental judges of the Isle of Hope. What role are we playing? To be enemies to both sides? Enemies? No, even if these 6 of us were truly the enemies of the Isle of Hope, the elemental judges would not utilize such a world-destroying spell against us. 6 individuals in a war are insignificant. We do not merit such catastrophic punishment." Cheng Shi's expression darkened as he contemplated a possibility. This meteor fire rain is not aimed at us. It's meant to intercept the right-wing terror demon army. Chapter 12. The Battlefield of Time. What? Chen Chong paused in shock, feeling the very air in the vicinity twisting and scorching, and hurriedly quickened his pace, incredulously saying, "The terror demons are already dead. What are they intercepting?" Cheng Shi shouted in explanation. "Perhaps the Isle of Hope is unaware that the terror demon army has perished. I wondered why this trial engaged so rapidly. This should indeed be the true song of blood and fire, surviving the onslaught of the terror demon army and the meteor fire rain for 24 hours. We encountered the terror demons early, leading us to misunderstand the trial." Chao Sansui, astonished, could hardly believe it. How is that possible? Then he recalled something and exclaimed, even more shocked, "Are you suggesting that the skeletal army learned of the Isle of Hope's interception plan, prompting them to advance and evade the strike?" "Exactly." Cheng Shi gritted his teeth in frustration, "and we just happened to cross paths with them. The demise of the continent of Hope may not be attributed solely to the defeat in battle. Rather, internal strife has emerged within its ranks. Curse it, enough chatter. Provide me sustenance, my mental fortitude wanes." Cheng Shi hastily curtailed his words, unleashing a powerful healing spell upon Chen Chong's abdomen. As for why the abdomen, do not inquire. It was merely a matter of convenience, certainly not an expression of malicious whimsy. In the face of life and death, such trifles must be set aside. This time, fortune was not on their side. The spell struck true, causing Chen Chong's belly to swell slightly, yet, thankfully, his speed increased by a fraction. There was no time to spare. The impact zone of the meteorites was too vast. "Chen Chong, how many blows can the holy light wall withstand?" He blurted out, 3 strikes. I lack the A-grade defensive talent. The 4th will surely breach." Cheng Shi furrowed his brow in calculation, while Chao Sansui immediately shouted, "Enough, given the initial descent speed of the meteorites. It is not too swift. We have ample time to activate. Time battlefield. Time battlefield. Indeed." Cheng Shi's face lit up with a realization, a rather exaggerated smile spreading across his features. "It appears that they must now seek a true path to survival within the temporal loop. Everyone, gather around me," Chen Chong bellowed, casting aside the 2 individuals he had been holding, brandishing a large shield, veins bulging in his arms as he forcefully plunged the tip of the shield into the ground. Gazing upwards at the meteoric flames cascading from the heavens, he cried out, "Order shall prevail." The brilliance of order erupted once more, enveloping the 6 individuals beneath its protective barrier, beyond the bright yellow veil. The air grew increasingly warm, the space warped by the intense heat, and the earth cracked from the scorching onslaught. The group looked up in awe, witnessing the sun's fire blazing fiercely, meteors howling as they plummeted, leaving charred trails that sliced through the sky like a carving knife, an utterly shocking sight reminiscent of the apocalypse. Were they not trapped beneath the meteorites, but rather outside the impact zone? This scene would undoubtedly be etched in their memories for eternity. Steady yourself, Chen Chong. There remains 1 minute and 12 seconds. Chen Chong gripped the shield with all his might, gritting his teeth as he shouted, "Brace yourselves. It approaches." No sooner had he spoken than a deafening roar echoed, boom. The group was engulfed in darkness, a colossal fireball meteor exploding against the barrier above them. Following that was a blinding brilliance flooding their vision, the erupting flames cascading like molten lava, instantly enveloping the holy light wall. Despite having withstood countless demonic assaults, the barrier now swayed violently under the tremendous force. Chen Chong trembled, his skin beginning to redden. "It's too hot. Priest, heal me." Without hesitation, Nangong began casting minor healing and cooling spells. Chao Sansui, clutching his pocket watch, wore a look of anxious urgency. "Steady, 48 seconds. Another wave is coming, 2 meteors. Be ready to dispel the heat." Boom, boom. The 2 meteors struck in quick succession. Fortunately, one of them missed the holy light wall directly, landing beside it, yet the splashing flames still threatened to destabilize the barrier. "We cannot hold out much longer. There is still one more. Cheng Shi, devise a plan." Cheng Shi's expression darkened, poised to act, but saw Song Yan swiftly retrieving a piece of pure black cloth from his spatial storage. "What is this?" Nangong inquired, somewhat perplexed. A pained expression crossed Song Yan's face, yet he resolutely declared, "This time, I shall take the lead." Cheng Shi raised an eyebrow, recognizing the item. It was the A-grade assassin's tool, the Gate of Shadows. This was no ordinary object, obtainable only as a reward in the 1,600-point tier with a notoriously low drop rate. When activated, it could transport any item into the shadow plane, regardless of size, location, or time, and was beyond control. Furthermore, it was a single-use item of considerable value. This tool was ideally suited for an assassin's shadow traversal. Song Yan producing it now indicated that he was truly pressed for time. "Well done, Comrade Xiao Song. To have acquired such an item at 1,636 is no small feat." With a sense of pride, Song Yan smiled, thinking to himself that at last, he could play the hero. "I acquired it with that." He leapt high, his limbs adhering to the inner side of the barrier like a spider, counting the seconds in his mind, and before the 4th meteor fell, he skillfully hurled the Gate of Shadows. This operation required meticulous precision. As the holy light wall obstructed all, he had to risk his life to traverse through the obscured shadows to the outside, unfurl the black cloth, activate the Gate of Shadows, and then swiftly return. If there were even a millisecond of delay, he would be incinerated. Fortunately, Song Yan was a competent assassin. In the blink of an eye, he completed every step, sending the impending meteor into the shadow plane. The Gate of Shadows then dissipated. However, being merely competent was still far from perfection. He was well short of a perfect score. "Hurry, healer, save me, my backside is on fire." Song Yan howled, sprawled on the ground. His entire back, including his posterior and thighs, scorched as he awkwardly inched closer to the healer, desperately seeking treatment. Yet, even in such agony, his gaze was fixed on Nangong, not Cheng Shi. Nangong, wide-eyed, raised his hand, casting a healing spell upon his rear. Cheng Shi's smile vanished, feeling quite embarrassed. "What is this? My healing is insufficient. Be cautious. There's more incoming, mage. How much longer?" The holy light wall could only hold for a minute. The entire plane had transformed into a sea of flames. The roaring cacophony deafening, and the surrounding temperature soared. Witnessing the terrifying meteorites descending one after another, Chen Chong realized he could no longer endure. 10 seconds. "Everyone, prepare. At the 1 o'clock position, the meteorite count is low. When the time comes, we shall break through. Do not spread out too much, or we won't be able to ascertain the casualty count after exiting the time battlefield. I repeat, do not disperse excessively. I hope that each of us can survive." Chao Sansui, one hand gripping his pocket watch and slightly sweating, raised his other hand high, prepared to initiate the time battlefield. This would be their sole means of escape, provided they did not loop too many times. 3, 2. Everyone. Ready? 1. Run. Qin Sheng responded by dismantling the holy light wall, swiftly storing his shield and sword, and with a frenzied shout, he seized Nangong and Chao Sansui. Charging toward the 1 o'clock direction, Xia Wan followed closely behind, carrying the small figure of Cheng Shi on her back. Song Yan was already gone, vanishing into the swirling smoke, despite the flames raging all around. He had sprinted ahead of the group. However, fortune seldom lingers. Although they had observed fewer meteorites at the 1 o'clock position from within the barrier, once they surged forward a short distance, they realized that the multitude of meteorites overhead left them no means of evasion. A massive fireball crashed right before Qin Sheng, who came to an abrupt halt, drawing his sword and invoking divine power to cleave at the meteor. The meteor exploded upon impact, yet before he could advance again, another meteor descended directly above them. Damn! Chao Sansui's face turned pale as he calculated the seconds, shouting, "Time? Rewind?" The world suddenly fell silent, and then, as if a film had been rewound, everything sped backward. Flames receded, meteorites ascended, shadows retreated, and the barrier reformed. Everything returned to the moment the time battlefield was activated. 1. Run. As the barrier shattered, everyone exerted all their strength to sprint, aiming for the 3 o'clock direction. Only Chao Sansui, gasping heavily in Chen Cheng's grasp, shouted frantically, "Chen Cheng! Xia Wan! Change to the 3 o'clock direction, hurry!" The followers of time were unaffected by the time battlefield's rewind. They retained their memories. Now, Chao Sansui served as their eyes. Upon hearing this, the two showed no hesitation and immediately adjusted their course. Cheng Shi clung tightly to Xia Wan's neck, the healing spells never ceasing to flow upon her. Frowning in contemplation, this is the second time. With that thought, he flipped the die in his hand. 2 was facing up. Chapter 13. This is the choice of fate. The meteor shower, deemed a forbidden technique, is so named due to its exceedingly protracted duration, long enough to obliterate all life within its impact zone, even creating depressions in the ground. Typically, no spellcaster of any race could sustain such a colossal expenditure of mental energy. However, the meteor shower is an exception, for it does not create but rather summons. The sun on the horizon is a tangible entity. This terrifying sun, known as the Wrath of Abomination, was once a deity of chaos, a herald of disorder, who, after being imprisoned by order in a certain epoch, became the ultimate power bestowed upon the elemental judges under his dominion. By merely opening the prison that confines the Wrath of Abomination for an instant and targeting a specific area, the pent-up fury accumulated over countless ages would cascade downwards. Only when he awakens from the chaos and realizes that his outburst merely benefits the followers of order does he grudgingly withdraw, tighten the prison doors, and begin to brew the next cycle of wrath. The Wrath of Abomination, a deity of chaos, a herald of disorder, a prisoner of order. All this serves to illustrate one undeniable truth. The meteor shower is beyond mortal comprehension. Cheng Shi and the others had barely charged toward the 3 o'clock position for a few minutes when the whistling meteorites began to explode around them. There was no need to even strike them. The splattering streams of molten rock had rendered them immobile. This path is impassable. Mage. Reverse time. The scene was hauntingly familiar as time turned back once more. Run. Chao Sansui had just been cast ashore from the river of time when he felt himself being dragged by Qin Sheng. Racing madly towards 1 o'clock. No. Qin Sheng, the 5 o'clock direction. Qin Sheng halted, without hesitation swung his arms, flinging the two individuals like pinwheels, swiftly using their momentum to veer back diagonally. What is happening? Chao Sansui's expression turned grave. We have failed twice. Xia Wan followed closely behind, while Cheng Shi frowned silently. He extended his hand, flipping the die in his grasp once more. 3 o'clock. This direction 1T do. The smoke is too thick, the way obscured. The assassin spoke, guiding their course. Assassin? Song Yan, damn, he's dead. Mage, reverse time. Time. Reverse. 7 o'clock direction. Chun Sheng, turn back. The die rolled again. 4 o'clock. Xia Wan, be cautious. Time. Reverse. 9 o'clock direction. Quickly. The die turned again. 5 o'clock. The time walker can become T0. The infinite trial and error opportunities within the time battlefield are one of the keys. Yet, the divine power of time cannot be freely enjoyed indefinitely. When time stagnates on the battlefield for too long, as the master of time, it too may become wrathful. A sneeze from the divine brings forth a tempest for mortals. By the sixth reversal of time, even Chao Sansui's memories began to blur, despite being a believer of time. Time. Reverse. 1. Run. Chao Sansui jolted awake amidst Chen Chang's sprint, his mind momentarily clouded, murmuring, "We are starting over." Chen Chong faltered, anxiously asking, "What do we do now? Which way do we go?" Chao Sansui's face was one of despair. "I recall many fragments, each moment of every person estimise, yet I can only forget the count." Forget where we ought to head. Chen Chang's heart sank. This could only signify one thing. They had failed countless times. The Time Walker, lost within time, was tantamount to announcing their defeat and demise. But Chen Chong was not one to concede easily. He bellowed, rallying everyone towards 3 o'clock. "We must regain our spirits, discern our path, and cross-reference with the memories in our minds. Perhaps we can find a way out." Nangong was equally anxious, seeing Chao Sansui's dazed eyes. She gritted her teeth and pulled out a sharp spike, plunging it harshly into her abdomen. Immediately, a potent healing light showered down upon Chao Sansui's head, shocking his muddled mind back to clarity. He met Nangong's hopeful gaze and nodded firmly. "All right, I'll recall." However, at that moment, Changshi suddenly shouted, "Wrong. This is the 6th time. 11 o'clock direction. Hurry, Chen Chong, turn." Chen Chong acted swiftly, his figure far ahead of Xiaowan. He turned in shock, but before he could utter a word, he saw Xiaowan obediently veering towards 11 o'clock. Chao Sansui was equally stunned. He could not fathom how Changshi knew it was the 6th time. How could a believer of the birth maintain clarity within the labyrinth of time? It was impossible. Ultimately, Changshi was just a player. It was not him who remained unaffected by the time maze but the die in his hand. Chen Chong, seeing Chao Sansui in a daze, grimaced and declared, "Damn, I'll follow your lead." He did not hesitate, or rather, he had no reason to hesitate. In Chen Chong's mind, the moment Changshi took command, he must have conceived a breakthrough strategy. After all, he was worth 2,000 points and 2,000 points. There were likely no slackers. Changshi was uncertain if the 11 o'clock direction would lead them out. But he knew that they had tried all other directions to no avail. He rubbed each face of the die in his grasp, silently flipping it to 6 o'clock. 6 times. This was the 6th time. Counting beyond this would not merely involve flipping vertically. Xiaowan dashed forward with Changshi on her back, her long legs effortlessly traversing the fiery sea under the influence of continuous healing and hunter's talent. But her grave expression told Changshi she did not have faith in this path. "Changshi, are you sure about this direction?" Changshi shook his head honestly, uncertain. "Then you." Changshi smiled brightly. "This is fate's choice." Xiaowan's eyes widened, her pupils constricting. Just as she was about to inquire, a fiery meteor came crashing down upon them. Boom. Before Changshi closed his eyes, he squeezed the die in his hand and cursed, "Damn." Time. Reverse. The group returned to their starting point, still that familiar scene, with Chen Chong charging unhesitatingly towards 1 o'clock. Chao Sansui remained entranced, Nangong was still tense, and Song Yan continued to forge ahead. Only Changshi, staring at the 6 on the die, remained silent. The exit was elusive. They had tried all 6 directions, and there was no escape. A nameless irritation brewed within him, yet his hands remained busy, flicking the die high into the air, then swiftly reaching out to catch it as it fell. Xiaowan noticed Changshi's movements behind her and, while advancing, gravely inquired, "What's wrong?" Changshi opened his palm, revealing the die with 1 point facing upward. Resigning with a sigh, "We have failed 6 times, but fate has indeed guided me towards the 1 o'clock direction." Xiaowan's emotions suddenly became chaotic. She was uncertain whether to mourn their 6 failures or rejoice at Changshi's so-called guidance of fate. "So, does that mean the 1 o'clock direction is correct?" She seemed to begin unconditionally trusting Changshi. Changshi clicked his tongue, cursing, "But I can't shake this feeling that fate is a bitch." Xiaowan's eyes widened in disbelief as she glanced back at Changshi. This sentiment, before the gods descended, was undoubtedly valid. However, after their arrival, Tio put it bluntly, there exists a deity named Fate. To hell with it. Trusting fate is less reliable than trusting I am Qin Shi Huang. Xiaowan, reverse, 7 o'clock. Cheng Shi chose the direction that defied fate. He shouted loudly enough for Chen Chong to hear. Like Xiaowan, Chen Chong was riddled with doubts, yet he showed no hesitation and turned to follow Xiaowan's lead back. After a short while, Chao Sansui realized that this path resembled a fragment of his memories. This implied they had failed in this direction before. If all went as expected, a meteor would fall at Xiaowan's right front in 3 seconds, creating a large crater in the ground. Both Xiaowan and Cheng Shi would stumble and fall into it. Then, he would reverse time once more. Hope flickered out in Chao Sansui's heart as he counted down the seconds, bracing himself to get lost in the river of time again. 3.2.1. Time. Reverse. Huh? Ha ha ha. Nothing happened. Chao Sansui watched as Xiaowan confidently strode through the smoky flames, escaping into the distance, his face a portrait of astonishment. How is this possible? The meteor that should have fallen in his memory did not appear. Moreover, not a single meteor in the entire 7 o'clock direction descended. The sky ahead cleared suddenly, visibly devoid of meteors. Even the flames seemed to avoid this area. This absurd scene, amidst the apocalyptic canvas of fire raining down, appeared as if someone had used an eraser to carve out a pristine white line along the 7 o'clock position. Perhaps to the artist, this white line was merely a spontaneous act. But for Cheng Shi and his companions within the canvas, it was a genuine lifeline. The group accelerated in shock and fear, racing along the clear sky, straining to escape. After nearly an hour of gritting their teeth, they finally broke free from the meteor shower's strike zone. And at that moment of salvation, the once erased fiery rain canvas was restored. Chao Sansui glanced at his pocket watch, noting that exactly 6 hours had passed. He concluded the time battlefield at the next full hour, and a force of temporal flow dissipated from them. The final reversal of time was hazily imprinted upon the river of time. As they looked back at their path, meteors fell like rain, flames splattered like liquid, devoid of any vitality. How is this possible? Why was there a path to survival? A miracle. This is a miracle. Everyone was left speechless, their faces etched with shock and confusion as they stared at Cheng Shi. What kind of tool is this? Can this even be termed a tool? Cheng Gu, don't tell me you're actually worth 2,400? You, especially Xiaowan, the only one who understood how Cheng Shi made the decision to choose the 7 o'clock direction, leading them out of the fiery abyss. Why? She pondered silently within her heart, yet dared not utter a word, merely because Cheng Shi had denounced fate as a harlot. Cheng Shi gazed at the fiery descent of the horizon, his mind equally ensnared in confusion. This was the second time. He mused inwardly. Could it be that I truly possess some hidden talent, and that my rallying cry is, fate is a harlot? Chapter 14. Is fate a harlot? Let us rewind the clock a little, to the moment when Cheng Shi proclaimed that fate is a harlot. Above the land of hope, in a realm inaccessible to mortals, 3 pairs of eyes simultaneously opened. The first pair exhibited heterochromia. The left eye blazed with fire, while the right flowed with blood. As they opened, an exhilarating melody resonated through the void, each note stirring the soul and igniting the spirit of battle. This is my trial. You have broken the rules. The second pair of eyes were cold and silent, devoid of emotion, their sclera etched with swirling spirals, while their irises bore the marks of divergence. A mere glance exchanged with them would feel as if one's soul were being pulled towards an endless abyss. This pair cast a frosty glance at the first, saying icily, "When did you exchange power with order?" It was evident this was a taunt, and indeed, the other party fell into an unsettling silence. As the two confronted each other, the corner of the third pair of eyes curled into a slight smile, emitting a low, amused laugh. The third pair bore a striking resemblance to the second. Yet the divine light within them radiated vitality, or rather, they resembled the eyes of a singular individual. They observed the standoff silently, simply smiling. "You come. For what did I have heard the blasphemous words, felt the mocking of fate. I shall wield my power to banish the ignorant sinner. This is my trial. You have broken the rules." This time, it was the turn of another to fall silent. The third pair burst into hearty laughter. How amusing, exceedingly amusing. A fool who firmly believes in himself, and a simpleton who cannot converse outside of war. Ha ha ha, how delightful. Is it funny? Is it not? The second pair of eyes narrowed slightly, casting a cold glare at the third. "What brings you here? And what brings you here?" He believes in me, yet blasphemes against me. I can naturally revoke his qualification, though you wish to defy the covenant and protect him. But he has already fallen into my grasp, thus he counts as my follower. Do you wish to violate the covenant, to banish him? The penetrating gaze of the second pair once more glanced coldly at them, fell silent for a moment, and then slowly dissipated. The third pair laughed once more. You come for what me? I am, of course, here to rescue my beloved follower. With that, a finger as pristine as jade reached forth, piercing through endless realms, arriving before wrath of abomination. They merely placed their hand gently there, causing the conflagration to retract and tighten, retreating in haste. The outburst of wrath of abomination was interrupted, transformed into uncontrollable rage. Yet upon seeing the eyes behind that finger, all fury instantly cooled, and its massive form trembled imperceptibly. They quietly and precisely tightened a strand of the prison door, ensuring that no more meteors would fall where the finger pointed. The first pair of eyes widened slightly, the blood within them boiling, flames roaring to broken the rules. The third pair blinked, and then the eyes of blood and fire stared at them for a moment, then fell silent. Teach, your follower is waging war in hopes of catching but a glimpse of you, and you, as the sovereign of war, crowned with the divine name of war, dare not even engage me in battle. The covenant, must not be violated. Tedious. They gazed one last time at the unknown starry sky before vanishing into thin air. Everyone was exhausted, especially Chingchong and Xiao Wan. Upon realizing they had truly escaped peril, they refused to move another step, merely collapsing onto the ground and gasping for breath. Chingchong, having been treated by Nangong along the way, maintained a relatively stable condition, though he felt a sense of guilt for dragging along the pale-faced Nangong, who looked as if he had been dragged through hell. As for Xiao Wan, due to Cheng Shi's continuous healing, she had once again transformed into a mother pregnant for 10 months. To address such matters, one must rely on the expert in abortion, Song Yan. He instinctively hid beside Xiao Wan, ready to swiftly eliminate any newly birthed twisted life that erupted from her skin before it could even open its eyes. As he struck, he would grumble, "Why do all the newborns of gestation look so abominably grotesque? Does the true deity favor such appearances?" Xiao Wan pursed her lips, refraining from speaking, and turned to Cheng Shi. Her eyes clearly conveyed the message that Cheng Shi was more knowledgeable, having a higher score than Xia in Cheng Shi's channel of faith. No one had discussed matters of gestation, and he was entirely ignorant of the reasons behind it. Yet, he confidently provided an explanation, though his expression bore signs of distress. When you have not yet been born, if you could alter your appearance, what would you wish to become? These newborns who worship my lord merely wish to transform into the likeness that my lord favors. However, they do not know what gestation appreciates, thus they unleash their imagination. The results, as you can see, are evident. It was the first time the group had heard such an explanation, yet Cheng Shi spoke with a conviction that seemed beyond mere conjecture, more like an elucidation born from understanding causality. Coupled with his repeated acts of salvation in dire straits, everyone instinctively found themselves willing to believe him. Only Chao San Sui widened his eyes in disbelief, confirming once more, the consensus I understand among the players of a gestation is that the newborns are already aware of a gestation's appearance, yet due to their limited abilities, they can only recreate a portion of it. This is a completely different concept from what you are suggesting. Are you implying that even the newborns birthed under the influence of gestation are unaware of its visage? Is that truly so? Everyone turned to Cheng Shi, awaiting his response. The reason for their heightened attention was that this answer pertained to the relationship between deities and followers. If the newborns were aware of gestation's appearance and sought to replicate it, it would signify that the deity could accept the reverence of its followers, making the rumored closeness to divinity and self-redemption a possibility. However, if the newborns were unaware of gestation's visage and merely attempted to please it, the relationship between deity and follower might become considerably more frigid. A cold relationship would imply a distinct separation between mortals and gods. Those who beseech divine favor might forever remain entangled in the deity's game, merely surviving as players. Cheng Shi was uncertain of the truth behind his words, yet lies had become both his habit and constraint. Even when he did not intend to deceive, his mouth seemed to have a will of its own. His smile was somewhat forced, yet his tone left no room for doubt. Absolutely authentic. Xiao Wan was taken aback, gazing at the ever-multiplying tentacled newborns within her body, her eyes wide with shock as she inquired, "Where? Did you learn this?" Cheng Shi replied with a mysterious smile, "A secret." Xiao Wan pondered for a moment, refraining from further inquiries. However, Song Yan suddenly interjected, "Chenggu, you aren't the chosen of gestation, are you?" Chosen refers to the highest-ranking players in the ladder of divine encounters. Cheng Shi was momentarily stunned, hastily shaking his head in denial. "I am far from the top of the divine encounter ladder. Even if I craned my neck, I would not catch a glimpse of their feet." Upon hearing this, both Xiao Wan and the nearby Nangong simultaneously glanced toward Cheng Shi's feet, their minds conjuring the same conjecture. Could it be that Cheng Shi is truly the chosen of gestation? Only a chosen would possess such unfathomable means of escape. Cheng Shi sensed their thoughts and instinctively retracted his neck, continuing to deny it. Yet, Xiao Wan remained unconvinced. She stole a glance at the chosen of gestation in the divine encounter ladder, observing that the player ranked first bore the ID cure for infertility. The tone was strikingly familiar. Seeing that the conversation had become centered around Cheng Shi, Chen Chong, having finally regained his composure, responsibly interrupted their discourse. Should we first find a safe place before discussing the matter of the chosen? Yes, indeed. Preserving our lives is of utmost importance. The group exchanged glances before erupting into hearty laughter. The joy of surviving the ordeal finally burst forth among them. Generally, once the trial begins to unfold, the danger level significantly diminishes. However, we should remain cautious. Let's head southeast. Whether by the battlefield's layout in the Land of Hope or the direction of the fearsome army's advance. Southeast should be far from the vortex of conflict. If we continue on for a while, we may catch sight of the Blizzard Mountains, which might allow us to evade all disputes and endure until the trial concludes. Chao San Sui regained his composure and vast knowledge, dragging Chun Chong along as he led everyone toward the southeast. After narrowly escaping the meteor shower, the mood among the group had evidently improved. Yet their vigilance remained intact. Throughout their journey, Chen Chong took the lead, Song Yan kept a watchful eye, Chao San Sui coordinated their efforts, and Nangong administered blood potions while tending to Xiaowan.as for Cheng Shi. He resembled a grandpa on his inaugural tour, eagerly inquiring about every detail of the continent of hope, bombarding the guide Chao San Sui with questions. Familiarity with history could potentially enhance a player's survival rate in the trials. His previous ignorance stemmed from the lack of reliable information in the Faith channel, and the dubious nature of the messages in the Profession channel had left him disinterested. Now, with a living history book before him, he seized the opportunity to inquire without hesitation. Chapter 15. Trial Early Settlement based on the insights compiled by the experts in the Mage channel and my own observations during the trial. Certain facts could be established. The continent of Hope is likely the largest landmass within the trial lands. This territory has witnessed the rise and fall of numerous nations and powers, among which the most renowned and the most prevalent during the trial's background period are the significant theocratic forces that have ruled for millennia. These include the Nature Alliance, Worshippers of Life, the Tribunal of Order, Adherents of Order, the Tower of Rationality, Seekers of Truth, and the War Nation born from the chaos of the late Civilization era. The invasion of the Bone Army upon the continent of Hope occurred during the late period of the Continental Wars. Faced with the encroaching subterranean forces, these three warring factions united once more, standing against a common enemy. We, located in the Mistwood County, are within the jurisdiction of the Tribunal of Order, closest to the entrance to the underworld. The Abyssal Volcano. Along the way, Chao San Sui methodically narrated the history of the continent of Hope to Cheng Shi, who by now had gained a substantial understanding of the continent. The distribution of underground forces, however, is rather complex. Being neither a follower of the Abyss nor Chaos, he possessed scant information on that front. Moreover, Chao San Sui glanced at Nangong, implying that players of these fates typically shun sharing relevant information. Nangong, taken aback, lowered his head and admitted, "I'm sorry, my score is too low, so I haven't been paying much attention to these matters." Chao San Sui shook his head, saying, "There's no need for apologies. With the faith game upon us, everyone is fighting for their lives. Survival is already a challenge." Not everyone, he sighed, leaving the thought unspoken. Directionless, they approached the Blizzard Mountain, where the nearby settlements were sparse and mostly comprised of non-threatening nomads. We can find a secluded spot to wait for the trial to conclude, Cheng Shi suggested. He was right. After the baptism of blood and fire, the trial posed no further danger, aligning perfectly with the typical behavior of war. Chen Shong remained at the forefront, his vigilance unwavering, even though 7 hours had passed since their departure from the meteor-ridden area, with 3 hours remaining until the trial's conclusion. Caution was paramount. Who knew if the Song of Blood and Fire would reveal yet another tune before the end? The group's initial stillness gave way to whispers of laughter. Song Yan jested, "This isn't a trial of deception. Surely not." But he turned solemnly to Cheng Shi, expressing, "I truly thank you, Cheng Gu. Without you, we might not have made it." His words were sincere, and the gratitude evident in everyone's eyes, even if they were unaware of how he had saved them. Yet such was the state of affairs. Every high-level player harbored secrets, and no one wished to pry excessively into another's hidden methods. Cheng Shi felt a hint of embarrassment. True, he had contributed during the encounter with the terror demon, but the subsequent meteor shower. He discreetly squeezed the dice in his hand, managing a faint smile without uttering a word. "Let us set up camp here," he declared, noting the favorable visibility that would allow for early warnings. They would create a coffin camp. As the group moved intermittently, they halted upon reaching a small mound where Chen Shong began to dig with his shield and sword. The others quickly joined in, retrieving tools from their inventory to assist. Generally speaking, when faced with survival trials, players would excavate a deep hole in the ground, akin to ants establishing a home, creating a spacious underground camp to avoid surface dangers. Dubbed coffin camps due to their tomb-like appearance, this method served to mitigate surface threats. As for dangers from below, they need not concern themselves, for in reality, the underworld was not something one could simply dig to reach. It resembled a separate realm altogether. Rather than fretting over subterranean threats, they should focus on ensuring their coffin camp remained intact. The excavation proceeded swiftly, and as the sun dipped below the horizon, the group had already relocated to their underground refuge, unpacking various provisions to replenish their energy. Each item retrieved was light yet filling. Song Yan and Chao Sansui even produced steaming bowls of noodles, a feast for the senses. Only Cheng Shi, before the group, quietly unveiled a piece of finger bread along with a bottle of tentacle slime drink. It's he the moment the viscous liquid slid down his throat. An eerie silence enveloped everyone. Song Yan gagged a few times, covering his mouth. I now truly believe that Cheng Gu might not be the chosen one. Nangong furrowed his brow, breaking a piece of his beef cake in half and offering it to Cheng Shi. Without hesitation, Cheng Shi accepted, expressing his gratitude. I feel quite embarrassed. Have you not procured any food recently? Why not drink cola? Huh. Cheng Shi stammered while chewing. I did. This finger bread is fresh, just made yesterday. Chao Sansui gazed at him in disbelief. You have 2,000 points and enjoy eating this? Who told me 2,000 points? I have only 1501, why lord. There's more to this chapter. Please click to the next page to continue reading. Only gets more exciting. Chen Shong chuckled helplessly. With a score like yours, Cheng Shi, you wouldn't be. Before he could finish, a violent spatial fluctuation erupted around them. Every individual felt a tremor, exchanging incredulous glances, their eyes wide with disbelief. This sensation was all too familiar. It signaled the end of the trial. How could this be? Only 23 hours had passed. Chao Sansui pulled out a pocket watch, confirming that his anchored time was indeed accurate. Only 23 hours had elapsed, with precisely 1 hour remaining. The group wore perplexed expressions, having never experienced such an early conclusion in prior trials. Yet, instead of excitement at the premature ending, their brows furrowed deeply. Change implied risk. No one could ascertain whether an early conclusion was a boon or a bane. Unfortunately, such matters were beyond the player's control. Just as everyone contemplated further discussion, 6 figures dissipated in succession, leaving only the food they held to thud upon the ground. Gazing at the fallen provisions, Cheng Shi felt a pang of anxiety rise within him. Damn, my contempt of the dead and past prosperity. They haven't been compensated yet. Special trial, Song of Blood and Fire War. Challenge successful. Calculating scores and rewards. Player, Cheng Shi, performance score, S, acquired item. Mockery mask, B, X1, acquired item. Confusion mask, A, X1, acquired item. Gratitude mask, A, X1, acquired item. Satisfaction Mask, S, X1. Acquired Item. Desire Mask, B, X1. Path to Ascendancy 12. Step to Audience 2. Current score on the Path to Ascendancy, 2116. Global Ranking. Current score on the Step to Audience, 158. Fate Ranking, 69. Trial cleared, exiting soon. As darkness enveloped his vision once again, Chang Shi opened his eyes to find himself back on the rooftop. He looked across to see a bloodied young man with the surname Xie sprawled at the edge of the rooftop, fortuitously meeting Chang Shi's gaze. In special trials, regardless of how many days had passed within, the conclusion time for all participants was synchronized, just as their entry into the trials had been. Chang Shi observed the man's pitiful state and conveyed a modicum of sympathy. This brother possesses strength. He survived for 7 days. The young man with the surname Xie nodded silently, a trace of fear evident on his face. It seemed his trial had not been easy. Speaking of which, Chang Shi's own trial appeared equally arduous. Suddenly, an unsettling thought struck him, prompting him to check the global survival count. Current global faithful count, 1 billion dead. In previous special trials, losing a few million was considered a significant loss, yet this time a staggering 1 billion had perished. They accelerated that a flicker of dread and helplessness surged within Chang Shi, as he gazed at the makeshift warehouse he had constructed on the rooftop and touched the air wall before him, letting out a self-deprecating smile. Players? Merely playthings. Originally, had there been no unforeseen circumstances, both I and my teammates would have inevitably been among the 1 billion eliminated. Yet, why did the meteor shower grant them a reprieve? Could it be because? Chang Shi extracted a pallid die from his pocket. This was the token of the gods he had chosen during the fateful selection, a die that could only ever roll a 1. However, through various trials, he later discovered that the bone-faced die was originally a token of fate, capable of producing any number. What then did his situation signify? And what of this reward mask? He hastened into the warehouse, opened a special door, and gazed at the rows of white masks displayed in the acrylic showcase, once again lost in contemplation. Flattery, sycophancy, disdain, fervent praise, indifference, indignation. Dozens of masks were arranged in several rows, each bearing a distinct expression. Yet their designs were strikingly similar, merely a snow-white visage accompanied by a pair of expressive eye sockets. Chang Shi had tried to don these masks, but to no avail. They were ill-fitting and served no purpose. Ever since he acquired that talent, special trials ceased to provide other rewarding items. What, then, was the purpose of these masks? Chang Shi exhaled a sigh, casting a bewildered glance at his player panel. Chang Shi. Male, 22 years old, Fate. Void Faith. Deception. Class. Priest. Path to Ascension. 2116. Global Ranking. Ladder of Audience. 158. Fate Ranking. 69. Talent. Lies of Yesterday. SS a Faith and Deception Talent. Active. Your faith will temporarily replace the faith of the most recently deceived follower. Master of Deception. As a passive talent of the faith and deception, your lies are more readily believed by others. Unless the deceived party experiences a cognitive dissonance, they cannot perceive your deceit, and you can detect all forms of deception aside from your own. Offering to the void, as a talent of faith and deception. Active. When you fabricate an item that does not exist yet is widely acknowledged as real by others, the item exists. The countenance of all beings, as a passive talent of faith and deception. Special trial rewards will be replaced with the special item, Countenance Mask, and this talent cannot be substituted by others. Share Divine Grace, as a priest class talent, active, when healing members of the same species. A healing transfer effect will occur, increasing the healing effect and range with each additional target. Items. Fate Die, fixed. You can never alter the fate of this die. Lips of Foolishness, fusion. It enjoys deceit. Whether you like it or not, it revels in trickery, and that includes you. Countenance Mask, SABC a face for 1,000. 1,000 faces for 1. Quantity. 47. Past Prosperity, AA Healing Potion. Seeking throughout memories. Tracing back to restore to the past's most glorious state. Quantity, 93. Skills, Basic Healing, Healing Chain, Light of Healing, Calmness, Hypnosis, Curse Removal, Resistance Shield, Holy Light Prayer. Chapter 16. Surviving the Aftermath. Reality. In an unknown urban area, in a desolate parking lot. Chun Chong slowly opened his eyes, gazing at the familiar roof of a car, sighing with mixed emotions. He had survived once more. Moreover, he had received a second A-level talent as a trial reward. Who acquired talent, Stalwart Defense, A, Warrior Class Talent. When using shield skills, all defensive effects increase by 25, as a player with a score of 1600, in addition to the 2 initial talent slots. He had 2 extra slots available for replacement. Chen Chong silently replaced his last C-level talent with the latest A-level talent. Consequently, his talent configuration suddenly transformed from a mediocre 1A2B1C to a more favorable 2A2B. In the current tier distribution, achieving this talent configuration with a score just over 1600 was remarkably commendable, at least ensuring him greater confidence and a higher survival rate in the upcoming trials. Cheng Shi.it seems even the great ones enjoy putting on airs. He shook his head, chuckling to himself, as he grabbed a bottle of beer from the stack in the passenger seat and drank heartily. The liquid flowed down, soaking his clothes, yet he paid it no mind, downing 4 bottles before burping and leaning back against the seat. This wretched world is even worse than a dream. Chen Chong let out a bitter laugh, casually tossing the beer bottle out of the window. The bottle did not shatter upon hitting the ground, instead producing a series of melodious clinks. He turned his gaze towards the source of the sound, only to find the vast parking lot was already stacked high with countless bottles. Rather than a parking lot, it resembled a landfill, a recycling ground for empty bottles. Chen Chong was never one to require 2 bottles of alcohol to find sleep. He drank 2 cases. What he sought was not slumber, but numbness. Just let this damned world come to an end. Reality, in an unknown urban area, within an apartment. Chao Sen Sui stared blankly at the pocket watch in his hand, still unable to comprehend. The trial ending an hour early was unprecedented. He could not fathom what this change signified. Yet, he was certain of one thing. At the moment he exited the trial, he had glimpsed Chang Shi's smile. What was he smiling about? Why was he unafraid? Did he already know the trial would conclude early? A look of suspicion deepened on Chao Sen Sui's face. He had always firmly believed that time could not deceive. After all, he had once opened a time battlefield during the trials. Yet, the question remained. Even if time would not lie, could it be said that people do not? If there were a person capable of deceiving everyone and manipulating time, that could only be someone who offered everyone a drink of cola. Chang Shi. Huh. Chao Sen Sui's eyes widened suddenly as he rushed to his desk, using tools to dismantle the watch's face, magnifying glass in hand as he began to search meticulously. Sure enough, after a brief search, he discovered faint, incomplete fingerprints on the back of the watch's hands. There were 3 marks in total, which, when connected, formed a subtle expression. Time indeed does not deceive. Yet, someone has deceived time. In an instant, realization dawned on Chao Sen Sui, and he chuckled with relief while clutching the pocket watch. The trial had not ended early. It was merely the time in his hand that had advanced. Chang Shi, remarkable. Reality, in an unknown urban area, within a basement. Nangong sat cross-legged on the floor, staring at the half-eaten beef patty in her hand, suddenly bursting into laughter. Survived once more, how wonderful. Her score remained as persistently low as ever. Even with the points from this trial, her ranking barely exceeded 1400 in an age where the difficulty of trials escalated with the passage of time. That score was hardly commendable, yet she harbored no dissatisfaction. Merely surviving under the gaze of decay was no small feat. You could have lived with greater ease. Accelerating the decay of others is, after all, a form of tribute to him. A raspy voice echoed within the damp, dark basement. Looking around, there was no one else present apart from Nangong. This was a voice from the void. Yet, Nangong seemed accustomed to its presence. Drawing out a dagger and resolutely shaking her head, I cannot harm others. Foolishness. Embracing decay is the creation of all beings. I cannot harm others. Utterly absurd. Well then, let us commence today's offering. Nangong hesitated momentarily, asking, did we not just make an offering? The offerings made during the trials were all in tribute to him. Now, it is my turn. Nangong's expression shifted slightly. She gritted her teeth, removed her trousers, and deeply cut a gash into her thigh with the dagger. This cut represented a stroke within the character for Zheng, and such strokes nearly covered both her legs. Deep crimson blood surged forth, quickly converging towards the dagger, and Nangong's complexion grew increasingly pale. It was only when her body temperature began to drop that the dagger ceased its drawing, emitting a satisfied hum. Is it done? Yes, you may now heal yourself. Nangong forced herself to cast a healing spell upon herself, then rummaged beneath a dilapidated wooden bed to extract a small notebook, solemnly inscribing a name. Chung Sechangdio, you wish to repay him? Ridiculous. The gods will not allow your paths to cross again. Yet it must be recorded, just in case. Nangong flipped through the pages. The tattered notebook was filled with tightly written names, each representing someone who had once aided her. I too have helped you. Why not record my name? Your recompense that I have already given it. Reality, in an unknown urban area, within a park. Song Yan stared in disbelief at his trial score. Ladder of audience 3. What? 3 points? The ladder of audience can add 3 points? He repeated this incredulously, leaping up and down in excitement. Holy cow! I gained 3 points, brothers. My ladder of audience just increased by 3 points. In the park, other players turned to gaze at the man with looks of incredulity. But this did not in the slightest diminish Song Yan's exuberance. He raced madly around his living area, again and again, shouting, I ask you, are you impressive or not? I just scored a 3. Have you ever seen a 3 before? Finally, someone, irritated by his incessant shouting, cursed, Song Yan, are you out of your mind? The ladder of divine meeting can at most grant a 2. Are you dreaming of a 3? Unfazed, Song Yan continued to bellow. What do you know? Can I mistake the reward panel? With a great player guiding me, I directly ascended to meet the true deity. I am no longer on the same level as you. Understand? Is there really a great player? What is his name? What is his profession and belief? Nonsense. Do you think I would divulge the name of a great player to you? After saying this, he paid no heed to the surrounding onlookers and continued his exuberant outburst until he had expressed all his excitement and the joy of surviving. Before finally settling down and returning to his tent, then he persisted in typing across various channels. I scored a 3 on the ladder of divine meeting. Brothers, do you see how impressive I am? Heh, you don't? In reality, within an unknown province's solitary villa, a shattered dressing mirror vaguely outlined a snow-white figure. If one focused their gaze, they could faintly see a hand covered in calluses hesitantly reaching towards an elongated pair of beautiful legs. Cheng Shi murmured softly, birth, blossoms. He gazed once more at this place, dispelling the frost from the faces of his followers, and bestowed upon her new blessings. Chapter 17. Chat Channel. Region, Faith, and Profession. Whenever a special trial concludes, Cheng Shi would linger in the chat channel for a while to gather information. Amidst the chaotic and fragmented messages, most were meaningless rants and complaints, with only a scant few valuable pieces of information worthy of a glance. However, whether one could remember them all depended on one's mood. He first opened the regional chat, which encompassed players from the nearby blocks. Yesterday, there were over 7,600 online, but now only 6,400 remained. The chat displayed only the content, not the IDs, so no one knew whether the speaker was human or ghost. Deity has once again punished the atheists. A new divine realm is slowly taking shape. Brothers, sisters, join the divine realm and share in the grace. Feel the blessing. Embrace the greatness. Everything is a gift from the Lord, and we survivors should all be grateful. Thank my Lord. Thank the deities. Such frenzied rhetoric was a common mode of expression among the arrivalists, which Cheng Shi generally overlooked. However, judging by the tone and attitude of the speaker, they likely were not the neighbors across the way. Damn it, 1 billion have died, and the world is going to hell. If the deities wanted to save the world, why kill so many people? And still, we should be grateful. What nonsense. An advertisement for a joyous night. Location: 142 Nanjing Road, Lemon Apartment, entire second floor, 7 regions have been connected. With an expansive area, and participants have reached 14. Friends wanting to experience the thrill of survival, hurry and join us. P.S. Those who emphasize opposing faiths need not enter. Birth, believers not accepted. Is birth eating your family's rice? You upstairs, you can give birth to one yourself. No need to gather crowds. 1301 Nanjing Road. My sister is all alone. Scared? Don't believe it. 1301 is my upstairs, always banging on the walls, a lunatic. Seeking medicine, A grade or above healing potions, can exchange for lower tier profession weapon trials. Urgent request, thank you. Although many had perished, the chat channel remained as chaotic as ever. Cheng Shi only noticed the message seeking medicine. But since private messaging was not possible in the faith game, he could only type publicly. For those seeking medicine, is it Nanjing Road or Mulberry Road? A torrent of chat messages instantly drowned Cheng Shi's inquiry. Yet he keenly spotted the reply. Mulberry Road, high floor. Cheng Shi raised an eyebrow. He was indeed on Mulberry Road, on the top floor. TSK, could it be the neighbor across the way? Recalling the bloody appearance of his neighbor, Cheng Shi approached the edge of the rooftop and called out, "Hey, are you the one seeking medicine?" A dirty head poked out from the large tint across the way, suspicion etched across his brow. Hesitantly responding, "Dude, how did you know it was me?" "Indeed." Cheng Shi smiled slightly. "I guessed. I have an A-grade past prosperity. How about that?" The young man named Xia clearly understood the implications. His eyes widened in shock as he stared at Cheng Shi for a long moment before solemnly stating, "You re at 2,000 points?" In his understanding, players below 2,000 would not readily trade such potions. Cheng Shi indeed hesitated to part with it, but he was intrigued by the mention of a lower-tier dungeon. As he currently lacked a suitable item, this item was crucial for his next trial, and most importantly, he still had enough stock of past prosperity. No, I happened to pick it up during a trial. Looking at the 93 potions in his inventory, Cheng Shi reminisced about the joyful times he had shared with that brother during a trial to protect the apothecary owner. They had banded together to kill the owner in advance and pillaged the apothecary, avoiding the dire situation of the owner falling into enemy hands, unreasonably and illegally concluding the trial. For this, each teammate had 20 points deducted from their ladder, but they each received 120 bottles of past prosperity. TSK, a small loss. What do you want? Are you lacking a weapon? The young man named Xia appeared puzzled and awkwardly said, "I'm not at 2,000 points, so I probably can't farm the weapon you want." At most an A grade. Cheng Shi was perplexed. Seeking a lower-tier weapon, especially for an A-grade weapon, was a perilous endeavor. Since he was injured, why would he not take care of himself instead of putting himself through more turmoil? Even if he healed himself with potions, wouldn't he just get injured again after the trial? Did he have a way to avoid injury during trials? I see you're not severely hurt. Is there really such urgency? Xia pressed his lips together, a hint of sadness crossing his face as he replied, "It's Su Lu. She can't go on." Who? Cheng Shi pondered for a long time before recalling that a girl named Su Lu lived in an apartment far from him on the lower floor. He had never seen her, only heard the people below chatting about her from afar. It was said she was a singer with a stutter. She just agreed to be with me. I can't just leave her to fend for herself. Damn, love makes one blind. Huh? Cheng Shi could tell that the young man was sincere, but the issue was that the other party was certainly not genuine. If the injury were severe enough to require an A-grade potion for salvation, the time wasted would have already cost her life. There was no way she would still be asking for medicine in the channel. Cheng Shi hesitated for a moment, but decided to caution him. It was evident that the other party was extremely grateful, but still insisted on the potion. "Thank you. I know how to judge a person's character, just as I can see that you are not a follower of an evil god." This chapter is not yet complete. Please click the next page to continue reading the exciting content. Forget it, no need to hide it from you. Actually, she is a seer. She foresaw the dangers of her next trial and wants to prepare in advance. Cheng Shi was taken aback, blinking in bewilderment. A seer, a singer of fate. No wonder, so pretentious. Seeing that he could not dissuade the other party, Cheng Shi tossed the potion over. The young man caught it. Astonished, "Aren't you afraid I might abscond with your potion?" Cheng Shi casually smiled. "I actually hope you do." Xia shivered all over, tightly grasping the potion bottle, and solemnly promised, "Thank you. I'll first deliver the potion, then return to discuss the weapon you need. I will definitely bring it back for you. My name is Xie Yang." After saying this, he bowed. Quite the dramatic flair. Just as Cheng Shi was pondering how to respond, Xie's next action left him utterly dumbfounded. He hurriedly dashed to the other edge of the rooftop, picked up a fishing rod, and began to lower the potion down. "Wait a minute. She agreed to be with you, but didn't he initiate a merged space trial?" Xie turned around, earnestly explaining, "Lulu is a sensitive person. She is still hesitant to fully open up to me, but it's fine. I can wait." "Goodness, I thought you were a spirited young man. Turns out you're a delusional one who believes this nonsense. Tisk, fate truly is a cruel mistress." Cheng Shi watched as Xia, the love-struck fool, lay on the rooftop to send the potion down, clicking his tongue before turning to open other channels to continue seeking useful information. Faith Channel. I've created a new potion, Dragon Whip Powder, which can enhance a warrior's attributes, making the front lines robust and fierce. It's great, too bad I can't sell it to you. Alas, such a pity. I have my eye on a girl during the trial. She is truly beautiful. When I asked about her faith, she's in memory, recounting stories of her ex-boyfriend with remarkable precision. Such a buzzkill. By the way, the regional chat is filled with wailing. Is this trial truly that difficult? I have deceived the NPC to the point where it no longer recognizes its own mother. Effortlessly breezing through the game, it's utterly hilarious. Brother, you can fool us, but don't deceive yourself. Have you not noticed that the corners of the false mask in your hand are stretching wider? Does it mean that as more people perish, the smile of the mask grows ever larger? I cannot say, but I do know that the dice of fate seem to have an increasing number of faces. Today, I encountered a 20-sided die. Goodness. Could it be a divine selection from fate? Changshi frowned, glancing at the die in his hand. The bone-white die remained a mere 6-sided one, unchanged in the slightest. Yet, the strangest part was that the token of deception was clearly a false smiling mask. While this die in his possession, what could it possibly signify? He longed to ask everyone whose mask had transformed into a die, but he dared not. The small white mouse always meets its demise first. He firmly believed this. Oh well, one step at a time. The faith channel was filled with lies. Only the professional channel was worth perusing. Just as he switched over, he spotted a question posed, an inquiry directed at the esteemed individuals. Has anyone encountered the A-grade potion, Contempt of the Dead? Changshi paused momentarily, then burst into laughter. It seems this individual is the flat-chested Miss Nangong. What on earth is that? What effect does it possess? It sounds like a potion of death. What is its purpose? Is it a lifesaver? Before him, the statistics displayed 1843 types of A-grade potions, yet he had never seen this one. How many segments did it take to obtain it? Goodness, you remember it so clearly. Are you perhaps a master of memory? No. I matched up 2 trials involving generators and computers, making it much easier to record the items acquired. I can even connect to the chatroom via computer. Albeit the interface is rather antiquated and requires some time to familiarize oneself with is that even possible? It truly seems to be a lifesaver. I wonder if our esteemed leader is present. They saved my life once, and I owe them a favor. I wish to inquire what level of potion holds equivalent value. The value of A-grade potions varies greatly. It is evident that Miss Nangong is quite knowledgeable about Changshi. Just as he was about to reply that encountering one another is fate, he noticed a message pop up in the chat channel. I once encountered Contempt of the Dead and searched for a month without success. Where did you see it, Mr. Chung? Changshi's forehead suddenly broke out in a cold sweat, and he silently cursed himself to keep his distance. Fortunately, the chat channel was inundated with messages, and that particular information quickly faded like sand in the sea. After watching for a while without any follow-up, Changshi exhaled a sigh of relief. One who often walks by the river will inevitably get their shoes wet. From now on, this potion will need a new name. Just as he diligently continued to observe the ongoing conversation, in another city, within a spacious flat, a woman reclining in a bathtub quietly squeezed her wine glass. Contempt of the dead? Disdain of the dead? Mr. Chung, how many secrets do you hold that I am unaware of? You wouldn't be a follower of him, would you? I shall remember you. Chapter 18. 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. And the trials returned once more, as the title suggests. During these 7 days, thanks to some promise made by that oracle lady, Xiaoyang was beaming with joy as he helped Changshi acquire an A-grade weapon blueprint. In truth, Changshi had no intentions of obtaining a weapon. He merely sought a few golden pocket watches. However, Xiaoyang believed that the value of the golden watches was inferior to that of the once flourishing potion bottles. So he insisted on procuring a weapon for him. Seeing the other's stubbornness, Changshi relented and casually mentioned a mage's weapon for him to acquire. When Xiaoyang discovered that Changshi needed a mage's weapon, he was momentarily taken aback. That so, you are a mage? Does it not seem so? I always assumed you were an assassin, adept at concealing your true self. Fortunately, during the dungeon run, Xiaoyang did not perish, albeit sustaining severe injuries. Changshi earnestly advised Xiaoyang to reclaim that bottle of once flourishing potion, but to his surprise, Xiaoyang resolutely rejected his suggestion and instead borrowed another bottle. In the end, while he did manage to obtain the weapon, he also lost a potion in the process. Wishing you a swift attainment of love. Changshi's expression was complex. Thank you. Xiaoyang was genuinely grateful. Cheng Shi, on the other hand, felt a deep sense of disdain. If it weren't for the fact that you could engage in conversation, I wouldn't care a whit about your so-called love. Nevertheless, this arrangement works well. At least there's entertainment to be had in this world. Relaxation is of utmost importance. Time flew by, and when he opened his eyes once more, new trial information leaped into view. Cheng Shi had not ventured into a dungeon for an entire week. Yet his competitive state remained commendable. Special trial, Eternal Night Maze, Memory, has commenced. Matching teammates, 1-6, trial objective. Within the intertwined memories, a path can always be found, but the prerequisite is that the night has not yet dispersed. Time limit, 12 hours, damn. Cheng Shi was momentarily taken aback, cursing vehemently. This trial is for the opposing faction. Is it not designed to lead to my demise? Match successful, 6-6, entering the trial, in the midst of Cheng Shi's profound shock. His vision once again faded into darkness. Sir? Sir? The air was filled with a cacophony of conversation, punctuated by the clinking of glasses and raucous laughter. Where am I? A tavern? Cheng Shi opened his eyes to find himself seated at a round table with 5 others, all slumped over in slumber. He was the first to awaken. Glancing at his attire, he noticed that his collar and lapel were completely soaked. Thankfully, it was not from vomit. Perhaps he had simply knocked over a drink while asleep. Now reeking of alcohol, sir. Would you like more of the wine you requested? A waiter clad in black stood by, holding a platter and awaiting Cheng Shi's command. More? Given that everyone is in such a state. What would be the point? It's for soaking. I assent it. No, thank you. Cheng Shi shook his head, watching as the waiter bowed and retreated, while his teammates gradually woke up. Where are we? A tavern? Ugh, my head aches. Oh dear, my clothes are dirty. Snowy near a blood wine. A favorite among the blizzard nomads. In the mid-civilization era, there existed a small nation known as Bilius, situated south of the Blizzard Mountains, where this wine was quite popular. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. Ah, exquisite wine. Observing the varied reactions of his teammates, Cheng Shi's expression darkened. 3 men and 3 women. This party evidently has a slacker. Esteemed leader? The bespectacled youth who spoke first began to survey the surroundings quickly, his gaze lingering momentarily on Cheng Shi and the woman who mentioned the tavern's origin, before addressing the latter. Fang Shiqing, Civilization, Bard, Ladder 2047, good morning to you all. This, Civilization, Bard, unbeknownst to where she produced it, elegantly retrieved a white handkerchief, wiping the wine stains off her white shirt and black scarf, then slightly raising her glasses, nodding in greeting to everyone. Cheng Shi swiftly crafted a mental profile. Long curly hair, black round-framed glasses, an exquisite appearance, and she resembles a teacher. Specifically, an English teacher. Fang Shiqing, Civilization, Bard, Ladder 2047. The bespectacled youth sitting to her right widened his mouth slightly, displaying a look of shock. A 2000-tier match. As the eyes of the others turned towards him, he hurriedly introduced himself, a Ming. The Ming in Remember, Civilization, Assassin, Ladder 1717. The moment the youth finished speaking, Cheng Shi furrowed his brow. This individual is lying. It remains uncertain whether he concealed his fate or fabricated his score. Either way, one's profession is not easily disguised, nor is there a need to do so. However, his flustered demeanor did not seem characteristic of an assassin. Assassins are often more composed. Cheng Shi was suddenly reminded of Song Yan. Well, perhaps the assassin community now favors contrasts. A Ming, Civilization, Assassin, Ladder 1717. Hey, big brother? Just as he pondered, the youth called out to Cheng Shi. Cheng Shi was momentarily taken aback, realizing that the order of speaking had unexpectedly reversed. With the youth conveniently seated to his left so soon, it's my turn. Cheng Shi slightly adjusted his expression and introduced himself with a bright and cheerful demeanor. Cheng Shi, Existence, Priest, Ladder 1501. The instant he finished speaking, he noticed a certain lady across the table slightly furrowing her brow. Oh, this is getting interesting. 1500. A Ming's eyes widened even further. He glanced between Fang Shiqing and Cheng Shi, exclaiming in disbelief, another 500 points difference? Again, Cheng Shi chuckled. Little one, there's more to this chapter. Please click to the next page to continue reading. The best is yet to come. Last week's trial also had a 500-point difference. It was quite troublesome and perilous. Yet, you survived, did you not? Ming forced a smile, his outlook far from optimistic. Just luck. The self-introductions continued, and it was now the turn of the uncle seated to Cheng Shi's right, who had been rubbing his head. This uncle sported disheveled long hair and wore a fur-collared jacket on a sweltering day, his gaze appearing somewhat despondent. Huang Bo, Chaos, Bard, 1998. Chaos, the opposing fate of civilization. This promises to be entertaining. Cheng Shi observed Fang Shiqing and Ming's expressions with a smile, only to see the two merely glance at the uncle without any particular reaction. In contrast, Huang Bo, with his fingers buried in his hair, continued to rub his scalp without even raising his eyes. Seemingly indifferent to having an enemy among his teammates. Huang Bo, Chaos, Bard, 1998. Another 2,000-point player? Another Bard. The female player opposite Cheng Shi gasped, quickly covering her mouth. This person was the same one who had noticed Cheng Shi's furrowed brow earlier. What is this, a singing competition today? Another female player, still indulging in her drink, tilted her head slightly, resting her elbow on the table as she swayed the bottle, her tongue swiftly tracing her lips. With a playful chuckle, she declared, bailing, "You may also call me Niao Niao. Drowning, Hunter. Let us not mention my low ladder score. I'll heed whatever my dear brothers and sisters say." As she spoke, she took 2 more gulps of her drink, utterly unconcerned about the alcohol that splashed onto her attire, soaking her low-cut black satin gown and clinging to her figure, accentuating her alluring curves. Why forte lies in obedience. Debauchery. Cheng Shi, without needing to glance, could discern from the scent that this collar-wearing lady was indeed a debauchery. Hunter, a sensory predator. They excel at indulging their desires and coaxing their prey to flow with them, tugging at the prey's nerves and tormenting their psyche, leading them to lose themselves in indulgence and succumb to despair. The young lady appeared to be a master of corporeal surrender, yet Cheng Shi realized she was not lying, which indicated her score on the path to divinity was genuinely low. A low score, yet still placed in her own game. Quite impressive. Bailing, drowning, Hunter, and ex-assassin Ming observed her demeanor with some restraint, while Uncle Huang Bo scratched his head in confusion, and Fang Shiqing regarded her with keen interest. However, the final female player beside her displayed a fleeting look of disdain. Cheng Shi contemplated the last female player, a young girl with delicate features, sporting glasses, and an air of confidence, yet she seemed to shy away from Cheng Shi's gaze. Su Lu, Void, singer, ladder 1643. Upon hearing her voice, Cheng Shi first shivered, then quickly looked at Bailing, attempting to mask the uncontrollable smile tugging at his lips. What a coincidence! The only seer in the game, and he recognized her. Most likely the very girl that Xie Tiango longed for but could not attain. TSK, a devotee of fate. I must apologize. My role in this game is that of a time devotee. In other words, I am a wolf. Cheng Shi felt a rush of amusement, but dared not show it too overtly. Knowing Su Lu was undoubtedly assessing him, still pondering whether this Cheng Shi was indeed the neighbor she knew, Su Lu was indeed scrutinizing Cheng Shi, pretending to be nonchalant while recalling what Xie Yang had shared about him. There's a mage named Cheng Shi on the rooftop of the adjacent building, quite unremarkable in appearance, a bit plump. He is clearly a couch potato. He begged me for quite some time to lend him a hand. Feeling pity, I casually provided him with an A-grade weapon blueprint, assisting him in crafting a weapon. Don't be deceived by his average looks. He possesses a certain loyalty and gratitude, gifting me an A-grade healing potion. It wasn't dropped from a dungeon, but surely picked up during trials, and it's definitely of lesser value than the weapon I gave him. My score is high. My method's diverse. It's of no use to me. So here, take it, keep it for your survival. The potion is decent. Well, it's passable. No need to thank me. Clearly, the Cheng Shi sitting across from her was significantly different from the one Xie Yang described. At the very least, this Cheng Shi was not unattractive. Indeed, he could be considered somewhat handsome. Moreover, he was a priest, which did not align with the mage characterization. It is widely acknowledged that professions are the hardest to misrepresent. So perhaps it was merely a coincidence of names? Yet, she was left wondering whether he followed memory or its antithesis, time. Chapter 19. The prophecy of the girl with the clipped Cheng Shi turned his gaze towards Bailing for a moment too long, coupled with the peculiar smile at the corner of his mouth, causing Bailing to misinterpret his intentions. With a meaningful smile, she cast a flirtatious glance at Cheng Shi, mistakenly believing she had encountered a kindred spirit. However, the moment the sensory hunt was activated, she realized that the emotions emanating from him were devoid of any desire, as pure as a blank sheet of paper, incapable of being marked. Maintaining her smile, she internally labeled Changshi as a eunuch or a gay. Naturally, Changshi remained oblivious to this, realizing his rudeness and retracting his gaze. This game was indeed intriguing. 3 men, 3 women, 3 singers, 3 non-singers. 3 bespectacled, 3 without glasses. Such symmetry, however, it must be noted that the singer profession leans towards support, and there are indeed many slackers within. The strong are exceptionally strong, top-tier supporters, praised by all who have experienced them. Conversely, the weak are truly ineffectual, mere freeloaders. Unlike healers, a singer with poor talent can still offer some healing. The singer's skills are largely dependent on innate ability. If one lacks talent, the buffs provided can drive one to madness. To put it bluntly, on a battlefield where killing is as easy as mowing grass, our singer performs a grand melody, granting our soldiers a buff for increased appetite. You might say it's a boon, and it indeed is, but you question its utility. What good is it? Perhaps to consume a few more bites of the enemy? Utterly useless. Yet, given the current scenario, at least this flamboyant English teacher appears somewhat reliable. Not having found any opposing faith, and to enhance efficiency, Changshi decided to lay his cards on the table. Fang Shiqing smiled as she placed a book on the table. Tio, delve into the essence and witness the truth. I am a devotee of him. A truth, singer, an erudite poet, a formidable profession capable of inscribing skill books into pages for immediate use. Ming widened his eyes in astonishment, then glanced at the chaos uncle. His expression tightening. Are you certain he does not follow folly? Fang Shiqing first nodded with a smile, then with a degree of seriousness remarked, the situation may be somewhat complex, yet I believe everyone should possess a sense of cooperation. In the maze of memory, the more individuals present, the higher the efficiency. Wouldn't you agree? Sister speaks wisely. I suppose I need not introduce myself. Whatever image you conjure in your minds, that is indeed me. Bailing chimed in with a smile, then drained the last drop of alcohol from her bottle. Let us commence. While my desires are not yet overwhelming, I can still lend a hand to you all. Seeing a singer with a score of 2,000 take the lead, Changshi dutifully embraced the role of a slacker. The objective in the maze of memory typically revolves around unraveling intertwined recollections to identify the rightful owner of the final memory and thereby escape the maze. In simpler terms, it involves determining which layer of memory one occupies and then progressively deciphering the layers to reach closure, akin to finding an exit in Inception. Everyone was aware that the layer they currently occupied could not possibly be the final riddle. So they prepared to pursue their own divine action, to seek out clues. Su Lu, noticing Changshi's silence, suddenly interjected, I doubt I have a clue. Fang Shiqing raised an eyebrow, a playful expression crossing her face as she glanced at Changshi. It seemed she possessed a certain knack for discerning interpersonal dynamics, detecting a subtle connection between the two. What clue? The existence. Devotee had not mentioned any clues, yet the void devotee was the first to present one. Were you a seer? Ugh, headache. Su Lu pursed her lips, nodding in a conflicted manner. Yes, I am a seer. I witnessed a scene we are to experience today, which might be beneficial in our search for clues, especially since we only have a mere 12 hours. A seer can foresee the near future by rolling dice, yet they can only glimpse one of countless threads of fate, with the potential for failure looming. Fate is ever-changing, and no one can guarantee the predicted future will come to pass. However, this does not diminish its potential as a guiding light. Ming blinked. When did you complete your divine action? Just now. The fate, divine action, involves divination, which is to cast the fateful die in hand. Yet the results of this divination are often obscure, typically only connecting the dots between the divination result and the outcome once the trial concludes. Su Lu had secretly rolled the fateful die on her thigh upon awakening. Obtaining a score of 5, she felt trepidation that this number might signify the eventual survivors, thus she sought ways to ensure her own safety. Despite the existence, player across from her not necessarily being of opposing faith. Despite the priest's low damage potential, and despite his score being lower than hers, she was reluctant to take risks. Yes, my score is low, and I am not particularly clever. I require a team to explore together so as not to drag anyone down. This was clearly a proposal. Changshi chuckled without a word, while Bailing rolled her eyes, and Huangbo continued scratching his head. Ming, however, was quite warm-hearted, providing a segue. Then Su Lu fell silent, glancing at Fang Shiqing. This was indeed a sturdy pillar, evident to all. Fang Shiqing smiled, not refusing that Su Lu sighed in relief and continued. There are two prophecies. Yesterday, I saw someone dying today, and the rolled number was 9. Just now, I witnessed a woman wearing a ring lifting a teacup, and the rolled number was 4. Why, lady, there's more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. Only gets more exciting. Your ladder score is 1600. The fate die probably has only 10 sides. Su Lu nodded. Was the deceased male or female? Su Lu shook her head, her expression grim. The signs of fate are not clear. I only saw someone falling in a pool of blood. The higher the number, the greater the likelihood of occurrence, indicating that today, there was a high probability of someone meeting their end. The countenance of the crowd visibly darkened upon hearing the prophecy, particularly that of Aiming, who cast a somewhat alarmed glance towards Huang Bo across the table. As for the women, Cheng Shi surveyed the surroundings and observed that apart from their table, there seemed to be scant few women in this bar. Even if there were, the tables appeared devoid of teacups. Perhaps this scene corresponded to a forthcoming memory. Time was of the essence. There was no room for wild conjecture. Investigation was paramount. Each should proceed with their respective decree, regardless of the existence of clues, and reconvene in 1 hour. Now, let us synchronize our time. Surely, everyone has a watch. Fang Shiqing rolled up her sleeves, revealing a delicate lady's watch adorning her wrist, and continued. I noticed the sunset outside has just dipped below the horizon. According to the previous memory enigma, we will have 10 to 15 minutes of preparation time. Discounting that, we shall anchor this moment as 12 o'clock. A countdown, if you will. Does that pose any issue? As she observed the others starting to calibrate their timepieces, Fang Shiqing deftly stowed her watch away and began preparing for the truth decree. Just then, Cheng Shi, with a mischievous smile, produced 6 pocket watches and distributed them among the group. Noticing Su Lu's widening eyes, he spoke meaningfully. If no one minds, it would be preferable to use my pocket watches. I have already anchored the time. 12:00 signifies the exact moment we enter the trial, and all the watches have been calibrated. This watch will chime 5 minutes, 3 minutes, and 1 minute before the hour. Please be mindful of your states. This entire spiel was a verbatim replication of Chao Sanzue's remarks, not due to Cheng Shi's lack of creativity, but because he had pilfered the very essence of belief in time from him. Having stolen faith, what was the harm in appropriating a few words? The memory harkened back to the last trial, where Cheng Shi, with a sly grin, rifled through everyone's pockets in the wooden sprite's treehouse, confiscating their pocket watches and adjusting the time by an hour backward. To ensure his scheme, he remained vigilant outside until everyone had awakened, feigning simultaneous awakening to share insights about sleep. Thus, he deceived them all, outsmarting even the temporal battlefield, which indeed commenced and concluded at an exact hour, albeit this hour was an hour earlier than what the Time Walker had anticipated. Therefore, today's Cheng Shi was a devotee of time. The Physician of Oblivion. Chapter 20. The Believer of Chaos. The Physician of Oblivion. Fang Shiqing regarded Cheng Shi with keen interest, lifting the pocket watch from the table. The others also picked up their watches. Yet their expressions were a tapestry of emotions. Their gazes flitted between Cheng Shi and Su Lu, contemplating the reasons behind the girl's apprehension. With defensive postures firmly established, it was rather audacious of Cheng Shi to brazenly flaunt his opposition to the girl. Su Lu, clearly hesitant to accept Cheng Shi's offering, calibrated her watch and then returned it. The Physician of Oblivion is not a reassuring answer in the memory trial. Cheng Shi, I hope you refrain from meddling with NPCs. Excessive acceleration may lead to the collapse of memories, trapping us within them indefinitely. Cheng Shi shrugged nonchalantly and turned to leave with his pocket watch in hand. He intended to seek solitude to enact his decree. The tavern was expansive, spanning 2 levels. Its style evoked a medieval Nordic ambience, with wooden decor and beast hide embellishments, rugged yet charming. With dozens of tables nearly filled to capacity, the air resonated with clinking glasses and boisterous shouts. After taking only a few steps, Cheng Shi could no longer discern the voices of his companions. The central bar, which featured an open design, the second floor's railing provided a clear view of the first floor below. Cheng Shi quickened his pace, turned down a corridor, and, finding an unobserved corner, retrieved his fate die. The decree concluded smoothly, and he felt time's favor upon his fingertips as he emerged with a smile. It was time to investigate. The trials of memory were exponentially more civilized than those of war, rarely involving direct combat. Even when they did, it was usually confined to a small area and resolved swiftly. In the memory trial, each scene represented someone else's recollections. If the visual memories were distorted excessively, they could collapse, leaving a person eternally ensnared. The objective of the trial was to continually seek the essence of the memories within each scene, the true owner of that memory. In the current scenario, the memory's owner must have frequented this place and lingered for some time, hence the profound recollection of the tavern's layout and patrons. However, an individual's memory tends to emphasize certain aspects. Those areas of focus would see NPCs displaying heightened activity, their behaviors and logic aligning more closely with those of actual humans. Conversely, the neglected areas often yielded vague fragments, leading to NPCs that exhibited various errors. Although these discrepancies might not be overtly apparent, players must identify them to successfully navigate the trial. The simplest, and perhaps most rudimentary, method to uncover errors was to engage in casual conversation, essentially approaching individuals one by one. However, this approach required finesse. A failed interaction could provoke chaos, distorting the memory and resulting in the trial's failure. Chang Shi was not particularly adept at small talk, but he excelled at deception. He noticed several tavern servers emerging from a small room and, seizing the opportunity, slipped inside to quickly don a server's uniform before exiting unnoticed. Just as he stepped out, he spotted Fang Shiqing and the girl stealthily approaching. A knowing smile spread across his face. It seemed they were destined to cross paths. Fang Shiqing's eyes lit up upon seeing Chang Shi in the server's attire, and she whispered in admiration. "Clever!" Chang Shi basked in the compliment, replying, "Your praise is the fuel for my progress." Su Lu, hidden behind Fang Shiqing, wore a wary expression, muttering under her breath, "So fake." Fang Shiqing chuckled. "I believe you are aware of my master's decree. Allow me to share a piece of knowledge. The radiance of truth shall illuminate your journey. The decree of truth is one of seeking knowledge. Any unknown principles or insights draw truth's followers closer to enlightenment. For those with supportive or defensive abilities among the truth devotees, to receive his protection, they must share knowledge with his followers." Chang Shi's mind whirred, and he promptly shared a tidbit. Rotating and massaging the area around the anus for 30 seconds can effectively suppress hiccups. Upon sharing, both ladies froze in place. The girl's expression was a mix of astonishment and distaste, unsure whether to be afraid or repulsed by the overtly bizarre player opposing her beliefs. She slowly inched closer to Fang Shiqing. As for Fang Shiqing, she sensed the glow of truth emanating towards Chang Shi, confirming that he spoke no falsehood. It was indeed true. "How did you discover that?" "Ah, I am a doctor. Practice leads to knowledge. A doctor in reality?" Chang Shi maintained his composure. "Does it not seem plausible?" Despite his implication of having practiced on others, Fang Shiqing found her gaze inexplicably drawn to his backside. "Thank you. I have learned something." She managed a strained smile and, with the girl in tow, entered the changing room without a backward glance. Chang Shi chuckled as he departed, commencing his investigative endeavors. A few players had roughly divided the areas, with Chang Shi assigned to the entire eastern section of the first floor, comprising around a dozen tables. Striking up conversations was, in truth, an exceedingly tedious task, especially for someone like Chang Shi, who struggled with social anxiety. He casually grabbed a serving tray, pilfered a few bottles from tables where patrons were thoroughly inebriated, and began his delivery of drinks. Approaching each table, he would confidently announce that it was today's special, courtesy of the proprietor, and inquire how the patrons were faring. If they were enjoying themselves, perhaps they could share a juicy gossip in exchange for the complimentary drink. Truth be told, the ale from Pilius was rather pricey. Upon hearing of free drinks, the patrons were delighted and eagerly shared all manner of gossip. After all, they were already in the midst of boasting, and the prospect of trading a tale for a drink was simply too enticing. Thus, Chang Shi became a veritable vacuum for rumors, absorbing tales wherever he went. In no time, he had gleaned a plethora of gossip regarding this town known as Brooks. Originally, it was the domain of the Duke of Brooks. But as refugees flocked in, it evolved into an administrative town. However, it was said that the mayor was not appointed by the king, but was rather an imposter among the refugees. Don't ask how I know. It's a secret. Even the town's chief magistrate was a charlatan. They had even gone so far as to impersonate exotic dancers, until one day, when their garments were fully removed, the nobleman discovered that these dancers were, in fact, men. Nevertheless, they were still quite popular, at least more so than the original dancers. Why has your boss suddenly become so generous? Has he also been impersonated? What? You plan to expose him? Come on, isn't it better to be generous? At least you are making money. The refugees have surged in from Gasamara, and it is said that the underground faith is spreading within the Tower of Rationality. They have initiated a civil war and expelled the heretics of this faith, leading these individuals to flee to Bilius. Isn't this merely old news from not too long ago? Why do you inquire? There are more refugees than citizens, and the Duke is troubled, yet the noble lords seem to favor them, as they are both cost-effective and of good quality. Gossip? What gossip? Did Yuriki purchase the services of an orc woman? It is said that ever since that day, Yuriki has been calling her name in his dreams. Who is Yuriki, you ask? He is the Duke's stable hand, sitting at that table. Do you see him? The one who appears the most timid. How strange. Yuriki actually has the means to indulge in both pleasure and drink, despite being in debt to your boss. An hour passed, and Cheng Shi was so engrossed in listening that he lost all sense of time. Had it not been for the pocket watch chiming, he would have wished to continue listening. This was far more intriguing than the trial. What? You wonder why a socially anxious person like me enjoys conversing? I pondered that perhaps social terrorists might also be considered socially anxious. However, trials are trials. Having found nothing amiss, Cheng Shi had to return to reunite with his teammates. When the 6 players gathered once more at the table, solemn expressions were etched upon each face, save for Cheng Shi, who was thoroughly amused. Why the long faces? Has anyone discovered something amiss? Ming pursed his lips and shook his head, while Fang Shiqing furrowed her brow in contemplation. Even Huang Bo, who usually fidgeted with his scalp, remained silent this time, his head lowered in thought. Based on past experiences, there should exist some subtle yet discernible errors within a memory scene. Yet this time, Su Lu and I had practically eavesdropped on every table, including those on the second floor, and had discovered no NPCs exhibiting overly rigid logical completions. They all seemed remarkably normal, more so than the individuals from our memories. I, too, utilized my talent to sense their inner thoughts, calm and orderly. Unlike the people from our recollections. You can read minds? Cheng Shi was taken aback, intrigued. Ming hastily shook his head, saying, No, it's merely a vague feeling. It's not appropriate for me to elaborate. Cheng Shi nodded, glancing once more at Fang Shiqing. He suspected that this elegant teacher possessed a similar skill, perhaps even more powerful. Fang Shiqing noticed Cheng Shi's gaze and countered with a question. What about you? Me? I haven't discovered anything, though I have heard quite a bit of gossip. Would you care to listen? Recalling the trivial knowledge Cheng Shi had shared, she twitched her lips and turned her attention to the others. Huang Go, headache. None? And there shouldn't be. Upon hearing this, both Fang Shiqing and Cheng Shi frowned slightly, a shared thought arising in their minds. Oh no, this uncle is a chaotic believer. Chapter 21. I know you're playing dumb. Chaotic is the primary deity of chaos, destiny, heralding the onset of chaos, embodying disorderly madness, and standing as the nemesis of order. Its will advocates for a world devoid of any rules. The ultimate essence of the universe should be chaos and disorder. Consequently, players who worship it often find their minds influenced by its will, exhibiting tendencies that stray from the norm. If one were to select the most favored players, the devotees of order would undoubtedly take the lead. Yet, if asked to name the least favored players, followers of corruption, annihilation, and folly would rank lower, while the followers of chaos would undoubtedly be at the forefront due to their tendency to be unhelpful during trials, often sabotaging efforts. Of course, describing their sabotage could be seen as a form of embellishment. Driven by disdain for rules and a philosophy that tramples upon order, they frequently engage in malicious mischief. Yet, this malice is perceived by them as benevolent, as they believe it guides the trials towards disorder. For the followers of chaos, it is best not to provoke them excessively. Let them be. Fang Shiqing swiftly bypassed Huang Bo and turned her gaze to Bai Ling. Bai Ling similarly waved her hand, lethargically stating, I haven't noticed anything unusual, though if I had to say, perhaps the men here are just a tad too robust. As she spoke, she couldn't help but lick her lips. They were robust to an excessive degree. None of this feels right. Fang Shiqing instinctively dismissed the feverish banter of Niao Niao and began to ponder deeply. If every corner of the memory scene were exceptionally vivid, then there exists only one possibility. The owner of the memory is acquainted with every individual, allowing for a complete recollection of each entity. However, based on previous investigations, the patrons seem to be strangers to one another. Yet, how could strangers possess such vivid memories? Could it be that someone is scheming within the tavern? Just as everyone was lost in thought, Cheng Shi, feeling bored, raised his cup and complained, "Where are the bar attendants? Why haven't they come to refill our drinks when they're all gone? Shouldn't they be constantly attentive to every table, proactively serving the guests?" No sooner had he spoken than Su Lu shot him a disdainful glance, as if he were a ne'er-do-well. Meanwhile, Bai Ling, sitting nearby, wholeheartedly agreed, casting him a flirtatious look and internally assigning Cheng Shi a new label, the Jester. Fang Shiqing also heard this, initially feeling a sense of powerlessness, thinking that aside from the secret of little assassin A Ming, the others were just idling about. Yet for some reason, watching Cheng Shi peering around in search of the attendants sparked a sudden epiphany in her mind, prompting her to slam her book down onto the table with a thud. The sound startled everyone. "The attendants? Huh?" Fang Shiqing exclaimed excitedly. "It's the attendants. Cheng Shi is right. Only the attendants would be aware of every guest's actions at all times, and only they would be familiar with these patrons. Therefore, the clarity of memories in every corner arises from their inherent knowledge of this place." Su Lu widened her eyes at Cheng Shi, and upon seeing him equally bewildered, her shock diminished slightly. It appeared he hadn't anticipated this either. Perhaps it was a fortunate accident. Cheng Shi truly played the part of being clueless, making an effort to widen his eyes and blink rapidly, confusedly stating, "Did I say that?" Fang Shiqing gave him a meaningful glance and quickly rose to engage with the attendants. During previous reconnaissance, she had overheard some conversations among the attendants. However, due to their limited dialogue with the patrons, there was little useful information, so she had hastily overlooked them. Observing her swift movements, Cheng Shi kindly reminded, "Take your time, my lady. The patrons here are quite robust and have consumed much alcohol. Their tempers may be volatile. You wouldn't want to provoke them in your haste, or we might find ourselves in danger." This remark sounded like a hindrance, and Su Lu, standing behind Fang Shiqing, glared at him in mild anger. Even A Ming, who had just stood up, awkwardly glanced back at Cheng Shi. "Cheng Shi, you?" Yet Fang Shiqing, upon hearing this, abruptly halted, and another flash of insight illuminated her mind. Human memories are not a wholly objective reproduction. They often carry subjective biases. Their essay saying, "Through my perception, all things are tinged with my colors," which perfectly encapsulates the nature of memory. If the patrons within this memory scene are generally robust, it implies that the memory's owners subjectively perceive them as strong. Thus, tracing back, this individual is likely frail, perhaps even weaker than the average person. A slender attendant could very well be the key to unraveling this layer of memory. Fang Shiqing's eyes sparkled with excitement, and she cast another glance at Cheng Shi, noticing he was still feigning ignorance, but she chose not to expose him. Instead, she hurriedly led A Ming upstairs. "I recall you mentioning there's an attendant sleeping in the lounge upstairs?" A Ming immediately recalled and answered, "Yes, indeed. He is quite tall, very slender, and has a slight disability in his leg. That's him." Without looking back, Fang Shiqing ascended the stairs, with the other two closely following. Bai Ling, sensing that she had found the answer, promptly rose to pursue them as they passed Cheng Shi. She lightly grazed his hand with her nail, giggling, "I underestimated you. Big shot." At the same time, she mentally tagged Cheng Shi once more, "Master of trickery." Young master, there's more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. The following sections are even more thrilling. Cheng Shi smiled but did not respond. Fang Shiqing led the group to the locked lounge door, and A Ming simply pointed to the keyhole with his finger, causing the door to open with a click. "What's this?" Su Lu asked in astonishment. "Professional talent, finger keyed," A Ming replied bashfully. Cheng Shi silently raised A Ming's rating in his mind, recognizing that this talent is of A grade and not easily acquired. Moreover, this talent indeed aligns with the assassin profession, suggesting that he had not lied about his vocation but rather concealed his score. Thus, the question remains, does he worship, order, or war? Fang Shiqing stepped into the pitch-dark room, reached out, and tore a page from a book, shaking it in the air. The paper immediately shrank into a lantern, illuminating the entire room. The paper lantern emitted a melodious song. O divine being, bring forth the light. O mortals, sing in joy for this. The magic of the learned bard finally revealed itself to the gathered crowd. Wow, that sounds rather delightful. The voice unmistakably belonged to Fang Shiqing herself. Chang Shi had not anticipated that this English teacher would possess such a charm when singing ballads. However, the sound of the door opening and the melodic voice startled the resting attendant awake. He blinked in confusion, gazing at the group before him, and with a hint of trepidation, he spoke. If you need assistance, you may seek out Jia Duo. I am off duty. Fang Shiqing offered a gentle smile to the attendant, saying, we have come to find you. Find me? The attendant appeared anxious, clutching his blanket tighter, his voice trembling as he replied, I don't seem to recognize any of you, though not be afraid. We are not here to trouble you. As she spoke, she cast a glance back at Chang Shi, sharing a silent understanding. Chang Shi comprehended her intention, casting a calming spell upon the attendant, complemented by a touch of hypnosis. After all, he was a priest. Lacking not in basic skills, Fang Shiqing beamed with approval and then turned back to address the attendant. Calm yourself. Reflect carefully. All that you see is merely a fragment of your memories. This place is now a thing of the past. You should not dwell in reminiscence, should you? The attendant's eyes grew increasingly bewildered, before he nodded slowly. Yes, indeed, I remember now. This is my recollection, with his words. The attendant's form suddenly shattered like glass, dispersing into countless specks of light, which gradually coalesced into a deep, mirror-like azure portal. The answer was correct. The players had discovered the exit of this layer of memory. A collective sigh of relief escaped the group, and Fang Shiqing raised an eyebrow, signaling that they could depart in an orderly fashion. Huang Bo has yet to join us, Ming cautiously reminded. Forget him, we shall proceed. Chang Shi remarked with a dismissive pout, stepping boldly through the portal. Before leaving, he turned his face slightly to exchange a knowing glance with Fang Shiqing, silently communicating their understanding. Fang Shiqing's expression conveyed, I am aware that you are feigning ignorance. Chang Shi responded with a playful, ABA. Observing Chang Shi's unyielding advance, Su Lu, standing behind Fang Shiqing, whispered while fidgeting with her hands, what kind of person is this? So eager at this moment? Fang Shiqing chuckled softly at this, while inwardly she scoffed. What kind of man finds such behavior appealing? Silly and rather pitiable. The group followed suit, with Ming trailing behind, glancing hesitantly down the staircase before finally turning to step through. Chapter 22. Circus? A circus. When Chang Shi opened his eyes once more, he found himself seated in a high tier of a circular audience platform, gazing down at a sea of heads and a central stage, the air filled with cheers and laughter. On the stage, 7 or 8 extravagantly dressed giants were performing acrobatics. This is point one by one. His companions blinked awake, and upon witnessing the scene, they exclaimed in surprise, a circus? Ugh, that it smells awful. Wow, they are enormous. The bilious circus, a prominent topic shared by a renowned figure in the Singer's Channel, had once been described as strikingly captivating due to its giant acrobatics, as these giants were not truly giants but rather a skillful assembly of several dwarfs posing as fakes. Fang Shiqing once again demonstrated her erudition as a truth believer, her knowledge befitting the term well-informed. Beneath their attire lay a multitude of dwarfs. Ming, having arrived last, despite catching only part of the conversation, stared at the stage in disbelief, attempting to discern any flaws. Yet, regrettably, the giants appeared flawless, their movements seamless and harmonious. Something is amiss. Don't you detect an odd stench? Shall we relocate to another place for discussion? Dwarfs? Well, that's not entirely out of the question. The group remained immersed in the joy of deciphering the first layer of memory, entirely oblivious to the gravity of the situation, except for Chang Shi and Fang Shiqing, whose expressions grew slightly somber. It's too vast, Chang Shi remarked. The circus venue was massively expansive, with a crowd nearly dozens of times that of the previous tavern scene. Locating any errors amidst such multitude was a daunting task. Chang Shi glanced at his pocket watch. 9:56, 2 hours had already elapsed. Would you prefer the good news or the bad news first? The group turned to him in astonishment, while Fang Shiqing frowned slightly, saying softly, let's hear the bad news first, so we can prepare. Chang Shi nodded. The bad news is that the hour has passed. The doctor neglected to record your status and after falling ill, can only treat you with accelerated metabolism. The priest's skills granted two blessings related to time. One, to revert the physical state to the last recorded hour. The other, accelerated metabolism. Essentially a skill Feng Shiqing had cautioned against using haphazardly on NPCs, as it would significantly hasten the target's metabolism to heal injuries or ailments through time. Indeed, as the saying goes, time heals all wounds. However, in truth, accelerated metabolism resembled not a healing method but rather an acceleration of forgetting. It did not fundamentally cure anyone, merely leading them ahead of their suffering. And what of the good news? The good news is that the giant acrobatics has just begun. We can watch the entire performance, Cheng Shi replied cheerfully. How is that good news? Don't we lack time? Su Lu's face fell dramatically. She pinched her nose, wanting to leave, but upon seeing Feng Shiqing unmoved, she hesitated, her bottom rising a few times without actually standing. Feng Shiqing stifled a laugh, then resignedly began assigning tasks. Due to his social anxiety, Cheng Shi was assigned to the center stage, tasked with investigating the entire circus troupe. Oh, you truly overestimate me, he remarked. Feng Shiqing shrugged and took Su Lu with her. Ming lingered for a moment, torn between offering Cheng Shi some words of encouragement and hastening to his own task, ultimately settling on just saying good luck before departing quickly. Only Bai Ling remained seated, not moving. Observing her, Cheng Shi smiled. Indeed, you have an eye for talent. Shall we watch until the end? Bai Ling pressed her hands against her stomach, biting her lip playfully. Rather than watching the circus, I would prefer a horse performance. Care to join? Cheng Shi's expression stiffened as he turned on his heel and walked away. You had better be referring to the circus. The corruption believer could no longer suppress her nature, leaving one to wonder which fortunate soul would accompany her into the embrace of corruption. As one member of the team had yet to enter the second act of memory. The memory gate remained intact. As Cheng Shi passed by it, he silently noted its position, reasoning that this should be the place where the attendant had sat. He'll guide the attendant in recalling his tavern experiences. There should exist something familiar within his view in this scene. However, what could possibly link a circus to a tavern? Cheng Shi pondered as he walked, soon arriving backstage. The circus's backstage was located directly beneath the VIP section on the western side. Its bustle rivaled that of the audience outside. A cacophony of various races, beasts, and elemental creatures filled the space, creating a noise level reminiscent of a bustling market. Cheng Shi peered inside and immediately realized that the target was not the circus performers but rather an audience member, specifically one of modest means. This was evident from the transparent interweaving of the backstage ceiling and the floor of the VIP section, revealing the feet and behinds of the esteemed guests. This was an unmistakable memory error, occurring only when the memory's essence was unfamiliar with a particular corner or had never encountered it. Of course, one could not dismiss the possibility of magic at play, given the myriad of skills in this world. Yet, as Cheng Shi strolled around, he observed that not a single person noticed the VIP behinds above, indicating that the memory's essence indeed lacked familiarity with the circus's backstage and the VIP section. This was intriguing. Let me see what clues might lie among these esteemed guests. Let me uncover any potential leads. Cheng Shi then engaged a few amiable performers in casual conversation, soon discerning which behind belonged to which guest. The most distinguished patron was undoubtedly Lady Delil, one of the town's lords. The Duchess of Brooks it was said she had a penchant for dwarf performances, and her attendance at the troupe had significantly increased lately. Beside her sat the female relatives of various noble families, clearly indicating a gathering of sisterhood. Following them were the nobility's attendants and guards, and then the town's middle class, comprising factory owners. After observing for a while, Cheng Shi noted a fascinating phenomenon. The guards looked down their noses at the bosses seated behind them, while the bosses regarded their sycophants with disdain. Both parties harbored mutual contempt, yet were envious of each other's status. Even in the land of hope, human connections remained as intricate as in reality. However, upon witnessing the next scene, Cheng Shi gasped in astonishment. No, it is even more complex than reality. For he saw that the guard behind the Duchess was stealthily reaching toward her behind. With time pressing, Cheng Shi reluctantly left after only 3 minutes of observation, yearning for more. Having delineated the scope of the memory entity, it was only natural to confer with his companions and adjust the direction of their investigation. He glanced at the time. Another half hour had elapsed. Turning his gaze towards the audience stands, he noted that the gate of memory still stood resolutely, not yet dissipated. How peculiar. What was Uncle Huang still doing in the first act? The mindset of the chaotic devotees defied conventional reasoning. Cheng Shi did not dwell on it, merely proceeding according to his conjectures towards the audience area far from the VIP section. As he passed by one side of the stage, he caught sight of several diminutive figures behind a massive curtain, changing their attire. To say they were changing clothes might be a misnomer. They were, in fact, changing skins. 5 individuals piled atop one another, with the one on top bearing a colossal skull, while 2 formed the arms and chest, and the remaining 2 constituted the abdomen and legs, finally donning an orc's hide over the ensemble. Cheng Shi paused to observe for a moment and was astonished to realize that this orc's skin was, astonishingly, that of a female orc. The skin was remarkably intact, the texture exquisitely defined, evidently skillfully flayed by a master butcher. Once the diminutive figures had donned the skin and a somewhat modest Orcish skirt, they stepped out from behind the curtain. Upon encountering Cheng Shi, the demeanor of the female orc suddenly turned bashful. The hide enveloping the skull bore no visible flaws, instead exhibiting a remarkable array of expressive performances, making it nearly impossible to discern that it was a mere fade. Had Cheng Shi not witnessed their costume change, he would likely have believed this to be an authentic orc maiden. Even her voice had taken on an appropriate tone. A new guest. Why the rush? This isn't your designated area. Do return to your seat. I assure you, before the performance concludes, I shall make my way to you, she teased, casting a flirtatious glance in his direction. Cheng Shi found the situation increasingly bizarre, akin to watching a lion dance. He forced a smile and feigned impatience, inquiring, "What services do we offer?" The orc maiden regarded him with suspicion before lifting her Orcish skirt, revealing an exaggeratedly curvaceous rear. Cheng Shi focused intently. That area, was it? Perhaps the heads of the 2 diminutive figures beneath? Hiss. This hardly seemed like proper service. His expression tightened, and he turned abruptly to leave. What was this? An orc circus? It seemed that Bai Ling's words rang true. There really was equestrian entertainment here. Chapter 23. The dancing dwarves. Not long after, he encountered Bai Ling. Her face flushed as she descended from a row of seats. He scrutinized this debauched devotee, seemingly curious about the outcome of recent events. Unfortunately, Bai Ling appeared rather composed, revealing little. "Boss, have you made any discoveries?" "I found one of your colleagues," she replied, seemingly unperturbed, yet feigning surprise by covering her mouth. "Is my skill not remarkable?" Cheng Shi felt his own timidity was unfounded, and he decisively shifted the conversation. "What about you? Any findings?" The moment the question left his lips, he regretted it, for Bai Ling had not been involved in any inquiry. To his astonishment, she seemed to have indeed stumbled upon something. She licked her lips, the flush on her cheeks still apparent, and with a grin, pointed at her own face, exclaiming, "Do you think I would have made any discoveries?" She was lying. Cheng Shi beamed brightly, replying, "To be honest, you're not very adept at deceit, or rather, you can't conceal your thoughts. Speak plainly. We are pressed for time." Bai Ling's expression faltered momentarily before she squinted and smiled. "The boss is truly astute. I have something even more splendid, but I cannot divulge it." Cheng Shi winked at her, signaling her to be succinct and save time. Bai Ling understood, gesturing in a particular direction. "I discovered several men I encountered at the tavern. Perhaps one of them may hold a clue." Cheng Shi surveyed the expansive audience area, furrowing his brow. Identifying identical entities within adjacent memories was indeed a boon, as many memory entities are triggered by the sight of a familiar individual recalling a prior scene. This was a common method employed by players in most memory trials, seeking the next target through the untangling of relationships. Although the connections between the 2 acts of memory might not be profound, uncovering even a hint of a clue was advantageous. Cheng Shi understood this logic, yet he pondered how Bai Ling had managed to locate these individuals so swiftly amidst the throng. Bai Ling, perceiving his confusion, extended a finger to tap his forehead, then pointed to her own ample bosom. Cheng Shi followed her gesture. Gulp. Quite impressive. Noticing Cheng Shi's rapt attention, Bai Ling chuckled. "Come now, don't feign innocence. My talent allows me to materialize a man's possessiveness towards me, keenly sensing their desires for every inch of my skin. You clearly have no feelings for me. Why pretend otherwise?" Oh, is that a talent? Chang Shi, caught off guard, felt no embarrassment, merely redirecting his gaze with a click of his tongue. He wasn't pretending. After all, it is human nature to appreciate beauty. Pity me? Bai Ling blinked, her sultry expression morphing into one of innocence. Who deserves pity? Chang Shi chuckled lightly, replying nonchalantly, perhaps I fancy men. Bai Ling burst into laughter, taking a step closer and linking her arm with his, gleefully exclaiming, if you dare say it, I shall believe you. Sister Ling, come now, let us save time. Chang Shi, feeling increasingly uncomfortable with her soft, warm presence, finally withdrew his hand, struggling to maintain a pained grin. I was merely jesting. Bai Ling refused to relinquish her hold, her mirth unabated. Fear not, dear brother. I am quite discreet. In exasperation, Chang Shi shifted the topic. Why don't you guide them to dispel their memories yourself? I can't do that. I can only lead them into fanciful thoughts. If I proceed with that, what you witness will not merely be my solo act. The entire circus will immediately turn into a spectacle, an equestrian one at that. Chang Shi recognized the validity of her statement. Should she indeed uncover the memory entity and entice them, confusion in memories could ensue. Once memories began to unravel, the entire construct would rapidly disintegrate. It seems you hold your lives in high regard. You mean that debauched devotees, Bai Ling affirmed decisively. Of course, only by living can one experience more. Right? Chang Shi's expression darkened as he mentally filtered out the unrepeatable vocabulary. Upon arriving before a group of familiar faces, he immediately recognized them as the rowdy men from the tavern scene. Care to share how you found them? Chang Shi inquired, genuinely curious about the specifics of Bai Ling's talent, yet instinctively knowing that even if he asked, she would not divulge. Bai Ling smiled at him, responding, everyone has their preferences. Some are drawn to waists, others to legs, and some to dead. I see. What do you fancy? Bai Ling licked her luscious lips. As for me, I relish being alive. Chang Shi disregarded her, stealthily approaching the targets and employing hypnosis on each. However, after a round of inquiries, it turned out that none of the dozen or so individuals were the ultimate answer. The expressions of two of them darkened simultaneously. These individuals were indeed within the servant's purview. If none of them were the key, could it be that the servant had recalled a particular item that triggered the previous scene? When it came to items, the search would be exceedingly arduous. The vastness of the venue compounded the difficulty. Let us notify the others and narrow down the scope further. Chang Shi sighed in resignation, taking some time to summon Fang Shiqing and the others back. She and Su Lu were in charge of the area surrounding the VIP section, and their initial direction was fundamentally misguided. Hence, they would yield no clues. However, Ming hesitantly mentioned that there seemed to be a special service personnel engaging in unspeakable transactions with the audience. The group dismissed this as mere entertainment, quickly overlooking it. Such occurrences were too commonplace, having become quite mundane. Compared to the chaos of the VIP section, the audience area where the impoverished common folk gathered was bound by far stricter decorum. After the first exchange of information, Fang Shiqing furrowed her brow and stated, let us continue searching. The memory entity must be among the ordinary audience. The performance on stage has remained consistent, indicating that he has been intently observing the show. Let us focus on the audience members who are fully engrossed in the performance. We'll split up and reconvene in an hour. All right, sounds good. Whatever the boss says goes. No objections. The group swiftly dispersed, and Chang Shi once again found himself traversing the audience area alone. He furrowed his brow, opting not to head towards his assigned search area, but instead seeking a particular target, weaving through the rows of seats. He was in search of the dwarves assembling the Beast Maiden. Fang Shiqing's summary had reminded him that if a person had never interacted with the dwarves assembling the Beast Maiden, Chang Shi would not have been privy to witnessing the process of the dwarves donning their skins. Thus, the memory entity of this scene must have had some intersection with the dwarves' assembly of the Beast Maiden, and perhaps even knew she was not merely a solitary being. Who would engage with someone while fully aware that they are not a typical, extraordinary worker? Chang Shi swore that with the mind of a normal person, he truly could not fathom it. However, not being able to comprehend it did not signify that he could not find a solution. Thus, he commenced his search for the Orc Girl's whereabouts. The circus was bustling with people, devoid of any semblance of order, particularly among the ordinary audience, where various shouts and cheers echoed, resembling the atmosphere of a tavern. Consequently, his movements were not conspicuous, Before long, Chang Shi spotted his target, the dwarf orc girl. At that moment, she was nestled in the arms of a spectator, playfully writhing, physically writhing. Chang Shi stared in astonishment, intrigued to observe what they were doing up close, but soon he noticed a familiar face nearby that brought him delight. York, the tavern patron, who was the stableman of a duke's household, a man who had suddenly acquired wealth and had taken an orc girl to bed. A smirk crept onto Chang Shi's lips, affirming his suspicions. Indeed, he had found what he was looking for. York, donning a straw hat that obscured his eyes, was furtively shifting his gaze between two focal points, one towards the stage and the other towards the position of the orc girl in front of him. It was not only he, the surrounding audience was also casting glances in that direction, albeit discreetly. Yet, due to the orc girl's subdued movements and the lack of loud commotion, it did not incite much of a stir. While the other spectators were fixated on the orc girl's curves, York's gaze remained glued to her face, his eyes brimming with a profound affection that seemed almost tangible. Brother, could you enlighten me on what drew you to these 5 dwarf dancers? Chang Shi observed him for a considerable time, his curiosity intensifying, until he could no longer contain himself. He approached York, pretending to be an ordinary audience member, and let out a somewhat theatrical sigh. Why is it that only female orcs provide services? Can't we be a bit more inclusive with the options? As soon as the words left his mouth, a chorus of hushed agreements echoed around him. York turned, surprise illuminating his face, as if he had found a kindred spirit. Yet, in an instant, his expression hardened, and he regarded Chang Shi with the intensity of a rival. Mr. York, it seems you have quite the tale to tell. What serendipity could lead to such an intriguing story? Chang Shi was reluctant to delve deeper, sensing he had stumbled upon the answer to his riddle. Of course, whether the answer was correct remained to be seen. He resolutely stood up and headed in the direction of Bai Ling. Is the esteemed one finally willing to favor me? He mused, though not jest. Assist me with a small favor. Chang Shi was contemplating how to persuade her to approach York without revealing his own identity when Bai Ling, smiling, readily agreed. Of course. What would you have me do? Chang Shi was taken aback. You're not afraid I might lead you astray? That merely indicates there is something about me that piques the interest of the esteemed one. Does it not? Bai Ling replied with a knowing smirk. After all, anyone who has lived this long cannot be foolish, regardless of their scores. This indeed simplified matters. Chang Shi nodded, pointing towards York. Go and try your luck with that man. How shall I proceed? Shall it be a test of wit or strength? Chang Shi's eyes widened in bewilderment. Is there a distinction to be made? Bai Ling giggled, covering her mouth, as her finger playfully poked at Chang Shi's chest. A test of wit, of course. As she spoke, she began to raise the hem of her skirt towards her thigh. All right, a test of wit it is. Let us save time. Just go. Chang Shi exclaimed, hastily lowering her skirt as he urged her forward. Bai Ling laughed melodiously, gracefully making her way towards York. However, she returned moments later with a dark expression. Seeing her face clouded with anger, Chang Shi suppressed a laugh. What happened? Did you come up short? Bai Ling shot him a glare, annoyance evident in her tone. I have bad news, 2 pieces of bad news. Which would you prefer to hear first? Is there even a choice? Chang Shi chuckled softly. Then let us start with the second. The one competing for business in the crowd is indeed one of my peers. How is that bad news? Wait, hold on. Upon noticing Bai Ling's grave demeanor, Chang Shi felt a jolt of alarm. The peer she referred to was not in terms of carnal pleasures, but rather as a fellow follower of the corruption faith. These 5 dwarf dancers were, astonishingly, devotees of corruption. And the other piece of bad news? Chang Shi's expression turned serious. The man you asked me to test has already been ensnared in a web of desire, transformed into a desire puppet. Chang Shi frowned in confusion, prompting Bai Ling to elaborate. A desire puppet is one of the A-grade gifts bestowed upon the faithful, allowing them to unleash the most primal desires hidden within a person's soul. Turning the target into a mere shell, lost in their own cravings, they become ensnared in the memories of past desires, unable to extricate themselves until death. This gift requires continuous casting, meaning if he is the essence of memory, his recollection of the scene will not stem from nostalgia but rather from being under control. He is likely being manipulated. Do you understand, esteemed one? Should he indeed be the answer, the moment we step outside, we will confront the corruption believers controlling him, and we may very well end up in conflict. Chang Shi's expression darkened as he processed the information. Call for assistance. I have a strong feeling that York holds the key. Bai Ling, naturally trusting him, still questioned. What makes you say that? Are you not going to reveal your thoughts? Chang Shi feigned ignorance. Reveal? What is there to reveal? You found the answer through your endeavors. Why should it concern me? Bai Ling's eyes widened in exasperation. Me? Pursue? Please, esteemed one, do you really consider him alluring? Chang Shi waved his hand dismissively. Who knows? Everyone possesses the freedom of choice. All right, I shall pursue. Bai Ling laughed in exasperation, using this excuse to summon everyone back. As they reconvened, Fang Shiqing immediately turned her attention to Chang Shi. However, he remained reticent, clearly eager to hear Bai Ling's tale of pursuit. Bai Ling, though flustered, was honest. Her cheeks flushed. She recounted the earlier encounter, sharing how she inadvertently stumbled upon the answer, albeit one that was now rather complicated. Upon hearing her story, the group reacted with varied expressions. Su Lu appeared disdainful, while a Ming was left speechless. Chang Shi internally commended her acting skills. Only Fang Shiqing furrowed her brow, pondering for a long moment before directly addressing the crucial point. How can we be certain it is him? Bai Ling remained silent, prompting Chang Shi to chuckle. Perhaps it is a woman's intuition? Bai Ling rolled her eyes, but still refrained from responding. Fang Shiqing, seeing Chang Shi engage, nodded, implicitly accepting that York was indeed the answer. I possess a page from the War Believer containing a fog illusion spell that can swiftly envelop the area in mist, obscuring the vision of any spellcaster. However, I lack sufficient defensive spells, thus the priest must enter immediately after me to provide swift healing support. Esteemed one, there is more to this chapter. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. The following events are even more thrilling. The assassin follows third, but remember, do not strike lethally until we ascertain the nature of the memory essence. Capture is paramount. When life is threatened, prioritize retreat over killing. Be cautious. Any skills that may create a significant ruckus should be used sparingly. Do not allow the memory to become disordered from the outset. Having said this, Fang Shiqing cast a meaningful glance at Chang Shi. Do you think you can manage? Chang Shi blinked innocently, as if to say, how could a man fail? Fang Shiqing understood his gaze, smiled knowingly, and turned to a Ming, who nodded seriously in agreement. She then sought the opinions of the other two. Aside from Su Lu expressing doubts about keeping up with the group, Bai Ling had no objections. Thus, the plan was solidified, and everyone made their way towards York. As the orc girl was about to perform in front of York, the players stealthily closed in on him. At that moment, York was completely oblivious to their approach. His attention solely fixated on the dwarf orc girl, clutching a wad of cash as if he could not wait to stuff it into her ample bosom. Chang Shi, still puzzled, leaned towards Bai Ling and whispered, "Can the devotees influence a person's inclinations?" Bai Ling pondered carefully before responding uncertainly. He advocates for the release of primal desires, not for distorting others' wills. Thus, what you refer to as being tainted by my lord is merely a revelation of one's true self. However, with different gifts to guide them, such an effect could potentially be achieved. After all, you also practice hypnosis, do you not? Chang Shi found this notion quite plausible. Otherwise, he could not comprehend how York's inclinations could be so liberated. As the group approached York, Fang Shiqing had already retrieved a dark gray page from her book, glancing back at Chang Shi, signaling the start of their operation. Chang Shi unhesitatingly cast the techniques of calming and hypnosis upon York, and then swiftly applied an acceleration recovery on the nearby audience member engaged in trading, attempting to buy a few extra seconds. Fang Shiqing seized the opportunity to inquire directly. Do not be afraid. Listen to me. You are merely reminiscing. All of this is your memory. However, you are currently exhausted and wish to cease recalling. Remember, memory is always but memory, not reality. It is time for us to return to the present. Is that clear? York's gaze grew vacant and hollow as he nodded repeatedly, murmuring, memories. These are all memories. As the final syllable fell, he disintegrated into countless shimmering points of light, which swiftly coalesced into a new door of memory. Indeed, it is him. Miss Bai Ling is remarkable. Are you ready? I, Chang Shi, the assassin, shall conclude this swiftly. Without hesitation, Fang Shiqing decisively slipped through the doorway. To ensure that no mishaps befell his thigh, Chang Shi closely followed her, nearly stepping in right after. He felt a shroud of darkness envelop him, and when he opened his eyes again, he found himself surrounded by a dense, impenetrable fog of grayish black, with frantic screams echoing in his ears. Goodness, it's so thick. How am I to discern where my thigh is? Cheng Shi furrowed his brow, just about to whisper Fang Shiqing's name when a chilling hand clasped over his mouth, urging him to crouch and sprint into the distance. Thigh? Hush. Chapter 25. Fang Shiqing's invitation. This was a cramped utility room, its limited space crammed with various cleaning tools. The area barely afforded enough room for them to stand, measuring no more than half a meter. Within this confined space, Cheng Shi and Fang Shiqing stood face to face. Fang Shiqing wore a smile, while Cheng Shi appeared bemused as, oh, the so-called fog of war was merely a means to kidnap me? Cheng Shi surveyed his surroundings with a peculiar expression, realizing that this minuscule space indeed served as an excellent hiding spot. The term kidnapping is not to be so applied. Fang Shiqing chuckled softly, her hands resting on Cheng Shi's arms to maintain a respectful distance, earnestly explaining, the Clipper Girl is quite persistent. This is my only method of evading her for a while. Oh? You call her the Clipper Girl as well? Cheng Shi's eyes brightened, feeling he had found a comrade. What else? Enough of idle chatter. We have little time. Cheng Shi, I have something to tell you that I like men. Thank you. Cheng Shi's tongue was swifter than light. Fang Shiqing was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter, saying, it's not as you think. There's no need to rush into a rejection. Cheng Shi, relieved, responded, thank goodness. I still prefer women. Do I possess no allure whatsoever? If the allure you speak of is akin to Bai Ling's, then indeed, none at all. I shall not bicker with you. Fang Shiqing, unperturbed, fixed her gaze upon Cheng Shi, her expression turning solemn as she said, Cheng Shi, I am aware that you have misrepresented your latter score and that you are indeed quite capable. However, I will not delve into the reasons for your concealment. I simply wish to extend an invitation for you to join us. You all? Cheng Shi's smile gradually faded, his brow slightly furrowing as if he had come to a realization. Are you a member of the Rationality Association? The Rationality Association is an organization formed by a group of players led by devotees of truth, aimed at seeking the universal truth and exploring the essence of the divine. Under the influence of truth and the Rationality Tower in the trials, they possess an intense thirst for knowledge regarding the origins of all things and the laws of the universe. These individuals become utterly irrational in their pursuit of understanding divine power and becoming deities. In truth, there are many player organizations like the Rationality Association, including the Order Alliance, the Nature Sect, and the Historical School. Among others, the fundamental reason for the existence of these organizations lies in the innate desire of humans who have been forced to become players for survival and power. Thus, they voluntarily gather together, tirelessly collaborating to enhance themselves. Fang Shiqing, being a devotee of truth, naturally led Cheng Shi to think of the Rationality Association. However, Fang Shiqing shook her head, sighing, the Rationality Association has forsaken reason. They will stop at nothing to attain divinity. Rather than believing in truth, they resemble devotees of corruption, followers of folly. They unleash their ambitions, expand their desires, and have long since departed from the realm of rationality, transforming into incomprehensible madmen. Yet we are not such individuals. Cheng Shi, do you still remember your home? Fang Shiqing's sudden depth of feeling left Cheng Shi somewhat at a loss. How should he respond? If one were to consider the utility room of the orphanage as a home, then indeed, he remembered it well. After all, the sight evoked memories, and this small space bore a resemblance to where he had lived as a child. Noticing Cheng Shi's silence, Fang Shiqing continued, everyone has a warm family, with loved ones who care for them. Yet, after their arrival, everyone lost their once beautiful life. Faith games shattered the world, pushing countless compatriots to the brink of oblivion. Her tone grew somber, her grip on Cheng Shi's sleeve tightening. Cheng Shi, not everyone is like you and me, capable of triumphing in one trial after another. Not everyone can achieve a score of 2,000. Not everyone possesses S-class talent. Not everyone can strive to survive. Many will fall into the abyss with a single misstep, and far more have already plummeted into darkness. But are they at fault? They are merely innocent souls, struggling to live, compromising their principles, only to be labeled as forsaken by the divine in the end. Among these individuals are your family, my family, those who love you, and those who love me. Fang Shiqing offered a bitter smile, then rallied her spirits to continue. Is there truly no way to avert all this? Is it destined that everything we cherish and wish to protect will be lost before the divine? No. Every human being with flesh, bone, and spirit will not permit this to transpire. Thus, we were born. We gather together, utilizing every available power, uniting all friends we can, to protect all that is beautiful and worthy. We bow our heads to accept their blessings, yet raise our heads to challenge their authority. We turn to lean on each other, pledging to safeguard the trust of our friends. We forge weapons to erect new walls, while delving into the darkness to spread the flame of hope. This is who we are. For those we wish to protect, we must stand up. Changshi, do you understand? This is us, a group of warriors striving to resist divine grandeur. A band of lunatics still yearning for beauty. To achieve all this, we crawl through the darkness, never revealing ourselves lightly. However, you, Changshi, I believe you are worth my risk. Now, I solemnly invite you to join us. Do you accept? Changshi listened intently to Fang Shiqing's words. His expression merging with the shadows, non-committal. Fang Shiqing yearned to discern any flicker of emotion on his face, yet clearly, she failed. Changshi remained silent for a while, then slightly curled his lips, teasingly countering. After all this, may I inquire, dear Firebearer, are you a guardian of the city or a builder of the city? Fang Shiqing's eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at Changshi, struggling to suppress her astonishment. She whispered in a hushed tone, "You know about us? You." Suddenly, she seemed to remember something, her shock and hope dissipating into profound regret, her lips forming a bittersweet smile as she murmured, "It appears you have already rejected us." Changshi's countenance grew distinctly unnatural. He gently shook his head, saying, "No, no one has ever invited me. You are the first." Fang Shiqing's expression turned even more astonished as she raised her head, exclaiming, "Impossible! No player who has not been approached by a firebearer could possibly know about us. Where did you learn this? Where did I learn it?" Changshi's gaze suddenly deepened, his eyes drifting past Fang Shiqing's hair to the darkness behind her, as if recalling a scene from his memories. His tone was filled with a profound melancholy as he reflected, "Indeed, where did I learn it? Perhaps from the lips of a fool. Tell me, how could anyone risk their life for a stranger? Why not?" Fang Shiqing's gaze suddenly turned resolute as she stated earnestly, "A firebearer will stop at nothing to protect all that they cherish, even at the cost of their own life. A stranger also considered the beauty you speak of? Perhaps not mine, but certainly his. It is the beauty you have witnessed in that firebearer." Fang Shiqing's tone brimmed with a romantic conviction, unwavering even unto death. Even Changshi, who was typically irreverent, felt a subtle stir within him. "Ah, I see," he shook his head, and a smile gradually returned to his face. He lifted his gaze to meet Fang Shiqing's eyes, captivated by the glimmer of hope radiating from them, which appeared so luminous. Even amidst the fog, even in the shadows of mundane tasks, it remained remarkably bright. "I remember you, Lady Sentinel." Fang Shiqing was momentarily taken aback, not expecting the other party to discern her identity. However, she paid little heed to this revelation. "So, what is your answer this time? Rather than that, I am more curious about why you chose me." "I have never considered myself a good person," Changshi remarked, shrugging his shoulders. Fang Shiqing smiled gently. "The term good person carries too much weight in today's world. We do not dare to hope for the encounter of a virtuous soul. We merely wish for our companions not to be malevolent." "How do you know I am not a bad person?" Fang Shiqing released her tightly clenched grip on Changshi's sleeve and pointed to her ear. "With the S-class singer's innate talent, striking chord of the heart, I can hear the melodies resonating from each person's soul. I am all too familiar with the tunes of evildoers. You are not of that ilk." Changshi raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "Then what kind am I?" Quite peculiar, rather unconventional, somewhat somber, yet not dark." Changshi pondered silently for a moment before bursting into laughter. "What are you laughing at?" "Apologies, I laughed because you misheard me." Just as the words left his lips, a swift strike landed on the unsuspecting Fang Shiqing's neck. Bang! "You." Fang Shiqing's eyes widened momentarily, then she promptly closed her eyelids, succumbing to unconsciousness. Changshi rubbed his hand, gazing at the unconscious figure in his arms, his tone oddly nonchalant. "Those who stand in the firelight should be even more wary of those in the darkness. Moreover, those who dwell in darkness are often not human. Nevertheless, thank you, He chuckled self-deprecatingly, lifting Fang Shiqing effortlessly into his arms. He pushed open the door to the cluttered space and stepped outside. Chapter 26. So you are the executioner. The fog had yet to dissipate, rendering visibility near non-existent. Chang Shi had barely taken a couple of steps when he heard the urgent call of Ming ahead. Fang Jie, Cheng Gu, where are you? Cheng Shi perked up his ears and listened intently for a moment. Noticing that the surrounding cacophony had seemingly vanished, he glanced in the direction of Ming's voice, marveling at the efficiency of this little assassin. In such a short span, all the enemies had been eliminated. Fortunately, the unfortunate souls who had perished were not the essence of memory. Here, Cheng Shi shouted aloud before crouching low and stealthily departing the spot. Ming followed the sound, but upon failing to spot anyone, alarm bells rang in his mind. Just as he was about to leave, Cheng Shi grabbed his arm. Who? Cheng Gu, I was concerned you might have been replaced, so I wanted to test you. It turns out, dear assassin, your skills are quite impressive. Ming bashfully scratched his head, looking at the unconscious Fang Shiqing, inquiring, what happened to Fang Jie? It's nothing, just a minor issue. She has been rescued. Where are the others? They might be behind us. Upon awakening, I encountered several frenzied dwarves. They struck with lethal force before I could react. With no space to retreat, I had to retaliate desperately. Luckily, they are not particularly resilient. Their bodies merely harbor some tainted divine power. The dead have not fragmented the memory. The players are fortunate that these dwarves are not the essence of memory. Cheng Shi glanced at Ming thoughtfully. Not injured? By luck? No. That's good. Let us wait for the fog to clear. The mists of war do not last long. Do you need my assistance? Ming extended his hand, wanting to help Cheng Shi support Fang Shiqing. Cheng Shi smiled and politely declined. The two settled in a corner, engaging in idle conversation. How many of them? 6.6 people taken care of in such a short time. Impressive. Cheng Shi generously offered his praise, leaving Ming astonished. After all, I am also an assassin. The foggy environment works to my advantage. If you could resolve matters so swiftly, why did you arrive so late to the second act of the circus? Cheng Shi, cradling the fainted Fang Shiqing, casually posed the question. This caught Ming off guard. His expression suddenly faltered, and before he could respond, Cheng Shi added nonchalantly, why hasn't Uncle Huang shown up yet? Ming's complexion darkened further. He stammered, it's not like we need him. Isn't it better that he hasn't come? Are you afraid he might cause trouble? Cheng Shi raised an eyebrow, smiling. So you are aware that he is a discordant bard. Oh, I see. So you are the executioner. The discordant bard, a singer of chaos. The executioner, an assassin of order. Order and chaos are the sworn enemies of opposing beliefs. Ming's movements momentarily halted, his gaze darting across Cheng Shi, sharp and agitated. But it lasted only a moment before he reverted to his awkward demeanor. Scratching his head, unsure of what to say. The fog remained, and Cheng Shi did not capture the nuances of his expression, yet he had already grasped the situation. Well, opposition is merely opposition. What is the big deal? An ancient sage once said that the conflict of beliefs is not of our making, and we need not bear an excessive burden. Cheng Shi chuckled nonchalantly, and as he spoke, his hand reached toward Fang Shiqing. Ming's perception in the fog was evidently sharper than Cheng Shi's. He clearly saw Cheng Shi's hand inching toward Fang Shiqing's bosom, yet he merely frowned without voicing any objections. Before long, new sounds emerged from the mist. Fang Jie? A great one. Save me. One voice trembled, the other was sultry. It was evident that no harm had befallen them. As soon as these two feminine voices resonated, the awkward atmosphere between Cheng Shi and Ming was instantly shattered. He stood up, dusting off his pants, and exclaimed, the group is complete. Let us converge. Just then, the fog began to slowly dissipate. Ming also rose, turning to look, only to find that Fang Shiqing in Cheng Shi's arms had, unbeknownst to him, already opened her eyes. Fang Jie, are you all right? A flicker of anger flashed in Fang Shiqing's eyes, but she quickly nodded with a smile, saying, I'm fine, thanks to Cheng Shi, who rescued me just in time. The words were commendable, but they carried a hint of gritted teeth. The matter of the flame bearer could not be discussed in the presence of others. So even though Fang Shiqing had strong reservations about Cheng Shi's methods of refusal, she could not unleash her frustration at this moment. A warrior crawling in the darkness must tread carefully. Any unforeseen flicker of light could illuminate their movements, rendering all efforts futile. Chang Shi was evidently aware of this, and thus he immediately turned around with a smile. "Don't you owe me a word of thanks?" Fang Shiqing nearly lost her composure. She bit her teeth hard, quickly composing her facial expression before forcing out an extremely reluctant smile. "Thank you. I will remember you, and no worries. It was but a trifling matter." Indeed, it was a trifling matter. A simple hand chop sufficed. As the fog gradually cleared, the two groups soon spotted each other's figures. As everyone gathered and proceeded, they stumbled upon the horrific scene of slaughter surrounding them. This chapter is not yet complete. Please click the next page to continue reading the captivating content ahead. 6 dwarves, each decapitated at the scene, blood pooling on the ground, forming a vague outline of a guillotine. Had Chang Shi not known that Ming was the executioner, he would have failed to decipher what this illustration represented. This was a grim penchant commonly exhibited by the executioners of the Grand Tribunal, depicting the instruments of execution with the blood of the condemned. However, the blood-drawn guillotine on the ground appeared crooked, clearly indicating a lack of proficiency. Such ruthless methods, Su Lu and Bai Ling shuddered at this sight, while only Fang Shiqing, with a thoughtful glance at Ming, chose not to speak further. "Where are we?" The place where they found themselves was an exceedingly large room, with a row of beds on the left side and various workstations on the right. Ahead was a long rack adorned with garments of varying sizes, and behind them were several small, independent rooms. The location where Chang Shi and Fang Shiqing had encountered each other was evidently within one of these rooms. Fang Shiqing shot Chang Shi a few glances, noting that he was still pretending to be oblivious. She decided to move past this matter, frowning in contemplation. This resembles a servant's quarters, albeit rather spacious. It could accommodate a dozen servants. I have never seen such a large servant's room before. To ensure safety, we should change into new clothes before venturing out to avoid conflict with those outside. Everyone agreed, promptly selecting outfits to change into before following the leader out of the room. Upon confirming their surroundings were safe and encountering a few genuine servants, they discovered that this indeed was a servant's quarters. Furthermore, there were multiple such large servants' quarters, for they were in the estate of Duke Brooks, who was currently hosting a grand banquet. A banquet? The entranced servant responded with palpable excitement. Indeed, the Duke has invited all the nobility of the town and is preparing to announce the new refugee policy at the banquet. All refugees from Gasmira will be expelled, alleviating our food shortages and ensuring that there will be no reduction in work opportunities. So, the memory essence of the previous scene belongs to a servant of the Duke's estate? Oh? You're not aware? York is the Duke's stableman, Chang Shi eagerly interjected. Upon hearing this, Su Lu furrowed her brow in frustration and complained. "Why are you only sharing this crucial information now?" Chang Shi, taken aback, retorted, "Did you even ask?" Su Lu, exasperated, fell silent, merely taking a step closer to Fang Shiqing. "But why would a dwarf refugee be present at the Duke's estate?" Ming interjected, breaking the tension between the two. "The Duke wishes to expel the refugees and naturally, they do not desire to be driven away. So their purpose in coming here is rather evident, isn't it, my dear?" Chang Shi remarked, glancing at Fang Shiqing, who, at that moment, was entirely disinterested in Chang Shi. She felt a certainty that Chang Shi would not divulge the matters concerning the flame bearers, yet she remained perplexed as to why he could so resolutely refuse. It is important to note that the talent of stirring one's heartstrings is not merely about listening to the melodies of the heart. It can even vaguely sense the will and inclinations of others. Chang Shi's inner voice seemed inclined towards acceptance, yet he still chose to reject. What could this person be thinking? How could he contradict his own instincts? She did not understand, nor did she have the time to comprehend. So far, nearly 5 hours had passed, with a countdown of 7:14 remaining. They needed to hasten their pace as there were still several scenes of memory yet to traverse, of which they were completely unaware. Personal territories differ from public spaces. Chaos can swiftly incite turmoil, especially within the estate of a duke. We must adopt appropriate identities. While being a servant is convenient, there are still many areas that remain inaccessible. Subsequently, everyone dispersed, each concealing themselves in hopes of acquiring a new identity, with a maximum of 1 hour to reconvene. With that, Fang Shiqing gestured towards a small porch. "Remember, steer clear of the servant quarters. We have yet to deal with the bodies inside, which could potentially trigger a chain reaction." The closer we are, the easier it is to be discovered. Now, let us commence our actions, and may fortune favor us." The group scattered, and before departing, Fang Shiqing cast a glance at Cheng Shi. Unfortunately, Cheng Shi did not meet her gaze. Instead, he watched Ming as he proceeded in the opposite direction away from the servant quarters. After a considerable time, once their teammates were no longer in sight, a playful smile crept across Cheng Shi's face, and he meandered back to the place from which they had just transmitted. The Abandoned Servant Quarters. Chapter 27. The reputation of Duke Brooks. While conversing in the room earlier, Cheng Shi had noticed something peculiar about the wounds on the slain dwarf. They did not resemble the sharp weapons typically wielded by assassins, but rather seemed to have been inflicted by a blunt instrument. For instance, Cheng Shi glanced around momentarily, kicking a bloodied knife from beneath a bed. Judging by its length and size, it appeared to be a weapon of the dwarves, a dwarven war knife. Yet, it seemed that someone had assumed they would not linger here, hence the scene was dealt with rather carelessly. If it could even be termed as such, he had clearly not paid heed to these details. Quite intriguing. Cheng Shi pondered over his conversation with Ming, continuously observing the corpse of the deceased dwarf. Before long, he began to discern some clues. The positions of the 6 dwarves and the traces of the struggle did indeed suggest that they had attacked a common target. Perhaps it was Fang Shiqing's timely intervention that spared Cheng Shi, leaving Ming as an unfortunate casualty. However, what puzzled Cheng Shi even more was the inconsistency in the wounds among the 6 individuals. The force behind each was distinctly different. This did not suggest a single assailant. Rather, it appeared as though 6 different individuals had been responsible for the deaths of the dwarves. How fortuitous! Both the killer and the victims were 6 in number. A case of mutual slaughter? Cheng Shi furrowed his brow, contemplating whether assassins possessed the ability to control others. At least in terms of order, such a talent was quite rare. The scene was indeed chaotic, yet it was not without its rewards. Cheng Shi picked up a ring he had found on one of the dwarf corpses, squinting in the sunlight streaming through the window as he examined it. Such exquisite craftsmanship. I wonder what kind of skill could produce such a finely crafted ring. Alas, it now belongs to me. He chuckled as he tucked the ring into his pocket and leisurely exited the servant quarters. Upon stepping outside, he encountered a smiling Bai Ling, who seemed to be waiting for him. Cheng Shi's expression darkened as he jokingly admonished, "Have you attached yourself to me?" Bai Ling, having procured a dress from somewhere, mimicked the demeanor of a noblewoman and curtsied gracefully, giggling. "Is it inappropriate to cling to a powerful figure?" "Cling, yes, but do not touch indiscriminately. Fear not, I am obedient. I shall touch only where permitted." Cheng Shi was disinclined to engage in further banter, sidestepping her as he continued forward. "Coincidentally, my attire could serve you as a handmaiden. Have you uncovered anything? What handmaiden runs ahead of her master?" Bai Ling hurriedly caught up, whispering, "The estate is vast, and there are many guests. I just knocked out a lady and gleaned some information from her husband. It seems Duke Brooks has yet to make an appearance, and only half an hour remains until his announcement." Cheng Shi raised an eyebrow, silently commending the resourcefulness of a woman who flouts conventions for intelligence. He followed Bai Ling into the grand hall at the center of the estate, weaving through the throng of nobles until he soon spotted the silhouettes of his companions. Everyone had donned new attire and were discreetly gathering information. Cheng Shi cast a cursory glance around the hall and decisively chose to lead Bai Ling away from that place. "Why, dear? The answer does not lie here. Bai Ling responded lightly, following Cheng Shi's lead to another area. As Cheng Shi observed her walking ahead in silence, he suddenly felt something was amiss and remarked, "Aren't you going to ask me why? I only need to be obedient. Understanding the reason is unnecessary. However, if my esteemed companion requires an audience, I can certainly play the part." What kind of person is this? Lacking any charm. Not to mention the previous Song Yan, even Chun Chong pales in comparison. At least he could provide a semblance of accomplishment. Yet, some thoughts, when bottled up inside, become uncomfortable. The dwarven ring is quite exquisite. And then, the noble gentlemen would hardly concern themselves with a dwarf's ring. Oh, so? Thus, the target is not here, so that is the case. You are quite clever, esteemed one. You should really keep quiet, Bai Ling laughed like a lark, drawing the attention of the surrounding guests. "So, dear one, where do we go from here?" "That is an excellent question. Initially, my primary goal was to engage with the lower-tier individuals frequently dealing with these dwarf refugees. But I suddenly realized that since the dwarf's arrival is related to the Duke, perhaps meeting with this Duke would be a prudent choice. Hence, he pointed towards the staircase, indicating to Bai Ling to ascend. Bai Ling's expression shifted, and she whispered in alarm, "There are guards. If we stride boldly upwards, we will be stopped." Cheng Shi's eyes glinted mischievously as he suggested, "Utilize your advantages." Bai Ling hesitated for a moment before comprehending. She lifted her skirt and hastened towards the staircase. Indeed, upon reaching the staircase entrance, she was intercepted by armored guards. Seeing this, Bai Ling quickly lowered her head and leaned in, whispering, "The Duke requires my presence." The guards' faces were obscured by helmets, rendering their expressions unreadable, yet their grip on their spears betrayed their astonishment. Perhaps they were contemplating the implications of the word require. Noticing their silence, Bai Ling extended her hand and made a gesture with her fingers intertwined. A lewd sign commonly recognized in the pleasure houses of Hope's continent, implying subservience and flattery. A gesture that no lady of standing would dare make. Or rather, it was a gesture that only certain professionals would employ to indicate their price. The two guards were evidently taken aback. They scrutinized Bai Ling's lovely features, slender form, and graceful demeanor, struggling to reconcile her with such a gesture. "Yet I stated, the Duke requires me, but the Duke has not notified. Are you suggesting that the Duke must inform you whenever there is a need?" The guards were momentarily at a loss for words. Indeed, why should the Duke have to notify her? Furthermore, what harm is there in allowing a woman entry? After all, isn't the Duchess frequently bringing men home? The two guards exchanged glances, both convinced by their own reasoning, and stepped back a pace. Bai Ling felt a surge of joy and cast a knowing glance at Cheng Shi. Cheng Shi inwardly chuckled, but maintained a composed facade as he followed suit. The guards, wishing to intervene once more, were met with Bai Ling's icy demeanor as she declared, "Foolish ones, do you not understand the importance of discretion? What would become of the Duke's reputation if I ascended alone? What reputation does the Duke have left if we allow you to pass?" The guards experienced a brief moment of cognitive overload before resignedly allowing the young attendant to pass. Of course, it was not out of consideration for the Duke's reputation, but rather because they noticed that the servant behind them was strikingly handsome, hardly resembling a mere retainer. He appeared more akin to a pet raised by noblewomen. It raised the question of whether it was truly the Duke who required her presence, or if it was the Duchess who needed him. Perhaps both were in need. After all, I am merely a guard. Why should I ponder such matters? With the two guards granting passage, Bai Ling cheerfully led Cheng Shi up the staircase. Just as they vanished onto the second floor, Fang Shiqing stealthily approached with Su Lu. "Hello, we wish to request an audience with His Grace the Duke." Fang Shiqing spoke with gentle courtesy, her politeness seemingly out of place for the nobility of Brusque Town. "Request an audience with His Grace? He is likely occupied," the guards replied without hesitation, their cold demeanor difficult to accept. Fang Shiqing's expression shifted, her brow furrowing in contemplation as she pondered how Cheng Shi and the others managed to ascend. Su Lu, filled with indignation, exclaimed, "Why are we not allowed to go up? Those two just went." Upon hearing this, the guard raised his spear. "Silence! No one is permitted to ascend and disturb the Duke. No one has gone up. Please leave." At that moment, they finally remembered to uphold the Duke's honor. If he still possessed any, we shall depart. Their presence above is sufficient. Yet that Cheng fellow is a rogue. Fang Shiqing felt a sense of relief but silently criticized. "How can you have the audacity to speak such words? He is no match for you." She kept her thoughts to herself out of consideration for Su Lu and quietly walked away. Seeing her companion leave, Su Lu hastily followed. Meanwhile, as Su Lu faced her humiliation, Cheng Shi had already arrived at the Duke's chamber on the second floor. However, upon pushing open the door, his countenance darkened at the sight within. The spacious room contained a middle-aged gentleman clad in opulent attire, sprawled on the bed, blood-soaked and lifeless. Bai Ling's eyes widened in shock as she gasped, "He is... Someone is coming." Cheng Shi quickly pulled Bai Ling into the room, gently closing the door, and concealed her in the wardrobe opposite the bed. The wardrobe was cramped, filled to the brim with various garments. With little choice, Cheng Shi squeezed inside, occupying most of the space, leaving Bai Ling to crouch at his feet, barely managing to cover herself with the hem of his clothing. To secure the wardrobe door, she had to clutch tight to some supports. "Sister, be gentle. Rest assured, I won't go about indiscriminately touching, so now. I am truly clinging to a thigh. Click. The lock turned and footsteps followed. Before Chang Shi could discern the identities of those entering, an angry female voice erupted. I merely instructed you to incapacitate him, not to kill him. Do you understand the consequences of your actions? A deep male voice responded, Daila, you must trust me. I did not kill him. Chang Shi raised an eyebrow. Recalling the name's significance, Daila, the Duchess of Brooks, the esteemed first lady of the town who had been groped by a guard. So, who was this man? Feel this. The blood is still warm. He has just died. And I have been with you the entire time. How could I have had the opportunity to kill him? But he died in the room you arranged. You are responsible for all of this. The male voice sighed heavily, then elaborated, fine, even if I did kill him. I see this advantageous? With him dead, there would be no more obstacles between us. He can die. But not now. You have ruined everything. What everything, Daila? Are you hiding something from me? You've changed, becoming increasingly unfamiliar with me. Is there someone else you have your eye on? No, no. The woman's voice was gritted with anger, yet she refrained from further explanation. Anxiously stating, the banquet is about to begin. Once everyone learns he is dead, we are finished. You are the Duchess, the victim. I am a duke's nephew without inheritance rights, just an ordinary guard. At worst, I would be charged with negligence. How could we possibly be finished? I am too anxious. He cannot die like this. The matter of the legislation is not yet resolved, and the citizens of the territory will protest. Daila, that is the duke's concern. You are merely the Duchess, but he is dead. The Duchess struggled to suppress her scream, her voice tinged with hysteria, as if the duke's death was a crushing blow to her. Oh, what if he is dead? You inherit all his wealth. Is that not enough? The riches of Brooks could sustain us for several lifetimes. No, you do not understand. I can inherit the wealth, but not his title. Consequently, the administrative power of Brooks will revert to the crown. What? You still aspire to be a duchess? No. I only care for the citizens of the town. Daila, you have truly changed. Why concern yourself with those commoners? You do not understand. Listen, you stay here and do not allow anyone to enter. I will find a way. We must ensure his death remains concealed. With that, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed as the Duchess exited the room. Hearing this, Chang Shi and Bai Ling exchanged glances in their cramped hiding place, both letting out a sigh of relief. If this ordinary guard were to maintain his watch, his next step would likely involve stepping outside to guard, providing them with an opportunity to escape. However, unexpectedly, the moment the Duchess slammed the door, the man who claimed to be an ordinary guard smirked, turning toward the wardrobe. Apologies for subjecting you to this farce, but it will soon come to an end. He clapped his hands, smiling appreciatively. Thank you for killing Brooks. Although I had my own plans, it seems your methods were far more efficient. I must commend your stealth. It is unfortunate you encountered me. Come out. Considering you have assisted me, I can grant you a swift end. Chang Shi and Bai Ling exchanged another glance, their hearts sinking. They had been discovered. What to do? Bai Ling silently inquired. Chang Shi contemplated for a moment before silently asking, Can you fight? Bai Ling shook her head, but upon recalling that Chang Shi was merely a priest, she nodded, tracing a number on his leg with her finger. 1321. Chang Shi immediately understood. This was her score in the ladder of heaven. It was indeed too low. For someone to still be in this tier 6 months after the faith game commenced, they must either be barely surviving on solo quests or have scraped through by sheer luck. Bai Ling clearly resembled neither. Chang Shi puzzled over how she could have such a low score. Could it be that she failed each time yet somehow managed to survive? That would be more challenging than consistently achieving high scores. Nevertheless, she was still a hunter. Her offensive capabilities would surely surpass his as a priest. Do not panic. Let us confront him. Chang Shi conveyed silently once more, gently patting Bai Ling's shoulder to signal that he was about to push the door open. Bai Ling was taken aback but quickly understood his intention and began to silently count. 3.2.1. Bang. Both pushed the door open simultaneously. Bai Ling immediately summoned her longbow, activating her sensory hunting talent to pierce the depths of the man's desires. Attempting to disrupt his actions, Chang Shi rolled on the ground, casting his healing spell in advance upon them both, ensuring ample healing reserves. However, as they burst forth, they discovered that the guard who had just shouted at them was now standing at the foot of the bed. maintaining his distance while grinning ominously. Sensory hunting seemed to have hit a solid wall, firmly repelled by an invisible barrier. This was bad. He possesses a mental defense skill. Oh, so you are a servant of corruption? Excellent. Your method of murder was so clean that not a trace remains. I was worried about how to shift the blame onto the refugees. But this works out perfectly. Though he spoke, his expression was cautious. His eyes scrutinizing Cheng Shi and Bai Ling as he grinned. It would be a most reasonable explanation if a corruption follower among the refugees were to assassinate the Duke just before the announcement of the legislation. This way, I will be completely absolved of suspicion. I must truly thank you. Cheng Shi's sharp gaze scanned the surroundings and the guard's attire, soon spotting a familiar object on the man's hand. Young master, there is more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. The following parts are even more thrilling. A ring. He wore a ring identical to one held by a dwarf. Cheng Shi had not anticipated such a fortunate coincidence. He promptly retrieved his own ring from his pocket, holding it before him, at this moment, saying too much could lead to missteps. It was better to remain silent and let the other party speculate. The guard, upon catching sight of the ring in Cheng Shi's hand, paused momentarily, his disbelief quickly giving way to raucous laughter. What? I merely handed 300 gold coins to the broker. Did he not say he had gathered a group of dwarves for this task? How is it that these dwarves have outsourced the job? Ha ha ha. You are all simply delightful. And who might you be? How much did that band of little men pay you? In an instant, Cheng Shi grasped the crux of the matter. Those dwarves were indeed the ones sent to assassinate the Duke. However, they had met their demise, only to stumble upon the Duke's death. Damn it, this was truly a convoluted situation. The guard, evidently, showed no inclination to spare them simply because they were hired assassins. Cheng Shi, maintaining a composed demeanor despite the guard's incessant laughter, replied, 30 gold coins. What? Ha ha ha, how much did you say? The guard's laughter grew even more unrestrained. 20 would suffice. His mirth faltered, brows furrowing as if he struggled to comprehend. Let's end this. As his words echoed, Cheng Shi accelerated his metabolism, focusing on the guard's leg deficiencies. As a result, the guard's vitality surged rapidly, yet the unfamiliar state of his legs created an awkward delay. Seizing this fleeting moment of hesitation might present an opportunity, Bai Ling, clearly understanding Cheng Shi's countdown, released an arrow imbued with the power of corruption towards the guard. Their coordination was impeccable, just as the guard's legs buckled. The arrow struck his arm. The force of desire's descent began to wrap around his reason, tearing at his emotions. Yet the guard remained unfazed, a cold smirk curling at the corners of his mouth as he declared, "Here, resistance is forbidden." With a hum, a wave of holy light radiated from the guard, instantly transforming the room into a golden hue. The longbow in Bai Ling's hands fell uncontrollably to the ground. Even the arrows lodged in the guard's body plummeted. Silent. Cheng Shi's pupils constricted at the sight. This was the power of order. His opponent was a lawgiver, singer of order. How had a singer come to be a guard in these times? Before Cheng Shi could fully process this revelation, the high-ranking lawgiver unleashed his voice, chanting, "The judge above. The time for execution has come." Chains constrict the cries of the prisoner, shackles shatter the pride of the guilty. They shall receive judgment here, welcoming the baptism of holy fire, basking in the glory of the Lord. Then, under the gaze of order, they shall turn to ash. With each line sung, Cheng Shi felt his physical state plummet. Silence, confinement, searing heat, and repentance. For negative states rapidly accumulated upon him, the weight of oppression palpable. Soon, both were pressed to the ground, gasping for breath. Bai Ling appeared to fare worse than Cheng Shi. It was as though an invisible giant foot pinned her to the floor, distorting her body and face. Crimson blood flowed from her orifices, and soon her vision began to blur. She looked at Cheng Shi, equally in a dire state, devoid of fear before death, only managing a pained smile as she murmured, "I'm sorry, my lord, I am too weak." But silence enveloped all, her voice failing to escape her throat. Cheng Shi merely saw her mouth move before she smiled and closed her eyes. Weakness is original sin. Is it not? The guard chuckled coldly, drawing his longsword and slowly approaching Cheng Shi. Chapter 29. The death of Cheng Shi. Strangely, there was no sorrow in Cheng Shi's eyes, or perhaps, he simply did not care for Bai Ling's demise. He continuously accelerated his metabolism, attempting to use the magic of time to counteract the effects of the negative states. Yet, alas, reality is not a turn-based game. While Cheng Shi struggled, the guard remained relentless. As a singer, inflicting negative states upon enemies was his forte, and he persistently unleashed his spells, squeezing the last remnants of survival from Cheng Shi. Before long, Cheng Shi felt himself growing weaker, succumbing to the pull of death. Utterly defeated, awaiting his end, the guard stood before Cheng Shi, observing his lack of movement, his eyes vacant, shaking his head with a sigh. Worms of the earth ought to remain underground, yet sometimes, worms have their uses. I both like and despise you. Ah, what a contradiction. Yet before he could finish his thought, the guard suddenly thrust his sword downward with the swiftness of lightning, piercing Cheng Shi's chest without affording him a chance for reprisal. The blade punctured his heart. Cheng Shi's eyes widened, pupils dilating, but within moments, the light in his gaze extinguished. In the final second before darkness consumed his sight, he witnessed the door before him burst open with a resounding crash, revealing a familiar face. Cheng Gu. It was a Ming, but alas, it was too late. Cheng Shi offered a reluctant smile, fully closing his eyes. As a Ming entered, he was immediately engulfed by the overwhelming power of order. He beheld his fallen comrades and, in a frenzy, charged at the horrified guard. I will kill you. I will kill you. How is this possible? This is the domain of order. How can you be unbound? Order? I am order. Such blasphemy should have invited divine retribution, yet a Ming felt none. He muttered frantically, his face contorted with rage, and in a flash, appeared behind the guard. The guard, caught off guard, wore an expression of sheer terror, seemingly attempting to scream, but before he could utter a sound, a bloody dagger plunged through his back, emerging straight through his chest. The murky yellow light flickered momentarily upon the dagger, and the guard, gazing at the blade protruding from his chest, coughed up a mouthful of tainted blood, dying with his eyes wide open. Cheng Gu, I avenged you. A Ming's voice was twisted and sobbing as he kicked aside the corpse. Collapsing helplessly to the ground, his eyes vacant, at that moment, Fang Shiqing and Su Lu burst through the door. A Ming looked up at them, tears glistening in his eyes. Su Lu, upon witnessing the horrific scene, paled, clutching Fang Shiqing's sleeve tightly. Despite her dislike for Cheng Shi, their shared identity as players evoked a sense of sorrow. Fang Shiqing surveyed the scene, her gaze resting upon the deceased Bailing and Cheng Shi. Her lips pressed tightly together, drained of color. How could this happen? Yet she quickly regained her composure, spinning around to shut the door, her expression grave. What transpired? I don't know. I arrived a bit late. I was exploring the second floor when I heard commotion from this room. And by the time I entered, Cheng Gu and Niao Niao, a Ming seemed filled with guilt, running his fingers through his hair, his head hanging low. Who is that on the bed? As he asked. Su Lu's expression shifted, pointing at the figure on the bed with a gasp. It's him. The one foretold to die. Fang Shiqing's body jolted, disbelief washing over her as she turned to Su Lu. Suddenly, she realized that the deceased on the bed was likely the long-missing Duke. Su Lu, seeing the scene matched the vague imagery of the prophecy, murmured in a daze, so it wasn't us who were to perish. But the Duke has died, and that surname Cheng. Although the prophecy did not foretell the death of any players, now, 2 players had indeed met their end. Given the scene, there were only 2 possibilities. Either Cheng Shi had been discovered by the guard in the act of murder, leading to the guard silencing him, or the guard had caught Cheng Shi committing murder, and Cheng Shi had failed to retaliate. As Fang Shiqing articulated her hypothesis, Su Lu lowered her head, stating, I think it should be that the guard witnessed Cheng Shi kill. Fang Shiqing's expression hardened, a flicker of disdain flashing in her eyes as she coldly inquired, why? He might have intended to usurp the Duke's identity. He seems like that kind of person. Though fully aware that such words were ill-timed, Su Lu, for reasons unknown, mustered the courage to voice her suspicions. Fang Shiqing listened with furrowed brows, yet restrained her anger. Fang Jie. What should we do now? Checking the time, Fang Shiqing noted nearly 7 hours had passed, with just over 5 hours remaining. You two, head out and find a way to secure the entrance. As comrades, we must see them off. A Ming cast a confused glance at Fang Shiqing, seemingly recalling that this figure was also a singer. Singers document stories, and the protagonists of these tales are often various sorts of individuals, including various sorts of the deceased. Thus, they excel at composing funeral dirges and reciting elegies. Su Lu felt this ritual might be somewhat time-consuming, yet seeing Fang Shiqing's resolute expression, she bit her lip and stepped toward the exit. Little Lord, there's more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. The story gets even more thrilling. Ming followed closely, his head bowed, obscuring his expression. As Fang Shiqing brushed past him, she patted his shoulder in a gesture of comfort. Once the two individuals exited the room and closed the door behind them, the sorrow etched upon her face vanished in an instant. Replaced by a surge of anger that overtook her countenance, she opened a book, tore out a page, and with a gentle flick, the entire room was enveloped in a stillness so profound that even the drapes stirred by the breeze hung frozen in midair. Not a whisper could be heard. Even the sound of breathing had ceased. She then strolled over to Cheng Shi's side, gazing at his lifeless form, pierced through the heart, her indignation manifesting as a sardonic smile. Fang Shiqing recalled the moment she had awakened in Cheng Shi's embrace amidst the thick fog, feeling a note tucked against her chest. In that fleeting moment, while everyone else was distracted, she had surreptitiously glanced at the note, which read, "Dear Lady Firebearer, upon receiving this letter, know that I am with you in spirit, even if I am not in presence. Please do not look at me, nor smile. This is a plea for help from my future self. Should I perish and fate allows our paths to cross again, I implore you to save me. Any form of healing can retrieve me from the abyss. I humbly ask you to assist me. Considering I was once a candidate for the mantle of Firebearer, I would be immensely grateful. Additionally, in the company of three, caution is imperative." Now, gazing down at Cheng Shi, who had indeed succumbed, she seethed with disbelief. How could this wretch have foreseen his own demise? How dare he place such trust in me? How could he be so certain I would come to his rescue? He rejected me. Did he not fear I would do the same? Scoundrel! Fang Shiqing furrowed her brows, unleashing a torrent of reprimands upon Cheng Shi. The space was muted, as though it were a silent tribunal, with no one to hear her scorn. Yet ultimately, she resigned herself to fate. Tearing another page from the book, crumpling it into a ball, and applying it to Cheng Shi's wound. The moment the page made contact, it transformed into a radiant green light imbued with the essence of life. Penetrating Cheng Shi's body, his previously lifeless form was revitalized, and with a sudden gasp, he opened his eyes. The sound of his labored breathing filled the air, yet no one was there to hear it. Observing Cheng Shi's comical state, Fang Shiqing could not suppress a laugh. Fresh air filled his lungs, an invigorating sensation flooding through him, compelling him to draw in several deep breaths. He was alive. He had returned. Instantly, he lifted his head, not toward Fang Shiqing, but rather to check the time on his watch, only to discover that merely 20 minutes had passed since his death. A wave of relief washed over him as he exhaled a heavy sigh. Releasing the burden that had weighed on his heart, his gaze drifted toward the lifeless Bai Ling and the vigilantly unblinking guard, and he suddenly burst into laughter, silent yet reminiscent of a mime. The reliability of a stout ally proved true, or perhaps the steadfastness of the city watcher was indeed dependable. Seeing Cheng Shi reveling in his own mirth while disregarding her as his savior, Fang Shiqing indignantly kicked him twice. Cheng Shi scrambled to his feet, clasping his hands in gratitude before gesturing toward Bai Ling. Fang Shiqing's expression darkened as she pointed to the book in her hand, mouthing, "Wasting book pages, you are a priest. Save yourself." Cheng Shi, feeling helpless, snapped his fingers. With the silent crack of his fingers, Bai Ling's crushed form began to swell with vitality, and within mere moments, her eyes fluttered open once more. A restorative healing, a gift from time. As her clear eyes widened in astonishment, she stared at Cheng Shi, murmuring, "It's actually real." Fang Shiqing interpreted her lips and turned to Cheng Shi with a puzzled expression, seemingly inquiring what was indeed real. Cheng Shi shrugged, indicating he was equally perplexed. Bai Ling, witnessing the aloofness of the esteemed figure, broke into a silly grin. Though the bloodstains clung to her attire, they only enhanced her allure. Transformed by her resurrection, she appeared even more enticing. Fang Shiqing frowned, sensing the situation was far from straightforward. The scent of corruption had intensified. Her gaze flitted between Cheng Shi and Bai Ling, striving to discern the truth of their encounter. Yet Chang Shi concealed his thoughts masterfully, revealing no clues. Bai Ling, though less adept at subterfuge, could not tear her gaze away from Chang Shi, her look becoming increasingly unsettling. What could she possibly be thinking? Fang Shiqing was oblivious to Bai Ling's thoughts, for her own mind was preoccupied with the memory of her and Chang Shi's encounter within the wardrobe. Chapter 30. Detective Chang Shi time rewound back to the wardrobe. At that moment, Chang Shi silently uttered, "Don't panic, just do it," while patting Bai Ling on the shoulder. Just as she assumed this was a form of comforting assurance, a small vial slipped from Chang Shi's fingertips. Landing squarely on her chest, perfectly wedged between them, Bai Ling froze, glancing down. The vial bore a clear inscription, potion name, the contempt of the deceased. Upon consumption, one shall not truly perish for the duration of the potion's effect. Bai Ling's eyes widened in shock as she looked back up, only to find Chang Shi counting down. Wasting no time, she downed the potion just before dashing out. The outcome of the battle was well known. She had indeed died. Yet now, she was undeniably alive once more. This was no mere ruse to spur her into action. Chang Shi had upheld her trust. As for why Bai Ling had placed such faith in Chang Shi, even she might struggle to articulate it. Perhaps it was because he had never regarded her with any inappropriate intentions. Watching Bai Ling tremble as she stood, Chang Shi felt a profound sense of relief wash over him. He silently thanked his distant yet supportive former teammates who had contributed to the efficacy of the contempt of the deceased. Chang Shi's faith-based skill, offerings to the void, could not fabricate items but required a prior condition, widespread acknowledgement from others. This acknowledgement was intriguing. Through numerous trials, Chang Shi discovered that only 5 individuals, aside from himself, were necessary to meet this requirement. Coincidentally, this matched the number of participants in the trial. At the time in the wardrobe. Chang Shi lacked the means to gain recognition from others, so he had no choice but to discreetly label a vial of the old potion. Though it was a gamble, he was not without confidence. Estimating that 3 or 4 individuals present would not scrutinize the potion too closely. With Bai Ling on site, it was sufficient. The outcome proved favorable. Despite his tendency to roll a 1, his luck in gambling remained intact. Seeing both individuals safe and sound, Fang Shiqing felt a wave of relief. She turned to Chang Shi, her expression serious, demanding an explanation. Chang Shi's demeanor darkened as he glanced toward the door. Fang Shiqing immediately understood, recalling the note from Chang Shi that warned caution in the company of 3. Given the circumstances amidst the fog, aside from herself and Chang Shi, the only outsider present at that moment was a Ming. Was a Ming a threat? Chang Shi smirked subtly, silently conveying that while a Ming might not be a problem, the question of whether a Ming was truly a Ming remained uncertain. What? Fang Shiqing and Bai Ling's expressions shifted dramatically, their disbelief evident. Fang Shiqing furrowed her brow, asking, "His heartstrings have remained unchanged. Are you certain?" Bai Ling echoed her confusion. "Boss, his demeanor toward me has remained consistent." Never faltering. Despite this, Bai Ling chose to trust Chang Shi's assessment. If there was indeed a threat, ensuring internal stability was paramount. Chang Shi shook his head, remaining silent, merely gesturing for everyone to prepare for action and begin capturing. Regardless of a Ming's true identity, as a nimble assassin, it would be challenging to apprehend him without alerting him. With only Chang Shi and Bai Ling, it could prove difficult, but with Fang Shiqing's assistance, the endeavor would become significantly more manageable. Chang Shi approached Fang Shiqing, seeking her support. She glared at him for a moment, sighed, and tore out a golden page from the book. Chang Shi's face lit up as he sensed the surging power of time emanating from the page. This was a skill left behind by a time traveler. Reluctantly clutching the page, Fang Shiqing made her way to the door, casting a glance back at Chang Shi, mouthing, "Compensate me." Chang Shi solemnly nodded in agreement. With Chang Shi's affirmation, Fang Shiqing briskly opened the door, slapping the page onto a Ming's shoulder before he could react. Boom! A surge of temporal energy erupted, and before a Ming had a chance to respond, he was ensnared by the shackles of time, immobilized in place. His eyes widened in shock as he exclaimed, "Sister Fang." Yu Su Lu, startled, stumbled back, revealing a small dagger in her hand, her expression fraught with fear as she glanced at her thigh. "Sister Fang, what is happening?" Before Fang Shiqing could respond, an even more bewildering spectacle unfolded. Chang Shi and Bai Ling, who had just perished in the room, emerged unscathed. Well, not entirely unscathed. Their clothes were somewhat wrinkled. Su Lu was utterly flabbergasted, her mind racing with various conspiracy theories. Most absurdly, she began to suspect that Fang Shiqing had conspired with the insufferable follower of time to eliminate her. Seeing Su Lu so frightened, Fang Shiqing shook her head apologetically, signaling her to listen as Chang Shi explained the situation. As Chang Shi stepped out of the room, he swiftly plunged a desire arrow, which he had taken from Bai Ling, into Ah Ming's shoulder. Hiss! Cheng Gu, you're not dead? What are you doing? Niao Niao, you're alive too. What on earth happened? Ah Ming gazed at everyone in utter shock, his eyes darting about. Observing his demeanor, Cheng Shi smiled knowingly. Apologies, I'm still alive. I suppose that must be quite disappointing for you. Ah Ming paused, then darkened his expression, saying, Cheng Gu, what do you mean? Naturally, I wouldn't wish harm upon my teammates. But your words imply that I killed you? I avenged you by slaying that guard. Oh, you avenged me. Clap, 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 Cheng Shi replied, nodding and smiling. Indeed, you arrived just a moment too late. Otherwise, you could have saved both of us. Yes, it must be some misunderstanding. Fang Jia, please let go of me. Our time is limited. Fang Shiqing appeared oblivious, merely remaining vigilant for any approaching threats. Cheng Shi shook his head, unwilling to waste any more time. You are not a Ming, are you? Ah Ming froze for a moment before bursting into laughter. Cheng Gu, what are you saying? If I'm not a Ming, then who am I? Have you forgotten? I came with you from the mist room, split up to investigate as per Fang Jia's instructions, and then avenged you in this very room. Have you lost your memory? I have not lost my memory, and you needn't pretend. Huang Deshu. Who? Huang Bo, Fang Shiqing exclaimed in shock, then immediately activated some ability to probe Ah Ming's identity. The result was unsurprising. He was indeed Ah Ming. Cheng Shi, are you certain? He is Huang Bo? Ah Ming, wearing a bitter smile, retorted. Cheng Gu, what nonsense are you spouting? Huang Bo hasn't he arrived yet. The door of memory is still open. How could I possibly be Huang Bo? Cheng Shi chuckled and continued. How do you know he hasn't he arrived? Ah Ming's expression shifted, and he hurriedly clarified. What I meant was, when we arrived at the Duke's manor, he had yet to come. Yes, indeed. If I'm not mistaken, as of now, the door of memory is still open, and someone has been left behind, unable to come through. But the one left behind is not Huang Bo. It is you, Ah Ming. The real Huang Bo stands before me. Ah Ming seemed enraged by the relentless suspicion. His face darkened as he roared, Cheng Shi, if you have any intentions, feel free to state them outright. I've saved you time and again. Why do you doubt me? If you claim I am Huang Bo, produce your evidence. On what grounds do you say I am Huang Bo? Watching the frenzied Ah Ming, Fang Shiqing's expression wavered. She glanced at Cheng Shi, only to see him produce a small vial of potion before unscrewing it and saying, in fact, there is plenty of evidence. For instance, an assassin claiming to be unable to withdraw from the mist, or the goblin in the servants' quarters did not die by a single hand, but rather through mutual slaughter. This does not resemble the judgment of order, but rather the handiwork of chaos. Furthermore, someone has murdered the Duke, yet that person is neither the unfaithful guard nor myself and Bai Ling, and the killer remains elusive. Additionally, someone, despite possessing a talent for opening doors swiftly, chooses to kick down the door at a critical moment, which takes considerably longer. With each word Cheng Shi spoke, Ah Ming's expression darkened further, and the mouths of the surrounding teammates gaped wider. By the time Cheng Shi opened the vial, a smile had spread across his face. But it matters not, for this vial contains the truth of confession, a remedy used by the executioner of the great tribunal to interrogate criminals. Regardless of who it is, a single drop will compel them to answer all questions. As an assassin of order, I trust you are familiar with this substance. As he spoke, Cheng Shi tilted the vial over Ah Ming's head. Yet before the potion could drip from the bottle, Ah Ming erupted into a frenzied laugh. Cheng Shi, well done. You are quite impressive. That smile resembled Huang Bo's from their first encounter, identical. Chapter 31. The death of Huang Bo and the final door. It truly is you, Huang Bo. But where is the real Ah Ming? How could this be, boss, this? Cheng Shi smiled as he secured the potion, feeling a sense of relief. The truth of confession was, of course, a ruse. Aside from Cheng Shi, only 4 others were present, and the sacrificial offering to the void could not be activated. However, that did not hinder it from extracting the truth. The interplay of reality and illusion is the key to victory. Cheng Shi, having executed his scheme, continued speculating. I suspect you employed some means of delayed death or a life-sustaining tool to keep Ming under control at the tavern. Did you not? Huang Bo ceased to conceal himself, donning Ming's visage and laughed maniacally. Indeed, my master bestowed upon me the S-rank talent, shared visage. Cheng Shi, you are quite clever, but you cannot outmaneuver me. Huang Bo's tone was frenzied and confident. If I live, that little assassin can also live, but if I die, he shall perish as well. What does it matter if you find me? It must feel unpleasant to be toyed with, does it not? Ha ha ha. Is there not a sense of defeat? The only thing I underestimated was that this poet could revive you. But so what? I have manipulated you, yet you remain powerless. Shu. Cheng Shi, boss, Cheng. Before Huang Bo could finish his sentence, Cheng Shi unexpectedly produced a knife from somewhere and plunged it directly into his heart. As he felt the blade pierce his heart, Huang Bo, in disbelief, looked up, gasping in shock. You have lost your mind. He will die. Cheng Shi snickered coldly. Whether he lives or dies is of no concern to me. Having taken a stab from him, I shall allow you to taste the sensation of having your heart pierced. With that, Cheng Shi deftly withdrew the knife and drove it into Huang Bo's throat once more. Upon witnessing Huang Bo's last breath, he skillfully severed the head from the corpse, ignited it, and finally snapped his fingers in relief. Dust to dust, ashes to ashes. If he can revive, then I must commend him. The three women stood in stunned silence, their minds in disarray as they observed the entire scene. Fang Shiqing was the first to regain her composure. Her gaze filled with complexity as she looked at Cheng Shi. You? What of me? Cheng Shi inquired, wiping the blood from his hands with a smile. I've already told you. I am not a good person. Fang Shiqing remained silent, taking a few deep breaths as she glanced at her watch, returning to a state of readiness. With 2 fewer people, our investigative efforts will become exceedingly challenging. Fang Jia, wait! Su Lu suddenly tugged at Fang Shiqing's sleeve. Fang Shiqing turned around, her cold glare startling Su Lu, yet she summoned her courage to speak. There is something very wrong. Cheng Shi is a priest, Bai Ling is a rather weak hunter. With Huang Bo's capabilities, he could easily kill them without such complications. Why resort to using an NPC's hand? Indeed, Su Lu's observation was astute. Cheng Shi was momentarily taken aback, not anticipating that Su Lu would be the first to react. Perhaps it was due to Fang Shiqing and Bai Ling viewing him through warm-colored lenses, making his swift actions all the more shocking to them. Meanwhile, the ever-observant Su Lu had become the one to unravel the mystery. Fang Shiqing pondered for a moment, seemingly arriving at a realization. She suddenly glanced toward the interior. Chaos might grant Huang Bo the mandate to eliminate us, but it would not provide him with the answers to the trial. Thus, it was not that he did not wish to act. He needed to rely on others to discover the answers. And that answer, could it be that guard? She looked at Cheng Shi, seeking clarification. Cheng Shi applauded, expressing his approval, and laid bare the chain of events and his conjectures. Clever. Perhaps he overheard the guard's conversation with me, or perhaps he had already seen that ring, simply waiting for me to solve the riddle. I indeed found an answer. If I am not mistaken, that guard has not perished. Huang Bo's next plan is to take him to a place where you cannot find him and depart from here. Of course, I do not know how he learned that this was the final act, or if his benefactor provided him with the clues to the next scene in advance. Fang Shiqing's expression turned complex. You suspected from the very beginning that Ming was problematic? Even before the mist? Cheng Shi smiled that it was merely a guess. As he spoke, he cast a glance into the room. Bai Ling understood instantly and dashed into the room to check the guard's vital signs. Sure enough, a murky glow enveloped the guard's heart, preventing him from dying immediately. There is still hope. Fang Shiqing followed closely behind, observing the guard, who was barely clinging to life. She turned and said, Cheng Shi, it is still your turn. Cheng Shi did not refuse. He cast a healing spell upon the very person who sought to kill him. Just as the guard was about to awaken, Cheng Shi cast a hypnotic spell upon him. This time, it was not Fang Shiqing who spoke up. Su Lu anxiously shouted, Hey, you. If it's about memories, just say it. Such a coarse guidance rendered everyone's countenance darkened, yet fortunately, the feeble guard had already lost his clarity of thought. After a prolonged moment of confusion, he nodded. Soon after, the guard, who had just been rescued, erupted violently, transforming into a myriad of sparkling particles. These particles coalesced once more, forming the door to memory. However, this time, the door was adorned with an additional golden frame. The ultimate gate. Its emergence signified that the trial was nearing its conclusion. Stepping through this threshold, everyone would survive and receive their rewards. Is it truly over? Su Lu was taken aback by the unexpected simplicity of the situation. They had discovered the final exit with ample time remaining. At this point, merely over 8 hours had passed since the trial commenced, leaving nearly a third of the time still available. Fong. Sister? Su Lu turned back joyfully, only to meet Chang Shi's furrowed brow. Startled, she recoiled a couple of steps, a person who could casually take another's life, a believer in opposing ideologies, standing before the exit. Would she dare to imagine the possibility of him turning on her? The thought terrified her, prompting an immediate desire to flee the scene. Su Lu scanned the positions of everyone present, gritted her teeth, and charged towards the ultimate gate. Yet, just as she was about to leap through the trial's threshold, a powerful hand seized her arm, yanking her back from the portal. Su Lu screamed in shock, instinctively unleashing the Bardess skill upon Chang Shi. Chang Shi, unable to evade, grimaced as he endured the negative effects before flinging her to the ground beside him. Fong Shiqing, witnessing this, stepped protectively in front of Su Lu, her expression one of ire. Chang Shi, enough! Balan was taken aback, unsure why Chang Shi refused to let Su Lu go, but she still moved her feet, drawing her bow and positioning herself behind him. Fong Shiqing observed the scene, her brow knitted in concern. Fong's sister, save me. Chang Shi, you don't know, wait. Chang Shi disregarded the chaos around him, his brow furrowing further as he pondered. Something is amiss. If this leads to the next scene, perhaps there is no issue. Yet if this is indeed the ultimate gate, the answer is far too simplistic. The prophecy of the clamp has yet to be fulfilled. Where is the hand that lifted the teacup? Fong Shiqing was momentarily taken aback. Hearing him mention this eased her tension. It seemed Chang Shi was not inclined to kill. Rather, he appeared skeptical of the correctness of their answer. Yet, the maze of memories has always led to but one ultimate gate. How could this be incorrect? Su Lu trembled on the ground, her eyes filled with fear and resentment, glaring at Chang Shi. Fong Shiqing glanced back at her, sighed, and quietly explained to Chang Shi. We climbed in through the outer wall to the second floor, found the Duchess's room, and indeed saw that cup. Chang Shi, what the seer envisioned may not necessarily reflect the current timeline. The Duchess may very well have used that cup. However, I believe that rather than depicting a prophecy, it serves to point us here. The scene of the Duke's demise, or perhaps to locate the Duchess's lover. Chang Shi frowned, shaking his head. That doesn't quite add up. Where is the Duchess? We have squandered nearly an hour here. Has the banquet not commenced? Or are all still patiently awaiting the Duke's arrival? The guests seem to have made no move to leave. Why? What scheme does the Duchess concoct to obscure the news of the Duke's demise? Chang Shi's uncertainties grew ever larger. Everything before them felt as though an invisible hand was presenting the answers at their lips, urging them to swallow it whole. Yet this sense of subtle coercion left Chang Shi discontent. What precisely has gone awry? He began to contemplate meticulously. The entirety of the Eternal Night Maze was not particularly intricate. In the first act, they encountered the tavern's attendant, perhaps due to having seen many patrons before. He reminisced about that night at the tavern. Then, in the second act, they found the Duke's groom, York. They sought him out upon witnessing the true form of the beastly servant, revealing the dwarves hidden beneath the beast's skin. York had been ensnared by the dwarves' control, leading him into memory. They indeed encountered the corpses of these dwarves in the third act. Subsequently, he discovered the guard's token, that ring, and confronted the guard. The guard acknowledged the ring's existence and was guided to the door of memory. It seemed there were no issues. However, it appeared that as the guard acknowledged, he mentioned a broker. Chang Shi's mind sparked with clarity. He suddenly realized he had entered a mental blind spot, that broker. Chapter 32. A story in the second ultimate gate. What? Balan behind him was startled. Chang Shi, somewhat agitated, exclaimed, Balan, he mentioned a broker. So is it possible that the guard did not recognize those dwarves, but merely knew of this ring? Balan, not foolish, immediately grasped Chang Shi's implication. If the guard had hired the dwarves through a broker, he should not know what the dwarves looked like or any specific details about them. Yet, the dwarves in the servants' quarters exhibited no logical inconsistencies. They even knew to eliminate the invading players. Balan's eyes widened in disbelief. But the answer has clearly manifested. Fang Shiqing echoed. Changshi? The maze of memories has never presented a second answer. Ha! Forbidden techniques have never appeared in the trial of war. Did we not encounter one last time? I recall the Clamp S decree. The rolled number was .5. Su Lu, infuriated at being called a clamp by Changshi, was seething but dared not voice her anger. Fang Shiqing pondered. Indeed, so. Could this prophecy be suggesting that we possess another 50 choice? Changshi regarded Su Lu, enunciating. She scored 1,600 points. The die has 10 faces, 5 points, precisely half. Everyone was taken aback, yet none contested. For Changshi's explanation held water. Moreover, the prophecy of fate remains ambiguous until the end. No one can ascertain its true meaning. Yet, we lack additional evidence and clues to uncover a second answer. Changshi, there are far too many individuals in the manor, and too many have perished. Our situation is exceedingly precarious, but at the very least, we have time, do we not? Changshi smiled, taking a step forward. I have someone in mind. Perhaps she is one of the answers. Who? Balan hurriedly followed. While Fang Shiqing hesitated momentarily before also tugging Su Lu along, Su Lu was most reluctant to follow. Yet Fang Shiqing held her grip tightly, rendering her unable to escape. Clearly, Fang Shiqing still had faith in Changshi. She did not wish for Su Lu to meet her demise. Yet Su Lu held an entirely different perspective, her gaze towards Fang Shiqing laced with both anger and derision. The once reliable ally now seemed to have lost her senses. The believer of time. Ensnaring hearts, Changshi led the group away from the second floor, swiftly searching the manor. The banquet guests had indeed not departed, still laughing and conversing as though the Duke's tardiness had become customary. Ignoring these mindless nobles, he hastily led everyone away from the banquet's center, arriving once more at the initial servant quarters. Just as everyone was perplexed as to why he had returned, Changshi's gaze fell upon the ground at the doorway, and he smiled. Fang Shiqing followed his line of sight, discovering faint traces of sand beneath the threshold, revealing a shallow footprint left by someone. What is this? Changshi pointed at the ground, grinning. The soil from the courtyard. I anticipated that no matter who invited those dwarves for whatever reason, upon realizing they had not appeared at the correct time and place, they would undoubtedly come to investigate, to see what had happened to those dwarves. Thus, I scattered a handful of fine sand at the doorway, and now, you can see, a footprint from a noblewoman's high-heeled shoe. Balan finally grasped the implication, whether intentionally or not, she inquired. What does this signify? That the Duchess has been here. The Duchess has a connection with that broker. Changshi regarded her as though she were foolish. Yet before he could speak, Fang Shiqing mused. It indicates that the Duchess is far more complex than we initially assumed. Changshi stated that her reaction to the Duke's death was profound. Yet, since these dwarves were hired to assassinate the Duke, she should not be present here. If anything, it implies one thing. She was already aware that the dwarves would come. Precisely, Changshi nodded. As the Duchess? Her recent unusual interest in the dwarven circus from the refugees clearly suggests something amiss. What issue? I have a suspicion, but I dare not assert it until I locate the Duchess. Fang Shiqing immediately nodded. Let us split up and search. She swiftly dragged the enraged Su Lu away, while Balan timidly approached Changshi, whispering, Boss, are you really not hiding this time? Changshi clicked his tongue, disdainfully responding. There's no way to hide anymore. Relying on you is unreliable, Balan smiled sheepishly. I'm sorry, boss, I'm just too weak. Those words sounded so familiar. Changshi suddenly paused, gazing at Balan's somewhat apologetic face, his expression softening considerably. It's all right, as the boss, I can help you win. As he spoke, he strode out of the door, embarking on a quest to locate the Duchess. Bailing hurriedly followed behind, lifting her skirts. It was not until half an hour later that they found the Duchess on a path at the back of the estate, preparing to leave. Observing her hasty demeanor, the players decisively took down the surrounding guards to prevent her escape. The Duchess glared at these strangers, her face flushed with anger as she demanded, Who are you? What do you intend to do? Here, on Brooksland, in the vicinity of the Duke's estate, you dare to assault the Duchess? Are you mad? Changshi approached the Duchess, a smile gracing his lips as he countered. Are you truly the Duchess? Dyla's expression faltered, her anger escalating as she retorted, You will pay dearly for your foolishness. Cheng Shi disregarded her, continuing, I apologize for taking up your time. Madam, I would like to share a story with you. After which you may leave, that I assure you. My companions will not harm you in the slightest. Dila paused, her eyes widening. Really? Indeed. But you must not hold us accountable for our intrusion afterward. You came here simply to tell me a story? Yes, esteemed lady. May I begin? Dila hesitated, but given the circumstances, she had no choice but to acquiesce. Then please, go ahead. Cheng Shi bowed slightly, speaking leisurely. I wish to recount the tale of a group of dwarves tainted by an underground faith, who sought to usurp the administrative power of a small town through deceitful impersonation. And no sooner had he finished speaking than Dila turned and fled. Fang Shiqing's expression shifted dramatically as she swiftly drew a page from her book, casting it onto the path of the fleeing duchess, summoning countless vines that ensnared her and brought her crashing to the ground. Bailing, quick on her feet, darted to her side, ready to bind her. However, as she made her move, she discovered that the ropes had instead cut into the duchess's waist, tearing her skin. To their astonishment, a pair of enormous feet and a bald head emerged from the ragged edges of the torn flesh. What? A dwarf? Everyone gazed at Cheng Shi in disbelief. Cheng Shi exhaled heavily, an elegant smile gracing his face. You see, this is precisely the story I intended to tell. Fang Shiqing, still in shock, asked, When did you discover this? Cheng Shi pondered, perhaps when I recalled hearing in the tavern that they had impersonated Minnie. Fang Shiqing felt a pang of regret for his refusal of the flame-beareress invitation. Cheng Shi was evidently an adept player, a master of detail and human insight. Most importantly, his heart had remained untainted throughout. Even when he had slain Huangbo, why do you keep staring at me? Fang Shiqing sighed. You know what I'm thinking. Your words imply that I am a parasite dwelling within your mind. Cheng Shi approached the duchess, pulling out the two dwarfs concealed beneath her skin. The grotesque dwarves, upon seeing the light, covered their faces and wailed. It was Sambos's idea. He commanded us to impersonate the Duke and Duchess, to seize control of the town. We were merely following orders. Please don't kill us. I have no interest in killing you, merely in discovering who has fallen into reminiscence. With that, he cast 2 hypnosis spells upon them. This time, Su Lu remained silent, and Fang Shiqing did not speak either, leaving Cheng Shi to question them alone. After he finished, the dwarf impersonating the lower half of the Duchess exploded into countless sparkles, coalescing into a final door. The second final door. There really is a second one. Fang Shiqing looked at the second door before her, her expression a mix of emotions. Cheng Shi, are you truly not considering what I previously mentioned? Su Lu and Bailing exchanged glances, and Cheng Shi casually replied, No, thank you. He then bowed to everyone, cheerfully stating, The performance has concluded. Kindly exit in an orderly fashion. Though intended as a light-hearted interlude, not a single person moved. Cheng Shi observed this awkward scene, twitching his lips. Preparing to leave, however, at that moment, Bailing made her move. She playfully wrapped her arms around Cheng Shi's, quickly pecked him on the cheek, and then dashed towards the final door like a fledgling returning to its nest. Just as she was about to step through the door, Cheng Shi suddenly called out, Why choose him? Bailing paused, turning back with a radiant smile, casting Cheng Shi a flirtatious glance as she replied, Isn't it because I like him? With that, she rushed into the door without looking back. Her response was a rhetorical question, yet it also affirmed her feelings. Cheng Shi was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter. He was not mocking Bailing's straightforwardness, but rather amused by her dishonesty. As comrades who had shared life and death, he never felt the need to delve deeply into their relationship. Yet knowing Bailing had lied was a cause for joy. Life in this world was already challenging. There was no reason to judge others, especially since she had never harmed anyone. Watching Bailing disappear beyond the door, Cheng Shi wore a radiant smile. However, Fang Shiqing's expression was far from pleasant. She longed to extend another invitation, yet she understood that Cheng Shi would likely decline. Reluctantly, she began to approach the final door. Just before entering, she nudged Su Lu forward, clearly not wanting her to be left alone with Cheng Shi. Yet, what neither of them anticipated was that just as Su Lu was about to be pushed through the final door, she suddenly struggled violently and broke free. She sprinted dozens of meters away, staring at the astonished Fang Shiqing and the puzzled Cheng Shi, and cried out in a frenzied voice, It's fake. All of it is fake. He is deceiving you. Sister Fong, he is deceiving you. This is all his trickery. Don't trust him. This door is a lie. We will die if we go through. Chapter 33. Everything is a choice of fate. What is wrong with you? Chang Shi rolled his eyes. His disdain unmistakable. Fang Shiqing was taken aback by Su Lu's intense reaction, her expression filled with confusion as she asked, "How can you be so certain it's fake?" Su Lu. You witnessed Chang Shi's entire reasoning process. If you have any doubts, feel free to voice them. There is no need for such theatrics. Seeing Su Lu's hesitation, Fang Shiqing sensed that she harbored some hidden truth. She gently encouraged her, "Speak up." "We have time." Su Lu glanced at the time, biting her lip with determination as she declared, "My lord bestowed upon me a new command earlier. He said, 'Do not let the followers of time deceive you.'" Fang Shiqing and Chang Shi were both taken aback. Chang Shi was shocked by the apparent misunderstanding regarding the other party's benefactor. He was not genuinely a follower of time. Fang Shiqing was astonished by the possibility that Su Lu might be speaking the truth. "You, Sister Fong, I know you look down on me, think I'm foolish, perceive me as weak, and consider me a burden. But I can see that you have been protecting me, so I am telling you this. Chang Shi is a great deceiver. He wants to kill us all. He has already slain a Ming and Huang Bo, and now he is targeting you. Sister Fong, please come with me. Do not trust him. Everything he says is a lie." Fang Shiqing turned to Chang Shi, only to find him suddenly unburdened. "Oh, so the prophecy of fate is here, huh? Now, my dear, it's your moment of choice. Ha ha ha. Will you believe her or me? Choose one with that." Chang Shi walked casually to the edge of the final door, silently awaiting the outcome. "Even you." Fang Shiqing clenched the book in her hands, her gaze wavering. "Chang Shi, what was the command given to you?" Chang Shi paused, then replied with a smile, "You guessed it. I indeed have a command. When we entered the third act, time gave me a directive. It was, kill the follower of fate. That would be you." "It is truly you," Fang Shiqing exclaimed. "Sister Fong, I was not mistaken. He indeed wants to kill me, but he lied. He aims to slay everyone. He has already commenced. It's just the two of us left. Sister Fong, I am saving you. I am saving you. Please believe me. He wants to kill you. Why won't you come closer? Fang Shiqing, do you think you are so remarkable? Do you believe every choice you make is correct? You idiot, how can you not see he is harming you? I am the only one trying to save you. You, Fang Shiqing, what are you doing? Come back. He wants to kill you. Come back." Seeing Fang Shiqing choose Chang Shi, Su Lu completely lost it. She glared at the two approaching figures, then turned and fled. "Let them all die. Let them all die. Stupid fools, let them all perish." Chang Shi watched with great interest as Fang Shiqing approached. Laughing, "Why doesn't Team My Dear not choose her little follower?" Fang Shiqing sighed helplessly. To borrow Su Lu's words, "If you wish to kill her, it need not be so complicated." Chang Shi chuckled with delight. "Are you not going to save her?" Fang Shiqing glanced back and shook her head. The torchbearers pass on the flame of continuity. Such individuals, never mind. Let go of the urge to assist and respect the destinies of others. Chang Shi curled his lips in response. Indeed, respect the destinies of others. He emphasized the word destiny with a certain weight. Fang Shiqing understood his implication and refrained from mentioning the invitation again. Instead, she extended her hand towards Chang Shi. Chang Shi was momentarily taken aback, bewildered, unsure of how to react, but he placed his hand atop hers. Their warm hands clasped tightly together, though not with interlocking fingers, but in a handshake. Fang Shiqing's palm was firmly transformed into a handshake by him. A rare moment of embarrassment flickered across Fang Shiqing's face, quickly replaced by her natural demeanor as she smiled and reminded him, "What about my compensation?" Only then did Chang Shi recall that she was requesting the reward for that eternal prison page. "Oh goodness, how awkward." His toes curled in embarrassment. "Ahaha. Yes, I remember." Chang Shi hastily withdrew his hand and retrieved from his personal space a mask of all beings. It was a splendid golden mask with a radiant smile, substantial in weight. The moment Fang Shiqing took it into her hands, an introduction for the mask appeared in her mind. "Joyous mask. When you don this mask, your mood will be forcibly transformed into joy. When you expend this mask for summoning spells, your summoned entity will be replaced by the individual who provided you with this mask." Fang Shiqing blinked, taking time to comprehend what it meant to be replaced by the individual who bestowed the mask. Wasn't he that Chang Shi? She looked at him and noticed his awkward expression. Indeed, presenting such an item to a lady was not a commendable act. Yet, it was undeniably useful. This essentially granted Fang Shiqing an opportunity to summon a Doctor of Oblivion. Though she wondered if the summoned Chang Shi possessed the same extraordinary ability to break through dilemmas, she gently caressed the mask, smiling with delight. "Thank you, I accept it." Chang Shi awkwardly retracted his hand, uncertain of what to say. "Well, I just wanted you to help me see what this thing is useful for. Actually, I intended to give you a healing spell with the Divine Grace effect. But you've been holding onto it so tightly, and you even pulled it back to touch my thigh. Can I get it back?" "Alas, forget it. After all, she is a lifesaver. Let this mask, which has neither introduction nor practical use, be considered a parting gift. This can be regarded as an additional gift. I'll imprint a healing spell for you. So please take note." "More? Oh, all right." Fang Shiqing smiled as she took out her book and began to imprint Chang Shi's skill. Once everything was settled, she closed the book and stepped decisively into the final door. "Chang Shi, farewell." Chang Shi watched Fang Shiqing vanish, chuckling as he shook his head. There was no time for farewells. Once Fang Shiqing completely disappeared through the door, Chang Shi's gaze sharpened again as he looked towards Su Lu's departing figure and strode after her. "Thinking you can run after falling for my drug? What were you thinking, you little monster?" Su Lu had indeed not run far. As she dashed, she fainted in a small garden near the banquet center. The drug was administered by Chang Shi when he was pulling her away from the first final door. Even in that urgent moment of rescue, he had not forgotten to apply some potion to his hands before pulling her out. Of course, this was not a premeditated act against Su Lu. It was merely a strategic precaution. A move made in advance. Little did he expect it would come in handy so soon. Originally, Chang Shi thought that his claim to Fang Shiqing that time had bestowed upon him a command was pure nonsense. As he was not a follower of time, however, unexpectedly, once Fang Shiqing exited the trial, Chang Shi indeed received a command from deity. Yet this deity was not time, but rather deception, whom he believed in. Eliminate that follower of destiny. An identical command. It was as if deception had witnessed his earlier performance and echoed his words. "But aren't you and destiny both deities of the same fate? What does this mean?" Chang Shi found himself at a loss for words. By the time he reached the location, Su Lu lay unconscious on the ground. He seized Su Lu by the collar, dragging her towards the final door. Along the way, many servants cast sidelong glances, yet under his piercing gaze, none dared to intervene. Chang Shi walked on, and Su Lu bumped along the ground. Upon reaching the final door, Su Lu, experiencing acute pain in her back, gradually regained consciousness. As she beheld Chang Shi's face, she recoiled in fright. "Stay away from me. Don't kill me. Please, I was wrong. Don't kill me." Chang Shi glanced at her with cold indifference and scoffed. "You, worthy of such fear?" He grasped Su Lu by the neck, lifting her entirely, and chuckled. "Indeed, I have killed many and witnessed countless deaths. Yet I still believe that at times, death is too direct, lacking in aesthetic appeal. Miss Prophet, do you not agree?" Without waiting for Su Lu's response, he pressed her head and hurled her into the gate of memories. After completing this act, he produced the die from his hand and said with a grin, "Perhaps disrupting her fate is far more entertaining than killing that follower of destiny." Chang Shi looked at the die with great anticipation. Unfortunately, the die remained still, showing no response. Boring. Chang Shi stowed away the die and strode away from the trial. Special trial, Eternal Night's Labyrinth, Memory. Challenge successful. Evaluating performance and calculating rewards. Player, Chang Shi, performance rating, S, obtained item. Hope Mask, S, X1, obtained item. Regret Mask, A, X1, obtained item. Disdain Mask, B, X1, obtained item. Relief Mask, A, X1, Path to Ascendance 9, Steps to Audience 3, Current Path to Ascendance Score, 2125. Global Ranking, Current Steps to Audience Score, 161. Fate Ranking, 64. Trial Cleared, Exiting Soon. Chapter 34. The Dawn That Pierces the Night. In reality, in a certain apartment of an unknown province, Bai Ling woke up in bed, feeling the warmth of sunlight streaming through the window onto her cheek. She raised her hand to touch her face, pinching it hard. "It hurt. I'm not dead. The final door was reeled. I'm alive again." A moment of joy flickered in her eyes, and she laughed out loud, but soon her smile froze, slowly fading away as her gaze turned vacant, fixated on the white ceiling. "Why choose him?" Cheng Shi's question echoed incessantly in her mind. She could still recall her response. Wasn't it because of affection? Yes, wasn't it due to affection? But what exactly do I truly love? She slowly rose, just as she had done after the trial concluded, shedding her clothes and standing before the mirror. Naked, twirling to examine the marks left by corruption on her body. The embrace of desire was not distasteful, but did she truly enjoy it? Perhaps. Bai Ling let out a self-deprecating laugh as she stepped towards the bathroom. This was an old and dilapidated apartment, yet thanks to the collective prayers of the surrounding players, hot water was still reasonably abundant. She turned the shower to its maximum flow and highest temperature, letting the scalding water cascade over her, reddening her skin. Her hands scrubbed vigorously over her body, even though nothing could be scrubbed away from her flushed skin. She continued to exert herself. Only when she was utterly exhausted and collapsed in the bathroom did this torment finally conclude. In her dreams, she seemed to return to the day of the god's descent, staring at the only choice before her. Bai Ling innocently asked, "What must I do to worship you?" That captivating voice remained etched in her memory. Flesh, power, wealth, selfishness, greed, sloth, all will be desires you can pursue. But I do not wish to harm others. Then bring joy to others. Joy? From that day forth, a seeker of sensory indulgence, a hunter of physical pleasures, was born. She had never harmed another. She only sought to bring others joy. Hours later, Bai Ling stirred awake, a smile returning to her face as she slowly rose to dry her body in the fitting room. She selected a brand new ensemble and leisurely dressed. For players, the fate of old clothes was singular. The trash bin, however, Bai Ling would never discard her garments. Each dress was akin to a videotape of memories, reminding her of the details of every trial. She carefully hung the dress up, meticulously organizing it while reminiscing about each scene that had just transpired. Yet, as she smoothed the hem of the skirt, she suddenly discovered a letter tucked within its folds. A letter composed of pages. Bai Ling gasped, covering her mouth in disbelief as she cautiously pulled out the letter, trembling as she unfolded it. The elegant handwriting on the letter came into view, each character vividly capturing her attention. The invitation of the bearer of the flame? In reality, within an unknown classroom of a certain province. Fang Shiqing skillfully lifted a piece of chalk and drew a symbol on the blackboard. The moment her hand made contact with the surface, the blackboard abruptly contorted into a pitch-black door. Without a moment's hesitation, her gaze resolute, she stepped through the portal. Beyond the door lay an infinite void. The instant she crossed the threshold, invisible staircases rose beneath her feet, guiding her to a predetermined destination. After only a few dozen steps, Fang Shiqing found herself facing a figure seated high above, illuminated by flickering candlelight. Sensing the weight of this person's gaze, she shook her head with a wry smile. "Must you be so ostentatious? Qingqing, this is the treatment I deserve. I have forged a path for you to communicate. A route unseen even by the gods. Shouldn't you shower me with praise every time we meet? Stop, 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 I shall extol you, the great Hope's flame. But please refrain from calling me Qingqing. It's rather grating." "Very well, Qingqing." Fang Shiqing helplessly rubbed her forehead. "Has he arrived?" "Yes, just ahead." She nodded and began to walk, but after 2 steps, she halted and turned back, a look of confusion on her face. "By the way, why don't you call him Xin?" The candlelit figure hesitated, answering awkwardly, "I fear he might hit me." A laugh escaped Fang Shiqing before she could contain it, and her steps felt lighter thereafter. Not long after, she found herself in a brightly lit hall, where she encountered a towering man. "You seem quite joyful. Is there good news? Are you injured?" Fang Shiqing furrowed her brow. "A minor injury, nothing to worry about. I had a couple of skirmishes with the corrupted chosen." The ease with which the man spoke belied the peril that lurked beneath. The segmented trials were nearly unimaginable in difficulty for an ordinary player. Fang Shiqing refrained from probing further, merely nodding. "Speak. Time is of the essence. I have sent out 2 new invitations, one to the Forgotten Doctor, and the other to the Sensory Hunter." The man raised an eyebrow, somewhat taken aback. "Corrupted? Follower? Indeed, a follower of the corrupted. And what of it? The doctor declined, but the hunted likely will not refuse. Oh. The man's interest piqued. He smiled. Why is that? Because her heartstrings resonate with the same sorrowful melody as ours, dancing with notes of hope. Are you certain she is a follower of the corrupted? I am certain. You are the seeker of the flame, so your word is law. May I prepare a welcoming ceremony for our new companion? Fang Shiqing seemed to ponder someone, yet she shook her head, casting aside distractions, and smiled. She will come. In reality, within an unknown residence of a certain province, Su Lu awoke with a scream, leaping up from her desk and sending the crystal ball and cards sprawling across the floor. She struggled as if someone were gripping her throat until her back pressed against the wall, at which point she regained her composure and realized she was no longer within the trials. This is the rest area? As the gods allocated fragmented zones for all players, the notion of home had gradually faded from people's consciousness. Most players referred to their dwellings as rest areas, while others called them stopping points, or merely places to survive. Su Lu stared incredulously at her hands, then hastily began to examine herself. Yet when she confirmed she was indeed alive and unharmed, the fear on her face became even more pronounced. Why was I dragged into the wrong final door by someone surnamed Chung, yet I survived? Why did he have the chance but chose not to kill me? Why did fate warn me against trusting the followers of time? Yet, based on the outcome, the followers of time seem to be correct. Why is that? Is fate's will for me to die? Why? Since I began to believe in fate, I have revered you every single day, praised you without fail, and dared not defy you. Yet in the end, you directed me towards death. Why? Is this my destiny? I refuse to accept it. Su Lu's eyes were a tumult of fear and rage, resentment and hatred blossoming within her. She clenched the die of fate in her hand, her expression shifting through various shades of gloom. On the rooftop, Xia Yang seemed to hear the commotion below, leaning over the edge with concern. Lulu, are you all right? What happened? Xia Yang's voice tugged Su Lu back to reality, and she withdrew her hand from the die she nearly cast aside. Suppressing her bitterness, quickly, she restored her previous tone, responding in a clipped manner. I'm fine, Brother Xia. I just bumped into the table. As long as you're okay, that is good. You weren't hurt in the trials? Were you? Thanks to your potions, I'm unharmed, though it seems I've run out of them. Oh, no worries, I'll ask Cheng Shi for another bottle. He might still have some. Cheng Shi, again with Cheng Shi. Su Lu's thoughts twisted within her, her eyes flashing with disdain several times before she finally spoke softly. That wouldn't trouble brother, would it? Not at all, in reality. Within an unknown suburban area, a Ming lay on the ground, gazing up at the blazing sun, his mind in turmoil, after receiving the decree from order to eliminate the followers of chaos, only to be countered by Huang Bo. He knew his fate was sealed. Confined against the wall and subjected to inhumane punishment, feeling his life ebb away, he had nearly succumbed to despair. Yet, just as he thought his life was about to fade, a snap echoed from the depths of the void. Pulling his consciousness back to reality, he awoke, unscathed, as if he had just entered the trials. Ming stared at his fully restored self, overwhelmed with astonishment. He tore away the blood nails, struggling to leap from the wall. Glancing at the time, 2 hours remained. Time? Ming suddenly comprehended that it was the technique of the Forgotten Doctor, a trick of time, state rollback. The doctor named Cheng Shi had saved him. Praise time, granting him another chance at life. Afterward, he searched for the door of memories and his teammates, only to discover they had long since departed the trials. Moreover, outside each door of memories, he found clues leading to answers. It felt as if he had been trapped in a dream, one where he endured torment and faced death. Yet upon awakening, the trials had completed automatically. Cheng Shi, I'm fortunate to have you. Chapter 35. Deception? Cheng Shi opened his eyes, realizing he was not on the rooftop. A sudden jolt of anxiety surged within him. Could it be that he had misjudged? Was Su Lu's account the truth? However, as he recognized he was amidst the stars, above the galaxy, that thought was swiftly dismissed. He had not erred. His body had merely been transported by some mysterious force, one he had heard other players mention in previous trials. It was said that when the deity favored a particular follower, They would descend in a form comprehensible to humans at the conclusion of the trials, summoning them. Could it be true? Cheng Shi's mind whirled, buzzing with disbelief. He had never anticipated that the absurd tales of others might hold truth. Just as he held his breath, searching the resplendent cosmos for his patron, a pair of enormous, terrifying eyes suddenly opened before him. An indescribable pressure bore down on him, piercing his soul and leaving him momentarily paralyzed. Compared to the nearly black hole-like pupils, Cheng Shi felt like a mere speck of dust in the boundless universe. Thud, thud, thud. Cheng Shi stared, his heart racing. He sensed his heartbeat quickening, synchronizing with the ethereal waves beneath the starry expanse, gradually dulling his awareness of his humanity. Theo described this sensation. It felt akin to having one's soul exit the body. Cheng Shi looked down in shock, realizing his physical form remained in place, wearing a vacant expression. Meanwhile, his current self was transparent and ethereal, resembling a spirit. It was only then that the inexplicable fear and overwhelming pressure began to dissipate, allowing Cheng Shi to regain control of his consciousness. That moment, from the eye before him, painted in swirling white with starry pupils, emanated an unchanging, icy voice. Cheng Shi. This voice was unlike any sound Cheng Shi had ever encountered. As if a single utterance could draw him into the void, he felt he ought to tremble, glancing down to confirm that indeed, his body was quaking. Yet in this spectral state, he felt no fear. And so he gently replied, yes. However, he soon felt it was insufficient. No one could maintain their composure as a human before the gods. Even if there were, it would be far from the prowess of Cheng Shi. Thus, he, like a sycophant, uttered another phrase. Praise the void, praise the benefactor. To be summoned by you is indeed a great fortune. After all, survival is not a disgrace. But unexpectedly, the all-seeing eye twitched slightly, emitting a sound of derision. Pitiful humans, who cannot even recognize their own benefactor, dare to speak of praise. In an instant, Cheng Shi's eyes widened in terror, yet they soon narrowed again, and in a flurry of thought, he tentatively inquired, time? Upon hearing this divine name, the eye turned like a clock, and with an even colder tone, it declared, to utter the name of a deity is a crime. As soon as the words fell, Cheng Shi's spirit was obliterated in the void, as if he had never existed. His body shattered into fine particles, swept away by the winds of the cosmos into the boundless abyss. The immense eye spun round and round until it sensed the fate of another twist, before satisfactorily closing once more, as if it had never been open. Time began to float. He felt as though a century had passed, yet it could have been merely a second. In the chaotic passage of time, it is uncertain how long had truly elapsed when the eye opened again in the same location. However, this time, the corners of its eyes were slightly lifted, clearly amused. Not too late after all. The eye, adorned with spirals and starry points, blinked repeatedly, and with each blink, bright stardust appeared where Cheng Shi's former corporeal form had been. These particles attracted one another, merging and coalescing. When they were once again shaped into a human form by an unseen force, the clay figure, crafted beneath the starlit sky, opened its eyes. Huff. Cheng Shi gasped, sweat beading on his brow. He looked at the eye before him, gritted his teeth, and managed to squeeze out a single word from his throat. Damn. The eye seemed momentarily taken aback, but then it laughed even more heartily. According to my understanding of your human language, this word seems to express your desire to share in the authority of creation with me? The eye spun twice, chuckling. Or perhaps you wish to drag me into the depraved sea of desires, to engage in some unspeakable, oh no, I should say, unspeakable before deities activities? Cheng Shi, bewildered by these words, struggled to swallow back the profanity-laden greeting forming in his mouth. Clearly, neither the form nor the tone matched that of the prior entity. His thoughts churned for a moment, and he seemed to grasp something, his expression darkening as he spoke in a low voice. Watching your followers being slain by other deities as the benefactor, I must ask, where is the protection you speak of? The eye in the starry sky rotated once more, responding with a smile. It seems you have deduced my identity, but one thing is incorrect. I did not witness them kill you. I came with my eyes closed. Cheng Shi was astonished. It turned out there was a reason for his shamelessness. Young master, there is more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It only gets more exciting. The saying a crooked beam leads to a crooked roof seems to encapsulate this sentiment. But, am I even talking about this right now? Cheng Shi was at a loss for words, yet he confirmed one thing. At least the other party had responded to him, acknowledging that they were indeed his benefactor, deception. Moreover, the so-called meeting of divine followers did not possess the solemnity and gravity he had imagined. The first encounter did not count. Thus, might you enlighten your perplexed follower about what transpired earlier, and who that killer was? Who are they that you become familiar with everyone so swiftly? Cheng Shi quickly regained some semblance of his human instincts and retorted, I suffer from social anxiety. I am not adept at interacting with others. I can somewhat understand your emotions. So what? Is it merely because I saved you, and I am your benefactor, that you feel so? Let me think, the term would be unrestrained? Cheng Shi shook his head, denying the assertion of deception. It had nothing to do with that. Because you are not human. Ha 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 ha, a joyous laughter echoed through the starry skies. The eye, adorned with spirals and starry points, laughed so heartily that it struggled to control its blinking frequency, distorting and morphing in delight as it gazed at Cheng Shi, as if observing a precious piece of art. You are the second creation that has pleased me. Cheng Shi raised an eyebrow, maintaining a calm expression, yet felt a hint of unease at the term creation. Who was the first fortunate soul? A delightful young lady named Jen Xian. In the playful terms of your kind? She is my chosen one. Cheng Shi's pupils constricted. The gods knew of the chosen one. Naturally, the gods should be all-knowing. Yet when a deity spoke of a player as if discussing merchandise right before him, Cheng Shi felt a strange discomfort within. Oh, it seems you are experiencing anger regarding your status as a player. Cheng Shi ceased his playful demeanor, shrugged in a somewhat defiant manner, and replied, Is it not allowed? Apologies, I cannot help it. All anger is merely self-deception. The more fragile life attempts to conceal its helplessness, the more furious it becomes. The eye scrutinized Cheng Shi's thoughts, chuckling. Are you perhaps desiring to take revenge on her? Chapter 36, The Starting Point of Destiny and the Game of Memory. Who? That one just now. Did you not guess who they were? Cheng Shi furrowed his brow, deep in thought. He had not failed to deduce it. Upon confirming that the entity before him was indeed his benefactor, he recognized that the earlier figure was likely another deity from the void pathway, Fate. They shared the same external manifestations, the same form, and the same void-like fluctuations. The only difference was in their personalities, one cold, the other capricious. It seems you have deduced it. Oh, what if I did? Am I a mere human, capable of exacting revenge upon a deity? He, you need not probe. I can provide you the answer. Any life form can take revenge upon a deity, but this revenge may not take the form you desire. For instance, you have been avenging her all along. Please don't make unfounded claims. When have I ever sought revenge on Fate? Would I have the audacity to order a solo dungeon run? Observing Cheng Shi's bewilderment, the deity continued. From the moment you removed the mask representing me at the starting point of destiny, your desecration of Fate had already commenced. Cheng Shi was left speechless, his mind flashing with countless images as his thoughts drifted back to the day the gods descended. On that warm and sunny afternoon, the faith game forcibly invaded the consciousness of all humanity in ways beyond comprehension. Including Cheng Shi, thrust into the starting point of destiny, Cheng Shi beheld a white mask and a pale, bone-like die before him, his curiosity reaching its zenith. The situation was clear. A choice must be made. Cheng Shi was torn. He was even unaware of what these two items represented. How should I choose? He muttered to himself. Much to his surprise, the mask responded to him. Choose the die of destiny. Although Cheng Shi had no knowledge of what the die of destiny signified, he understood the mask was undoubtedly referring to that die. Cheng Shi was a person who heeded advice. Thus, he picked up the die in his simple worldview. Listening to advice led to sustenance. Therefore, he chose the die without hesitation. Just as the mask began to smile, revealing a look of satisfaction, Cheng Shi unexpectedly grasped the mask. The mask's smile froze instantly. Cheng Shi was not only a person who listened to advice. He was also astute. If this mask could persuade one to take something, it must itself be a valuable item. Thus, the greedy Cheng Shi abandoned the choice and opted for both. A transformation ensued. The die grew heavy, the mask ignited in flames. Cheng Shi's left hand was scorched to a charred black by the searing flames, while the right hand was crushed into the floor by the weighty die. Yet even so, he refused to let go. Clinging to his greed, he persisted. Only when the mask had burned half of his body and the die had pierced through his palm did these transformations gradually subside. Lying on the ground on the brink of death, Changshi gazed at the remnants of the mask and the ashen die before him, once again facing the choice. Changshi let out a bitter laugh. Placing the remnants of the mask upon his face, however, it vanished instantly. In desperation, he reached out with his pierced right hand to retrieve the die from the ground, and then he inexplicably became a follower of deception. With a feeling of an imperceptible fool's lip on his face and a die of destiny in his hand that would always roll a one, he found himself in a position where, from the beginning until now, others prayed to the mask, while he could only pray to the die.do. You remember now? You defied your own fate. From that moment on, every one of your divine acts has been a desecration of her. Tell me, if a minuscule worm were to continually question you, provoke you, and desecrate you, what would you do? Changshi's expression twitched, pondering who it might be. If I were that deity, I would certainly crush that filthy worm. But if I were the worm, bah, fate truly is a wretched being. Beneath the starlit sky, the eyes gently squinted, revealing a hint of mirth. Behold, you have once again blasphemed against him. Changshi wore a smile on his face. Yet inwardly cursed, was your summons of your faithful merely to witness his folly? Or else, what could it be? Is this even human discourse? Changshi's face twitched twice, and with a resigned sigh, he said, Let us speak of serious matters, O revered Lord. Your devout and humble follower has just endured a murder, and his spirit bears immense strain, utterly exhausted. I truly lack the energy to indulge in your jests. What is it you wish to convey to me, or what do you desire me to do? Pray, speak plainly. The eyes twinkled and smiled. Why do you not heed my command and eliminate that follower of fate? Changshi replied earnestly, I personally believe that helping her to confront her wretched fate and question the benefactor who once sheltered her may be far more distressing than simply ending her life. Death is the simplest form of torment. Interesting, came the response. Perhaps death does not share your viewpoint, yet that is of little consequence. His word is not lauded, so how can you be so certain that your choice is the correct one? Because I am your follower, and your brilliance continually guides me. This statement was replete with flattery, resonating loudly. My dear, there is more to this chapter. Please turn the page to continue reading. The following segments are even more thrilling. Yet it proved fruitless. The eyes gleefully remarked, You have once again blasphemed against him. However, I am quite pleased. How shall I reward my devout follower? Let me ponder. Perhaps I shall share a few secrets with you. With so many secrets, which one shall I disclose? The eyes merrily blinked, and soon enough, he chuckled. Let us engage in a game, shall we? The game of memory. The followers of memory seek amusing secrets to please him. Let us partake in a secret exchange. You may pose 2 questions to me, and I shall ask you 2 in return. Considering I bear the title of deceit, to ensure fairness, let us add a rule. At least one of the 2 answers must be truthful. Changshi's gaze sharpened, his mind racing. It is crucial to note that the rule regarding the annual selection of players for an audience with the divine, based on ranking, will not take effect for another 6 months. Thus, this presented an opportunity to understand deity, the faith game, and himself. What should he inquire about? And how could he ensure that he would not lie? Changshi pondered for quite some time, only to arrive at the conclusion. It is impossible to guarantee. Even the rules of this game could very well be a fabrication of his, given that his divine title is deceit. There is no need to waste further mental energy seeking logical fallacies. He decided to simply ask whatever he wished to know. Chapter 37. The significance of the faith game? Had a member of the descendants been present, they might have taken pen to paper to immortalize this grand scene. For it is a moment worthy of historical remembrance. Humanity, as playthings of the gods, has its first opportunity to pose questions to a deity. In previous special audiences, the deity had merely declared his will. The followers, aside from bowing their heads to accept vague praises, remained utterly silent throughout. But today, it was evidently different. Both parties engaged in dialogue were clearly interested, and both were quite talkative. Having gathered his thoughts, Changshi carefully formulated his words and solemnly posed the first question. Why have the gods descended? Or rather, what is the significance of the faith game? Deceit seemed unfazed by this inquiry, slowly responding, to become divine. To become divine? Who seeks divinity? The gods? The players? From the perspective of deceit, this response seems to imply the gods. Are they not already divine? Of course, this could also be a lie. And it certainly resembles one. This would indicate that the next question is likely to be the truth, provided that deceit does not wield his authority. It is my turn now. Do you wish to become divine? Cheng Shi's heart surged with tumultuous waves, yet he maintained an expressionless demeanor as he replied, I do not. The eyes twirled twice, non-committal, for the second question. In this faith game, can humans, or rather, players, achieve divinity? Deceit's response remained devoid of emotional fluctuation. However, this time, his answer came swiftly, yes. Now it is my turn again. Why do you not wish to become divine? Cheng Shi's mind erupted in thunder, savoring the weight of that affirmation. Yes? Players can achieve divinity? This seemed even more like a lie than the previous statement. Yet if deceit was not lying about the rules of the game, then at least one of these astonishing claims must hold truth. Either the gods are not truly divine, or perhaps humans can attain divinity. Regardless of which statement is true, the revelation is sufficiently shocking to nearly strip Cheng Shi of his ability to maintain composure. After a lengthy pause, he finally replied with an earnest expression, because it is meaningless. Deceit paused for a moment, then erupted into thunderous laughter. You did not lie. Indeed, you are a child of void. However, if I did not know you, I would have thought you secretly joined that organization based solely on your question. What organization? The Flamebearers. Cheng Shi felt a sinking sensation in his heart, despite already knowing that he was aware of the Flamebearers. Hearing a deity mention an organization that defies the divine left him feeling exceedingly unsettled. To be candid, Cheng Shi is not a good person. He embodies all the common flaws of humanity, a touch selfish, a bit indifferent, a tad fearful of death, harboring vague hopes yet not excessively pursuing a brighter tomorrow, and his attitude towards the present is one of merely living day by day. Yet none of this hinders him from understanding and appreciating those who harbor dreams and bring light to others. The Flamebearers are precisely such individuals. I may not join them, but I would never scorn them. If there is an opportunity to lend a hand, I would not turn a blind eye or stand idly by. Now, it seems, that moment has arrived. Cheng Shi wrestled with his conscience, but ultimately posed a question on behalf of those unfortunate souls bearing the weight for humanity's sake. I in the eyes of the gods. Are they a mere joke? He framed his inquiry delicately. Of course, the term delicate refers to whether the gods are aware of their existence. For the Flamebearers, the impact of this question could be profound. However, Deceit's answer was unexpected. You care for them? How intriguing. However, you need not worry, the gods are unaware of their existence. Except for me. Cheng Shi's heart surged with tumultuous waves again, and he blurted out, Why? Why is that? This unveiled yet another secret. Cheng Shi quickly lowered his head, ruminating on how to extract more words from him, and after a moment of contemplation, he added, The gods are unaware of them. It seems that even divine beings are not omniscient. Deceit chuckled lightly, not angered by his disrespect. No existence is omnipotent, nor is any void omnipotent. The gods exist within existence, while the void resides within the void. Is it not entirely normal that neither is omnipotent? A sudden spark ignited in Cheng Shi's eyes as he lifted his head to gaze at Deceit, enunciating each word. So, the gods descend to establish the faith game in order to become omnipotent gods. Is that correct? Deceit's eyes remained impassive, consistently adorned with a smile, the creases at the corners unwavering like folded space-time. His tone retained its deceitful essence. No need to guess. You have not lied at all. Oh? The eyes curiously fixated on Cheng Shi. Intrigued, they inquired, How do you know I did not lie? Cheng Shi pointed to his heart, responding, My dear, there is more to this chapter. Please turn the page to continue reading. The following segments are even more thrilling. With an S-class talent as a master deceiver, this is the ability you bestowed upon me. It can see through all lies. Deceit appeared taken aback by Cheng Shi's optimism. Unable to contain his laughter, he exclaimed joyfully, You are employing the power I granted you to discern the heart of a deity. Do you truly believe you will succeed? Cheng Shi confidently replied. Since the divine is not omnipotent, they too can be deceived and have their true thoughts unveiled. Thus, why should I, a favored one of the divine, not succeed? The eyes blinked rapidly, seemingly grasping Cheng Shi's intent. Ah, so this is what you desire. You are quite cunning. I can indeed bestow upon you a power that could deceive them, but the question remains. Why does one who does not wish to become divine require a power belonging to a deity? Cheng Shi answered plainly, I simply do not wish to become divine. It does not mean I do not wish to deceive the divine. Ha ha ha, I see now. I find myself increasingly fond of you. The wild mirth in the eyes gradually receded, and the entire form slowly melded into the void. Today's meeting was quite delightful. Go ahead. Once you become my chosen one, I shall bestow upon you this formidable power. Is that all? Cheng Shi suddenly grew anxious. What about fate? If it were to return? Endure it until you can deceive it. I can't take this anymore. Just as Cheng Shi was about to curse vehemently, his vision suddenly distorted. When consciousness returned to his body, he found himself atop the rooftop of the lounge area. The first scene that greeted his eyes was the sun hanging high in the sky. The first words he heard were, Hey, buddy, do you still have that former prosperity? I'd like to exchange a couple more bottles for Lulu. Cheng Shi's expression instantly turned sour. Damn it, the presence of bitches is everywhere. Chapter 38. Observations in the chat channel and a new trial. Cheng Shi did not provide a single bottle this time. Because of this incident, he faintly heard what seemed to be a quarrel from the adjacent building during the night. Of course, it was the fate believer who was monopolizing the conversation while Xie Yang kept apologizing with a smile. Amidst the nauseating laughter of the sycophant, Cheng Shi drifted into a blissful slumber. It was not until noon the next day that he slowly awoke and began browsing through the chat records across various channels. The faith channel was as full of lies as ever. Spending even a moment more on it felt like a waste of time. The regional channel was either about casual relaxation or score comparisons, resembling an old folks matchmaking group before the arrival of the gods. With messages flooding in to the point of causing a headache, only the Profession channel consistently held some fresh happenings that warranted a closer look. Profession channel brothers, breaking news. The chosen one of Prosperity has been replaced after a 2-month hiatus. Baldy using conditioner has been ousted. Huh? Older brother, elaborate. Your Prosperity. Audience ladder changes far too frequently. It's only been a few months, and yet there's another replacement. Why? Did he choke on his own abundant hair? The notion of choking on one's own hair has become a running joke amongst players mocking the followers of Prosperity. Prosperity is the second deity of life's fate, representing the pinnacle of existence, the flourishing of the spirit, and the celebration of rapid growth. Thus, under its influence, followers exhibit generally robust mental faculties, and their physical bodies grow at an astonishing rate. The most notable manifestation of this is the excessive growth of hair. Under this predicament, more than one unfortunate soul has been adversely affected during trials due to their excessively long hair, leading to critical errors during action. Over time, this phrase has morphed into a light-hearted jest directed at them. Profession channel, who knows? Anyway, I shaved my head. I shall never be a clown in this lifetime. Who is the new chosen one? Reveal it so we may worship. The ID is just sculpting rotten wood. Elemental perception. Rotten wood. This is tough competition. What about the decayed individual? Shouldn't we take action against him? Heh, as long as they are happy, are decayed. Chosen one still ranks first, while their prosperity can only follow behind in the dust. To clarify, what's behind is not dust, but waste.is. Anyone upstairs bold enough to report their coordinates. Number 167-1, Guqiao Alley, Xinyao Street, Shanshur City, Jiang Province. If you have the guts, come here. I'm waiting. This is my damn residence? Who the hell are you, brother? Wow, what a coincidence. This used to be my home. What the hell? So these toys are all yours? Older brother, elaborate on toys. By the way, the chosen one of Deception has also been replaced. It's the first time since the opening of the server I've truly gained insight. It turns out that True Sincerity has no idea what happened, dropping outside the top T and ITS probably because of a few failed trials. The big shot is impressive. Even after failing, they can still rank in the top 10 if I fail once. I'd be done for. Don't be afraid, the one above. Brother will support you. Fool, can't I support myself? My own support is no match for that of a brother. Chang Shi was initially amused, but upon seeing the replacement of the deception, chosen one, he suspiciously opened the rankings of the audience ladder. Audience ladder, existence, memory, void deception, 1. Li Jingming, memory, 242. Advertisement space for rent, deception, 203. This feeling can wait, memory, 204. Still like a dream, memory, 197.5. Ababa, deception, 197.19. If your score is lower than mine, hurry and kill yourself, noob, deception, 189.20. Last year today, memory, 189.21. True sincerity, deception, 188.64. I never lie, deception, 161. Had it not been for hearing Zhen Xian's name in deception, Chang Shi wouldn't have paid much attention to this ID. He recalled that True Sincerity had previously dominated the audience ladder with a score of 210, only to plummet to 188 within a few days. Rank 21. What is this person doing? How did they suddenly disappear from the top 10? Unable to fathom this, he decided to inquire. Bored, Chang Shi casually posted in the Faith channel, "Big brother, what happened to your drop? Can't deceive anymore?" This comment should have been lost amidst a sea of trivial scams, but for some inexplicable reason, it caught the attention of many, instantly igniting their curiosity. Faith channel, rumor has it. She is pregnant with Li Jingming's child and has gone on maternity leave. Your information is inaccurate. I know, the country is cracking down on scams, and he has been caught. Wow, the Qing dynasty has fallen. And you know how to crawl out. What is the current year, may I ask? Deception, year 1. High awareness. Were you a former leader? May I know your score and share your experience? My personal advice is twofold. 1. Honesty. 2. Still damn honesty. I know a bit. I have a communicator, so I asked a few other faith leaders. They said they're looking for someone. Looking for whom? The child's father? Is it true? Damn, it can't be mine. Right, brothers, I'm feeling yellow. I'll go wake him up. Looking for someone? Young master, there's more in this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. Chang Shi furrowed his brows, feeling somewhat absurd. How could dropping points in the audience ladder be related to looking for someone? How does one even go about finding someone? Pondering this without resolution, Chang Shi aimlessly began to peruse the rankings once more. He discovered that his position, with many IDs surrounding it, were legendary figures from various channels, each boasting scores around 2,400. They were undoubtedly at the pinnacle of the first tier. Meanwhile, he, with just over 2,100, had managed to climb to this spot. TSK, I'm not too shabby, however. Chang Shi genuinely did not understand why he consistently received maximum points in the audience ladder after each trial. Yet since encountering him, he had begun to harbor some thoughts. Could it be because, just as the thought crossed his mind, he quickly cut it off. No, I must not think. I'm scared. What if that filthy thing comes again? This time, I might not be so fortunate to be saved. Nevertheless, the power mentioned in Deception, Chang Shi truly yearned for it. Being a chosen one, is quite a daunting task. Transforming a lackadaisical state into one of fervor is no small feat. It takes at least 10 days or half a month. Thus, this week, Chang Shi continued to pass the time leisurely. Until the crimson alert illuminated his vision once more, he gazed at the timely arrival of the trial and let out a helpless sigh. I need to put in more effort. Special trial, Path to Death, has commenced. Matching teammates, 1-6, trial objective. There is only one path leading to death. Discover it and present your offering, limited to 7 days. 7 days. Why is this trial so extended? Since the arrival of the gods, the longest duration recorded in the channel for all trial shares was merely 3 days. Yet today, the trial length has inexplicably stretched to 7 days. Without needing to think, the associated risks multiply exponentially with time, already countless times over. Matching successful, 6-6, entering trial. Chang Shi was taken aback, still reeling from the shock when his vision was drawn into an endless darkness. Chapter 39. This high-end match, bed, tables and chairs, floor-to-ceiling windows, balconied, the warm breeze swept through the window frame and leapt into the room, curiously surveying every corner, gently caressing the curtains, playfully tousling his hair, enveloping him in a cozy warmth that was intoxicating. Chang Shi felt a tickle from his hair, abruptly opening his eyes to find himself lying on a soft a hotel room. He marveled as he rose and scanned the area. The room was spacious, yet devoid of any other occupants. Just him. A sudden pang of unease gripped Chang Shi's heart, and he furrowed his brows slightly. This was the first time in a trial that he had opened his eyes and not seen anyone. As the saying goes, any change signifies a new risk. Chang Shi dared not be careless. He swiftly dismounted from the bed and meticulously examined everything within the room. It was only when he confirmed that there were no magical arrays or traps that he finally let out a sigh of relief. During his inspection, he seemed to hear some commotion from the adjacent room. Could it be that this time, everyone has their own room? With this thought in mind, Chang Shi quietly climbed back into bed. Feeling along the wall beside the bed, however, just as he pressed his ear against the wall, preparing to eavesdrop on the situation next door, he discerned a faint, almost imperceptible sound of breathing at that very moment. Separated by a mere wall, another individual was stealthily listening to the happenings in his room. Chang Shi's pupils dilated in shock, yet, despite the surprise, he felt no fear. He understood that, if he were the one eavesdropping, he would undoubtedly hold his breath and remain utterly silent. The mere fact that there was a sound from the other side indicated that this was not a simple act of listening in, but rather a test of the waters. Most likely, the person next door was also a player. Moreover, they were likely a player with a mind full of twists and turns. When dealing with such individuals, a direct approach is the most effective. Chang Shi mentally rehearsed an imaginary confrontation with the unseen adversary, then whispered softly against the wall, "Imperial Jade Liquor?" The breathing next door indeed faltered. However, instead of the expected response, there was a sudden thud as a sharp dagger pierced through the wooden wall, thrusting itself before Chang Shi's eyes. The glinting blade was a mere 0.1 centimeters from his Adam's apple. The force was controlled with precision, the distance calculated perfectly, and the explosive power astonishing. Chang Shi dared not even swallow, fearing that the slightest movement of his throat might result in the loss of a layer of skin. Yet, he did not flinch, as he sensed that the person across the wall bore no murderous intent. Indeed, there was no intent to kill from next door. This was merely a way of greeting. The dagger twisted lightly, tapping against Chang Shi's neck before slowly retracting. In the next moment, through the small hole created by the dagger, a delicate, boneless white hand emerged, fingers splayed towards Chang Shi. The fingers were as slender as scallions, with tips resembling bamboo shoots, adorned with beautifully manicured nails. Chang Shi chuckled softly, grasping the icy hand. "A pleasure to meet you," he greeted. Yet his gaze remained fixed on the minute opening made by the dagger. Although referred to as a small hole, it was somewhat of an exaggeration, for it was merely a seam. The dagger was slender, and the gap it created was less than 2 centimeters in length and nearly non-existent in width. Yet through this nearly invisible seam, an arm of a fully grown adult appeared, as if it had been transformed into 2 dimensions, then expanded into a delicate hand. A skilled player. This was Chang Shi's first impression of the individual next door. After this exchange, the person next door finally responded, "A pleasure." Indeed, it was a woman. However, her voice differed greatly from what Chang Shi had anticipated. It was not the clear, melodious tone of a neighborly girl, but rather a deep, raspy voice, reminiscent of a standard low-pitched speaker. "This lady, your vocal tone seems a bit out of sync." Chang Shi was not one to indulge in frivolity. He promptly released her hand and smiled, asking, "You seem to be able to accurately sense my position?" The other party remained silent for a moment before softly acknowledging, "Well, everyone has their secrets, don't they? So what now?" Just as his words fell, a knock echoed from outside his door. Not only from his side, but a similar knocking resonated from next door. 2 doors knocking simultaneously? Chang Shi furrowed his brow but remained silent, while the girl next door bellowed, "Get lost?" The knocking ceased momentarily, followed by a chuckle. "Come out. You're the last 2 players?" It seemed there was indeed no deception. However, to maintain a strategic advantage, Chang Shi gently tapped on the wooden wall, whispering to the next door, "I'll open the door first, don't move." Previously, the other party had responded first. This time, it was Chang Shi's turn to take action. This was the most basic form of cooperation and quality in a trial. In seeking collaboration, Chang Shi never acted like a schemer. Yet, the dagger-wielding young woman ignored his instructions and dashed down from her bed to open the door. Chang Shi could only shake his head in resignation and followed suit to open the door. Upon swinging it open, 3 exceptionally charismatic men stood in the inn's corridor. Their aura was difficult to articulate, but it was evident they had emerged from the crucible of battle, unlike the steadfastness of ordinary soldiers. Their eyes conveyed a sense of superiority over others. A mere glance at these individuals confirmed to Cheng Shi that he was in the presence of true elites. Two of them had evidently donned the inn's provided garments. Cheng Shi had also noticed the clothes on the table while exploring the room, but out of caution, he chose not to change. My dear, this chapter has more to unfold. Please click the next page to continue reading. The following parts are even more exhilarating. It appeared that these two players were quite immersed in their roles. The man closest to Cheng Shi wrinkled his nose at the sight of him opening the door. Expressing mild disdain, unnecessary caution. Is this disdain directed at me? Cheng Shi chuckled and shook his head, choosing not to retort. The girl next door also stepped out, and Cheng Shi caught a fleeting glimpse, retaining no details except for the strikingly bold floral tattoo on her arm. Clad in a snug, cropped tank top and tactical leather pants, with a dagger sheathed at her waist, she undoubtedly resembled an assassin. The man standing in the middle of the corridor observed both individuals emerging, glanced over the railing to check downstairs, then smiled as he spoke. A refreshing challenge, but still a rigid belief. Isn't it? Allow me to introduce myself, Fang Ju, the Arbiter, 2437. The Arbiter, the singer of Order. Cheng Shi had just witnessed the demise of an Arbiter NPC in the previous trial, only to encounter a genuine Arbiter in this one. More importantly, this gentleman boasted a score of 2437. What a formidable figure. In this game, the dynamics of high-level play are entirely different from those of lower tiers. It is said that players scoring above 2,400 introduce themselves without hesitation, disregarding any issues of ideological conflict, in stark contrast to the gameplay of those with scores around 1,000. This could be the legendary notion that all fears stem from a lack of confidence in one's own strength. At this score tier, it is likely that no one feels they can be easily defeated by an opponent. They possess sufficient confidence. This confidence may derive from experience, caution, but more importantly, from the blessings of their respective patrons. They have ample and potent talents to support their thoughts and actions, and most critically, players scoring 2400 have an additional blank talent slot compared to those at 2000.in the early stages of a faith game. Each individual receives an initial faith talent and an initial profession talent. Upon reaching scores of 1200, 1600, 2000, and 2400 on the path to divinity, each player gains an additional blank talent slot. This talent slot can be substituted with a profession or faith talent. And talent, undoubtedly, is the greatest reliance for players in this chaotic game. This Arbiter was one of the two players who had changed into the inn's attire. Although he donned the commoner's clothing of Hope's continent, his noble aura could not be concealed. At that moment, he resembled a wandering bard more than an Arbiter. Fang Ju, Order, the singer, 2437, apart from Cheng Shi, the others did not seem surprised by the Arbiter's score. The man beside the Arbiter, who had knocked on the next door, adjusted his glasses and smiled. I appreciate all forms of support, especially that of the Arbiter, Du Shiguang, the Remembrance Traveler, 2502. Wait, the Little Thief. Chapter 40. Do you fancy my Adam's apple? Here, take it. Point 2502. Upon hearing this score, the fervor in Cheng Shi's heart was instantly extinguished. Another player above 2400, even reaching 2500, good news. There are many powerful players. Bad news. There are too many powerful players. The scores of this group seemed excessively high, and he was how many points? The Remembrance Traveler is a mage of memory, and memory faithfully records everything that transpires, being the sworn enemy of deception. To claim that Cheng Shi felt no trepidation in the presence of such an opponent would be disingenuous. Yet, to say he was overly fearful would also be inaccurate. After all, he had encountered players with such scores before. Albeit rarely. Du Shiguang stood tall, at least 1.9 meters, with glasses that lent him an air of elegance. Yet beneath his trench coat, his physique was evidently robust. Du Shiguang, memory, mage, 2502, Cheng Shi's gaze briefly flitted over him before subtly shifting to the dagger-wielding young woman. Yuan and I, Apostle of Annihilation, 2491. She is actually a follower of Annihilation? Annihilation is the third deity of descent, the twilight of decline, the destruction of all life. She firmly believes that life will ultimately fade away. The universe cannot escape destruction, and everything will perish, ultimately returning to annihilation. Thus, her followers, influenced by her, often display extreme indifference towards life. In their eyes, Existence is merely a process leading to oblivion, and death is simply the beginning of universal extinction. The meaning of the world's existence is merely to await the final judgment, after which, under her gaze, all shall crumble to dust. Unexpectedly, this seemingly delicate and somewhat lively girl adheres to the faith of annihilation. Oh right, she is an assassin. Apostles of annihilation are assassins devoted to annihilation. This makes much more sense. Assassins are often characterized by stark contrasts. Yun and I, annihilation, assassin, 2491. Chang Shi chuckled inwardly and turned his gaze to the next individual, the one who had knocked on his door. The long-haired, handsome man, now dressed in the inn's attire, exhibited a cold and detached demeanor, his slender eyes openly revealing disdain for the others. The sentiment was akin to, apologies, I regard all of you with equal disdain. Chang Shi had already formed a guess regarding his identity. Wei Guan, Hunter of Fools, 2450. As expected, the Hunter of Fools, the Hunter of Folly. Folly is not truly foolish, rather, it considers itself closer to the truth than truth itself. Due to an excessive proximity to the truth, a chasm has emerged between him and all worldly existence, leading him to perceive everything else in the world as foolishness. This, indeed, encapsulates his will. He believes that all life is folly and civilization is but a manifestation of ignorance. His devotees have adeptly inherited this perspective from their benevolent Lord, to the extent that all foolish players tend to view others with a condescending disdain. From the moment they embraced their faith in him, their minds have been more active, their thoughts swifter, and their knowledge more profound than that of other players. In comparison to the followers of truth, they may be off-putting in attitude, yet in terms of intellectual capacity and cognitive expansion, they are unparalleled, their prowess not to be underestimated. Wei Guan observed as Chang Shi silently watched a group of esteemed individuals finish their introductions. As it came time for him to speak, a frown creased his brow. There were 3 men and 1 woman, making a total of 5, yet one was conspicuously absent. Wei Guan seemed to discern Chang Shi's thoughts and let out a disdainful snort. Directing his gaze toward the end of the corridor, Chang Shi and Yun and I followed his line of sight to behold a muscular man, bare-chested, standing silently at the far end, expressionless, eyes closed in meditation. Chang Shi's heart skipped a beat as he immediately grasped the situation. Silence. He is a devotee of silence. The very name of this deity reveals its edicts. From the moment the players devoted themselves to him, they seemingly abandoned verbal communication. They follow, observe, listen, and contemplate, living like solitary monks. The imposing figure at the corridor's end resembled a monk of austerity, a warrior of silence. Wei Guan spoke again, confirming Chang Shi's speculation. A monk of austerity is hardly worth the investment of time. Even Chang Shi, accustomed to the disdain of foolish devotees, found this particular contempt somewhat unsettling. One relishes the presence of an unfamiliar individual who intermittently derides them, especially when the trial lasts a lengthy 7 days, affording ample time for interaction. Chang Shi shrugged, smiled casually, and said, Chang Shi, the rational eroder, 2401. As soon as he finished speaking, Fang Zhu raised an eyebrow in surprise, while the others furrowed their brows. The rational eroder, a priest of chaos. Time rewinds to the previous trial, the moment Chang Shi slayed Huang Bo and severed his head, far away in the first act. A Ming immediately perished as well. The tale of the executioner and the lawless lutenist should have concluded there. However, in the final second of a Ming's soul's disappearance, Chang Shi snapped his fingers. This snap signified a forgotten doctor's profound disdain for death. He caused death to forget a Ming. Status reversion. Chang Shi had stealthily recorded everyone's status at the very first hour of the first act. In that moment before death, he deceived the overconfident Huang Bo into believing they both perished. Yet, after Huang Bo's demise, he utilized reversion to resurrect a Ming. Death took with it a devotee of chaos, laden with doubts and resentment, vanishing from the world, while the devotees of order survived. Thus, today's Chang Shi stands as a follower of chaos, the rational eroder. In truth, the talent lies like yesterday does not impose limitations on a recently deceived devotee. This means that as long as Chang Shi wishes, he can freely choose the faith of the teammate he deceived in the last trial. Nevertheless, he steadfastly opted for chaos. It is essential to recognize that chaos is the sworn enemy of order. Moreover, the reputation of chaos devotees is generally unfavorable, and few would express fondness for them. Yet it is precisely this contentious nature that led Cheng Shi to choose him, as more provocative topics would divert the attention of the masses. Consequently, all eyes would be on his faith, while the fabricated score he concocted would be unconsciously overlooked. In a high-stakes arena filled with players boasting scores of 2,400 and 2,500, Cheng Shi could not truthfully disclose his score of 2,100. The only outcome of such candor would be to be swiftly hunted down by the present hunter of fools. After all, a low score is deemed foolish in the eyes of foolish devotees. And the hunter of fools preys on ignorance. Misrepresenting a low score could conceal true strength, while exaggerating a high score could preserve one's life. Such is the allure of deception, a concept Cheng Shi comprehended from a young age. However, even with all these considerations, an unexpected event transpired. The logger Fang Ju had yet to comment on Cheng Shi's identity when a nearby assassin, previously engaged with Cheng Shi, suddenly appeared before him, her gleaming dagger poised dangerously close to his throat. Cheng Shi paused momentarily, nonchalantly smiling. "Do you have an affinity for my throat? Would you like it as a gift?" Chapter 41. "You do not seem like a devotee of chaos." Yun Ai cast a sidelong glance at Cheng Shi. Her voice raspy yet playful. "You exhibit great organization and do not seem frantic, unlike a devotee of chaos. Your restraint is admirable, and you do not inflict harm, making you less akin to a devotee of annihilation." Cheng Shi continued to jest, prompting Yun Ai to momentarily falter. With a frown, she swiftly shifted her stance, plunging the dagger into Cheng Shi's shoulder. Cheng Shi remained unperturbed, aware that this was Yun Ai's test. This astute assassin could not possibly suspect him merely for his composure. She must have other means to surmise that his identity was amiss. With a sigh, he grasped Yun Ai's icy hand and withdrew the dagger, then, before all present, performed a healing spell imbued with divine grace. Upon witnessing this healing spell, the expressions of the others visibly shifted to one of interest. A healer of notable repute would naturally garner attention, yet regrettably, the healer was a rational eroder, true to his name. The rational eroder's healing would gradually erode the sanity of the wounded, leading them to embrace chaos and descend into madness. However, this seemed ineffective on Yun Ai, who pressed her dagger against Cheng Shi's heart once more, exasperatedly stating, "In this tier, I am familiar with nearly all of his devotees. I have never heard of you. Who are you? Lies like yesterday? A deceiver? They even know of lies like yesterday?" It made sense. As a score of 2,400 would already qualify for an SS-level talent. Provided one remains in this tier long enough, they are bound to encounter a devotee of deception possessing such a talent. Cheng Shi's heart raced, yet he maintained an impassive facade, responding, "Who told you every player must appear on the ladder?" This was a fabricated lie he concocted for self-preservation, intended to exploit the aura of mystery surrounding him. To his surprise, Yun Ai raised an eyebrow at this statement and promptly lowered her dagger, evidently in agreement with his assertion. Cheng Shi was momentarily taken aback. Could it be true that there exist high-scoring players who have not ascended the ladder? What exactly transpires above 2,400? Are there monsters lurking? This was indeed a significant revelation. Nevertheless, it was a relief to have evaded her scrutiny. Although Fang Ju was a devotee of order in opposition to Cheng Shi's faith, he did not exhibit excessive hostility. He surveyed the surrounding environment and took charge of leading the group. The trial was straightforward. Identify the correct sacrificial offering. However, given the prolonged duration of this trial, I suspect our target has not yet manifested. Let us each gather intelligence. We shall convene on the ground floor of the tavern after sunset to exchange information. One final reminder. Until we receive news of the sacrificial offering, especially on the first day, do not engage in indiscriminate killings. We are all intelligent individuals. I trust no further reminders are necessary. Having spoken, he cast a glance at Cheng Shi, clearly admonishing the devotee of chaos. Let us each proceed with our edicts. Should you require assistance, I am more than willing to oblige. The hunter of fools, Wei Guan, surveyed the assembly and chose to depart alone. Du Shiguang waved his hand in farewell, while Yun Ai vaulted over the railing and leaped to the first floor, leaving two men of opposing faiths to exchange bewildered glances. By the time Cheng Shi turned his attention back, the man at the corridor's end had vanished without a sound, as if he were a ghost. "You are the sole priest, and I am the only bard. May our collaboration be fruitful, fool," Cheng Shi scoffed. Turning to leave, Fong Zhu felt no offense. If a devotee of chaos regarded him with special attention, he would find it odd. Very well. I hope I have sufficient healing potions. As the group dispersed, Chang Shi returned to his room, promptly completing his edicts. Given the lengthy trial period, the investigative efforts would likely endure for some time. To avoid drawing undue attention from the surrounding NPCs, he donned the attire provided by the tavern, which fit well but was rather unattractive, making him look akin to a stable hand. Wait a moment, why did that thought cross his mind? Chang Shi chuckled to himself, shaking his head before stepping out again to explore the tavern. The establishment bore an intriguing name, the frantically flourishing Light of Life. Such a name, steeped in flattery and praise, immediately indicates that the proprietor is a follower of prosperity. The tavern featured 3 stories, with 4 illuminated shafts connecting the levels. All room doors opened inward, while windows faced outward, forming a standard grid layout. Chang Shi leisurely surveyed every corner of the tavern, engaging in polite conversation with agreeable patrons, and soon amassed a wealth of information. The tavern truly lived up to its reputation as a prime location for intelligence gathering, and as Chang Shi organized the details in his mind, he quickly discerned the whereabouts of the players. In truth, it is not solely the innkeeper who venerates prosperity. In this quaint town of Yongzhan, every soul is a devotee of prosperity. This place serves as a sanctuary for the followers of prosperity, a realm watched over by its divine gaze. Nestled in the southwestern region of the continent of Hope, the town is ostensibly governed and constrained by the Grand Tribunal, yet it operates as an autonomous territory under the aegis of the Natural Alliance. The Natural Alliance is not a confederation of nations, but rather a coalition of numerous minor factions, each dedicated to various deities, along their paths of a life. Though the factions within the alliance possess self-governance, their dispersed power and individual autonomy render them significantly inferior in terms of both civilizational scale and societal development when compared to the well-structured institutions of the Grand Tribunal and the Tower of Reason. My dear, there is more to this chapter. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. The tale grows ever more riveting. Furthermore, as the alliance is not demarcated by geographical boundaries, its factions are sparsely scattered throughout the continent of Hope, leading to many of them forming cooperative agreements with these 2 larger entities. Tio put it simply, when a member of the alliance faces adversity, they may enlist the assistance of the larger factions for a suitable remuneration to address various issues, including but not limited to technological advancement, urban development, and the adjudication of crimes. At this moment, Yongzhan is grappling with a predicament that necessitates the aid of the Grand Tribunal. What? Is there entertainment to be found at night? Are you reckless enough to venture out after dark? You ought to be afraid. Never mind. I dare not utter his name. Are you new here? You seem unaware of the situation. There are cultists provoking the will of prosperity, and the local government officials of the town's autonomous alliance are quite troubled by it. The gentlemen of the Law Enforcement Bureau have been exceedingly busy of late and are unlikely to concern themselves with such trifles. Why are they so preoccupied, you ask? It is not unrelated to the deceased. Alas, it is best left unsaid. Rumor has it that the Law Enforcement Bureau has already sought the assistance of the Grand Tribunal. One wonders if these judges possess the acuity to discern who truly embodies guilt. All things flourish, both prosperous and thriving. It is evident that you are a wanderer who has recently found a sense of belonging. Yongzhan welcomes you eternally. Do visit the town center, for there awaits you a presence. Chang Shi gazed perplexedly at the spirited innkeeper, blinking in confusion. The innkeeper, perceiving his bewilderment, chuckled and said, "There is no need for astonishment. He has not descended, yet his will protects us from above." Without uttering another word, Chang Shi turned and made his way toward the town center. Chapter 42. The town under the gaze of prosperity. There exists a plethora of backgrounds pertaining to deities in the trials, yet few tangible objects or artifacts that bear direct connection to them can be observed, which has piqued his interest in the so-called will of prosperity. To speak irreverently, this is a rare opportunity to study deities. It seems that no player would dare to overlook such an occasion. Yongzhan is far grander than he initially envisioned. He had presumed it to be merely a small gathering of a few individuals. Yet as he traversed its expanse, it resembled a city. Apartment buildings stood in orderly succession, guilds and estates were interspersed, presenting an abode meticulously cultivated by its adherents, a sight that evoked awe with its prosperity. After approximately an hour's walk, Changshi finally arrived at the town center. With the information he had gathered along the way, he began to comprehend the innkeeper's words and grasp the essence of what prosperity truly signifies. At this moment, he found himself in a place known as Yongzhan Square. In the very heart of the square stood an extraordinarily colossal flower, resplendently blooming and radiating a gentle and vibrant light. Changshi estimated it to be about 3 to 4 stories high. At first glance, the flower appeared to be a stone sculpture, yet upon closer inspection, one would notice that the petals, at the moment of focus, suddenly came to life, transforming into delicate and intricate plant sepals. Each petal displayed a unique texture, and its fine veins resembled not mere conduits for nourishment, but rather the engravings of divine runes. The statue was titled, Blooming Awaiting Withering. This artifact is deemed a holy relic. In the parlance of faith games, it is classified as an SSS-grade divine item, or rather, a semi-divine artifact. Its rank is second only to the deities of fate. Albeit lacking independent consciousness, it indeed embodies the will of prosperity, for wherever it casts its benevolent shadow, prosperity shall endure until the end of its lifespan. In theory, this implies that no one can perish in Yongzhan before reaching the natural end of life. Changshi was astonished by the divine object before him. No wonder this trial involved a journey toward death. Perhaps death does not exist here at all. Moreover, the 7-day duration signifies that they would not witness the demise of a normal individual. Furthermore, if no one can perish before their natural end, then what becomes of my role as a priest? Just as he pondered this, he turned to find a girl standing beside him, who had appeared there unbeknownst to him. Yuni had arrived, standing shoulder to shoulder with him. Her voice remained as enchanting as ever. "What are you afraid?" "Afraid of what?" Changshi chuckled out of unemployment. In a place watched over by him, death is non-existent, and thus, priests are unnecessary. Have you tried? No, but I intend to. With that, Yuni darted forward, plunging a dagger into Changshi's heart. Blood gushed forth, and pain shot through his chest. Alas, poor heart, you have truly suffered for being with me. Yet, despite the profuse bleeding and the violent thrum of his heart from the impact, and despite the disorientation from blood loss, Changshi remained standing, undeterred. He paid no heed to the killer assessing him from the side, instead focusing intently on his own condition. This state was remarkable. A potent essence of prosperity was clashing with the aura of death within him, rapidly obliterating all traces of mortality. Before long, Changshi felt the wound in his heart healing. He had survived, though the wound on his chest continued to bleed. This indicated that blooming awaiting withering indeed spared all inhabitants of the town from death, yet it did not heal injuries. The wounds would persist within the body, barely balanced by the body's recovery abilities. While it did not threaten life, it would render the injured in considerable discomfort. Changshi chuckled softly, casting a healing spell upon his chest. "It appears we still require priests." Yuni nodded in agreement, then extended her hand to offer the dagger. Changshi was taken aback, as if he perceived a divergence in the thought processes of this follower of annihilation. His expression clearly conveyed his confusion. Yuni, exasperated, waved her hand dismissively and said, "I won't stab you without purpose. Now it is your turn, not so?" She meant for each of them to take a turn with the dagger. Changshi chuckled, taking the dagger from the young lady and examining the gleam of the blade as he said, "Are you serious? Hurry up." Changshi nodded, thrusting the dagger into Yuni's chest. However, the angle of the thrust was rather cunning. Even as the tip of the blade penetrated flesh, it failed to strike her heart. Changshi raised an eyebrow in surprise. It seemed this buffer was thicker than it appeared. Yuni's eyes widened in shock, then darkened with a cold demeanor as she remarked, "Do you enjoy this?" Changshi smirked, releasing his grip and turning to walk away, stating as he did, "You see, what I like, you may not. Therefore, what you like, I may not necessarily appreciate. No one enjoys being stabbed at random. We are merely acquaintances. Do not treat me as your experiment, and do not presume your transaction is fair. Fairness without the consent of others does not constitute fairness. Put away your dagger, Miss Assassin, lest you encounter more unpleasantness. Why, dear, there is more to this chapter. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. The tale grows ever more riveting. Yuni, feeling the transformations within her body, silently withdrew the dagger. Blood sprayed onto the ground, vanishing in an instant. She gazed at her chest, which flowed with blood, her expression inscrutable. Meanwhile, amidst the crowd, a bare-chested man cast his gaze over the throngs. Frowning in contemplation, Chang Shi departed from Yongzhan Square, his next destination being the Law Enforcement Bureau. He was particularly concerned about the murder incident that the inn's guests had hesitantly mentioned, for the subject of murder was inextricably linked to death. Throughout his journey, he pondered whether the clues for the trial would indeed be so straightforward. As a member of the Natural Alliance, Yongzhan's governance mirrored that of the alliance itself, operating not as a party coalition but as a coalition of functional departments. Several departments, each overseeing different areas, collaborated voluntarily, gradually forming a rudimentary parliamentary system wherein the heads of these departments convened to discuss the town's development affairs. The Law Enforcement Bureau stands as the most powerful department within the town, akin to a court, prison, and police station all in one. Situated in the southeast of the square, the Bureau occupies a considerable expanse, and as he approached, Chang Shi observed an increasing number of uniformed law enforcement officers entering and exiting. Faced with the unfamiliar law enforcement institution, Chang Shi refrained from intruding hastily, instead opting to eavesdrop on the conversations of the officers as he feigned the role of a passerby. Before long, he pieced together the details of the murder case through fragments of their chatter. 7 days prior, a jeweler had suddenly died in the town. Were this incident to occur elsewhere, it might not have captured public attention, merely adding another murder and robbery to the annals of crime. Yet it transpired in Yongzhan, a place where death is said to be a mere illusion, forever eluding the grasp of mortality. The townsfolk immediately grew anxious, and the law enforcement agency swiftly intervened to commence an investigation. However, curiously, aside from the merchant's expression of terror, his entire body bore no marks of injury, as if he had succumbed to fright. This was even more absurd. No one could perish under the protection of blooming awaiting withering, unless his death bore the will of another deity. The town's self-governing alliance realized that this incident might involve much more, possibly even relating to faith, and thus they promptly reported to the High Tribunal, requesting assistance from the followers of order. Yet, during the waiting period for a response from the High Tribunal, 2 more individuals met their demise under the same circumstances. Moreover, all 3 of them had died on the streets at night. The sudden and successive deaths plunged everyone into a state of panic, a dreadful cloud of terror looming over each resident. Consequently, the town's self-governing alliance had no choice but to temporarily declare a curfew. Remarkably, yesterday marked the very first day of the curfew. Another inebriated patron fell just 5 meters outside the tavern. Chapter 43. I did not come to provide alms. Chang Shi furrowed his brow as he sifted through the clues he had heard. After a moment of contemplation, he dismissed the possibility that the perpetrator was a follower of decay. Decay and prosperity are opposing beliefs. However, if one of its adherents were to commit murder in the realm blessed by prosperity, the corpse would inevitably reveal signs of decay. Only such an act would constitute a provocation of faith, serving to exalt their benefactor. Yet, the bodies bore no marks, which evidently indicated that the killer was crafting an atmosphere of terror. The faith of the perpetrator was likely that of corruption, or perhaps even death itself. The reason for considering the faith of the killer was not for any other purpose, but to unravel the mystery. It is essential to note that death and prosperity coexist within the journey of life. Though their revered wills may diverge slightly, they are not inherently opposed. This is evident from blooming awaiting withering, which only shelters life forms within the normal span of existence and willingly permits their demise upon reaching the end of their natural lives. After all, prosperity seeks the utmost flourishing of individuals, not immortality. Ultimately, within the journey of a life, death is the finale. With this in mind, Chang Shi could not help but ponder. The trial of death ultimately requires the sacrifice of a certain offering. So, this time, was it a sacrifice of a corrupted believer who deliberately instigated slaughter while distorting the resident's natural death, or was it in continuation of the methods of the followers of death, to eliminate a target that perhaps piqued his interest? One option involved apprehending the murderer, while the other entailed aiding the murderer in their killings. These 2 choices were, in essence, diametrically opposed. A misstep could lead to an irretrievable abyss. Just as Chang Shi was deep in thought, another player, Wei Guan, was also engrossed in contemplation nearby. It was evident that Wei Guan understood the clues necessary to unravel the mystery lay within the law enforcement agency, and thus he had arrived there even before Chang Shi. Upon noticing teammates arriving one after another, he snorted disdainfully and departed. Witnessing Wei Guan's exit, Chang Shi couldn't help but chuckle. The foolish believer, in his self-righteousness, had never favored mingling with others. Whether he left out of insight or disdain for sharing a case was unclear. After acquiring the relevant information, Chang Shi left the law enforcement agency and casually strolled through the town for a while. It was only when the sun had set, the streets grew quieter, and the residents' faces reflected increasing anxiety that he returned to the Inn. That moment, the inn's first floor was crowded with people. His 4 teammates had already settled around a wooden table. Awaiting his return, Chang Shi greeted them and took his seat among them. His gaze inadvertently swept around the corner of the staircase, where he noticed a mendicant standing in the shadows, staring directly at them. Locking eyes with Chang Shi, surprised, Chang Shi smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. The mendicant's face bore neither joy nor sorrow, and his gaze remained steadfast. What kind of person stands there all day without tiring? As Fang Zhu saw everyone in position, he commenced directing the proceedings. Let us discuss the intelligence gathered. I will summarize today's observations and thoughts. Please fill in the gaps. True to his profession, the lawkeeper adeptly organized and shared foundational intelligence regarding Yongzhan town. Every detail meticulously laid out in an orderly manner. The thoroughness of his report was so extensive that it seemed more akin to a large team's month-long background check rather than the output of a single individual's inquiries over an afternoon. Chang Shi was astonished, questioning whether Fang Zhu's capabilities were somewhat extraordinary. Had certain fund managers possessed such acumen, they would not have suffered such losses before the arrival of the deities. They were merely good-for-nothing scoundrels who took money without contributing any effort. Once Fang Zhu concluded his discourse, the others nodded in agreement, except for Wei Guan, who scoffed and disdainfully remarked, excessively redundant. Fang Zhu, unfazed, shrugged in indication that it was now their turn. Du Shiguang, defending him, interjected, then why not share your insights? Wei Guan shot a sidelong glance at Du Shiguang, sneering, so eager for unearned rewards. A mind that never contemplates will only grow more foolish. If you wish to gain answers from me, first prove your worth. Chang Shi couldn't help but chuckle at this exchange, drawing the attention of all present. Observing their gaze, particularly the disdain in Wei Guan's eyes, he hastily waved his hand. Apologies, I couldn't help it. This is the first time I've encountered someone so brazenly advocating for unearned benefits. Consider it an eye-opener. His words were clearly a jibe at Wei Guan, yet the latter did not react. Instead, the others regarded Chang Shi with friendlier eyes. Indeed, the group found camaraderie through the shared disdain for fools. As long as they steered clear of the foolish, harmony could be maintained. Du Shiguang also smiled, uncertain whether he genuinely wished to prove himself or simply wanted to avoid waiting for Wei Guan's retort. And he straightforwardly articulated his thoughts. Much like Chang Shi's perspective, it boiled down to a choice between 2 lines of inquiry, a rather ordinary method of unraveling the mystery, yet also the most reliable. Chang Shi continuously nodded in agreement, and they exchanged glances, instantly feeling a sense of kinship. How amusing! He never anticipated standing alongside a follower of memory. Yun and I did not elaborate on further details. She merely shared her observations from the autopsy. The law enforcement agency lacked a morgue. The bodies of the 4 deceased were stored in the archives, and I examined them thoroughly, indeed finding no signs of injury. My lord, there is more to this chapter. Please click to the next page to continue reading. The latter part is even more thrilling. Compared to murder, this resembled the imposition of a curse from beneath the earth? Chang Shi exclaimed in surprise. Yun and I cast him a sideways glance, irritably nodding, yes, this method of killing generally originates from below. Perhaps corruption is spreading fear, creating terror, and siphoning dread, which is a form of desire's descent. Yun's hypothesis was decisive and held some validity. However, each player possessed their own judgments, and such a subjectively tinted conjecture was unlikely to garner unanimous agreement. Next, it was Chang Shi's turn. He did not withhold his findings, briefly describing aspects others had not mentioned, and then pondered where the key to unraveling the mystery lay. Fang Zhu regarded Chang Shi thoughtfully and jested. You certainly do not resemble one of his followers. Chang Shi understood the implication, that he exhibited an excessive degree of orderliness. Yet, he suddenly laughed and replied playfully to Fang Zhu, do you not think that for me, aligning with order is also a form of chaos? Fang Zhu found this amusing, yet the seriousness hidden beneath his smile became apparent. Indeed, Transforming chaos believer into one who is no longer chaotic is, in essence, the deepest form of chaos. Initially, Fang Zhu had deemed Changshi unworthy of his attention. Yet now, a flicker of murderous intent ignited within him. Discovering a divinely insightful adversary from an opposing faith was hardly good news. Changshi remained oblivious to Fang Zhu's thoughts, having shared his insights. He redirected the conversation to Wei Guan. This individual, who wore an expression of disdain towards everyone present, had yet to voice a single opinion throughout the evening, which was quite irksome. Well then, the foolish players have offered their ideas. It is now time for the astute players to provide their critiques. Wei Guan sneered coldly, turning to leave. As he walked away, he mockingly declared, "Your thoughts are worthless. You are unworthy of knowing the answers." This declaration even ruffled Fang Zhu's typically placid demeanor. He slammed his hand on the table, rising to his feet, and said sternly, "Leaving here means you will abandon any collaboration with us." Fang Zhu's voice inadvertently adopted a resonant quality. Imbued with the singer's skill, exerting a powerful impact. Many patrons within the inn overheard and turned to observe. Yet, Wei Guan showed no sign of slowing his pace. He did not head for a room on the second floor but instead made for the inn's entrance. To me, you cannot even be considered a collaboration. My time is limited. I did not come to provide alms. With that, he pushed open the inn's door. Just then, the innkeeper seized the hem of his garment, fearfully admonishing, "Esteemed guest, even if you have quarreled with your companions, I must remind you, this night is not safe. The law enforcement agency has already issued a curfew advisory. Staying within the inn is your best option. Please exercise caution." Wei Guan let out a cold laugh, mocking, "Cowardice and folly have always been in perfect harmony. I am already aware of the answer, and thus I shall not fear this so-called murderer. Moreover, his methods seem equally foolish in my eyes." With that, he brushed aside the doorman's hand and strode out. The moment the door slammed shut, a unified murmur of expletives erupted from the players at the table. Fool. Chapter 44. Death will eventually descend. Cursing aside, none present were fools. They had already discerned Wei Guan's intentions. He was extending an invitation to the killer. The fact that the murderer struck under the cover of night meant that all the first-hand traces of the truth lay hidden in the darkness. Thus, for the players, while night was perilous, it provided a better opportunity to uncover the answers than daylight. However, Yongzhan town was vast, too vast for one night to thoroughly explore every nook and cranny, much less encounter the assassin. Therefore, Wei Guan was using himself as bait, hoping to provoke the killer into revealing himself. Fang Zhu had long since seen through Wei Guan's intentions. The two, without a single exchange of glances, relied solely on their keen intuition and agile minds to stage a performance. When Wei Guan stepped out, the others finally recognized the brilliance of their collaboration. Yet, the expletive "fool" uttered from their lips was sincere. Nobody appreciated a pretentious show-off. This was a fact. Suddenly, Fang Zhu found himself understanding Chen Chang's predicament. Shaking his head with a chuckle, he addressed the group. "It seems we might be losing sleep tonight. Everyone, gather your belongings and follow suit." He glanced back one last time. The shadowy corner where a man had stood was now vacant. The ascetic had vanished without a trace. Clearly, he too had sensed the shift. Not a single fool here. Changshi marveled inwardly, then adjusted his attire and quietly slipped out through the back door. The full moon hung high, and a warm breeze caressed the air. The night in Yongzhan town was anything but cool. As Changshi stepped outside, he discovered that not all residents adhered to the curfew. At least some revelers still meandered through the streets. They stumbled along, shouting the name of the deity Prosperity. As if invoking his protection against death, he chuckled at these drunken souls before stealthily making his way in the direction Wei Guan had disappeared. Indeed, Wei Guan was a lone wolf. Although Fang Zhu had cooperated with him, providing an excuse to provoke the killer, it seemed the man remained utterly ungrateful. After leaving, he left behind no trace whatsoever. The faintest footprints vanished not far from the inn, and there were no clues to guide their search. Damn, truly remarkable. Changshi stood atop a certain rooftop, furrowing his brow as he searched for any signs. Not far away, Yun and I was engaged in a similar pursuit atop a windmill tower. All had lost their target, unaware of Wei Guan's whereabouts. Did he truly believe he could confront the killer alone? On the other side, Du Shiguang could no longer contain himself. He adjusted his glasses and indignantly remarked, "If he discovers the true culprit first and makes decisions for us in advance, who will bear the consequences? The fools are always so repugnant, indeed." Chang Shi chuckled inwardly. Deceit and memory seemed to stand together once more. Wei Guan's methods were swift and decisive. He was a hunter, adept at erasing traces. The group had searched in 8 different directions for an hour, yet none had managed to locate him. After another half-hour of darkened faces converging once more, the previously vanished ascetic suddenly reappeared before them. Upon his arrival, his face appeared even grimmer than Chang Shi's. Fang Zhu immediately noticed him and asked in a low voice, "What have you discovered?" The ascetic remained silent and turned to leave. A chill ran through the hearts of the group, and they immediately followed suit. Under the lead of the ascetic, they traversed rooftops and walls, swiftly navigating through the night, until they arrived at a location south of the town. On a spacious street, the players suddenly stumbled upon a corpse. The dead man was dressed in the very white shirt and black vest provided by the INN. It was Wei Guan. Wei Guan was dead. The group gasped in shock, and Chang Shi's pupils constricted. He could not fathom how a level 2,400 player could perish so silently within the trial. It was crucial to note that this location was not far from the inn, almost right beneath the players' watchful eyes. If there had been any struggle, at least one person would have heard it. This indicated one of 2 possibilities. The murderer either possessed overwhelming strength that allowed for an instantaneous kill, or employed methods to muffle sounds. Fang Zhu's expression darkened as he quickly descended beside Wei Guan. Upon landing, he furiously declared, "Here, lying is forbidden. The S-grade faith talent of order commands, let the decree echo forth." This was not a special skill exclusive to the lawgiver. All followers of order could chant corresponding judgment hymns to enact temporary laws. However, lawgivers, as the singers of order, could apply additional effects while singing, making this talent particularly effective for them. A golden light instantly enveloped the entire street as Fang Zhu turned to the others and softly intoned, "With the just ones above, the time for interrogation has arrived. All lies shall be pierced, and every answer shall be unveiled. The suspect shall face questioning here, recounting past sins and confronting inner torment." Then, under the gaze of order, cast into the depths of the dungeon. A white light emanated from each individual, and Chang Shi silently sensed that not only was he significantly weakened, but he also bore a status labeled confession. His brow furrowed. Something felt amiss. Was Fang Zhu suspecting that someone among them had acted treacherously? The previous hour of searching had indeed provided ample time for murder. Why then target their own? Chang Shi's thoughts jolted him awake. If he reconsidered everyone's faith, damn, was this aimed at me? But before Fang Zhu could pose a question, Yun and I, who was closest, suddenly leaned in and asked, "You are a follower of deceit, are you not?" She was actually doubting me? Chang Shi tensed. A wave of immense pressure surged within him, compelling him to speak the truth. Damn, can it be played this way? Riding on the coattails, are we? Chang Shi glared fiercely at Yun and I. His jaw clenched, muscles taut, trying desperately to resist the oppressive force. Yet, after just a second, his resolve crumbled. His face twitched twice as he begrudgingly replied. No. Yun and I appeared taken aback by this answer. She raised an eyebrow and swiftly turned to flee. But Chang Shi was not one to be easily intimidated. He immediately bit down and shouted after her, "Why do you want to kill Wei Guan?" Yun and I hesitated, blurting out, "I dislike him, so I want him dead." Upon uttering this, her expression changed, while Chang Shi grinned slyly, akin to a cunning fox. He had played a trick with the question, blatantly swapping concepts. Wanting to kill and killing were not synonymous in certain contexts, yet could easily be misconstrued in others. Sure enough, the moment Yunni's words left her lips, a force of memory sealed the area, ensnaring her. Du Shiguang stepped forward, placing his finger on her forehead without a word. It was clear what was to come. Chapter 45. Silence is the camber of tonight. The S-grade faith talent of memory, exclusive to the traveler, allows one to traverse the fragments of another's memory. Seeking scenes of interest, akin to a swift journey, Du Shiguang was not selfish. At the very least, he understood the value of sharing. When Yunni's memories were read, he employed some method to imprint the images upon the street surface. Then, all present bore witness to the following scene. A shapely female assassin lifted her undershirt, revealing the astonishing sight beneath. A hymn. This evidently depicted Yuan's memory of changing clothes, the reason for which was clear. Someone had stabbed her. Piercing through the garment, and thus, the atmosphere turned into a congregation of silence. It was utterly quiet. Chang Shi's lips twitched as he observed Du Shiguang's frozen expression, feeling utterly exasperated. After painstakingly concocting an excuse for him to delve into intriguing assassin memories, he chose to display this instead. He clearly did not regard his comrades as outsiders. Yuan, though restrained, was not blind. She too saw the scene laid out before her. Yet, she bore no anger, only a cold demeanor as she drove a dagger into Du Shiguang's heart, slicing through his chest, severing his throat, and blinding him. Then, as he opened his eyes beneath the protection of blooming awaiting withering, he asked, "Is it beautiful?" The weakened Du Shiguang could not resist the effects of confession, and immediately responded, "It is beautiful." Then, his eyes were struck once more. Had it not been for Chang Shi intervening, perhaps under the torment of annihilation's divine power, Du Shiguang might not have returned tonight. After venting her frustrations, Yuan cast a blank glance at Chang Shi. "Don't you like it? Is it not beautiful?" she remarked. "Why, dear girl holds quite a grudge." Yet, Chang Shi was unperturbed by this. After enduring so much, he had indeed grown immune to such displays. However, unexpectedly, he blurted out, "It's beautiful." Upon realizing his blunder, his face contorted as if he were constipated, and he hastily retreated 2 steps. To his surprise, Yuan did not treat him as she had Du Shiguang, but instead cryptically stated, "Come to my room tonight. There will be even more beautiful things to see." A trap. It was undoubtedly a trap. For the first time, Chang Shi felt that adhering to the principle of silence was not such a bad option. At least it spared him the need to think of a response. Praise, silence. The playful interlude came to a close. Fang Ju was a person of purpose. He swore that his eyes had merely glanced at the enchanting scene on the ground, and then he immediately recalled that he was there to interrogate, not to jest. His target was clearly not Chang Shi, but rather the ascetic monk who had remained aloof from the others throughout. This silent devotee had vanished early on, and when he reappeared, he had become the guide to the discovered corpse. What he had been doing during that time, and where he had gone, remained a complete mystery. Moreover, as the silent devotee was the best at extinguishing sound, confirming whether Wei Guan had been killed by him was Fang Ju's foremost priority. The ascetic monk was evidently aware of the suspicions surrounding him, yet this time, he did not maintain his silence. Instead, he spoke up, "It wasn't me." The silence was shattered. Everyone stared at him in astonishment, first taken aback, then each heart sank. The dire situation had prompted a silent devotee to break his silence in search of cooperation, which indicated that all players were now facing a particularly troublesome murderer. Most importantly, the player's self-assured means of self-preservation seemed utterly inconsequential in the eyes of this killer. The arrogant Wei Guan was the best testament to this fact. The atmosphere fell into silence once more. Fang Ju ceased his recitation of the ballad and began to meticulously examine every trace at the scene. Once Du Shiguang regained his composure, he and Chang Shi began to inspect every building in the vicinity. Their examination was so thorough that they nearly extracted any insects sleeping in the crevices of the doors to take X-rays before returning them. Yet, they still found nothing. Yuan conducted another autopsy. But the results were entirely consistent with those from the afternoon at the Judiciary Bureau. No wounds. A bizarre atmosphere enveloped the group, and everyone's countenance was amiss. Chang Shi furrowed his brow and approached Wei Guan's corpse. He noticed the terror etched on Wei Guan's face. Ironically, this man, who had always squinted disdainfully at others, had his eyes wide open for the first time just before death. "Don't you have a way to read people's memories?" "I do, but not for the deceased," Du Shiguang replied expressionlessly. "I am a mage, not a hunter." Chang Shi nodded and began to examine the corpse's pupils with earnestness. Yuan inched closer to him, her voice cold as she said, "Don't expect to find anything in the pupils. That killer meticulously erased all traces, a perfect assassin." Chang Shi indeed found no clues, and with a sigh, he commenced inspecting the limbs. The corpse still bore a hint of warmth, indicating that death had only recently claimed it. Chang Shi still struggled to comprehend how a life could be extinguished so quietly. My lord, this chapter has more to offer. Please click to the next page to continue reading. The latter part is even more thrilling. Could it be that Wei Guan, at level 2400, could not struggle even for a moment under the hands of the murderer? Or did the method of killing truly amount to a curse? Had the murderer never even set foot at the scene but merely operated from afar to end Wei Guan's life? Such a method of murder, did it erase the victim's consciousness or merely cease the heartbeat? With this thought, Chang Shi's hand brushed against the corpse's chest. It felt somewhat cold. Clearly, death had claimed it for a while. Wait. Why are Wei Guan's limbs still warm while his chest is already cold? Chang Shi raised an eyebrow and began to explore Wei Guan's chest with his fingertips. Fang Zhu observed this scene with curiosity and inquired, "Are you a doctor? It seems your memory is somewhat lacking. I mentioned before that I am irrationally rodered that a doctor and a priest are not the same." Fang Zhu was evidently referencing Chang Shi's previous profession, to which Chang Shi did not shy away. Nodding, Yun and I, intrigued, posed a question. "Did you choose to become a priest because of this?" Chang Shi shook his head. "Then why? The confession has concluded. Do you think you can still extract an answer from me?" Yun and I chuckled lightly and ceased to speak further. Before the arrival of the faith game, Chang Shi was not a doctor, but he did possess some medical skills of diagnosis and treatment. These abilities were not learned in school but rather taught to him by his foster father, a jolly old man who rummaged through scraps. As for why a scavenging old man possessed medical knowledge, Chang Shi could not say. He had never inquired. He meticulously felt the muscle textures and facial pressures beneath the corpse's skin. After a lengthy examination, he raised his head and said, "I need a needle." Upon hearing this, the crowd frowned and shook their heads. Only Yun and I shot him a sidelong glance and asked, "Where to poke?" Chang Shi, somewhat taken aback by her response, pointed to the location on Wei Guan's chest, stating, "Here, directly into the heart." Chapter 46. Another semi-divine artifact? The arrival of fear. Yun and I nodded and extended her finger, pressing it against the spot Chang Shi indicated. Then, with a swift motion, before anyone could react, she had already straightened her posture. Yet, nothing had happened to Wei Guan's body. I asked that it. "Did you poke it in? Wasn't that a bit too quick?" Several players were astounded by Yun's speed. Still trying to ascertain whether she had actually penetrated the body, given that Wei Guan's corpse showed no reaction. Only Chang Shi smiled, having guessed what Yun and I had done in a remarkably brief moment. She had transformed her finger into a fine thread, piercing Wei Guan's heart. The ability of the assassin maiden to render her body two-dimensional was even stronger than he had anticipated. It appeared that the dagger was perhaps merely her facade. When it came to killing, nothing was more convenient than a body that could serve as a weapon in its entirety. However, the corpse's lack of response was somewhat abnormal. While a deceased person's heart would indeed cease to beat, thus preventing blood from gushing forth, the absence of a response did not imply the absence of bleeding. When external force breached the organ's wall, dark red blood would inevitably seep out. Fang Zhu seemed to have noticed this issue. Uncertainly positing, "Is there a problem with the heart?" "Smart." Chang Shi nodded and retrieved a surgical knife from his spatial storage, expertly commencing the dissection. Within mere seconds, Wei Guan's chest cavity was dismantled by deft hands. As the crowd gathered to observe, they discovered that his chest cavity was filled with flesh and blood, yet conspicuously devoid of one essential component. The heart had vanished? Du Shiguang stared in shock at the spot where the heart had disappeared. His brow furrowed as if lost in thought. Chang Shi, however, nodded and explained, "By feeling the skin's texture, I could discern the alignment of the internal muscle fascicles and the pressure gradient. When I explored his chest, I noticed that the pressure at Wei Guan's heart was significantly lower than that of an ordinary corpse. Now you all see, his heart has been stolen." Stolen? This doesn't resemble theft. The ability to make a part of a person's body vanish isn't akin to the means of annihilation, is it? As soon as Fang Zhu's words fell, everyone turned to Yun and I. Yun and I first paused in surprise, then shrugged indifferently, her attitude clearly suggesting that it was not her concern. The group understood that she was not the perpetrator. They were merely inquiring whether annihilation had any similar techniques. Even Chang Shi was silently pondering whether he had overlooked a potential annihilation killer. But at that moment, as Yun and I furrowed her brow in contemplation, Du Shiguang suddenly stood up and solemnly drew a circle in front of him. Golden light coalesced into a circular ring, and through the ring, the current street scene was no longer visible. Instead, it revealed a library. This ring seemed to transcend time and space, presenting a juxtaposition of the present and the past. The visual effect was remarkably stunning. Let me peruse the books of that era. I recall there being a divine artifact that bears a resemblance to this. Du Shiguang extended his hand through the ring, swiftly searching the bookshelves. After a short while, he found a book and pulled its essence into reality. The ethereal pages fluttered rapidly beneath his fingertips, and within a few breaths, he had a result. Found it. I wondered why this manner of death felt so familiar. The expression of terror, the vanishing heart, the arrival of fear, an SSS-grade divine dagger, hailing from the underworld nation of Garuda, is a semi-divine artifact imbued with the dual divinity of corruption and death. This dagger does not require penetration into the body. It merely selects a target and waits. When this unfortunate soul experiences fear, their heart will be torn away and offered to death. They die without a sound. You are correct. This does indeed resemble a curse, but it is far more difficult to guard against, as his words concluded. The countenances of all present darkened. A semi-divine artifact. Yet another semi-divine artifact. Before such a level of dagger, 2400 and 1400 bore no distinction. Both were merely lambs awaiting slaughter. You failed to recall such a similar method of death. What a shame you still consider yourself a devotee. Yun and I cast a disdainful glance at Du Shiguang, seemingly questioning whether he was truly a follower of memory. Du Shiguang maintained a stoic expression as he adjusted his glasses and remarked, "It is precisely because I am his disciple that I am not burdened by the need for memory." With that, he cast the memory book, transformed by light and shadow, back into the open chasm of recollection, causing the golden ring to dissipate into the air in an instant. Chang Shi, upon hearing this, regarded him with an expression that spoke volumes. Du Shiguang was lying. He did not truly lack the need for memory. Perhaps he had forfeited the right to possess his own memories. It was said that his disciples would exchange their memories for additional powers. What gift had Du Shiguang sacrificed his memory for? Fang Zhu, a man of action, refrained from idle chatter and solemnly deduced, "The murderer is at the inn." Indeed, the murderer resided within the inn. The dagger was peculiar. Yet it had a prerequisite. It required the prior selection of a fortunate soul. With Wei Guan's agility, or rather, his vigilance as a hunter, it was inconceivable that he would remain unaware of a lurking figure in the night or fail to notice someone trailing him after stepping outside. Thus, only one possibility remained. He had been marked before leaving the inn. The silver lining was that the two individuals' provocations had indeed borne fruit. Little Master, there's more to this chapter. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. The excitement continues. The bad news was that in their fervor, an actor had perished. Nonetheless, having a direction was preferable to aimlessly searching like headless flies. At the very least, the murderer could be confined within the inn. There remained another question. Chang Shi furrowed his brow and added, "Have you considered what could instill fear in someone like Wei Guan?" Undoubtedly, the moment the murder weapon was discovered, the method of killing had been established. The murderer merely needed to conceal themselves and mark their target. As for the rest, that was left to the deceased. The so-called whispers of danger and shadows of suspicion were all too real. Once the specter of death silently spread within a certain area, the solitary wanderers of the night would become paranoid. At that point, the murderer would not need to take any additional actions. A mere sound on the silent street or a gust of wind beneath the shrouded moon could serve as the final straw, claiming the victim's life. But Wei Guan was different. He was a disciple of folly, the sworn enemy of all ignorance. Such trivial tricks would likely be beneath his notice. The closer one draws to the truth, the more they detach from human emotion. Would he truly feel fear? The answer was yes, for his death was the ultimate proof. Yet, the question remained. What was the source of the fear that could extinguish the life of a disciple of folly? Could the others confidently assert their lack of fear in the face of such dread? Chang Shi felt uncertain. Not only he, but everyone else felt the same. Of course, there was an even more pressing question before them. Should they return to the inn tonight? Chapter 47. The methods of the assassin misreturning would allow them to investigate the murderer. Not returning would help them avoid further unforeseen incidents tonight. In a trial that had persisted for 7 days, losing a teammate before the first day had even concluded was undoubtedly the worst possible start. The gravity of the situation was etched on everyone's faces, save for Yun and I, who let out a huff and turned to leave. The direction she chose was toward the surging light of life. Observing Yun's decisive departure, Chang Shi felt a mix of emotions. This was the nature of a 2,400-level scenario. Even in the face of death, some could confront it calmly and charge forward. Had this been a 1,400-level scenario, his group would have disbanded tonight. Du Shiguang adjusted his glasses and suggested, "Perhaps we should report Wei Guan's death to the Enforcement Bureau?" To be fair, that was a viable approach. Involving the Enforcement Bureau could alleviate many risks. However, the issue was that they could not yet ascertain whether this wielder of a semi-artifact was a target for the players or merely a marker along their path. If he were merely a marker, it would suffice to determine whom he intended to kill next to find the true sacrifice. But if he were indeed a target, once he fell into the hands of the Enforcement Bureau, attempting to eliminate him would only complicate matters for themselves. Furthermore, how could they explain Wei Guan's condition, his body eviscerated? Fang Zhu pondered for a moment before shaking his head in refusal. Now was not the appropriate time to collaborate with the authorities. Chang Shi had anticipated this outcome. He glanced at Wei Guan's unseeing eyes before turning to leave. Yun and I was correct. Only by approaching the murderer could they uncover the truth. Regardless, they were bound to return to the inn tonight. This trial had transformed from a mere dispersal of fog to a perilous dance upon the knife's edge. And this was precisely what death awaited. It had never shunned the prospect of additional sacrifices. "You all go ahead. I will dispose of Wei Guan's body." The disciple of order was always reliable, and Du Shiguang did not hesitate to follow Cheng Shi's lead. Fang Zhu gazed somberly at the corpse, letting out a deep sigh. When he concealed the body and looked up again, he discovered that the ascetic, who had silently listened all night, had vanished without a trace. When Cheng Shi returned to the inn, Yun and I was at the front desk purchasing alcohol. He approached her, requesting a glass of strong liquor, and took a seat beside her. Yun and I cast a sidelong glance at him, unusually silent. Cheng Shi raised his glass, proclaiming, "Regardless, we are teammates. If you have any thoughts, feel free to share them with me." Yun's slightly inebriated eyelids lifted a fraction, signaling him to continue. "I do not wish to lose two teammates on the first day. Nor do I want you to meet a mysterious end like that arrogant disciple of folly." Cheng Shi's words were straightforward. He feared that a confident assault from a teammate might result in their immediate demise. He did not doubt Yun's intellect that well. Perhaps he did. Moreover, he sensed that this assassin had already formulated a plan and might act tonight. As for whether such action would benefit the trial, he had no means of ascertaining without understanding her intentions. Yun and I smiled and disregarded him, downing her drink before departing once more. Cheng Shi watched her go, then turned his gaze to the bar. The empty glass that Yun and I had slapped against the counter still trembled, and a barely visible crack had begun to spread toward the 3 o'clock position. An intriguing invitation. The inn's first floor would cease operations at 2 o'clock, evidently intending to engage in some clandestine activities during the quiet of the night. Cheng Shi chuckled softly to himself, draining his glass before returning to his own room. The night was deep, and regardless of how many guests filled the inn, most opted for rest at this hour, a stark contrast to the earlier hustle and bustle. The innkeeper was evidently a savvy businessman. To ensure travelers slept soundly, even at such a late hour, he had arranged for several attendants to patrol the corridors on each floor intermittently. Cheng Shi lay in bed, unable to sleep, listening to the footsteps echoing in the hallway, his mind racing with thoughts of how to break the deadlock. Just as he furrowed his brow in contemplation, a familiar sound of breathing emanated from behind the wooden wall beside his bed. Had 3 o'clock arrived? He lifted his hand to check the time, only to find the breathing next door had ceased. Cheng Shi, as if receiving a signal, immediately rolled out of bed, opened his door, and stepped outside. As soon as he emerged, he found Du Shiguang and Fang Zhu simultaneously opening their doors, stepping out. Their gazes aligned perfectly as they glanced over Cheng Shi, directing their attention toward Yun's door. More astonishingly, at the end of the corridor, a robust man lying in the shadows had also awakened, silently rising to his feet. It appeared that everyone was preoccupied with the actions of the assassin Miss. Yet, I had not slept because Yun and I had extended an invitation. What did these hulking men mean by eavesdropping in the dead of night? Time was fleeting, leaving no room for Cheng Shi to ponder further. The group tacitly bypassed the awkwardness of greeting one another as they followed Yun's trail to the 3rd floor. Perhaps due to the warning of Wei Guan's death, she had not erased her traces. Thus, the 4 men trailed her, erasing her tracks while speculating on the intentions of this annihilation assassin. However, they did not dwell on their thoughts for long. when they arrived at the door of the room in the farthest corner on the third floor. The answer revealed itself, a hint of annihilation wafted from within the room. Yun and I had made her move. The men were momentarily stunned, hastily slipping into the room to evade the patrolling attendants. Upon entering, they beheld a scene of utter disarray, the room in complete turmoil, and the occupant who should have been there had vanished without a trace. Yun and I had disappeared again. Madwoman? Fang Zhu quickly grasped Yun Ni's intent. Cursing under his breath before darting out the door, Du Shiguang followed closely, evidently having discerned Yun Ni's purpose as well. Chang Shi surveyed the empty room, his brow furrowed. There was no doubt that Yun and I had committed murder. The disciple of Annihilation had employed the special means bestowed upon her by him to transport the inn's guests to another plane. And these planes were often on the brink of collapse. Apocalyptic realms, to lead living beings into disintegrating spaces was an offering to him. Furthermore, the disappearance of a life form from its original location could certainly be regarded as a form of death. This unfortunate traveler might still be alive, but the suffering they would endure in the realm under the gaze of Annihilation was unknown to outsiders, a crude idea, yet remarkably effective. The assassin Mrs. Plan was merely to forcefully search for evidence room by room without alarming the other guests. True to her nature, she was decisive and direct. Yet, one issue remained. Should she encounter the murderer face to face, Yun and I could very well become the next Wei Guan. This succinct and effective approach is not a novel concept, but rather a reflection of the reluctance to become the second Wei Guan. To everyone's surprise, Yun and I appears utterly unconcerned and willingly transforms into the sharp spear held by the players. At this thought, Chang Shi couldn't help but exclaim. Indeed, those with exceptional skills often possess audacity. How is it that this group of high scorers exude such confidence? Could it be that their scores are merely a result of innate talent? This notion prompted a disdainful scoff from him. Brute force cannot resolve all issues. Intellect is the true key to unlocking the doors of opportunity. Yet, the events have transpired, and dwelling on them serves no purpose. He sighed in resignation and began to inspect the disordered room, hoping to uncover some valuable information. It was clear that the assassin lady would not conduct a thorough search. Such dirty work necessitates collective effort. Alas, with the Grand Tribunal en route, did they not fear that causing a ruckus in the inn would ensnare them within its confines? Chapter 48. The Sudden Judgment. The Assassin's Lament under the somewhat rough actions of the players. An exceedingly bizarre scene unfolded in the nighttime inn. Several men with grim expressions were pursuing a woman. This woman, however, wandered restlessly along the inn's corridor, darting into rooms as she passed, only to emerge moments later, visibly irritated. The entire episode was brief, and though the quiet rooms remained silent, any newcomer would soon discover that the occupants had vanished from their beds. Items were strewn about the room, yet nothing was taken. Such behavior seemed less motivated by greed. Thus, a question arose. What, then, did this female thief steal? The answer: Chang Shi's time. After trailing Yun and I through a dozen rooms, Chang Shi felt utterly disheartened. He found nothing of consequence. Aside from the luggage brought by the guests and an abundance of survival necessities, his only notable discovery was a few fashionable QQ undergarments in a lady's wardrobe. Point one could not deny the lady's taste. But let us return to the matter at hand. The rooms he had previously inspected clearly housed respectable travelers, not the individuals they sought. Moreover, the number of guests in the inn was overwhelming. Searching in this manner would render it impossible to scour the entirety of the third floor by dawn, let alone the 2 floors beneath. Should this continue, by the time dawn breaks, Yun and I would have to return the travelers sent to other dimensions. At that point, panic might spread even more fiercely throughout the inn. Throughout the process, Chang Shi had repeatedly urged others. Shall we continue? The responses from his companions were quite amusing. Fang Zhu frowned. Du Shiguang smiled, and the monk remained silent. Clearly, the big shots were also willing to gamble on luck. They hoped to stumble upon useful clues, thereby saving some time. Since the big shots were unwilling to halt their efforts, Chang Shi, as a mere bystander, had little say in the matter. Thus, they pressed on. However, life has a peculiar way of complicating matters when one is most anxious. Such unconventional methods are ultimately difficult to sustain. At some moment before dawn, the actions of the assassin lady were discovered. More precisely, she exposed herself. As Yun and I stealthily entered another room, she was met with the sight of 4 men dressed in black robes. sitting neatly and simultaneously gazing at her. The moment their bright eyes opened, a surge of order, energy began to swell. The viscous essence felt as if a divine presence had once graced this very spot. Yuanni's expression changed dramatically as she turned to flee. Yet, the moment she crossed the threshold, her fate was irrevocably sealed. A grand and imposing chant resounded, echoing like thunder. Here, fleeing is forbidden. Here, shouting is forbidden. Here, resisting is forbidden. Here, arguing is forbidden. Waves of terrifying holy light surged, instantly illuminating the entire room in golden radiance. Chains composed of edicts, alive with a will of their own, ensnared Yuanni's limbs. She was powerless to resist or call for help. Forced to witness her own confinement as chains hoisted her into the air, reminiscent of a gruesome execution, the overwhelming weight of order and the onslaught of negative states ravaged her body until the judge, clad in a robe of judgment, finally opened his eyes, momentarily halting the horrific punishment. Yet what followed was merely the inception of a nightmare. The judge retrieved his scepter of judgment from the void, his eyes pulsating with violet lightning as he fixed his gaze upon Yuan and slowly uttered, "Do you plead guilty? Guilty? What crime could there be in providing a free, albeit unfamiliar, journey to slumbering travelers? Is that not an act of charity?" Of course, if Chang Shi were in her position, he might entertain such thoughts. But for Yuan at that moment, she felt neither joy nor sorrow. She recognized the identities of these individuals. They were undoubtedly from the Grand Tribunal. They had arrived in silence at Yongzhan town, disguising themselves as ordinary travelers to conduct their investigation. Indeed, if even the players could pinpoint the location of the perpetrator, how could these judges of justice lack the means to do so? They had already narrowed down the probable vicinity of the suspect and might even have several individuals in mind. As for herself, she was merely an unwitting deer that stumbled into their trap while they awaited their prey. What was even more terrifying was that she sensed a divine resonance akin to blooming awaiting decay, emanating from the scepter wielded by the judge. Another semi-divine artifact. This marked the third semi-divine artifact encountered within a single day. What implications did this carry? It indicated that her life was in jeopardy. Yuan had long anticipated the possibility of an untoward incident. Yet throughout, she had pondered how to confront the bizarre attacks that would accompany the arrival of fear. Little did she know she would ultimately fall victim, not to her own miscalculations, but to another semi-divine artifact of the Grand Tribunal. After much contemplation, the outcome she faced was absurd beyond belief. It was downright laughable. Yuan seemed to abandon any notion of defense, even though she believed herself innocent. Yet when a judge is determined to declare you guilty, rebuttal is futile. Silence is the wiser course, at the very least. It would preserve her final shred of dignity, sparing her the embarrassment of becoming a fool. The judge's rhetoric was unmistakably aimed at sealing her fate. "My dear, this chapter has more to unfold. Please turn to the next page for continued reading." The story only grows more riveting. Yuan, undaunted, offered a smile and then turned her head away. However, the power of order ultimately compelled her to speak. An invisible pressure materialized as a transparent hand, tightening around her throat, forcing a response from her lips. Yes. Immediately thereafter, with a deafening crash, thunder struck. The sinner is reduced to ashes. The interval from confession to obliteration was so swift that not even the blink of an eye was wasted. Though in Yongzhan town, blooming awaiting decay offers equal protection to all, other divine wills exist that can bring about death. Just as the judgment of order is irrefutable, the executioner concluded his task. Yet he seemed unsatisfied, gazing at the spot where Yuan had vanished, his brow furrowed. He indeed sensed the presence of death, but based on his understanding of his own thunderous judgment, the deceased sinner should have perished as a charred corpse, not dissolved into nothingness. Such a demise resembled the touch of a long-forgotten entity. The other judges perceived the anomaly, their brows knitting in confusion as they inquired, "My lord, what is this?" The judge pondered for a moment before coldly responding. "It is likely a special method derived from the subterranean faith of annihilation. No matter, the sinner has met her end." Once the judge proclaimed the sinner dead, any hope of survival was extinguished. The four judges nodded in unison and then closed their eyes, returning to silence. The executioner sheathed his scepter, yet instead of closing his eyes, he directed his icy gaze toward the door. Outside, Fang Zhu was drenched in cold sweat while Du Shiguang clenched his fists tightly. The two were mere steps away from following Yun and I inside, but thankfully, she had swiftly signaled them to halt the moment she entered, instilling a moment of caution. It was precisely this fleeting moment of hesitation that saved their lives. The two retreated with grave expressions, making their way to the staircase, where they encountered Chang Shi and the monk lurking in the shadows, finally pausing to wipe the cold sweat from their foreheads. Chang Shi had not witnessed the events transpiring within the room. Seeing the somber expressions on their faces sent a jolt of dread through him. "Where is Yun and I?" Fang Zhu's eyes darkened, and he remained silent. Du Shiguang slowly shook his head, his meaning clear. "Dead? Could Yongzhan town truly be a locale where one could pass away peacefully?" Chang Shi was struck with incredulity, his eyes wide as he gazed at the room. Seemingly recalling the occupants, if memory served, that room should have been empty before they departed. This implied that someone had checked in during the brief window when the players had exited to search for Wei Guan. The timing was eerily perfect. Who could they be? This time, Fang Zhu spoke up. "Order. I sensed the presence of order, this energy. The Grand Tribunal." There was no doubt. It could only be the Grand Tribunal. They had arrived. He had merely speculated moments ago, yet it had materialized into reality. Chang Shi felt the cruel twist of fate and bore an expression of anguish. In the span of 7 days of trials. On the second day at dawn, they had lost another .6 remain, for left. Simultaneously, the travelers whom Yun and I had sent to other dimensions were abruptly returned, landing on their beds and awakening with a sense of having endured a terrifying nightmare. However, they were utterly oblivious to the true mastermind behind this nightmare, for the murderer had already met their demise. Chapter 49. Travelers, please remain calm. It was evident that the judges of the Grand Tribunal had taken note of the players' presence. Regardless of their reasons for not pursuing further, the self-aware individuals decisively abandoned their subsequent actions and returned to their rooms with grave expressions. The night's performance concluded at the cost of a second life. Shrouded in the survivors' terror, Fang Zhu and Du Shiguang entered the same room, their chaotic energies distinctly veering away from Chang Shi. The current situation was far too tumultuous, making it difficult not to associate everything with the followers of chaos. Although Chang Shi had done nothing, his inaction was even more suspect. Since the trials began, it felt as though a group of people had been led by the nose. Wherever they investigated, death followed. This bore striking resemblance to past trials involving followers of chaos, the only difference being that this time, the death seemed more coincidental and rational. Chang Shi discerned their thoughts, thus refraining from offering his warm demeanor to a cold reception. Like a solitary ascetic, he silently descended the stairs. Yet, instead of returning to his own room, he ventured to Yun Ni's quarters. Her room was stark, almost excessively so. Not a single item of her own remained. And even the furniture provided by the inn had vanished. Chang Shi understood that these items had likely been appropriated by the assassin, Miss Yun and I, for her annihilation decree. The decree of annihilation was, in essence, obliteration. Finding no useful clues, Chang Shi sighed in resignation. Perhaps this was characteristic of the followers of annihilation. When they devoted themselves to it, all traces of their existence vanished, as if they had never been there. He lay on Yun Ni's bed, turning to gaze at the knife wound she had inflicted upon the wooden wall, feeling somewhat dazed. Though merely a few hours had passed since the creation of that fissure, the day felt interminably long, as if it had stretched into several days. He suddenly recalled the moment Yun and I had shaken his hand, the red polish on her delicate fingers still vivid in his memory. The images surged forth, and with each recollection, Chang Shi's brow furrowed tighter. He was not reminiscing over these fragmented details. Rather, he was contemplating how this knife wound had come to be done. If he recalled correctly, the assassin could precisely sense Chang Shi's position through the wall. This indicated she possessed some form of scouting or perception ability, and not of a low caliber if that were the case. Why had she failed to notice any anomalies in the room before entering? Even if the judges from the Grand Tribunal had various means to conceal themselves, as an assassin, one known for her caution, she should not have lacked even a hint of danger. She had clearly issued a warning to Fang Zhu and the others the moment she opened the door. However, this act of warning was all the more baffling. Chang Shi couldn't help but wonder. If it were him, upon discovering danger within a room, he would either strive to escape at all costs or brace himself for confrontation. certainly not divert his attention to alert his teammates. He was acutely aware of Yun Ni's attitude towards her companions. She might concern herself with her so-called fairness, but she would never care for the lives of others. Even a timely alliance with Fang Zhu to resist would have been more reliable than mere warning. So, why was this the case? After pondering for a long while, Cheng Shi could find no reasonable explanation, only managing to piece together a reluctant answer. She had been controlled. It was likely not a long-term control but a fleeting moment that had influenced her mind. That instant's decision had cost her life. Someone lurking in the shadows could manipulate thoughts. Was it the murderer or a player? Most probably the murderer. Yet, the possibility of Fang Zhu and Du Shiguang could not be dismissed. Cheng Shi's expression grew increasingly grave. It appeared that this trial was not only beset by a perfectly concealed murderer, but there were also those who sought to take advantage of the chaos. The night was rife with peril, and the inn concealed deadly intentions. Fortunately, dawn was not far off. Before long, the sky began to brighten. Travelers awoke, and the inn once again buzzed with activity and life. However, this respite was short-lived. Just as Fang Zhu and Cheng Shi simultaneously stepped into the corridor, the inn's front door was forcefully shut by a group of uniformed enforcers. The declaration of the Enforcement Bureau rang out, at the request of Judge Mo Chiosi from the Grand Tribunal. All entrances and exits of Yongzhan Town are hereby sealed, including the Life's Radiance Inn. Travelers, please remain calm. The judges have taken control of the situation, and your safety is assured here. All guests are to orderly vacate their rooms and assemble on the first floor. I repeat, all guests are to assemble on the first floor. The Grand Tribunal had taken action. Their speed was far beyond what one might expect. The entire inn was sealed off. Fang Zhu exchanged a glance with Cheng Shi, and without uttering a word, they proceeded downstairs. Cheng Shi followed obediently. The Grand Tribunal's target was not the players. Since they had spared them the previous night, they would not come seeking trouble again today. Their focus was on the murderer. As the players descended the stairs, thoughts churned within them. If the murderer truly fell into the Grand Tribunal's hands, would the trail of clues be severed? Regardless of whether the final offering was indeed the culprit, no one could extract a confession from a sinner under the Grand Tribunal's scrutiny. Moreover, this was a judge who had effortlessly slain Yun and I. Dear Master, there is more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading, as the following is even more thrilling. The travelers were astonished by the Enforcement Bureau's announcement, and a wave of chaos swept through the inn. People exchanged bewildered glances and murmured among themselves. What was happening, and why was the inn being sealed? Where was the innkeeper? He should be protesting to the... Are you out of your mind? This is the Grand Tribunal's mandate. Do you know what the Grand Tribunal is? The exalted judges would never seal an inn without evidence. Good heavens, the murderer is in the inn. Praise prosperity. I am still alive. What? The judge leading this operation is Mo Chiosi? My heavens, how I wish to meet him, even if just for a glance. Who? That son of thunder? Yes, it's him. He is a first-level judge of the Grand Tribunal, a pupil of the Grand Executioner Altair. The most gifted elemental judge in history, and the one most likely to inherit the title of Grand Judge, the son of order. Even if I could just see him once, tonight would be an unforgettable dream for me. You look quite unsettling. Perhaps for Mo Chiosi, just a glance at you would haunt his nightmares. Are you looking for a fight? Prosperity has already locked onto the murderer. I have nothing to fear from you now. The scene was in disarray as players distanced themselves within the restless crowd, scrutinizing all suspicious individuals and occurrences. On the eve of the Grand Tribunal's pronouncement, they still sought to uncover clues ahead of time. Yet, there were too many people, too much noise, and in such a chaotic atmosphere, it was difficult to find someone who was not suspicious. Many travelers' behaviors twisted by panic became erratic. Cheng Shi sighed softly, beginning to shift his mindset. Meanwhile, four judges from the Grand Tribunal quietly appeared in the four corners of the hall, effectively surrounding the entire inn with their mere presence. Before long, amidst the anxious murmurs, a purple-eyed judge donned in the robes of the presiding judge emerged at the entrance of the inn and Mo Chiosi, the elemental judge of the Grand Tribunal, the most beloved first-level judge of all time. Do you know him? Du Shiguang asked softly from within the crowd. Fang Zhu nodded and replied, the prematurely deceased son of order. I once saw his name in the annals of the Grand Tribunal. After his death, the Grand Tribunal gradually became mired in the quagmire of war, slowly deteriorating. prematurely deceased. War? Du Shiguang was momentarily taken aback, but quickly realized. Is it now the mid-civilization era? No, it must be even earlier. It should be the tail end of the early period. At this time, the Civil War had just begun, and war was only starting to cast its gaze upon this land, having yet to descend. While chaos had not even spread its divine name, a flash of insight struck Du Shiguang's mind, and he suddenly understood why, despite a follower of chaos being just outside the door last night, the judges of the Grand Tribunal had not come to apprehend them. It turned out that this was the early period of the civilization era. By now, the descents of order and truth had occurred thousands of years prior, and their followers had nearly unified the surface, yet war had only just begun to take note of the continent of hope. How did he die? The records of the Grand Tribunal are rather vague. I was not part of them, so my understanding is limited. What is the Son of Order? Du Shiguang inquired further. This time, Fang Zhu did not respond but instead countered with a question. What did you exchange for your memory? Du Shiguang's expression tightened, and he fell silent. Fang Zhu seemed to sense something and chose not to speak further. The judge, whose eyes flickered with purple lightning, stepped forward, tapping his staff against the floor to signal for silence. Perhaps compelled by the weight of order, or out of respect for the Grand Tribunal, the hall swiftly quieted. He had yet to speak, merely performing a salute in accordance with the mannerisms of order, followers. And an overwhelming sense of lawfulness instantly enveloped Chang Shi, igniting within him an impulse to confess. This was far more impressive than Fang Zhu's guilty plea from the previous night, as all heads bowed in anticipation of judgment. Moxius spoke. Chapter 50. Starkly different reactions. The moment he opened his mouth, the sacred light of order enveloped everyone. Some among you may know me, while others may have never heard my name, yet such distinctions are inconsequential. The purpose of the Grand Tribunal's presence here is well known to you all. Malevolence has spread throughout Everbloom Town, and under the cloak of night, sinners brazenly strip the townsfolk of their right to embrace prosperity. This sordid and vile transgression is not merely a desecration of the faith in the alliance of nature, but also a provocation against the authority of the Grand Tribunal. By order, the hour of judgment has arrived. No sinner shall evade retribution. I, Moxius, Chief Judge, vow to the autonomous alliance of Everbloom Town and its faithful. Today, the true culprit shall be unveiled, and peace shall be restored to you all. Moxius's words were profoundly inspiring, and many in the crowd visibly brightened, while the enforcers around them bore expressions of eager anticipation. Yet, his tone soon turned frigid and laced with malice. Now, the customary declarations have concluded. Let us cast aside these cumbersome restraints and speak plainly. I have identified the murderer, and he is indeed among you. Fear, once your sharpest weapon, shall now serve as your dirge. Under the scrutiny of order and the decree of the Grand Tribunal, how do you plan to escape? Before Moxius could finish his words, his gaze began to traverse the room slowly, starting from the far left, sweeping over every individual present. With each subtle shift of his focus, the travelers within his line of sight instinctively tensed, glancing furtively at one another, fearful that the perpetrator lurked nearby. This palpable pressure caused many to tremble, their legs quaking as if they might collapse. Chang Shi stood amidst the crowd, feeling the piercing gaze linger on him for a fleeting moment before moving on to the left. Allowing him to exhale silently in relief, he feared that the judge might unleash his devastating wrath upon him. A devotee of chaos. Fortunately, it appeared that he had truly overlooked the players. The tension persisted, panic simmering just beneath the surface. Just as Moxius's gaze was halfway turned, preparing to shift to the right, an unexpected turn of events transpired. A figure clad in a cerulean trench coat suddenly lowered his head, pushing through the surrounding travelers and swiftly darting towards the periphery of the crowd. The travelers who were struck were momentarily stunned before erupting into frantic screams. Help! Save me! Run! The murderer is going to kill. The enforcers at the entrance instantly sprang into action, pursuing the fleeing figure. Yes, him. Don't let him escape. Capture him. Chaos erupted in the hall. In that very instant of turmoil, several players keenly seized the opportunity, responding in starkly contrasting ways. Fang Zhu began to chant loudly, unabashedly revealing his power of order. transforming it into golden chains of order that pursued the fleeing figure. Du Shiguang vanished in a flash, seemingly anticipating the trajectory, positioning himself on the escape route. However, he did not obstruct the fleeing figure. Instead, at the opportune moment, with a subtle motion, he inadvertently brushed against the sinner. As for Chang Shi, he vanished. The moment the crowd dispersed, he disguised himself as a frightened traveler and slipped through the blockade on the first floor, swiftly ascending to the second. Yet his actions were not born of fear for his life, but rather a quest for clues. There was no possibility of complacency. It was inconceivable to succumb to despair in this life. This game was exhilarating, and a moment's inaction could lead to demise. Leaving no opportunity for respite, to survive, one must continuously unleash their potential. From the very first day of exploring the inn, Chang Shi had meticulously recorded the appearances of all the travelers in their respective rooms. The instant the cerulean trench coat moved, he immediately recognized the identity of the individual, the bard. A bard who claimed to hail from the northern Carnivali Empire. The inn's guests were in a state of unrest due to the murder incident, and a few busybodies, led by him, were quick to fan the flames. Indeed, when Chang Shi learned of the semi-artifact known as the Oncoming Fear, he had harbored suspicions about this bard. As the saying goes, one must sharpen their tools before embarking on a task. To wield fear as a weapon, the most effective method is to first instill terror, and the bard profession was most suited for such a task. They relished in storytelling, particularly tales that sent shivers down one's spine. However, at that time, he had still been reeling from the shock of Wei Guan's death, his mind not attuned to such clarity of judgment. But now, everything aligned. There had never been any mere shadows conjured by the bow. The sight of the snake was due to the fact that the bow was crafted from a serpent. The assassin had long since laid the groundwork, merely awaiting the semi-artifact to validate its existence. The oncoming fear. Chang Shi moved swiftly, weaving through the panicking travelers until he soon arrived at the bard's door. His thoughts diverged from those of the other two. Fang Zhu clearly believed that with the Grand Tribunal now in absolute control, assisting them in apprehending the murderer might afford him greater convenience in subsequent investigations and actions. Du Shiguang's intentions were more direct. As long as he could make contact with someone, he could read their memories. Chang Shi, however, contemplated. When a murderer realizes they have been identified, their first instinct must be to clear their name. The simplest and most effective means of doing so is to dispose of the murder weapon. Yet, a semi-artifact is not something one can casually discard. Therefore, Chang Shi leaned towards the notion that he had hidden his dagger rather than discarded it altogether. He rushed to the bard's room in hopes of uncovering clues that could reveal the true nature of the trial. If fortune smiled upon him and he could locate the dagger, that would be ideal. However, as Chang Shi ghosted to the door and pushed it open, he discovered that someone was already inside. Before him stood a man, bare-chested, veins bulging, his entire being straining with effort. The ascetic. It was the devotee of silence. Chang Shi was taken aback, blinking in disbelief. In a wonder he had never glimpsed him, even after everyone had been brought to the first floor by the Grand Tribunal. It turned out he had also noticed the bard's identity. Yet, despite the players being isolated, they were still comrades of a sort, especially since they both shared the chaotic fate of chaos. Devoid of any enmity stemming from conflicting beliefs, there was little cause for excessive concern. But the state of the other was decidedly unsettling. The ascetic seemed to have heard the door creak open. Yet he did not turn around. He appeared to be clutching something tightly, his body taut as he struggled against it with all his might. Chang Shi discerned the signs, sensing that his condition was deteriorating, and swiftly cast a healing spell upon him. It was a priest's duty to ensure that a teammate's health bar remained full. To his surprise, the devotee of silence did not appreciate the gesture. He had unwittingly cast a silence domain, at some point, rendering the healing spell ineffective within its confines again. Another one who hoarded everything for himself? Chang Shi seethed, muttering under his breath, "Stop playing dumb. If you don't speak, I'll call for help." The ascetic's momentum clearly faltered, and after several breaths, he clenched his jaw and trembled as he turned slightly to. As he did so, Chang Shi beheld that his hands were gripping something. Upon closer inspection, it was a dagger emanating a sinister red glow, thrashing wildly in his grasp. The Oncoming Fear. Chapter 51. The difficulty of the trial continues to escalate. Is this the semi-artifact that kills invisibly? The scene before Chang Shi prompted such thoughts. Though the dagger was gripped in the ascetic's palm, he could not stabilize it. His entire body quaked in tandem with the dagger. Observing his bloodshot eyes and the strain on his visage, Chang Shi felt genuine concern for his well-being. The Grand Tribunal was just downstairs, and they could discover this place at any moment. Relinquish the domain, and I shall assist you. Chang Shi's fervor was met with the same enduring silence. Despite his condition worsening, the ascetic did not dispel the silence domain. This truly left Chang Shi speechless. You found the crucial clue to the trial, Haven Tu? You're in no state to hold on. If you don't let go, you'll perish. Fine, fine. So you're going to be selfish, are you? Very well, then, you can die. Chang Shi, finding communication impossible, turned to depart. The commotion here was far too loud. The Grand Tribunal's members were not fools. They would soon realize where the Bard's room was located and pursue him. If they were to witness him at the door of the murderer, he would have no way to explain himself. As an ordinary traveler, why would he exhibit such keen interest in the murderer, to the extent of heading towards the murderer's room while others fled? When there were clues to be gathered, one must first prioritize their own safety. Chang Shi, unable to contend with this self-serving warrior, was left to ponder alternative solutions. However, just as he turned to leave, a terrifying bolt of violet lightning suddenly arced past Chang Shi's profile, crashing directly into the ascetic. Thunder! Chang Shi's mind was jolted, his pupils constricting. The excruciating burning sensation and numbing effect robbed him of sensation on one side of his face. He widened his eyes to gaze forward, only to find a man standing at the top of the staircase on the second floor, coldly observing him. Moxius. This judge had arrived sooner than he had anticipated. Behind him stood several law enforcers and a throng of spectators. Undeterred by danger, as well as Feng Zhu and Du Shiguang, who were concealed within the crowd, their brows furrowed in concern. Clearly, they had dealt with the minstrel downstairs. So soon? Chang Shi instinctively sensed that something untoward had transpired below. He glanced at Feng Zhu, then hesitated before turning his gaze to Du Shiguang. As expected, Feng Zhu remained silent, his expression grave, while Du Shiguang's face was twisted in conflict, yet he ultimately shook his head slightly. The minstrel had encountered a problem. Hence, they had rushed upstairs without delay. It was astonishing that Feng Zhu, a devotee of order, was still contemplating the contradictions of faith at such a critical moment. Truly, never mind. One cannot fault players for the dichotomy of beliefs. The chaos. Faith is indeed quite unpleasant. Yet, what must be considered now is not these matters, but rather how to extricate oneself from the predicament of being found at the murderer's doorstep. With urgency coursing through him, Chang Shi feigned shock, staggering sideways and tumbling to the ground, stealing a glance at the ascetic in the room. This coarse lightning was merely a byproduct of the impact, leaving him momentarily stunned. Half of his face was numb. If such a strike were to hit a person, could they survive? Surprisingly, they could. The ascetic's body was momentarily frozen by the strike of the thunder. Yet he did not perish. Instead, he was blasted away, charred and smoldering, the demonically red dagger landing at Chang Shi's feet. Moxius was evidently astonished that his lightning had failed to eliminate the criminal. However, he quickly regained his serious demeanor, his tone as frigid as ancient ice within an abyss. Very well. You are the first sinner to survive my lightning judgment. Such a physique commands my admiration. The southern front is under pressure. It is indeed the time to recruit. Surrender your resistance and relinquish it, and I shall grant you an opportunity to serve as a war prisoner. A condemned criminal might carve out a path for survival on the battlefield. A term typically referred to by the Grand Tribunal as a war prisoner that, of course, no matter how many lives one has taken, one can only escape death. Upon return, imprisonment awaits. Order must be upheld, and judgments will not be flawed. From the moment a sinner commits a crime, they remain a sinner for eternity. This is the will of the Grand Tribunal, and it is precisely why Feng Zhu is reluctant to join it. Upon hearing this, he frowned. The thick, viscous lightning at the tip of Moxius's staff continued to roar, his gaze icy as he regarded the ascetic, as if any utterance of defiance would summon the raging lightning to consume him without hesitation. Chang Shi, hiding aside like a mere specter, was calculating how this silent devotee might break the stalemate. Yet, To everyone's astonishment, he had no intention of resolving the situation. As the ascetic struggled to rise from the ground, he did not immediately choose to flee. Instead, he resolutely lunged towards Cheng Shi. No, it was the dagger at Cheng Shi's feet. Cheng Shi's eyes widened in disbelief as he stumbled back 2 steps. Brother, must you be so reckless? Is your head so hard that you cannot survive? Do you think the judge's lightning is merely a form of shock therapy? It can indeed be fatal. These swift 2 steps truly saved Cheng Shi's life. For at the very moment the ascetic lunged, Moxius's lightning surged forth with a decisive roar, boom. This time, there was no stroke of luck. In an instant, the ascetic was reduced to charred ash beneath the onslaught of lightning. Little master, there is more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. The following parts are even more thrilling. This bolt of wrath, enveloped in thunder, was evidently more terrifying than the previous one. Moxius was enraged. Thus, the sinner perished, dust scattered, and the thunder ceased. Throughout the entire process of his demise, the deceased uttered not a single word. In his final moments, he embodied the edict of silence, demonstrating his piety to his benefactor. The deafening roar of thunder left Cheng Shi's ears ringing. His mind screamed, and his spirit trembled as the ascetic charged towards him. Cheng Shi clearly witnessed the steadfastness in his eyes. He saw the glimmer of determination vanish from his gaze just before being engulfed by the lightning. He was not struck dead by the thunder. Rather, he succumbed to fear. Indeed, he perished due to the demonically red dagger at his feet. Dying at the moment fear arrives, before the judge's decree, he fell beneath a semi-artifact he sought to seize. Cheng Shi, incredulous, widened his eyes and swiftly turned to the crowd. If the minstrel downstairs had already been dealt with, when had the ascetic been targeted? Could it be that the murderer still lurked among the crowd? Even beneath the watchful eyes of the Grand Tribunal, was he still committing murder? 6 remained of the original 9. The trial had only reached its 2nd day. Cheng Shi felt a chill of dread wash over him. His voice caught in his throat. He instinctively drew his body closer, striving to portray himself as a frightened and injured traveler, hoping to escape suspicion and truth. Moxius had already seen through it all. He knew Cheng Shi was not virtuous and understood his intent to fish in troubled waters for the dagger. However, the most favorable circumstance for Cheng Shi was that, even though he appeared where he should not have, he had not committed any wrongful act. For those who are not overtly malevolent yet have committed no crime, the judge cannot render a guilty verdict. Otherwise, it would contradict order bestowed upon them authority while simultaneously constraining their power. Moxius approached Cheng Shi, his expression stoic, disregarding the injured traveler, as he bent down to retrieve the demonically red dagger. The semi-artifact that had nearly claimed the ascetic's life exhibited no resistance in his grasp, lying still as if it were an ordinary piece of iron. Yet, the moment fear arrives, fell into Moxius's hands, the expressions of the remaining 3 players turned grim. The difficulty of the trial was escalating. Chapter 52. The trump card when an artifact capable of threatening the sanctity of faith fell into the hands of the Grand Tribunal. Do you think they would share it to aid players in unraveling the trial's clues? Even if only for a fleeting few hours? The answer is apparent. No. However, after obtaining the dagger, Moxius did not immediately stow it away. Instead, he displayed it towards the fearless onlookers. Upon witnessing this, Feng Zhu's eyes narrowed. This was not an act of flaunting spoils. A judge from the Grand Tribunal had no need for such ostentation. Therefore, his reasoning for doing so could only be one. He was fishing. Using the weapon to bait the murderer, Moxius clearly aimed to discern who in the crowd showed interest in the dagger. Even if he could not ensnare the murderer, capturing a few stragglers like Cheng Shi would suffice. Unfortunately, his intentions were perhaps too overt, as none dared to challenge the authority of the Grand Tribunal in that moment. Du Shiguang evidently understood this scene as well. The 2 of them lowered their heads slightly, averting Moxius's gaze. After a while, seeing no new developments, Moxius spoke with a hint of disappointment, a piece tainted with the divine essences of corruption and death. This is the source of calamity. The filthy blasphemer has utilized this artifact to sow slaughter and panic. Although we have not captured that elusive rat today, there is no need for alarm, for he has lost all capacity to desecrate the god of prosperity. Rest assured, under the watchful gaze of the Grand Tribunal, no sinner can escape judgment. It may simply take some time. With that, he tucked fear arrives into his robes and departed the inn without delay. Watching as Moxius took his leave alongside the judges and law enforcers, Chang Shi let out a silent sigh. That moment, the players had lost their optimal chance to seize the dagger. This also meant that the clues had once again slipped from their grasp. Moreover, this time was unlike the past. The possibility of turning back had almost vanished. The surging light of life was now unsealed, yet Everbright Town still forbade entry and exit. The local council announced the lifting of the ban. Yet Chang Shi felt it would offer no assistance in their current predicament. This lifting of the ban felt more like a heavy shackle, confining the players within the inn. Undoubtedly, the Grand Tribunal was closely monitoring which traveler would be the first to leave the establishment. For those with guilty consciences, this inn, now under Moxius's intense scrutiny, was hardly a suitable refuge. He might be desperate to find another hiding place. And this, precisely, was Moxius's strategy, retreating to advance, shifting from light to darkness. From here on, no one would know where Moxius was or where he would turn next. The mastermind, having lost their greatest support, would now live in trepidation, seeking every possible means to clear their name. Yet, any abnormal move could be detected by the astute judges, leading to imprisonment in the dungeons of the Grand Tribunal. The situation spiraled uncontrollably towards the abyss, devoid of a glimmer of hope. After the crowd dispersed, Chang Shi, suppressing his discomfort, cast 2 healing spells upon himself and then, with his numbed body, approached Feng Ju. Although the Order devotee appeared unwilling to continue collaborating with him, he still needed to ascertain what had transpired downstairs. This time, Feng Ju did not reject Chang Shi's inquiries, perhaps sensing the urgency of the trial. He truthfully recounted everything regarding the pursuit of the minstrel. That was not a human, but a puppet, a soulless construct forged from flesh and blood. A puppet. Chang Shi was taken aback, suddenly recalling the desire puppet he had encountered earlier in the trial. Such entities seemed to be the favored methods of the corruption devotees. Could it be that the murderer truly was a target for the players? Du Shiguang added beside him. Because it is a puppet, no memories could be retrieved. As soon as he finished speaking, Chang Shi's brow furrowed. It was not disappointment at the lack of clues, but rather the realization that Du Shiguang was lying. This statement was succinct, and the only point of deceit could be that he had indeed accessed the puppet's memories, but chose to conceal them. Why? Chang Shi cast a discreet glance at Feng Ju, only to find that this devotee of order seemed suspicious of Du Shiguang's words. Feng Ju was oblivious to Du Shiguang's deceit. He too was kept in the dark. The situation suddenly grew more complicated. It was intriguing. Despite the dire circumstances, why would someone refuse to share the sole clue? Could it be that he received the memory's command and discerned his own identity? Something felt off. Even so, he could easily share the clue with Feng Ju. A devotee of order was the most reliable ally, a fact that had never changed. Moreover, multiple minds working together would surely yield better results than solitary contemplation. So why was he hiding the truth, and what exactly was he concealing? Chang Shi glanced at Du Shiguang, who remained oblivious, deep in thought with a furrowed brow. Clearly, their thoughts were not aligned. However, this was advantageous. At least there was a glimmer of hope in keeping a close watch on Du Shiguang. Chang Shi nodded, expressed his gratitude, and turned to leave. Why, Lord, the chapter continues. Please click the next page to continue reading. The following parts are even more thrilling. Before he could take a step, Feng Ju inquired, "What transpired in the room before we arrived?" Chang Shi, who never lied, replied sincerely, "The ascetic reached, when fear approaches, before me. But he seemed incapable of wielding this semi-artifact. I wanted to assist him, yet he declined my offer. You all witnessed what happened next. He perished at the hands of Emotiosi, and we lost our lead." Feng Ju scrutinized Chang Shi's eyes for a long moment, finding no signs of deceit, and nodded in acknowledgement. Chang Shi offered a nonchalant smile and departed. He had 2 objectives. First, to remove himself from Du Shiguang's line of sight and stealthily follow him when the opportunity arose. Second, to interrogate the companions of the bards. After days of revelry, how could they have failed to notice even a puppet? After Chang Shi's departure, Feng Ju sighed and addressed Du Shiguang. "It seems we are unlikely to find any clues in reality. Therefore, traveler of memories, reveal your trump card. We are in dire need of it." Du Shiguang adjusted his glasses and remarked with a knowing smile, "When fear approaches, is in the hands of a devotee of order. As a fellow devotee, shouldn't you reveal your own trump card first? Fang Zhu fell silent for a moment, then sincerely replied, I indeed possess a trump card, but I cannot disclose what it is. Consider it a chance to cheat. Even if we lose all leads in this trial and endure to the final moment, I can emerge unscathed. Thus, Du Shiguang, I am aiding you. In this current predicament, I can still assist you as a devotee of order. I have always adhered to the laws and morals of the world before its collapse. This is why I did not invite you to partake in the order as decree. Yet you benefit from my blessings. Du Shiguang's eyes widened in disbelief as he re-evaluated himself, finding no evidence of any blessings. It was clear that last night's public confession was not a blessing from a bard but rather a method of enforcement by a lawgiver, which did not require teammates to adhere to the order as decree. Fang Zhu perceived his confusion, sighed, and with a casual gesture, a subtle glow erupted around Du Shiguang. That moment, Du Shiguang beheld it, the glimmer of order. An S-class faith talent. Within a certain radius, when a target adheres to the same order as you, the target can maintain a similar physical state as yours, and this state can be concealed. Do you see? The fact that you can share my glimmer indicates that you are not a twisted player. You are also upholding the previous order. This is why I still wish to assist you. Du Shiguang was first taken aback, then smiled in relief. In a wonder, he felt his physical condition had improved significantly. He had assumed it was the effect of bloom awaiting withering, unaware that the source lay here. Thank you, and thank you to myself that it's fortunate that I am a good person. So, Du Shiguang quickly pulled out a ticket resembling a movie pass from his pocket, thrusting it into Fang Zhu's hand while mysteriously stating, Tonight at 3 a.m., right here, let us embark on a journey of memories. Chapter 53. A lively night. Naturally, Cheng Shi was unaware that Du Shiguang had arranged to meet Fang Zhu in the dead of night for a revelry. At that moment, he was on the first floor of the inn, probing the alcoholics who frequently drank with the bards. They appeared utterly indifferent to their drinking companion's demise, only concerned whether the drinks were discounted today. Sticking to his old routine, Cheng Shi pilfered drinks from other tables to barter for stories. Upon seeing the offer of complimentary alcohol, several drunks began to embellish their tales of camaraderie with the bards. Aduz was an experienced traveler. Despite his poor tolerance for drink, he had seen much of the world, claiming to have journeyed to various depths beneath the earth. Are you saying he was a puppet? Don't be ridiculous, my friend. He must have been replaced. How could a puppet drink? It would rust, wouldn't it? Besides, he footed the bill for the drinks. Why should I care where the real him is? I just want to know where his money is. Damn it, his room was cleared out by the enforcers. They say he made a fortune writing books. If I could inherit that money, I could drink until I drop dead. Nonsense, I am Aduz's son. Only I have the right to inherit. What? A devotee of corruption. He is not a devotee of corruption. He is a faith beggar, believing in every god. How do I know? He can recite the blessings of 7 or 8 deities in one breath. Can you? Hey, buddy, is there any free booze left? If not, go ask the boss for some. Aduz often does this, and the boss usually sends over a bottle or two. Cheng Shi forced a smile as he extricated himself from the drunken table. But as soon as he returned to his room, his expression darkened. The puppetry was remarkably sophisticated. None of the patrons had noticed anything amiss. The number of professions capable of such intricate puppet control was exceedingly few. And if it were to be associated with corruption and death, there was only one profession. The Master of Desire, a mage who worshipped corruption, a profession capable of fabricating puppets from desire. The question was, where was this suspected Master of Desire hiding? No puppet could stray too far from its master. Thus, it seemed the assailant was indeed still within the inn. Yet, how could he hide so effectively? Not arousing suspicion from anyone, revealing no flaws, even managing to toy with the Grand Tribunal, he hardly seemed to be in a disadvantaged position. Cheng Shi pondered whether exposing, when fear approaches, might also be part of the assailant's scheme. After all, a concealed murderer could carry the weapon on their person, rendering it nearly impossible to discover. So why would he leave the semi-artifact in his room? Was it to hand it over to the Grand Tribunal? What was his intent? Wait, could it be? Was his target the judge? Emochiosi. Cheng Shi was astounded by his own thoughts, yet upon closer examination, they aligned perfectly with the details. Creating chaos with a puppet, obscuring his own presence, and then casting out the weapon to make the Grand Tribunal feel victorious. Next, he would naturally leverage, when fear approaches, in Emochiosi's hands to execute unforeseen maneuvers. Chang Shi took several deep breaths as a bold hypothesis arose in his mind. Could it be that this trial's sacrificial offering was Emochiosi? Impossible. A level 1 judge of the Grand Tribunal? The public's reaction attests to his deep-rooted popularity. The fates of Yuan and I and the ascetic reveal just how powerful he is. Such a being could hardly be dealt with by players. UH.TOB fair. 6 players at level 2400 might just manage it. The issue is that 3 are already dead, and among the remaining 3, 1 is a slacker, and of course, I won't disclose who the slacker is. However, there is also the possibility that the sacrifice is the murderer. But at present, it seems this sacrificial figure is even more troublesome than the judged. As of now, the players have yet to locate him. The clues are sporadic, and deductions can only rely on speculation. Chang Shi remained in his room throughout the night, contemplating while keeping an ear out for any sounds from next door. Finally, at 2:30 a.m., subtle noises echoed at his door. Chang Shi looked up in astonishment. What? Is that sound coming from my own door? He immediately rose quietly from his bed, cautiously approached the door, and confirmed that there was indeed someone outside. Rather than adopting a cautious defensive stance, he unexpectedly yanked the door open. In that instant, a startled and awkward-looking attendant, losing his balance, stumbled sideways into the room, crashing down unceremoniously. An attendant. Chang Shi swiftly placed his foot on the shoulder of the waiter, playfully inquiring, "What brings you out to work part-time at such a late hour?" The waiter, evidently oblivious to Chang Shi's jest, offered an awkward smile and, without a hint of struggle, replied, "I apologize for disturbing you. The boss informed me of your injury and instructed me to bring some ointment, which I have in my coat pocket." Chang Shi remained motionless, applying pressure with his foot. "Oh? Then I ought to express my gratitude to your employer. But is this how you typically deliver medicine?" The waiter, blushing profusely, chuckled nervously and said, "I'm terribly sorry. It's entirely my fault. Why, curiosity got the better of me. I will report truthfully to my boss. Please forgive me." The waiter spoke no lies, and his demeanor was sincere, lacking any hint of deceit. "Young master, there is more to this chapter. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. The following segments are even more thrilling." Chang Shi hesitated for a moment before extending his hand toward the waiter's coat pocket. However, just as he made contact with the waiter's chest, he froze momentarily, then quickly withdrew his hand, offering a polite expression of thanks. The waiter scrambled to his feet, bowing repeatedly as he retreated and closed the door behind him. Chang Shi gazed at the note in his hand, lost in contemplation. Meanwhile, Du Shiguang stood silently against the wall, attentively listening to the commotion in Chang Shi's room. Once the sound subsided, he shook his head at Fang Ju, indicating that it was indeed the innkeeper who had sent someone with medicine. Albeit this waiter might harbor ulterior motives, which Chang Shi had uncovered, Du was both vigilant and astute, far too clever to be a mere pawn of chaos. Fang Ju first nodded, then shook his head. The essence of chaos cannot deceive the discerning. This rational devourer possesses a high degree of divinity, as he has stated, drawing near to order, which, from the perspective of chaos, is itself a form of disorder. "Ha, by that logic, are you not even more chaotic than he?" Fang Ju replied, "Provided he worships chaos and I uphold order, despite exhibiting similar external behaviors, we encapsulate vastly different cores, thus each being we refer to as human is distinct. Now, enough of this idle chatter. We have 15 minutes remaining, and I am eagerly anticipating tonight's journey. I too am looking forward to it. After we depart, remember to dismantle the soundproof barrier to avoid raising suspicions next door." Fang Ju nodded, falling silent. 3 o'clock arrived swiftly. Chang Shi sensed that the individuals next door had departed and decisively pushed open the door to step outside. He speculated slightly about their whereabouts, but did not pursue his thoughts further. He scrutinized the note in his hand before descending to the first floor with a composed expression. The note indicated that there was a concealed space beneath the bar in the lobby, perfectly suited for a meeting, and instructed him to come alone. Alone? Very well, just one. Today, I shall embrace the role of a lone wolf. I am determined to uncover the true visage of the perpetrator who incited panic in Yongzhan town. Chapter 54. No infighting allowed here. Chang Shi deduced that the individual who invited him was indeed the culprit, for at the moment he touched the waiter's chest, he distinctly sensed that the other was a mere flesh puppet. This puppet possessed an uncanny ability to mimic authenticity. Perhaps even the keenest observer would overlook its nature. Yet Chang Shi was different. He had encountered countless individuals. Well, that phrasing feels somewhat awkward. Oh, rephrase. He possessed an acute understanding of the human body. Although that doesn't quite encapsulate it either. Never mind, you grasped the essence. For a doctor well versed in the nuances of physical anatomy, the instant his fingertips made contact, he could discern the directional flow of muscles and the pressure of blood within the other's body. This waiter, however, was evidently not akin to a living being. Hence, it was not the innkeeper who dispatched him to deliver medicine, but rather the true mastermind manipulating this puppet, orchestrating an invitation to Chang Shi for the motive. Chang Shi could not fathom. He navigated quietly past the night owls and patrolling waiters in the inn. Arriving soundlessly at the now-closed bar, following the description in the note, he rotated an empty bottle beneath the bar. The moment the bottle turned, the ground beneath him suddenly softened and became viscous, engulfing him entirely. Chang Shi's expression morphed into one of shock, leaving him no time to resist. Simultaneously, in the poet's chamber on the second floor, Du Shiguang stood silently at the center of the room, preparing for an unspecified ritual, extending his hand toward Fang Ju. Fang Ju, taken aback and bewildered, stared at him. Du Shiguang chuckled softly. "Where is the admission ticket? At this juncture, you're still engaged in this charade?" Fang Ju replied, exasperated, as he retrieved the ticket stub and handed it to Du Shiguang. With a beaming smile, Du Shiguang crumpled the ticket and scattered it onto the magic circle beneath their feet. There was no other choice. This was the sole method to allow entry into the realm of memories. The journey is not free. Only when the traveler willingly joins can the memory traveler usher them in. Now, the adventure is about to commence. Fang Ju, pay close attention. An ethereal blue light surged from the magic circle beneath his feet, enveloping the entire room in a sea of azure radiance. Whispered incantations echoed in the air, and vivid scenes rippled before their eyes. Fang Ju felt an icy wave engulfing his consciousness, swiftly plunging his vision into darkness. Were it not for his conviction that Du Shiguang harbored no ill intentions, he would not have dared to relinquish his awareness and comply in such a manner. When he finally opened his eyes again, everything before him had transformed. A gentle breeze caressed him, and the surroundings brightened. The floor-to-ceiling windows stood wide open, allowing golden rays of sunlight to cascade into the room. It was evidently not the dead of night. Under the guidance of the memory traveler, Fang Ju had returned to the past. This was a reawakening of bygone days. He was utterly astonished. Indeed, it was a reawakening of bygone days. Reawakening of bygone days, an S-level talent of memory, the ultimate blessing yearned for by every memory devotee. It could vividly present a segment of memory submerged in the past, akin to an AR film for travelers to behold. Only those memory travelers endowed with this talent could be deemed the pinnacle of their kind. You attain this? This was a coveted talent that countless high-level players sought but could not possess. The price for acquiring such a blessing was steep. Fang Ju had heard tales of a top 10 memory devotee who perished during the trial for this talent. Du Shiguang chuckled and shook his head. Impossible. I merely fortuitously discovered one of his time notes, allowing me to utilize Reawakening of Bygone Days 3 times. And this is already the second instance. Fortuitously discovered? Perhaps this was the blessing Du Shiguang obtained in exchange for his own memories? Fang Ju felt a sense of relief, believing this to be the truth. Such a powerful talent would leave anyone incredulous upon hearing of its acquisition. Yet, in the next moment, he felt a tinge of regret. Individuals like Du Shiguang, who were inherently good, deserved greater fortune. Alas, fate does not favor the virtuous, so what now? Just as Fang Ju posed this inquiry, a voice echoed from downstairs. The Enforcement Bureau action order. Ah, so that was it. Du Shiguang had taken him back to the moment when the Grand Tribunal sealed off the INN. At this moment, the puppet bard was not present in the room. However, according to the progression of memory, when fear arrives, would soon unfold here. This meant that, at this very moment, unnoticed, this semi-divine artifact might very well be hidden nearby. Clues began to materialize before them in a manner reminiscent of temporal folding. Fang Ju could not help but exclaim, indeed, existence and void are the inception of all mysteries. Du Shiguang chuckled but offered no reply, swiftly rummaging through the room. Fang Ju did not assist. Instead, he softly hummed several ballads, creating a barrier to separate this space from the outside, ensuring no one would intrude upon them. His caution stemmed from the anticipation that the silent devotee residing within the memory might soon arrive. Just as Fang Zhu completed his preparations, Du Shiguang excitedly whispered, "Found it. When fear arrives, is right beneath the pillow." The culprit never intended to conceal it. Yet why place it in such a conspicuous location? At that moment, Fang Zhu felt a surge of the same suspicion that Chang Shi had experienced. However, time did not permit him to ponder further, just as he prepared to step forward to discover the true nature of the dagger. Soft footsteps echoed from outside the door. The ascetic had arrived. The two exchanged glances, apprehension reflected in their eyes, as they swiftly approached the semi-divine artifact, eager to seize it and escape. However, the instant Du Shiguang made contact with the semi-divine artifact, a tremendous force of resistance surged from the dagger, knocking him onto the bed with a resounding thud. The ascetic outside the door paused in surprise. He had not anticipated that someone could be quicker than him. But regardless, this dagger was deeply intertwined with the trial's clues. He could not afford to abandon it. Thus, he summoned all his strength and charged toward the door. The room had been ensnared by the edicts of order, rendering it impervious. The door merely trembled slightly without yielding. Yet none of this could deter a warrior. He clenched his fists, exerting force, causing the veins throughout his body to swell like coiling dragons. And then he unleashed a powerful blow against the door. With a resounding crash, the door splintered, shattering even the frame into fragments. Fang Zhu, unable to attend to Du Shiguang, immediately spread his arms to halt the ascetic, exclaiming, "Hush! It's us!" Upon sighting Fang Zhu, the ascetic monk did not pause in his actions. Instead, he immediately cast a field of silence over the two individuals. His crimson, indifferent gaze clearly indicated that he had no intention of regarding them as allies. "Damn, he has lost his mind." Du Shiguang, still lying on the bed, barely had time to rise before he extended his hand, gently nudging the ascetic monk. A surge of memory washed over his consciousness, causing the recollection that Fang Zhu and Du Shiguang were his teammates to flicker wildly in his mind. Yet, despite this, the ascetic monk remained relentless. He swiftly darted to the bedside, seized Du Shiguang's leg, and hurled him backward while simultaneously reaching for the semi-artifact. Fang Zhu, incensed, darkened his expression and struck the monk's arm. "Stand down. Here, infighting is prohibited." The moment the decree was proclaimed, the ascetic monk released his grip on Du Shiguang, who was propelled out the door by inertia. "Very well. Is this how we play it?" Du Shiguang managed to roll twice before steadying himself, then reached out once more towards the ascetic monk. Grasping tightly, a chilling blue divine power erupted from his being, and as soon as it manifested, it similarly enveloped the ascetic monk. "If you wish to play, then I shall indulge you." Chapter 55. The true culprit behind the scenes. This blue memory power tugged at the deepest recesses of the ascetic monk's mind, akin to a scalpel meticulously resculpting his understanding. In the blink of an eye, he forgot his intentions and lost all recollection of who Du Shiguang and Fang Zhu were. Standing there with a vacant stare. 15 seconds. Quick! Upon hearing Du Shiguang's shout, Fang Zhu snapped back to reality and immediately reached for. When fear approaches, he sensed that the struggle of the semi-artifact was not vigorous at all. Unlike something capable of casting a person out, though puzzled, he deemed it prudent to issue another decree. Here, resistance is forbidden. Theoretically, the power of order within the players was ultimately too scant, and its tier fell far short of that of the semi-artifact. Especially as a dual divine relic, when fear approaches, should not be affected in any manner. However, unexpectedly, the semi-artifact quieted under Fang Zhu's command. The atmosphere was so tense that everyone instinctively overlooked this detail. Fang Zhu felt a surge of joy in his heart, hastily seized it, and forcefully tossed it towards Du Shiguang. He did not doubt his own capabilities. Rather, he believed that someone who could navigate memories alongside him would undoubtedly possess more means than he did. Du Shiguang sprang up and caught the thrown semi-artifact, feeling a wave of relief. Finally, after much effort, he had located it. The clues to the trial might just be boom. Before Du Shiguang could examine it further, a devastating force of thunder rained down upon him. Thud. Struck by the overwhelming thunder, he was sent flying, crashing against the corridor wall yet, he firmly clutched the dagger in his hand. Very well, you are the first sinner to survive my thunderous punishment. Such resilience even compels my admiration. The Southern Front is under strain, and it is indeed a time for manpower. Surrender your resistance, relinquish it, and I shall grant you the opportunity to serve as a war prisoner. The same words echoed in everyone's ears, though this time directed at a different target. Fang Zhu stared aghast at the watch on his wrist. Mo Kusi had arrived a full 6 minutes earlier than he had in his memory. Was it the ascetic monk's forced entry that prompted the downstairs individuals to alter their course? He looked up to find that among the crowd behind Mo Kusi, there was neither himself nor Du Shiguang. Instead, Cheng Shi, who should have been facing the thunder at the door, stood in the exact spot they had previously occupied. Fang Zhu stood frozen, realizing that this journey was likely destined for failure. Yet just then, an anomaly occurred. Du Shiguang, gripping, when fear approaches, seemed to have an epiphany, his face suddenly paling as he glanced at Fang Zhu. It appeared he wished to convey something, but before he could speak, the light in his eyes dimmed abruptly, Fang Zhu's body stiffened, and the scene before him began to shatter like a broken mirror, swiftly expelling him from the sea of memories. His vision plunged into darkness. When consciousness returned to his body, Fang Zhu discovered he was no longer in the inn. He opened his eyes, gazing at the shackles on his hands and the chains at his feet. Momentarily rendered speechless, before him sat a certain adjudicator who had apprehended him earlier that morning at the inn. All right, the tiresome charade should come to an end. Recall what you can and divulge it promptly. It would be beneficial for both of us. Meanwhile, Cheng Shi opened his eyes to find himself no longer in the inn. He was in a dimly lit cavern, the ceiling adorned with stalactites resembling intricate symbols. Reminiscent of a certain place, the underground. He had encountered similar symbol-laden stalactites during a previous trial in the depths, rumored to be the expressions of devotion from the underground cavern spirits towards the deity. How did he end up here? Was the unseen culprit truly a corrupted devotee from the underground? As Cheng Shi cautiously surveyed his surroundings, an unexpected figure appeared before him with a broad smile. Cheng Shi was taken aback, his mouth agape in disbelief. Is it really you? The newcomer nodded with a grin. Indeed, you have suspected me. However, I am curious. My disguise had almost no flaws. How did you come to suspect me? Cheng Shi sensed no malice from him and even detected a hint of goodwill. After a moment's contemplation, he replied earnestly, to be honest, my suspicions of you are quite limited. If I had not seen it with my own eyes, I would have found it difficult to arrive at an accurate judgment. As for why I suspect you, it is akin to my suspicions of that bard you control. When someone seeks to instigate slaughter through fear, merely spreading rumors to incite panic is not efficient. If I were that individual, I would first ensure everyone believes they are utterly safe. Only then would I create terror in the safest of places. This psychological disparity would be sufficient to shatter the defenses of ordinary people, turning them into a blade in my hands. Perhaps this is why you encourage every new traveler to glimpse blooming awaiting withering. Standing before Cheng Shi was none other than the proprietor of the rapidly flourishing Lifelight Inn. He erupted in hearty laughter, applauding. You are astute, quite fitting indeed. Fitting? Cheng Shi inquired, furrowing his brow. Indeed, fitting. Since you have deduced it is I, why not consider further why I have come? Cheng Shi's brow furrowed deeper as he contemplated aloud. You intentionally delivered that dagger of slaughter into the hands of the Grand Tribunal, likely targeting a particular adjudicator, or perhaps it is directly aimed at Mo Kusi himself. I may not be well versed in the history of the Grand Tribunal, but I possess some knowledge of this era. The adherents of truth at the Tower of Rationality have uncovered far too many cosmic laws, leading them to feel omnipotent, their confidence in exploring the ultimate mysteries of divinity soaring to unprecedented heights. Yet, since each scholar possesses their own framework of understanding, communication between them has devolved into mere promotion of their respective arguments or persuading others to join their ranks, creating a cacophony of discord in this chaotic, scholarly environment. They now disdain the antiquated nature of order, detesting the relentless diligence of their peers, and with the encouragement of underground beliefs, it was not long before war erupted in pursuit of a singular truth. Once war begins, its momentum is unstoppable, and the flames of conflict gradually encroached upon the southern borders of the Grand Tribunal. given that you have ventured into the heart of the Grand Tribunal with the intent of assassinating Moku C. At this sensitive juncture, could it be that you wish to disrupt the rear of the Grand Tribunal, rendering them preoccupied and thus weakening their front lines? In other words, do you aim to draw the flames of war into the Grand Tribunal, ensnaring the adjudicators in the turmoil of battle? Yes, indeed. This would provide the underground with an opportunity to exploit the chaos, devouring more surface forces and spreading their beliefs freely amidst the conflict, which aligns perfectly with your interests. Thus, to contemplate this, eliminating a first-tier adjudicator, particularly one deemed a son of order, would serve as an excellent starting point. Am I correct in my deductions? The innkeeper listened intently to all of this, his face reflecting shock and admiration as he applauded. Impressive, truly impressive. You have nearly hit the nail on the head. Your reasoning is so sharp that I find it hard to believe you are not one of us. One of us? Cheng Shi noted the peculiar term the proprietor had used, slightly taken aback. You are not alone? Of course. What caliber of individual do you believe could operate beneath Moku C's very nose without revealing a single flaw? I admit, I cannot achieve such a feat, so while you are right in some respects, you are also mistaken. Aduz indeed serves as a puppet, but not of mine. Rather, he is his own. Chapter 56. The shocking truth his own? Cheng Shi was left utterly bewildered. What did it mean for him to be his own? The innkeeper patiently elucidated. Aduz's mentor is Zangier, the leader of the Creation Alchemy School at the Tower of Rationality. This school possesses profound expertise and cutting-edge technology in the fields of creation and puppetry. Due to various concerns from other factions, Aduz was assassinated before Zangi could unveil his latest findings, leading him to lose the protective guidance of his mentor and become a fugitive scholar. He wandered into the depths below, where he encountered us and chose to join our ranks. Hiss, why does this narrative seem so familiar? Brother, if you were to conclude with a question about whether I would like to join you, I would be instantly transported back into the embrace of Feng Shiqing. With our support, he developed the ability of the puppet self, transforming his gravely injured body into a fully fleshed puppet. Cheng Shi was perplexed, blinking in confusion. If he became a puppet, then who would control him? No one could control him. Only his pre-puppet self could exert that control. He crafted a flawless consciousness to maximize support for our endeavors. AI? Cheng Shi's mind buzzed. Isn't this just a form of artificial intelligence? To turn oneself into an AI? What is the point? The significance? To mold a creation from his broken life, crafting a puppet that rivals the perfection of living beings. Does that not embody the pursuit of truth? Your reasoning is compelling, yet my mother advised me against conversing with fools. Cheng Shi's inner sarcasm reached its zenith, though he maintained a patient smile on the surface. How is this a pursuit of truth? Isn't this merely a chase for folly? What about that individual tonight? But Taro, Aduz Jr., has also fashioned himself into a puppet. Double kill. So what is the true motivation of these individuals? Upon reflection, they seem to have succumbed to corruption, spiraling into an excessive pursuit of personal desires and obsessions. Since we are in the depths, could it be that their faith aligns with corruption? Cheng Shi queried. Perplexed, corruption? Are you referring to my beliefs? No. I do not genuinely worship any deity. Rather, the existence I revere has yet to descend. Cheng Shi was once more bewildered, frowning as he scrutinized the innkeeper's face, incredulously asking, Then how did you acquire your corruption powers? The innkeeper raised an eyebrow and extended a hand, gently shaking it. As his arm trembled, the corruption energy around him began to dissipate, gradually replaced by a golden force that rewrapped around him. Cheng Shi, gazing at this familiar energy, was left utterly dumbfounded. Order. It is the power of order. You. Unbelievable, isn't it? In truth, I have always been a devotee of him. Not only that, but I once served in the Grand Tribunal, in Imochiosi. He was my junior. Cheng Shi was rendered speechless, his expression management failing him entirely, his mouth agape as though capable of accommodating 2 light bulbs. Wait, hold on. You are a judge of the Grand Tribunal? A first-tier judge, Shanasli, truly a name that evokes nostalgia. Then what is the nature of the corruption power you wield? Are you a renegade? A renegade is one who has abandoned their original faith to revere other deities. Such individuals, having forsaken their previous oaths, endure endless punishment from their former benefactor. In fact, players of the faith game, also face this choice. However, upon activating the renegade wish, even if they successfully shift their faith, they will bear a permanent debuff from the deity they betrayed. Furthermore, the newly adopted deity will not offer any special treatment to renegades. Thus, making such a decision is exceedingly challenging a renegade. No, I have not forsaken my devotion to order. I have merely incorporated my reverence for other deities into that devotion. Can it truly be so? What a concept! A follower of the Sea King, I suppose I could embrace them all, but the question remains. Can the deities you have wronged tolerate this? I have never heard of someone so all-embracing, all-believing. Shanasli laughed heartily, a hint of madness in his tone. Before our success, no one realized that faith could be so impure, so chaotic. This, indeed, is the reason we have congregated. Here it comes. Cheng Shi's gaze sharpened, recognizing that tonight's discussion was finally poised to delve into the crux of the matter. Since this former first-tier judge is neither a devotee of corruption nor a renegade of order, his return to the heart of the Grand Tribunal must harbor some unspeakable purpose. This purpose likely pertains to a deeper struggle of faith. Cheng Shi pondered, suspecting that this individual might have begun to revere war. Young master, there is more to this chapter. Please click to the next page to continue reading, for what lies ahead is even more thrilling. As the innkeeper mentioned, his deity has yet to descend. At this moment, the civil war has only just ignited within the Tower of Rationality. He has merely taken notice of the continent of hope, yet has not yet arrived. His followers are still in the stage of sensing his divine name. Indeed, the descent of a deity follows a sequence typically aligned with the paths of fate. This notion is common knowledge in realms exceeding 2,000 points. However, the words that followed from Shanasli blew Cheng Shi's mind entirely. All of us hail from different faith factions. Each one of us was meant to be a blessed child of the divine. Yet, despite this, we have all faced various misfortunes, forced to flee under the oppression of our kin and the weight of immense injustice. From that moment onward, we began to realize that our faith was not entirely correct. Perhaps within the vast expanse of the cosmos, there exists a belief more suited to us, awaiting our discovery. Thus, following this vague and nebulous perception, we congregated in the depths. After decades of faith experiments, we finally uncovered. He opened his eyes and gazed upon us. Shanasli suddenly became frenzied, his eyes ablaze with excitement, his hands flailing in exuberance, his whole being taut and flushed. Lost in the ecstasy of summoning the divine, we felt his presence, heard his whispers, discovering that only he embodies the essence of the universe, the source of all creation. We humbly prostrated ourselves at his feet, accepting his will and beseeching his arrival. Yet we knew that our humble prayers would not earn his favor. Thus, we require a grand ceremony to welcome the descent of our Lord. Let chaos spread to every inch of the Grand Tribunal. Let the entire continent of hope descend into turmoil. Let everyone wail amidst the flames of war, weeping before death, and then await their awakening amidst their tribulations, to sense the presence of our Lord. Ultimately, we shall bring all souls in this world to prostrate before our Lord. Chapter 57. You are actually his followers. Insanity. This group has lost their minds. Cheng Shi frowned, cautiously retreating a couple of steps. They are indeed the devotees of war, intent on dragging the entire continent of hope into the abyss of conflict. Yet, with only this information, he could not determine whether the sacrifice for death was this band of lunatics or Imotiosi. Thus, Cheng Shi spoke again. So, why do you think I am particularly suited for your plans? Shanasli abruptly lifted his head, gazing intently at Cheng Shi as though he were beholding his most cherished treasure. Why? Because you bear his essence, because you align with his will, because you have also garnered his attention, yet remain oblivious. Wait. No. Cheng Shi's eyes widened in realization of something, but before he could articulate the absurd thought forming in his mind, Shanasli provided the answer. The great God of chaos, your servant has discovered the first being awakened to the will of chaos. He shall witness your descent. Cheng Shi's spine stiffened, the hairs on his neck bristling. Chaos. It is indeed chaos. They are followers of chaos. How can this be? In an age where war has only just begun to take notice and chaos has yet to be heard of, I have encountered the first batch of chaos devotees. The legendary, budding followers, and my current identity, in a certain sense, is far purer than theirs. No wonder the perpetrator is so brazen. No wonder Shanasli is so frenzied. No wonder they have set their sights on me. His will is inherently so. Chaos has united everyone. The overwhelming influx of information and the immense mental shock left Changshi dazed for a while, until Shanasli finally recovered from his frenzy. Chuckling softly to himself, pulling Changshi back to reality. You have come to know the name of the new god. Now, will you still refuse? Consider this. In the upcoming era, your name shall be sung by countless devotees. Just as we are, becoming a blessed of chaos. At this juncture, Shanasli hesitated, scratching his head awkwardly as he inquired. If I recall correctly, your name is... Changshi was momentarily taken aback, but then the corners of his mouth quickly curled into a playful arc, instantly returning him to his most confident state, absolute honesty. Rather than discussing this, perhaps it would be more prudent to first address what I shall not refuse. Shanasli nodded thoughtfully, indeed, as one under his gaze. You must naturally partake in the ceremony to welcome the arrival of our Lord. Your identity is quite fluid, and the possibilities before you far exceed those available to us. Locate Mokchios, approach Mokchios, and then eliminate Mokchios. The Tribunal of Judgment has lost its son of order. Their wrath will inevitably be directed toward the Tower of Reason. How can you be certain that the Tribunal of Judgment will engage in conflict with the Tower of Reason? You see, they have already begun to clash, albeit in sporadic skirmishes. Mokchios' demise will hasten the spread of war. As for the reason behind this, ha ha ha, Aduz is a scholar of the Tower of Reason. But so too is Taro, a scholar of the Tower of Reason. Once the Tribunal of Judgment unleashes that item, they will easily uncover the truth. Ha ha ha, it is an impeccable closed loop. That item? Changshi raised an eyebrow, refraining from asking directly and instead posing a vague counter-question. But the Tribunal of Judgment will also be aware that the Tower of Reason has long expelled them. No, you misunderstand. Expulsion does not necessarily equate to division, just as acceptance does not always mean integration. Once the seeds of doubt are sown, under the catalysis of war, everything will unfold as it should. And what of you? If that item were to appear, your identity would likewise be exposed. Me? Shanasli pointed to himself, laughing once more. You seek to unearth the true culprit behind the scenes, do you not? I could be that murderer. While we may not fully grasp what you are pursuing, it matters not. Kill me, and you shall find satisfaction. This is the void space we have carved out, far beneath the earth, unprotected by prosperity. To die here means no one will discover my body, not even the Tribunal of Judgment. Observing the frenzied smile on Shanasli's face, Changshi felt a shiver run down his spine. This man was not insane. He had even discerned that the players were in search of the murderer, yet he was utterly deranged, willingly wagering his life as a bargaining chip in exchange for Changshi's response. All of this was merely for a belief that seemed insubstantial to them, for the arrival of a chaotic deity. Do not fear death. Death is an inevitable part of life. I do not fear death, but I dread the possibility that our Lord may no longer watch over us. Go be honest, before our arrival, we did not possess absolute confidence, but upon encountering you, I came to understand that this is his guidance for us. You, having recognized his existence, will undoubtedly assist us in achieving this grand feat. Kill Mokchios, and let our Lord witness our devotion. As he spoke, Shanasli produced a dagger from his bosom. This dagger, glimmering with an eerie red light, was so familiar that Changshi was momentarily taken aback upon seeing it. The chapter is not yet complete. Please click to the next page to continue reading the exciting content. When fear approaches? Was it not taken away by Mokchios? Shanasli chuckled lightly, though his laughter was tinged with an unprecedented sadness. The five of us journeyed from the depths to this place. Aduz is dead, and only Taro and I remain. Pray tell, where do you think the other two have gone? A flash of inspiration struck Changshi. Alchemy, creation, dual divinity, two individuals. A bold idea blossomed in his mind. And he whispered incredulously, creation, aside from crafting puppets, could also lead to divine relics. You are indeed quite astute. Qing is a follower of death, while Wiagri is a follower of corruption. They were transformed by Aduz into replicas of when fear approaches, siphoning a fragment of authority from this divine relic. When it remains unused, the replicas can perfectly wield its power. approach Mokchio's, we infused it with unique divinity, ensuring that the replica would yield solely to the power of order. When the original selects a target, Qing and Wiggery will be repelled by pure divinity, reverting from their replica state back to flesh and blood, causing the replica to dissipate in turn. However, at that moment, the resurrected individuals will immediately perish, sacrificing themselves to the great chaos. We have never feared its removal. We only fear being unable to approach Mokchio's. What of the purple gold red gourd? And then? Chang Shi inquired, puzzled, contemplating whether killing Mokchio's with a counterfeit would somehow preserve the true divine relic. Certainly not. There is no need to preserve the divine relic, for it is not a gift from our Lord, but rather the discarded remnants of other deities. According to Aduza's design, once Mokchio's obtains the replica, he will lower his guard, and that will be the opportune moment to breach his defenses. The true divine relic must always be reserved for the most critical moments. Is it not so? By all that is holy, how reasonable. Chang Shi found himself at a loss for words. So, what do you think of Aduz as a genius? His mentor is far greater than he, yet this world cannot accommodate geniuses, nor can it harbor such magnificent inventions. While people vociferate their faith, they engage in actions that contradict it, and this, in turn, understands that the world is inherently chaotic. Each individual embodies contradictions and turmoil. To be candid, the rhetoric of the followers of chaos is rather shocking. However, Chang Shi cannot accept it least for himself. He does not embody chaos, and his stability remains unwavering. That is, he has always been deceiving, including being deceived. Accept our invitation, and not only can you eliminate the murderer, but you can also seize Aduza's alchemy notes. These notes left behind by the greatest genius of this era, once released, will surely incite a frenzy among the scholars of the Tower of Reason. Consider it. How will you choose? I have no choice. Having ventured this far into the conversation, should I refuse? My life would be forfeit. Chang Shi shook his head, chuckling lightly. Do you not doubt my identity? You may not even know what I have come here for. That is of little consequence. In comparison to his arrival, these matters pale in importance. What will happen to Taro after your death? His existence is to demonstrate to the outside world. You are not the murderer. At the appropriate moment, he will affirm his devotion. Oh, how considerate of you. It sounds rather pleasant. Perhaps it is yet another form of self-sacrifice. You have slain 2 of my companions, yet only offer 1 life in return. Chang Shi continued to probe with a hint of amusement. Shanasli hesitated for a moment, furrowing his brow as he shook his head. We have only killed 1 person. I could tell that the hunter did not align with you. He did not lie. This implies they have only slain Wei Guan. But how did that ascetic meet his end? Did someone exploit the chaos? Who was it? Chang Shi pondered for a moment, unable to deduce any clues. Never mind, back to the topic at hand. Even if I accept your invitation, how am I to instill fear in a first-tier judge of the tribunal? Ha ha ha, ha ha ha, judges are human too. Being human, they experience fear. You might as well ask him if he remembers me. Okay, I understand. Chang Shi sighed and asked once more, is it worth it? Shanasli shot him a glance, remaining silent. Yet within his weathered eyes lay an unwavering resolve. For this fleeting moment, he was entirely disconnected from chaos. Chang Shi was neither a sentimentalist nor someone oblivious to reason. One of his greatest virtues was his capacity to heed counsel. He grasped Shanasli's intent and nodded in agreement. It is a deal. Shanasli, driven to madness by Chang Shi's affirmation, excitedly presented. When fear approaches, then raised his neck high, offering himself to the blade. Should he descend after your demise, will you regret not having laid eyes upon him? Regret? You do not understand. You have merely recognized his existence. You have yet to comprehend the true essence of chaos. Strike, and let me partake in this sacrificial offering. Let me join in the most magnificent welcome for my lord. The semi-divine relic lay quietly in Shanasli's hand, entirely distinct from the state in which the ascetic had once wielded it. Chang Shi cautiously extended his hand, gently touching the hilt of the dagger. A wave of deathly aura surged through his fingertips and into his body, so potent that it sent a shiver coursing through him. No refusal. The divine relic lacks consciousness and cannot refuse. Yet the replicas forged by Qing and Wiggery bear obsessions, repelling all but the followers of order. Chang Shi, with mixed emotions, stowed away. when fear approaches, then retrieved a scalpel from his sleeve. Though this artifact was semi-divine, it felt far less comfortable than the scalpel in hand. Any final words? Shanasli laughed exuberantly. My friend, I recall your name is... Cheng Shi paused, responding with a smile. Ultraman? I am called Ultraman. Indeed, I am Outman. To you, I am merely an outsider. Farewell, Shanasli. I hope you are my answer. With a swift motion, the blade descended, clean and decisive. A fine seam abruptly split open across Shanasli's neck, and in the instant his pupils constricted. The nearly imperceptible wound erupted violently, splattering blood imbued with order, corruption, and chaos in all directions. As he succumbed to death, his face adorned with a manic grin, Cheng Shi inexplicably shook the blood from his hands. The answer was incorrect. Chapter 58. The Disappearing Memory. The path back to the inn was remarkably straightforward. One merely needed to step out of the cave's mouth. Shanasli's arrangements were meticulous, even going so far as to affix an exit map to the wall. Fearing that the transaction, secured at the cost of death, might not proceed as planned. However, the issue lay in the fact that this transaction bore no guarantees. For Cheng Shi, it was devoid of any binding power. Even should he decide to retract his commitment now and abscond when fear arrives, and the alchemical notes, it appeared that this group of burgeoning chaos cultists would be powerless to intervene. Yet, Cheng Shi had no intention of retracting. He simply could not. For killing Imochiosi was likely the answer to this trial. His demise served as an offering to death, the key to concluding the ordeal. Surely, these individuals could not have anticipated my actions, could they? He dared not dwell on the thought. To ascertain one's identity and purpose in merely 2 days of observation indicated an individual of exceptional caliber. One who would excel in any environment. Even without the favor of others, starting anew would undoubtedly lead to greatness. Yet now, was it worth it? Even if it were not, then what concern was it of mine? As long as I gained something for myself. Cheng Shi chuckled self-deprecatingly, picked up the alchemical notes from the table, stashed them in his personal space, and departed without a backward glance. When he next opened his eyes, he found himself beneath the bar counter once more. The night remained profoundly dark, and the hall lay silent and deserted. Cheng Shi concealed the dagger on his person and stealthily ascended to the second floor. It had been merely half an hour. He hoped to catch up with Feng Zhu and the others. However, upon reaching the room once occupied by Adus on the second floor, he discovered no one was present. Was it over? Cheng Shi blinked in confusion, searching meticulously for any signs of habitation, yet found no trace of anyone having been there. Had he guessed incorrectly? Could it be that they had not gone to the bard's room? Where could they have gone instead? As a recollection traveler, Du Shiguang was most likely to visit a location connected to the perpetrator. Since no one had deduced that the proprietor was the mastermind behind it all, their target should logically be Adus, who had transformed them into puppets. Surely, they would not be foolish enough to storm the Judiciary Bureau in search of Imochiosi. After pondering for some time without clarity, Cheng Shi resolved to return to his room and endure the night. After the harrowing events of the day, returning to a state of normalcy where he would not attract attention was paramount. Moreover, he was already aware of the entire sequence of events, and with a semi-divine artifact in his possession, he held certain advantages. A night of silence ensued. As the morning's chirping birds filtered into the room, Cheng Shi pushed open the door and stepped outside. He had contemplated throughout the night and finally devised a tenuous excuse to approach Imochiosi directly. That was to demand compensation. He had committed no crime yet had been struck by the judgment of the adjudicator's lightning, resulting in injuries to his face, leaving him restless throughout the night. Surely, he had a right to seek an explanation. He hoped the Judiciary Bureau would not dismiss the matter lightly. He required an apology from the individual himself. Cheng Shi found the thought of this excuse somewhat amusing, as requesting an apology from a first-level adjudicator was akin to suggesting that the adjudicator had erred in their judgment. He wondered if Imochiosi could endure such a request. Cheng Shi descended the stairs with a light-hearted step, intending to head straight to the Judiciary Bureau. However, as he passed through the first-floor hall, he noticed numerous travelers engaged in hushed conversations, their expressions filled with astonishment. Instinctively, he halted his steps, embarking on yet another round of intelligence gathering. If he could glean from the travelers' chatter where those two had ventured the previous night, it would be most fortuitous. Yet he never anticipated that the information he would uncover would leave him feeling as though he were still ensnared in a dream. The clamor around him and the sights before him seemed to be part of an illusory haze. Who could have foreseen that the perpetrator was indeed a follower of order? I can only imagine how distraught the town's governing officials must be, having called upon the Grand Tribunal for assistance, only to uncover the shame of their own ranks. But has the verdict not yet been reached? Is there any doubt? Using a puppet to divert the attention of the adjudicators, only to attempt an escape with the weapon in hand. How could one possibly plead their case? By the way, the deceased, the bespectacled man clad in outlandish attire, was also a follower of order. I am uncertain, yet I suspect he must have been. Otherwise, why would the Grand Tribunal refrain from making the proceedings public? Wait! Cheng Shi sensed something amiss in the gossip, his mind buzzing with realization as his body tensed. Who was the murderer? Who had perished? What had transpired? I had not slept a wink. I had not even reached the third day. When had so much occurred without my knowledge? He stared in shock as he processed this information, then rubbed his stiff face, forcing a standard false smile as he approached the crowd to inquire. Excuse me, who has died? Buddy, did you run off in fright yesterday? What a pity. Had you stayed with us upstairs, you would have witnessed the big news. Lord Amochiosi apprehended the murderer. It was two outsiders, followers of order. Point one was shot on the spot, while the other was taken into custody. There's no need to worry now. The Grand Tribunal has dispelled the fear. Enjoy your journey, ha ha ha. Cheng Shi chuckled along, pressing on with his inquiries. Yes, I was terrified and hid away. The one who died, he wore glasses. Indeed. Clad in an unfamiliar overcoat, clearly an outsider, quite refined. The other, with golden hair, seemed more like a local. No, he was definitely not a local, a habitual murderer, likely a subterranean disguise. You're mad. He was a follower of order. The Grand Tribunal hasn't disclosed anything. We know nothing to go. Right. Ha! We're just chatting idly. No need to pry further. Anyway, there's no danger in Everblossom Town anymore. Cheng Shi maintained a facade of smiles and nods, yet beneath his clothing, his back was drenched in cold sweat. Du Shiguang was dead, and Fang Ju had been captured. He had gleaned every detail of the scene. Undoubtedly, the perpetrators referred to by the travelers were the two of them. Yet the question remained, when had this occurred? At that time last night, the second-floor corridor had been devoid of any presence. Where had they witnessed Amochiosi conducting his investigation? The timelines simply did not align. The individuals involved were entirely mismatched. The one slain by Amochiosi, no, it should be said that the one who had died was a wandering monk. Cheng Shi was reluctant to accept that his memory was faulty. He wandered the hall once more. Beginning to probe indirectly, however, it wasn't long before he came to a halt, drenched in sweat. The wandering monk had vanished. Everyone claimed to have never seen such a bare-chested monk, as if he had never existed at all. Basking in the bright sunlight outside the inn, Cheng Shi felt a chill run through him. He pondered for an extended period, unable to fathom why a visit to the underground had resulted in such a warped reality. Was it Shanasli and his ilk employing means to drive him mad, or had something beyond his imagination transpired? Could it be that all of this was the handiwork of the memory cultists? Had they discovered the answer and laid a trap? No, that couldn't be. He was still within the trial, which indicated that he had not concluded it. Was it then the power of memory? It certainly appeared so. Yet, from Cheng Shi's recollections, he could not recall the memory cultists possessing such formidable abilities. Of course, it could be an unprecedented SS-tier ability, but was history being distorted, or was his memory being manipulated? Cheng Shi furrowed his brow in deep contemplation. The trial lasted 7 days, and they were only on the third day, with the remaining players reduced to just himself and the imprisoned Fang Ju. 6, leaving 2. This was exceedingly peculiar. Tio uncovered the truth behind it all. He must first clarify what had transpired. Ordinary travelers would surely be unaware. Thus, the individuals who could elucidate this matter were likely 3. Amochiosi, the apprehended Fang Ju, and the final, Chaos, budding believer, Kotalo. The first 2 were difficult to approach, while the last one resided within the inn. Cheng Shi immediately set off to seek him out. However, throughout the entire morning, he was unable to locate Kotalo. Even the void space beneath the bar counter had vanished. All leads had been severed. Exhausted, Chang Shi sat on the steps outside the inn, grasping his hair, lost in thought. Chapter 59. Drunken Dreams and Death. Mokius is indeed different. Even if he remains elusive, he can still take a gamble if he finds the right excuse. Moreover, Chang Shi already possesses such an excuse, which can be suitably refined or exaggerated. Typically, one might consider approaching Mokius first. However, Chang Shi is not an ordinary individual. He abandoned the notion of seeking out the aforementioned individuals and instead shifted his strategy to allow others to come to him, as for how he could entice them to seek him out. That is, of course, due to the arrival of fear. Chang Shi ventured into an alley, revealing the half-artifact he had concealed within his garments. The alluring crimson glow was as captivating as ever, with the aura of death and corruption swirling ominously at the blade's tip, evoking a sense of dread. The situation was quite straightforward. If, at the moment the true culprit was apprehended, there were still fatalities in the town, it would imply that the captured suspect might not be the actual murderer, and at least one more perpetrator would remain at large. Thus, all that was needed was to find a fortunate soul, which could, to some extent, alleviate Feng Zhu's suspicions and reignite Mokius' fervor for the hunt. The pressing question remained. Who should this lucky individual be? Chang Shi, armed with his weapon, aimlessly roamed the town streets for an entire day without identifying a suitable target. It was only when the moon reached its zenith that he returned to the tavern's entrance, where he encountered the minstrel Aduz and his entourage of raucous companions. They were preparing to depart for another venue. Chang Shi smiled to himself. Look, has fortune not smiled upon him? He hastily followed the group, quietly eavesdropping on their lamentations. The atmosphere had turned tranquil since the capture of the murderer, rendering the night rather dull. He reminisced about the days when Aduz was present. Despite the horror of his tales, they were at least entertaining. I see you, Miss Aduz, but perhaps it is his coin you truly long for. One of them jested. Haha, it's all the same. Alas, with no major news to discuss, even drinking has lost its flavor. These drunken onlookers, indifferent to the loss of life, were solely concerned with finding amusement and engaging in revelry. Were others present, they would surely scorn them. Yet Chang Shi remained unperturbed, silently admiring. What splendid potential customers! They even suppressed the urge to kill. He adjusted his hood, concealing his face, then quickened his pace to overtake the group, stopping before them to turn around. The sudden halt startled several of the drunks, who paused in confusion and called out, Hey, what are you doing? Don't block the way. Get lost? No money here. I'm off to find Aduz. He has the funds. Who are you? What do you want? Chang Shi's countenance remained shadowed beneath the hood as he chuckled softly, extending his hand from the sleeve of his robe. Clutched tightly within was something indistinguishable in the dim moonlight. The group, rather than growing irate over his silence, found his actions curious. What is that? Are you trying to sell something? Do you think you can take us on alone? Hey, buddy, open your hand and show us what you've got. If it's something good, I wouldn't mind spending a little coin. Just the response I was hoping for. Chang Shi's lips curled into a sly smile as he cryptically declared, It is indeed something remarkable. I am an alchemist, and within this lies a newly concocted elixir, which I have named Drunken Dream of Death. Simply ingest one, and you shall instantly enter a state of dream death, indistinguishable from true death, with even your heart ceasing to beat. Not even the judges of the Grand Tribunal could discern the difference. However, unlike death, in the dream death state, your senses remain intact. You can hear the surrounding sounds, feel the touch of others, and if you can manage to die with your eyes open, you may even witness all that your unclosed eyes can behold. The effect lasts for 24 hours, and no external stimulus will disrupt this state. Create the illusion of death, then relish in the ensuing panic of others. What do you say? Care for a dose? No sooner had he finished speaking than he heard the heavy breaths of the men before him, their heartbeats resonating like drums in the still of the night, signaling their excitement. This is thrilling, absolutely thrilling. For a group of habitual revelers, this was nothing short of a tailor-made miracle. Indeed, it was custom-designed, crafted by Chang Shi himself. The offerings to the void had birthed yet another sacrifice. Originally, Chang Shi's palm held merely a few candy-like beans, but the moment these patrons gazed upon them with fervent eyes and heated breaths, their essence transformed dramatically. The drunken dream of death had been forged. How much? This chapter isn't finished yet. Please turn to the next page to continue enjoying the thrilling content. How many do you have? Did you come alone? My dear brother, your thoughts are quite perilous. Even if I did come alone, what of it? A zero-cost deal. Apologies, but I must disappoint you. I had initially planned to sell them for nothing. Oh, if you all are interested and willing to assist me in testing the elixir, I can offer these for free. Free? Really? All of them? The glances of the burly men, which had initially been predatory, now softened considerably, their eyes aflame with interest. Of course. Changshi opened his palm, revealing 5 pills, neither more nor less, just one for each. The moment the drunks laid eyes on the drugs, they seized them without hesitation. Swallowing them in one gulp, praise, prosperity. To experience a day of death in this town that never dies is undoubtedly the greatest pleasure. How long until it takes effect? Immediate. No sooner had he uttered those words than the 5 robust men collapsed one by one. Thud, 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 thud. The night once again fell into silence. Their hearts had ceased to beat, and their body temperatures began to plummet, resembling lifeless corpses. Changshi chuckled as he kicked one of the fallen drunks, dragging them into a nearby alley. By the time they awoke, the town would be rife with explosive news that would incite even greater panic. Having accomplished this, Changshi strode back to the tavern. As for the traces he had left on the street, he had never seen fit to erase them. Lying on the bed in his room, he stared at the ceiling, silently contemplating. Come now? Mokius, let us see how quickly you can find me. The third night. Another sleepless night. Within the tavern, only Changshi remained as a player. Chapter 60. The fourth day. Mokius, you are not the answer. Supersize? Wei Guan died in the street. Slain by Aduz. Yun Ni perished in his room, apprehended by the Grand Tribunal. The ascetic was caught in the chaos of a brawl, and to this day, the perpetrator remains unidentified. Moreover, even his identity has vanished. No one remembers him. Du Shiguang also fell to the Grand Tribunal, but this is merely the recollection of witnesses whose accuracy cannot be guaranteed. Fang Zhu has been captured, likely still alive. Each player's demise is shrouded in irrationality, steeped in the uncanny, yet there exists no tangible evidence to substantiate the peculiar nature of their deaths, leaving one in disbelief. Changshi pondered throughout the night, a bold notion taking root in his mind. Could it be that death itself is the answer to the trial? Is it possible that this trial differs from any before, with each individual harboring their own answer? Hence, those who have perished may have already escaped the torment of the trial, leaving only themselves to wander in search of survival? It is not impossible, merely it requires much validation. At present, the only clue lies with Mokius, and Mokius arrived far quicker than anticipated. Before dawn broke, a commanding figure appeared in Changshi's room. He was alone, exuding confidence akin to those vanished players with a score of 2,400. Changshi slowly opened his eyes, sitting up in bed. Mokius stood by the table, his eyes still crackling with thunder, though this time, alongside the tempest, there flickered a hint of confusion. Your clumsy ruse cannot conceal the reality of your guilt. I have seen you, amidst the crowd last night when we apprehended the murderer, feigning to be an onlooker while keeping a watchful eye on the unfolding events. Perhaps you are complicit. You should feel fortunate. This order, Supostate, has not implicated you. Yet now you dare to provoke the Grand Tribunal in this manner. What punishment shall befit you? Each of Mokius' words grew colder, culminating in the final sentence as he raised his staff high, the thunderous energy at its tip eager to strike. Changshi smiled, unfazed, gradually rising to his feet and bowing slightly. If I am guilty, why does your excellency not simply arrest me, instead of engaging in this idle chatter? By day, you are far more decisive. Humph. Mokius snorted coldly, his response as frigid as an abyss. 5 corpses inscribed with invitation. This repugnant charade is nothing more than an attempt to summon me. Why time is limited. Yet I can graciously afford a condemned criminal a moment to deliver his final words. Regardless of the methods you employed to orchestrate the murders, it matters not. After your last words, you shall be the first among your companions to face order's judgment. Ah, how commendably righteous you are. Changshi chuckled softly and spoke once more. A humble traveler is unlikely to pique the interest of a judge so greatly. What truly captivates you, perhaps, is the aura that envelopes them. Indeed, Changshi had inscribed something rather indecorous upon the corpse's abdomen to entice Emociosi to this place. It wasn't excessively improper, just 5 words. Come catch me. One for each individual. Yet, the words themselves were of little consequence. What truly mattered was the instrument of inscription. He had employed on the arrival of fear. Consequently, every wound upon the corpses exuded the essences of death and corruption. It was precisely this sensation that had prompted Emo-Chiosi to exercise caution and refrain from taking action. Although he had seized this dagger and sealed it in a confidential location, why did traces of the divine relic's essence still linger in the outside world? This was the enigma he sought to unravel. Every adjudicator, when the opportunity arises, desires to uncover the genuine truth behind the crime. Such is human nature. No one can escape it. Emo-Chiosi had evidently interpreted Chang Shi's invitation as a quest for answers. Unbeknownst to him, he was, in fact, Chang Shi's answer. My Lord Judge, I harbor no intention of opposing the Grand Tribunal, nor do I wish to sow further chaos. If you would kindly respond truthfully to a few of my inquiries, I shall dispel all the doubts that linger in your mind, even to the point of confessing my guilt. Emo-Chiosi's expression darkened, and without granting Chang Shi the opportunity to negotiate, he unleashed a bolt of thunder upon him. Chang Shi had anticipated that his opponent would strike, yet he had not foreseen that it would occur at this moment. He immediately summoned his full divine power, casting healing and mental spells upon himself in a frenetic manner. While clutching a glimmering essence of past prosperity, ready to withstand this thunderous assault, if he could endure this blow, he would likely possess the means to engage in dialogue with Emo-Chiosi. However, what Chang Shi did not expect was that Emo-Chiosi's judgment staff was, in fact, a semi-divine artifact. The last time he had been struck by the lightning that had marred half of his face. He had not realized the ferocity of the thunder emanating from a semi-divine weapon. No wonder. The sensation of being locked onto by a semi-divine artifact felt like this. One's mind screamed in agony, and one's soul quaked in terror. In that instant, Chang Shi felt as though his body had developed a will of its own, yearning to prostrate itself before the terrifying judgment staff in supplication. He couldn't help but wonder how a monk could possibly endure such a degree of divine punishment. Chang Shi had always possessed unwavering confidence in his physical resilience and mental fortitude. His robust physique combined with his adept medical skills granted him a durability that rivaled those of warriors of equal rank. My lord, he thought, this chapter still has more to unfold. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. It gets even more thrilling. He had witnessed a monk withstand a strike from Emo-Chiosi and remain unscathed. From that moment onwards, he believed he would find a way to endure Emo-Chiosi's divine punishment. Yet, the reality was that he had miscalculated. This was a power beyond that which mere mortals could resist. Just as Chang Shi was about to consume a potion, the thunder erupted, reverberating through every joint in his body. Flames of judgment erupted from within, instantly transforming him into a charred figure. The S-level divine power was vividly displayed at that moment. It's over. I was one step away. Misled. Now, the game truly ends. Chang Shi's mind was devoid of the typical flashbacks of memories, for the thunder's roar still echoed. He closed his eyes in resignation, feeling a sense of liberation. At the very least, he would no longer be deceived. But just as Chang Shi believed he had reached his end, something even more astonishing occurred. Like being stabbed by the clouds and mud before bloom awaiting decay, the deathly aura that overflowed from within Chang Shi suddenly shattered at a fatal moment, vanishing without a trace as if some rule had caught hold of his line of death. Surviving, Chang Shi crawled from the wreckage of the broken bed, revealing a bloodied grin akin to that of a vengeful spirit as he faced Emo-Chiosi. Emo-Chiosi, witnessing the failure of his divine punishment once more, wore a countenance as dark as a storm cloud. You are indeed in cahoots with one another. Few can withstand my thunder. To encounter two in mere days is unexpected. Chang Shi suddenly felt he had unraveled many truths, yet questions still lingered, prompting him to struggle to raise his head and inquire. Do you remember the monk? The one who seized on the arrival of fear? Emo-Chiosi furrowed his brow and coldly replied, Do not fill my mind with nonsensical prattle. You know I speak of your bespectacled friend. His death marks your path forward. The bespectacled friend, Du Shiguang. The mage with the physique of a scholar managed to endure a strike from the judgment thunder? Indeed. Chang Shi lowered his head, a triumphant smile spreading across his face. So this is the answer. No one can withstand a second strike. Sinner, leave your final words. This is rather intriguing, he thought. You wish to clarify the sequence of events yet refuse to speak, relying solely on your staff to compel. Very well, if you are too embarrassed to speak, I shall take the initiative. Chang Shi crawled forward a few steps, placing a hand on his chest with a semblance of discomfort, yet a trace of a smile lingered amidst his plight. My lord judge, are you not curious as to why we can endure your punishment? A flicker of doubt crossed Imochiosi's face, yet it vanished as swiftly as it appeared. He closed his eyes slightly. Grunting, one last sentence, quite endearing, Chang Shi thought to himself with a mocking smile, maintaining an air of mystery as he said, because everything stems from what Lord Shanasli has taught us. Who? The unyielding facade of Imochiosi. The son of order, shattered for the first time, a flicker of shock crossing his features, even causing a tremor in the hand that wielded his staff. Seizing the opportunity, Chang Shi pressed on, have you forgotten? But Lord Shanasli has not forgotten. He cannot forget the injustices he suffered from the Grand Tribunal, nor can he forget your betrayal, nor the filth that lies beneath the gaze of order. Today, the will of the Lord returns. Right here, right behind you. Impossible. Dada. In that instant, as Imochiosi turned abruptly, a palpable aura of death erupted from his chest. This beloved son of order, this first-level adjudicator from the Grand Tribunal, this wielder of a semi-divine artifact, suddenly lost all light from his eyes. The vibrant life force withered in an instant. The power of order dissipated into nothingness. His slightly parted lips remained agape, unable to utter another word. The terror etched upon his face, and the constricted pupils would never change again. Imochiosi had perished in that fleeting moment. His body fell with a thud, toppling furniture and discarding his staff in the final words of a sinner's confession. This great adjudicator, too, uttered his last words, impossible? There is nothing impossible. Chang Shi, in a fit of manic laughter, extracted the demon-red dagger on the arrival of fear. You treated me with a semi-divine artifact. I shall return the favor in kind. That moment, on the arrival of fear glistened, infused with the essence of his heart's blood. Who would have thought that the mention of his elder brother Shanasli would instill fear in the heart of the son of order? What sordid secrets lay hidden within the Grand Tribunal? His curiosity piqued. He coughed. But that I guessed correctly, Mochiosi. You are indeed not the answer, ha. Ha ha, ha. The trials of death are truly fascinating. How intriguing. Chang Shi laughed long and hard until he was exhausted, coughing uncontrollably before finally managing to turn and swallow the pill in his hand. In this town, under the watchful gaze of prosperity, the effects of the potion seemed to surpass all expectations. Soon, a delicate newborn, stripped of its charred exterior, rose from the ground. Silently, he tidied the scene, dealt with the corpse, retrieved the staff, and restored the furniture to its original arrangement. Everything appeared as though it had never been disturbed, save for the collapsed bed. The moment of execution. The staff bore the name the moment of execution, true to its name. It was indeed formidable, however. It now belonged to me. Chang Shi glanced at the clock. Dawn was approaching, just in time for the Law Enforcement Bureau to commence its day. Perhaps he could visit the prison and check on the sole surviving comrade, Fang Jue. The followers of order. It seems I have found the answer. And you? Chapter 61. A dialogue in the prison when Chang Shi, clad in ordinary attire and donning a hood to conceal his face, arrived at the Law Enforcement Bureau's prison. Not a single staff member dared to obstruct him. For in his hand lay the judgment badge worn by Imochiosi, a token of the highest authority. Some staff members, believing this unfamiliar visitor to be a covert operative from the Grand Tribunal, courteously guided him, thoughtfully dispersing unrelated personnel to afford Chang Shi ample opportunity to converse with the sinner. Naturally, in their eyes, such an exchange was likely to be a gruesome interrogation, given the notorious reputation of the Grand Tribunal's punishments. Chang Shi effortlessly approached Fang Ju, and before him, he removed his hood. Upon seeing Chang Shi, battered and bruised, Fang Ju finally felt a sense of relief wash over him. Chang Shi gazed at Fang Ju's expression with a hint of surprise. Smiling as he remarked, I suspect your concern for my safety is not genuine. Your reaction to my presence here suggests otherwise. Fang Ju chuckled self-deprecatingly. Indeed, it's you, Chang Shi. Your prowess is commendable as a follower of him. You are the most calculating and shrewd individual I have encountered. To orchestrate the demise of everyone within a mere 3 days. One must concede, I underestimated you. Listening to Fang Zhu's nonsensical ramblings. A glimmering wind symbol illuminated Cheng Shi's forehead. I came seeking answers, and you immediately label me a wolf? My friend, are we even on the same page? Yet, he neither denied nor contested the claim, maintaining a composed smile. Cheng Shi had observed all of Fang Zhu's hostile actions throughout the trial, yet he remained unfazed. He never took issue with players who held the faith conflict in high regard. Nor did he mind if someone directed their resentment towards him due to their opposing beliefs. In a game where survival dictated actions, such behaviors were commonplace. Cheng Shi was always more concerned with actions than intentions. As long as one did not overtly attack him, how they perceived him was their prerogative. However, should they strike him, he reserved the right to retaliate. It was precisely Cheng Shi's enigmatic smile that convinced Fang Zhu of his role as the mastermind. His expression darkened as memories of Du Shiguang's demise resurfaced. After surpassing 2,400 points, it had become increasingly rare for him to encounter players with whom to share his glimmers of hope. The inexplicable death of Du Shiguang, a good man adhering to the old order, was indeed a lamentable loss for humanity. What promises has he made to you? Or what have you sacrificed to attain what you desire? Cheng Shi furrowed his brow, momentarily adopting Fang Zhu's perspective, and concluded that the spate of deaths without discernible answers did indeed suggest the presence of a hidden puppet master. The scene he witnessed before arriving at the prison resembled the grand finale of a play, where the director stepped forward to bask in the audience's acclaimed eye. In that moment, Fang Zhu likely fancied himself as the orchestrator of the entire affair. After all, chaos eternally signifies disorder. Cheng Shi refrained from responding, as doing so would have been futile. Fang Zhu's perspective was inherently flawed. Instead, he retorted, you seem unperturbed by your circumstances, yet it appears you have not unearthed the answers. What, then, fuels your confidence? Fang Zhu's tone was desolate as he offered a self-deprecating smile. Just a means of survival. Compared to your intricate machinations, this is merely the most rudimentary application of brute force. However, I do have a query. Before I take my leave, might you enlighten me? Even if just a final morsel of sustenance from a discerning hunter to its prey. Do not speak so dismally. I too have a question, and fortuitously, we can exchange secrets. Fang Zhu paused in surprise, nodding in agreement. You may inquire first. Cheng Shi smiled and cut straight to the chase. Last night, Du Shiguang and you returned to the past, altering memories, did you not? Fang Zhu was clearly unprepared for such an inappropriate inquiry. The notion of revisiting the past to alter memories was well known among players at this rank. Should a player who had not participated in the memory recollection discover discrepancies between their memories and the collective understanding, they would immediately suspect the influence of memory. Furthermore, memory would not allow players to manipulate it freely. It would rectify any gaps, resulting in consequences that the involved players must bear. The death of Du Shiguang and Fang Zhu's entrapment were prime examples of this. Fang Zhu hesitated to respond immediately, sensing that Cheng Shi had crafted an excuse to grant him a semblance of dignity, thus preventing their dialogue from devolving into a mere one-sided offering. How could he possibly be unaware? Such a gesture would be more hurtful than helpful. After a moment of internal conflict, in pursuit of the answer he sought from Cheng Shi, he eventually nodded. Cheng Shi received the confirmation he sought, and the last of his doubts dissipated, prompting his smile to grow ever more radiant. Well, my inquiries have concluded. It is now your turn. Fang Zhu's demeanor shifted, becoming serious as he asked, as the son of order, Imo Chiosi would undoubtedly resist your manipulation. How then did you ensnare him, leading him step by step into your meticulously crafted trap, compelling him to slay them? Here, them referred to everyone except Wei Guan. Would you like to know? Cheng Shi laughed heartily, nearly gasping for breath, his hand once again clutching his chest. I thought we had an agreement to exchange secrets. Ah, the followers of order truly appreciate their rules. Why not take a guess? Cheng Shi's face bore a peculiar smile as he tilted his head toward Fang Zhu. Fang Zhu furrowed his brow, pondering for a moment before commencing his deductions. Given your need to hunt the opposing believers of order, you likely possess knowledge of the history of the Grand Tribunal and are well acquainted with Imo Chiosi. Upon learning we were in Yongzhan town, you must have anticipated his arrival. Thus, you exploited the information gap you had accumulated, subtly influencing them to challenge Imo Chiosi's authority, and then simply stand amidst the crowd to reap the rewards. Cheng Shi, Everything you have done contradicts the essence of chaos. Each step is meticulously crafted. It is difficult to fathom how you could be one of its followers. Perhaps you are correct. The closer one aligns with order, the greater the chaos that ensues. Is that not so? Truth be told, your reasoning is quite impeccable. If all you assert is true, then Chang Shi, the rational devourer, must have wielded the vast information chasm as his weapon to hunt all players. Yet the crux of the matter remained. He was neither a follower of chaos nor the hidden director. The true orchestrator remained elusive, and it was still uncertain who that might be. Apologies, but you have erred in your assumption. Chang Shi shrugged playfully, donning a more cryptic smile as he fixed his gaze intently on Fang Zhu, whispering hoarsely, "Have you ever considered another possibility?" With that, he produced from his spatial pocket a staff crowned with a crackling storm of thunder. Execution moment. Fang Zhu's mind erupted in a cacophony of thunderous realization, as if his sanity were shattered by an onslaught of lightning. His pupils contracted, and a chill coursed down his spine, a piercing cold surging from his tailbone to the crown of his head. Every pore of his skin exuded cold sweat, his entire spine stiffened, and his body's instinctive response conveyed a singular sentiment: disbelief. How could you possibly be? Just as Fang Zhu stammered out this half-formed question, an overwhelming aura of death emanated from him. Instantly, a deafening bolt of lightning surged from Chang Shi's hand, crashing through the prison bars and striking him. Fang Zhu, ensnared in shock, was rendered immobile, unable to evade the onslaught, and was sent flying like a rag doll. Yet fortune smiled upon him. He had not perished. Indeed, it was a stroke of luck. He had survived. The combined forces of fear approaches and execution moment had failed to extinguish his life. Could it be that this adjudicator possessed a physique as resilient as that of a hermit? Chang Shi had never intended to kill him. He merely conducted a small experiment on Fang Zhu. Now, the answer had been confirmed. Observing the wretched state of Fang Zhu, Chang Shi burst into laughter. Why is it impossible? However, the fortunate survivor Fang Zhu had no intention of hearing any further explanations. As he tumbled from the wall to the ground, he clung to the last vestiges of his breath and gritted his teeth, unleashing his final gambit. There was no earth-shattering noise, nor any great tremors. Chang Shi merely witnessed a silent rift open behind Fang Zhu, akin to a vacuum cleaner, drawing him into its depths. Once Fang Zhu vanished into the void, the rift slowly closed like a zipper. As if no one had ever set foot in the prison. All that remained was a charred patch on the ground, a testament to the assault that had transpired mere moments ago. Chang Shi stood in stunned silence, watching Fang Zhu's departure. The number of wind symbols above his head had not only doubled but also flickered rapidly. It was the essence of order. He had come to retrieve his follower. How can it be that order, the most rule-abiding deity, could grant a loophole for his followers? Is this reasonable? Is it lawful? Will the Faith Game GM not intervene? Absurd. I ought to file a complaint. Naturally, these thoughts remained unvoiced. Chang Shi dared not confront the game head-on, a path fraught with peril. Well, allowing the apparent good to survive a little longer does have its merits. After all, I am not here to kick someone while they're down. Chang Shi stowed away the staff and donned his hood once more. With the final task complete, it was time to conclude this trial now, to ponder how best to bring this all to an end. Chapter 62. The fallen apothecary His Excellency Imochosi, the first judge of the Grand Tribunal, has gone missing. Go be precise. It cannot be termed as missing. Rather, the esteemed gentleman had ventured out alone to investigate and had not returned throughout the night. The personnel of the Judicial Bureau were becoming increasingly anxious, for they had not only received reports of 5 more residents perishing in Yongzhan town, but they also discovered that a prisoner had escaped from the cell. Furthermore, the dark investigator from the Grand Tribunal who had visited the prison yesterday had also vanished without a trace. The law enforcers were akin to ants on a hot skillet, incessantly seeking an audience with the magistrate accompanying Lord Mokiusi. Yet, the magistrates found themselves utterly powerless, for the final decree issued by their superior was to await his return at the Law Enforcement Bureau. This moment was exceedingly awkward. Theo assert that a person had vanished would be misleading, as it was merely a single night without his presence. Ordinary individuals might revel outside for an entire night, let alone a magistrate engaged in an investigation. Of course, this was not to imply that Lord Mokiusi had been out enjoying himself. Rather, the complexities of the case demanded time, However, to claim that he had not disappeared would also be disingenuous, as it seemed that no previous case had ever taken this long to resolve. Typically, upon encountering a suspect, the investigation, judgment, and execution would have already concluded. In short, the disappearance of Mokiusi and the edict he left behind ensnared everyone in a quagmire of anxiety and distress. The small town was once again enveloped in the dread of a vengeful killer's escape. It was not until the dead of the fourth night that 5 corpses, inexplicably returned from the archives, startled the already frayed law enforcers into a frenzy of interrogation. It was then revealed that the deaths of these 5 individuals had been nothing more than a cruel jest. The good news: no murder had occurred. The bad news: Lord Mokiusi was indeed missing. With no case to investigate, where could this esteemed gentleman have gone? The magistrates, seasoned from the Grand Tribunal, remained steadfast, firmly believing that Lord Mokiusi must be preoccupied with pressing matters. Thus they resolved to wait. Moreover, in the town of Yongzhan, no one posed a threat to the safety of their superior. Yet when the staff of the Law Enforcement Bureau discovered that the time of fear had similarly vanished, leaving only 2 unfamiliar corpses in the sealing chamber, even the magistrates could no longer remain composed. Chaos erupted once more in Yongzhan, at the dawn of the 5th day, after a sleepless night for all officials. 5 inebriated men, nearly paralyzed with terror, were released from custody in the name of innocence. Their bodies were battered and bruised, clearly having endured severe punishment. Yet their faces bore no sign of anger. Instead, they radiated a sense of exhilaration and satisfaction. Ha ha ha, those fools, we've deceived everyone. No amount of flogging can mask the fear within us. Did you see Director Wiki's face? The best part is, we are innocent. They cannot do anything to us. How delightful. Who would have thought the effects of that drug would be so potent? Where is that apothecary? Does anyone know his whereabouts? I believe he resides at the inn. The 5 men exchanged knowing glances, then bolted towards the inn. Clearly, there was no greater amusement than acquiring another 5 doses of the drug, as long as they indulged in their hedonistic revelry. The entirety of Yongzhan would become their playground. However, when the 5 drunken men inquired repeatedly and finally arrived at the apothecary's room, a frail servant emerged, startled to find 5 burly men encircling the door. Their eyes gleaming with excitement. Instinctively, he recoiled against the doorframe, trembling in fear. Hey, where is the person inside? Is the apothecary in there? Where has he gone? Are you here to clean the room? Did you see anything? Is there a drug called euphoria inside? Never mind, step aside. We're going in. Just as they attempted to enter, the servant suddenly burst into tears. It wasn't me. I didn't do it. Wah. The moment I entered, he was already like that. I swear it wasn't me. The men were momentarily taken aback by the outburst, but quickly brushed past the servant and entered the room. Upon their arrival, they discovered a charred corpse lying in front of the bed. The remnants of clothing not burned indicated that this was likely the apothecary who had sold them the euphoria the previous night. The drunken men were left speechless, their minds racing. What is happening? Dead? Hey, buddy, did you do this? Did you kill the apothecary? How did you do it? What did you use? Praise prosperity. Share your method of murder, and I won't expose you. Don't just stand there. Hurry and see if there are any drugs left. Wah! It wasn't me. I was just going to clean, and then I found his body. I was so scared. I couldn't say a word. Wah! The men rummaged through the room for what felt like ages but found no usable drugs. Only scattered vials and materials for experiments. Many of these were reacting beneath the charred remains of the bed, producing a multitude of colorful substances. Oh no, it's all over. The drug is gone. Hey, is there really a dead person? Should we report this to the Law Enforcement Bureau? Yes, why not report it? Since someone is truly dead, it's better than us faking our deaths, right? This news is bound to spread. Brothers, report it, quickly. Go summon the law enforcers. Just tell them the escaped killer has struck again at the inn, and that he has embarked on his path of vengeance. Upon hearing that this corpse was the result of the escaped killer's retaliation, the servant grew even more fearful, his legs giving way as he collapsed at the entrance. Please don't kill me. It has nothing to do with me. Such ineffectiveness. I shall go myself. It's true. When the pursuit of amusement is at stake, the execution of plans is remarkably swift. Before long, the law enforcers had once again surrounded the inn, accompanied this time by 2 magistrates. As soon as they entered the room, They were met with the pungent odor of drugs, prompting them to wrinkle their noses and meticulously search the entire space. The table was cluttered with a haphazard collection of alchemical notes. The handwriting resembling a worm's crawl, clearly indicating that the author had received no formal education. On the tattered pages, hasty records of words such as dreams, death, and improvement were scrawled, attesting to the deceased's preoccupation with refining potions. The floor was strewn with shattered vials, and various common alchemical reactions appeared evident amidst the remnants of the bed, likely a result of an explosive chain reaction. The charred corpse was unrecognizable. And furthermore, it emanated an aura that was discordant with order. It seemed to be the work of a practitioner devoted to the wild gods. After a moment of contemplation, they reached a consensus that aligned with the findings of the Law Enforcement Bureau. A practitioner who worshipped a malevolent deity and was obsessed with alchemy had encountered an accident while concocting a potion imbued with the essence of death, ultimately offering himself to death. The escaped killer was not responsible for this act, as the atmosphere bore little trace of corruption or residual fear. Nonetheless, this incident was still significant news within Yongzhan, as fatalities were rare, particularly accidental deaths, which were a once-in-a-century occurrence. The magistrates interrogated the informant, interviewed nearby travelers, and after careful deliberation, concluded their report. This individual had succumbed to an overdose of an unknown and uncontrollable essence of death. And under the influence of death's will, he had failed to receive the protection of prosperity, reaping the consequences of his actions. The case was swiftly resolved, and both the inn's guests and the law enforcers breathed a collective sigh of relief. As long as the killer did not strike again, and as long as Yongzhan remained free of panic, the temporary absence of Lord Mokiusi could be tolerated. The magistrates departed with an air of calm, leaving the staff to tidy up the inn. Yes, were you the one to discover the scene? What is your name? We need you to come back to the bureau for a record. I am Kita Luo, sir. This matter has nothing to do with me, right? Given your timid demeanor, if it were your doing, you would have likely fled by now. Ha ha ha. Rest assured, it's merely a routine record. The case is closed. Wah, that's a relief. I will accompany you. Very well, come along. The time of death was likely last night. Did you hear any commotion? While patrolling before dawn, I did hear some muffled sounds. But it wasn't loud, so I didn't investigate. You know, the privacy of guests is quite important. You did well. Had you taken a peek, there might have been more than one corpse in that room. What a madman to dare to administer a divine essence. Watching the servant depart with the law enforcers, the group of drunken men scratched their heads, sighing in disappointment. What a pity, such a fine potion. Just as the unexpected interlude began to unfold, it was abruptly cut short. Panic began to rise once more, but was swiftly quelled. The disarray within the Law Enforcement Bureau in the town of Yongzhan, which had caught a fleeting glimpse of death, remained preoccupied with the search for the true culprit and the missing Lord Mokiusi. Yet all of this was no longer of concern to the servant who had discovered the body. The sky began to darken. Kita Luo strolled leisurely out of the Law Enforcement Bureau, pausing at the entrance to glance back at the brightly lit and bustling high-rise buildings, a playful smirk curling upon his lips. He waved nonchalantly, tilting his head in acknowledgement. Farewell, dear people. With that, he adjusted his hood to shield his eyes, stepping into the darkness and merging with the night, disappearing from sight. Special trial, path to death, challenge successful, scoring in progress. Calculating rewards. Player, Chung Shi, performance rating, C. Items obtained, boredom mask, C, X1. Items obtained. Teasing mask, C, X1. Items obtained. Indifference mask, C, X1. Items obtained. Blurred mask, C, X1. Items obtained. Suspicious mask, S, X1. Path to Ascend 0. Ladder of Audience 3. Current path to Ascend score, 2125. Global ranking. Current ladder of audience score, 164. Fate ranking, 62. Trial cleared. Exiting soon. Chapter 63. Another ordinary day-to-day reality. An undisclosed province's large laboratory. Wei Guan opened his eyes without surprise and casually glanced at the clock on the table. The time remained unchanged. The trial had concluded. He looked down at his chest, feeling his heart still beating, and snorted coldly, a tiresome act. Fear is not a sharp blade but rather a remedy to save players. This theme is too mundane, utterly devoid of novelty. I in the empty laboratory. No one responded. Only his echo floated in the air. He stood up from his chair and walked to a large screen. Pressing the switch to start the machine. Experiment. Type 4 is booting up. Hello, Dr. Wei Guan. It's good to see you again. How has your day been? Wei Guan's tone was devoid of joy or sorrow. Just an ordinary day. Is your special trial proceeding smoothly? Smoothly? Perhaps. But trials that are too smooth hinder personal growth, so I slightly increased the difficulty for my teammates. As ever, your kindness and generosity shine through. Booting completed in 12.964 seconds. Wei Guan frowned slightly, his expression serious. Your loading time has slowed by 0.065 seconds again. Analyze the cause and submit a report. Apologies, analyzing the cause now. Analysis complete. Time taken, 3.014 seconds. Cause, divine. Storage container ruptured and lost pressure, divine. Leakage rate at 32.189. TO prevent, divine. From escaping into the living area, additional time was spent closing the experimental area doors. Detailed accident report has been generated. Please review. Wei Guan's expression turned icy as he flipped through several pages, his brows knitting together. It seems I must capture, divine. Once more. Analyze the experimental divine, balance ratio and inform me which trials I need to participate in. Analyzing experimental ratios. Please hold on. Reality, an undisclosed province's wasteland. Yun and I awoke from the sand, wiping the rainwater from her face. Is it raining again? How troublesome. She looked up at the falling raindrops and gently snapped her fingers. Snap! The torrential rain vanished the instant it struck a specific spot above her head. Drops of liquid, which had coalesced in this realm, were thus transported to a world on the brink of annihilation. Whether this minuscule drizzle would bring about a catastrophic burden akin to the last straw for a camel or serve as a timely salvation remained unknown. She slightly tilted her head. Gazing at her chest, the words of Chang Shi still echoing in her ears. Fairness not sanctioned by others does not constitute fairness. Fairness? Only the powerful are entitled to speak of fairness. As for the weak, merely existing is original sin, better to be obliterated. Yun and I reclined once more, closed her eyes, and listened to the surrounding cacophony of rain, her thoughts adrift. Reality, an undisclosed province's shabby shelter. A warrior, bare-chested, awoke, opened his eyes to survey his surroundings for a moment, then slowly closed them again. The dust-laden shelter remained silent throughout, an unsettling quietude. Reality, an undisclosed province's apartment. Du Shiguang awoke, but did not rise. The soft bed held a fatal allure for a weary soul, seeming to sprout countless tendrils, binding him in place, immobile. After lying there for a considerable time, until scenes from the trial flickered back into his mind, he finally opened his eyes, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Good person? What a noble term. I hope my good friend is deceived by my splendid performance and can still find the correct answer. Oh, right, he seems to have a backup plan, and no matter if I failed to kill him this time. Perhaps there will be another chance next time, wouldn't you agree, Du Shiguang? In the mirror before Du Shiguang, his reflection glowered at him. Yet he laughed heartily. Don't be unhappy. Once I offer this memory, we shall once again be good people. Shall we not? Saying this, he produced a note infused with the power of memory and gently brushed it against his forehead. The reflection of Du Shiguang in the mirror turned pale, his jaw clenched. Yet he remained helpless. Soon after, their movements synchronized once more. Du Shiguang opened his eyes, puzzled as he looked at the newly appeared words on the note in his hand, suddenly realizing, July 14th, splendid, the trial has concluded. He then turned to the mirror, continuing with a playful tone, regrettably, I have not perished. It seems you will have to linger inside a while longer. The Du Shiguang in the mirror mirrored his expression and actions, remaining unresponsive. What had just transpired felt akin to a theatrical performance. Reality, an undisclosed province's office building. Fang Zhu stood up immediately upon regaining consciousness. He furrowed his brow and quickly walked towards the archive room, rummaging through the file cabinets. Soon, the sound of sharp high heels echoed behind him. Fang Zhu? Fang Zhu turned to find Jiyu, a member of the Mutual Aid Society living next door, a mage who believed in truth. The office building's barriers had been breached by a group of kind-hearted players cooperating, forming a mutual aid society in the post-divine descent era. Little Master, there's more to this chapter. Please click to the next page to continue reading. It gets even more thrilling. Fang Zhu and she were the two with the highest scores here. enjoying considerable prestige. Why the rush? Did you encounter difficulties in the trial? You arrived just in time. Do you recall that great judgment Cortes Emociosi you mentioned? Help me search for his records. Jiyu nodded in surprise and entered the archive room. The late son of order? What are you looking for? Why not ask me first? Perhaps I know I as a scholar from the historical school so knowledgeable. Why not? Go on then. Jiyu smiled, tilting her head as she awaited his response. I wish to know the location of his death and whether a semi-artifact of the Great Judgment Court was lost post-mortem, likely a staff. Moment of execution? A staff of thunderous judgment. You know? Fang Zhu's face was filled with astonishment. Indeed, the only judgment staff lost outside the Great Judgment Court in thousands of years remains a mystery to this day. Many mages are searching for it, myself included. Have you seen it? Fang Zhu nodded gravely. Where? Jiyu, in her excitement, stood up abruptly, grasping Fang Zhu's hand. Fang Zhu sighed, articulating clearly. In the hands of a reason eroder. Initially, I suspected he was impersonating Emociosi. But later I realized he must have witnessed Emociosi's death and stolen. Moment of execution. Jiyu's eyes widened in shock, covering her mouth. Your trial seems quite thrilling. Please elaborate. Fang Zhu felt the need for someone to discuss it with, so he set aside his documents and began recounting the entire story of the trial. Only after finishing did he look at Jiyu, who wore a serious expression. So, what are your thoughts? Jiyu pondered for a moment before slowly speaking. You have been deceived. The offering of death may not be others, but yourselves. I sense your reasoning has gone awry, but I cannot pinpoint who misled you. And that reason eroder named Chengshi is likely using you to validate this answer. Nevertheless, you performed admirably. Given the situation then, aside from your trump card, you had no other means to end your own life. I am curious, can he survive as the last player remaining in the trial? Fang Zhu was slightly taken aback. Are you suggesting that all of this was not orchestrated by him, without witnessing it firsthand? I cannot ascertain, but the insidious push and pull are likely unavoidable. Even if it wasn't a trap set by him, he is still quite formidable. I need to warn my friends in order to be cautious of this reason eroder named Chengshi. In that case, would you mind if I posted a small bounty for a moment of execution in the Mage channel? It seems that wouldn't be a problem, and it's not all bad news. I brought back the corpse of a foolish believer. Your 2600 points might have some hope. Chapter 64. An embarrassingly high-level match, triple surprise. Today's super large cup Promax, one-time conclusion, lying on his back atop the rooftop. Chengshi basked in the warmth of the sun, feeling a sense of serendipity akin to that of a survivor from a calamity. He never anticipated that this method would truly bear fruit. Having once again triumphed in a high-stakes gamble that risked his very existence, he couldn't help but feel a burgeoning sense of luck in his endeavors. He retrieved the dice from his pocket, squinting against the glaring sunlight. The glimmering one on the die dazzled him. Predetermined fate. Ha, nonsense. Chengshi chuckled softly, casually tossing the dice aside. It rolled swiftly across the rooftop before coming to a halt. The resplendent one still facing up, unchanged. It seemed to protest Chengshi's dismissal, mocking him for his impotence to alter its outcome. He chose not to gaze upon it, instead closing his eyes and allowing the memories of the past 5 days to surge forth. Meticulously sifting through every detail in a reflective analysis of his passage through the trials. There exists no eternal stroke of luck. It is merely the fruit of relentless effort. Each trial endured necessitates a thorough review of every maneuver, sharpening one's instincts, tightening one's nerves, and perfecting one's deceit. This, indeed, is Chengshi's path to victory. Yet, such exertion is exhausting, far less tangible than the simplicity of being a slacker. Thus, Chengshi's ultimate aspiration is to cling to the coattails of others, to embrace a life of idleness. Regrettably, within these trials, one invariably encounters a plethora of fools, seldom finding the opportunity to coast through an entire round. This particular trial was well matched, brimming with formidable players, and should have allowed him to glide through to the end. However, the nature of the trial did not permit such complacency, nor did the prominent figures exhibit any inclination to guide him. The 5 masquerade rewards following the trial underscore this fact. None of these 2,400 elites perished. Why did they survive? Perhaps they had already discerned the answer. They were all astute individuals, Chengshi mused, his thoughts drifting back to the moment the trial commenced. The hint provided by Death was, "There exists but a single path leading to death. Uncover it and offer your sacrifice," in reference to previous death trials. This was evidently a quest to find a sacrifice, to slay him and present it to the entity, thereby concluding the trial. Yet, the peculiar aspect of this trial lay in the fact that the town of Yongzhan did not accept death. Or rather, death was a rare occurrence. However, circumstances were not absolute. At least within this town influenced by a demigod, one could conjure death using another semi-divine artifact. Thus, everyone's initial objective was to locate the murderer and decipher the clues of the trial from him. During this period, each individual endeavored in the same direction. Only Wei Guan, acting as a mere observer, investigated the town for half a day before deducing an answer through the means of foolishness. With unwavering certainty, he then utilized the murderer to end his own life. He committed suicide. This was also the reason none could find traces at the scene, for it was he who obliterated all evidence. A foolish hunter had flawlessly fabricated his own death scene, plunging his teammates into inexplicable terror. During that time frame, none suspected that they themselves were the actual sacrifice. Offering oneself was indeed the sole path. What Death valued in this trial was not any specific individual, but rather the wisdom and courage to confront mortality. The second to stumble upon the answer was Yun and I. This annihilation assassin, lacking any clues, resolved to hasten the acquisition of information and resolutely return to the inn, embarking on a reckless pursuit of the murderer. It is crucial to note that annihilation stands in stark opposition to death. It advocates a more extreme philosophy than the latter's notion of death as an unending state. Thus, its followers regard life with indifference, encompassing not only others but themselves as well. To them, death is merely a transient state before annihilation. Devoid of terror. Yet, when she sensed that the judgment court was present in the inn, and even detected another semi-divine artifact within the room, she abruptly believed she had found the answer. To die beneath the aegis of a semi-divine artifact in a town under its protection. Thus, she boldly embraced her demise, welcoming annihilation while simultaneously rescuing her teammates. However, at that moment, she overlooked a crucial point, one that Chang Shi only grasped after 4 individuals had perished. The rule encapsulated by the phrase "there exists but a single path leading to death" was not singular. There was another critical point. Each method of dying could only manifest once. Yunni's fortune was extraordinary. Without deciphering this hint, she encountered the judgment court's Emochiosi and perished beneath his staff. The subsequent ascetic was not so fortunate. This silence. Warrior endured a strike from a semi-divine artifact yet did not succumb. In that instant, he comprehended the implication of the hint and decisively lunged toward Chang Shi. Toward the moment of fear's arrival. There was never a second murderer present, nor was anyone muddling through the situation. It was the ascetic who chose himself and subsequently used that replica to end his own life. Wei Guan's death was a matter of personal volition, yet the assailant was a doozy, resulting in a homicide under the moment of fear's arrival. Yunni's death was executed by Emochiosi, a homicide occurring at the moment of execution. Meanwhile, the ascetic marked the first true act of suicide. He perished under the influence of fear, taking his own life at the moment of fear's arrival. These 3 methods of death were rendered unavailable following their passage through the trial. This chapter is not yet complete. Please turn to the next page to continue exploring the riveting content. For Chang Shi, Du Shiguang, and Fang Zhu, the options for methods of death were dwindling. Du Shiguang derived insights from Aduza's memories, discovering that he had not followed Wei Guan to erase traces of murder, thus deducing Wei Guan's intentions. However, he found himself ensnared in a dire predicament with scant opportunity to end his own life. Thus, he had to carve out an alternative path, utilizing special means to return to the past, allowing his death to supplant the ascetics, altering memories. Consequently, the causal relationship became distorted. The ascetic, having already exited the trial, became lost in a warped memory and faded from the minds of the others. Meanwhile, Du Shiguang exploited a loophole, employing moment of fear's arrival in memory to end his own life, committing suicide at the moment of fear's arrival. Yet, due to his excessive dramatization, Fang Zhu missed all clues, erasing even the faintest traces left by previous memories, and the new timeline cast him directly into the confines of the Law Enforcement Bureau's prison. Chang Shi comprehended the final answer much later. It was only after surviving a blow from Imochiosi that he suddenly realized the answer required him to offer himself through various methods of death. It was then that a plan began to take shape in his mind. After Imochiosi's demise, he had a very secure method to win the trial: to commit suicide using moment of execution. However, this also bore risks, for if there existed even a 0.1 chance that the answer was not death, then Cheng Shi would face an endless sea of regret, culminating in the end of his gaming career. Thus, the fearful Cheng Shi undertook an exceedingly bold experiment. He fabricated the scene of the alchemical pharmacist's death using the alchemical notes obtained from Shinosli and Imochiosi's corpse, subsequently submitting it as the answer under the guise of nominal death as defined by the Law Enforcement Bureau. This was a gamble fraught with peril, for this was the trial of death. Cheng Shi's cunning ploy risked backfiring, transforming his endeavor into a sacrilegious spectacle before the entity, potentially leading to his demise just as he was on the verge of a safe landing. Fortunately, death acquiesced. Although it awarded him a score of 0, the benefactor appreciated his performance, believing he had outwitted death. Cheng Shi emerged victorious. The stakes he won encompassed not only the completion of the trial but also a moment of fear's arrival and a moment of execution. Two semi-divine artifacts were thus returned to reality with him. Alas, a 2,400 game. Yet he gained not a single point. What a loss. Nonetheless, this trial proved to be the most arduous Cheng Shi had encountered since joining the Faith Games. The weak sought alliances, while the strong vied for dominance. This segment of trials had gradually peeled away the cooperative mechanisms of lower-ranked players, fostering mutual suspicion. Each participant was astoundingly astute. Had it not been for the trust established during the initial cooperative trials, Cheng Shi might have found himself at an absolute disadvantage from the outset due to the hostilities stemming from the chaos. Faith.it was within this trial that he finally witnessed the apex players of the current stage embracing divinity in their own distinct manner. In this astonishing trial, the foolish followers were the least foolish. The followers of annihilation annihilated themselves. The followers of silence resounded with deafening clarity. The followers of memory stealthily altered memories. The followers of order cheated, disrupting the order, and the followers of deceit were pitifully deceived to their core. With the exception of Feng Zhu, each individual was an exemplary actor. They not only concluded their roles flawlessly but left not a single clue for their teammates. Though their actions diverted others from death, they also compelled the remaining players to stray from the truth. The survivors, trembling with trepidation, became engrossed in the search for the reason behind the death sacrifice, oblivious to the silent derision emanating from those who had already triumphed in the trial. To be candid, deducing that the answer is death may not be exceedingly difficult. The true challenge lies in the courage to embrace death. They had long discerned the nuances and dared to substantiate their hypotheses through mortality. This courage and confidence rendered Cheng Shi abashed, as for the followers of order, who remained in the dark until the very end. Well, every trial must have its slacker. Even the most formidable players can experience moments of weakness. Wouldn't you agree, Feng? This trial was indeed befitting of the elite. Cheng Shi did not fulfill the role of a slacker. Though he did not lead anyone to flight, he nevertheless triumphed over his own fate in an exceedingly prudent manner. Even when deceived and ensnared, at least in the end, he managed to outwit death. Can this be construed as having outsmarted God? As the words left his lips, a wave emanating from the profound abyss enveloped the rooftop where Cheng Shi stood. Yet again, Chapter 65. The Hall of Fish Bones and the Throne of White Bones. Cheng Shi was drawn away once more. This second encounter with the divine was evidently more adept than the first. He offered no resistance, allowing his consciousness to plunge into darkness. Who was it this time? The god of amusement or the god of debauchery? No, he mustn't think that, at least not in such terms before them. He had no freedom of thought. Even mere imagination could be deemed a sacrilegious transgression. The benefactor had said that before deceiving him, he must endure, and endure he would. As his awareness gradually sharpened from the haze, Cheng Shi cautiously opened his eyes. He had prepared for the worst, even drafting a hasty rebuttal to delicately argue that his blasphemous utterances were mere expressions of impotence, not genuine denigrations of any deity. However, to his astonishment, what lay before him was not a gaze formed of stars, but a winding staircase of white bones, stretching endlessly into the unseen void. Each step resembled a massive vertebra, adorned with gaping bone cavities, starkly pale and dazzling. Alongside the vertebrae sprouted long intermuscular bones, extending outward like jagged cliffs of blades. Due to the steep incline between the vertebrae, when Changshi dared to look up, he discovered that this seemingly endless staircase of white bones resembled a colossal fish skeleton, floating within the boundless darkness and emitting a terrifying white light. If this truly was the skeleton of a fish, then it was beyond the realm of the colossal. Perhaps every adjective he had learned to describe size paled in comparison to its magnitude. Just a single bone face made Changshi feel as though he would need at least 10 minutes to traverse. Awestruck by the enormity before him, Changshi found himself momentarily speechless. At that moment, a cacophony of mixed voices erupted in his ears. It was a sound that defied description, sharp yet hoarse, ethereal yet heavy. As if the voices of men, women, the young, and the old melded together in a dissonant harmony. "Come up, quickly, come up!" Startled by the sudden call, Changshi swiftly turned his head, only to witness a multitude of life forms materializing on the previously unoccupied fish spines. These unfamiliar beings lined up on the razor-thin fishbone cliffs, leaping off one after another like dumplings being dropped into boiling water. Below the precipice lay an endless void. As soon as the life forms leapt, their flesh and blood were swiftly washed away by the abyss until they plummeted to an unseen ground, their remaining bones shattering upon impact. The immense force rendered the skeletal remains into fragments. Save for the skulls which rolled forth towards Changshi, gradually accumulating on either side of the vertebral staircase, their gaping jaws clattering in frenzied welcome of his arrival. "Come up, hurry up, the master awaits you. He is waiting for you above." Changshi was utterly bewildered by this unprecedented scene. Truth be told, anyone in his position would be equally astonished. The spectacle before him was so unfathomable, so far beyond human comprehension, that his legs felt weak and unsteady. Gazing at the countless chattering skulls at the edge of the staircase, Changshi couldn't help but ponder. If I take a step forward, will they come to gnaw at me? The longer he lingered in place, the more frantically the jaws of the skulls opened and closed. He seemed to surmise which entity awaited him above, swallowed hard, steeling himself, and then stepped forward. The instant Changshi took that step, his flesh and blood were shed, leaving only a crystalline skeleton that propelled itself forward. Moreover, he surged ahead onto the next step. This seemingly colossal staircase, at the moment he moved, automatically descended to cushion his feet. The speed was such that it stirred a tempest in the void as Changshi advanced. The skulls along the staircase grew even more boisterous. "Hurry, move faster. Don't keep him waiting." Changshi hesitated to take a second step. Whether it was the fierce winds of the void or the chill of his exposed form, he felt an icy sensation enveloping him. His hands instinctively brushed over the familiar yet foreign structure of his own skeleton. And then he subconsciously covered his groin. Goodness, is this not akin to running naked? Ah, it seems there's no need to cover up. What should be covered is no longer there. Looking down, he exclaimed. Lo and behold, it's truly gone. So this doesn't count as being naked. Changshi's spirits inexplicably lifted, and he chuckled lightly, striding forward with confidence. The fish bones descended step by step. The white bones piled layer upon layer. By the time Changshi counted a total of 404 steps taken, the once monotonous fishbone staircase finally transformed. A commotion arose from all directions, and the voices of men, women, and children suddenly erupted into a cacophony. Following that, an endless stream of skulls rose from behind him, beside him, and before him. Swiftly soaring ahead, a torrent of white surged forth, creating a spectacular waterfall of skulls cascading through the dark void. Changshi stood motionless on the staircase, awaiting the descent of the divine. It was not due to weakness in his legs, but rather because he sensed the ominous presence of death. The air thickened with despair, a suffocating dread enveloping him. This was a true path leading to death. Little master, there is more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. The excitement only grows. Countless skulls rained down, and in the blink of an eye, they formed a throne of white bones before Changshi. Upon that throne sat a gigantic skull, gazing at him through its hollow eye sockets. Changshi. Its voice resonated like the cold flames erupting from the depths of hell, chilling to the bone. Even with only a skeleton remaining, Changshi felt as if his very marrow would freeze. This was death, the third deity of the destiny of life. Yes, Changshi gritted his teeth against the onslaught of the deathly divinity and nodded. Very well, I wish to make a deal with you. A deal? With such a grand display, am I worthy of it? Changshi feared that this was a pitfall laid by death, and thus blurted out, if you desire anything, it would be my honor. What could he possibly possess that would catch its attention? After pondering, he could only think of that item. When fear approaches. Upon hearing Changshi's response, the massive skull fell silent for a long while before finally speaking again. You are not quite as he described. Who? Who the hell spoke ill of me? Changshi dared not ask, and could only awkwardly laugh. However, this forced grin was utterly unexpressive in skeletal form, rendering it effectively a non-response. Present it. The deal shall not be unfair to you. Changshi yearned to question how he would present anything in his current state, but to his astonishment, with a mere thought, all items in his spatial pocket were appended at his feet. Gazing at the disarray of various items scattered about, Changshi felt an acute sense of embarrassment. He quickly crouched down, rummaging through a pile of hallucinogenic powders, ropes, poisons, and masks until he unearthed the dagger required by the deity. Lifting it respectfully, do you know what this is? When fear approaches, imbued with the essence of both you and another deity, a divine relic, Changshi understood that in the tongue of the people of Hope Island, semi-divine artifacts were collectively referred to as divine relics. Feared, a rather unpleasant name. Humanity has made no progress in naming over the millennia. Its name is called Garuda Dagger. Garuda Dagger. How amusing, pray tell. How do you have the audacity to criticize humanity's naming conventions? One fears the overachiever's humility, yet fears the underachiever's ignorance. Yet Changshi remained silent, simply listening attentively. The deity before him seemed eager to share. Garuda is a deity of life, and also my most trusted envoy. Yet he erred, he fell in love with a wretched being. What the hell? Such language, do the gods also use such terms? At that moment, Changshi's mind erupted in a frenzy. In such a setting, to hear a deity utter the word wretched was nothing short of exhilarating. Both the degree of gossip and the sense of camaraderie reached their zenith at this instant. Isn't it a coincidence? I also know a wretched being, moreover. She cough. Never mind. Better to listen than to think. It saves my life. However, it stands to reason that the deity referred to as a wretched being by death must be the source of the other half of When Fear Approaches. Chapter 66. Silence. I'm listening to the gods, gossip, super large cup. Her name is Laylayer. She is the daughter of Mother of Prosperity, yet she could not resist temptation and fell into the abyss of desire, transforming into the loathsome mother tree of fear. What the hell? I recognize that. I once had a scuffle with her child. Changshi suddenly recalled Song Yan from the trial, remembering her description of the throne of white bones. Originally, he truly received the gaze of death at that moment. That devastating scythe of the Grim Reaper might very well have been lent by the individual before him. No wonder such effort was exerted. Who would hold back when battling a green tea? However, my dear brother, where is your scythe? Such a colossal weapon, yet it is nowhere to be seen today. The immense skull perhaps sensed Changshi's recollection and paused for a moment, endeavoring to provoke further memories from him before languidly continuing. Garuda, in order to restore him, extracted his own rib, relinquishing a quarter of his divinity to create it as a gift for the Sea of Desires. However, that wretched being rejected him and sullied the dagger of Garuda. He deserves to perish. Upon uttering these words, a torrent of death surged forth from the depths of the void, erupting instantaneously and engulfing everything. Changshi, inexplicably caught in disaster, was scattered into a pile of shattered bones. No one knew how long this furious deity vented, until Changshi felt he might be forgotten or even extinguished entirely, at which point his consciousness coalesced once more. Yet now, his state resembled that of the gigantic skull upon the throne of bones, reduced to merely a head. Changshi opened his jaw, discovering that his chin striking the steps was quite painful. Well then, if standing is tiring, sitting for a while is not out of the question. So this is how the taint of the divine nature arrives when fear approaches. The mother tree of fear split a quarter of her divinity to express her resolute rejection of Garuda? So, What truly transpired between these two? Could you elaborate? I have ample time. This trial has just concluded, and there are still 7 days left. The colossal skull lowered its gaze to Cheng Shi, its mouth opening and closing several times. Yet it refrained from continuing the tale. Old matters, let them be, today. I have once again witnessed it. Memory, ever reluctant to aid me in dreams, has been brought back by you. Very well, Cheng Shi. What reward do you seek? Cheng Shi abruptly rose, using his chin. If you are bringing this up, I shall take you seriously, esteemed, magnificent true God. I humbly request to acquire this feared, the dagger of Garuda. Yet, as a mere insignificant being, I wish to experience more teachings within the trials bestowed upon us by you and them, to feel more of the divine grandeur. If, and I emphasize if, you could provide a modicum of guidance to my bewildered self, it would be of more use than any divine relic. Having completed this anxious plea, Cheng Shi looked eagerly towards the throne. The enormous skull remained silent for an extended period. Cheng Shi's heart sank. He feared his request might have been excessive. Just as he contemplated a retraction, the skull spoke. You are his, a devotee. Among us, there is only he, and, never mind, do not mention him. Only they enjoy granting you guidance. I possess no guidance to offer you. Your understanding of death. Cheng Shi's heart tightened as he recalled the pitiful score of 0 he received in his previous trial. Path to deification, quite novel. I require some contemplation. Perhaps I could seize some authority from his grasp. What? You intend to snatch what authority from whom? This does not concern me, does it? I have done nothing. Cheng Shi was left bewildered. Nearly terrified. However, I can bestow upon you a little something. After this statement, the conspicuous moment of execution floated amidst the debris. This to imply a surge of pure death energy emanated from the mouths of every skull on the throne. Enveloping moment of execution, shortly thereafter, the staff, crowned with roaring thunder, gradually distorted and transformed into a ring adorned with flickering lightning. The material of the ring bore no resemblance to the previous wooden staff. Rather, it appeared to be crafted from the very bones beneath. When the first divine war concluded, order extinguished thunder's roar. With half of his divinity, he fashioned this staff of thunder. Cheng Shi felt numb. He was both astonished by the wealth of information exchanged during this dialogue and keenly inclined to criticize order for its underhandedness. Eliminating others was one thing, but to desecrate the deceased and mock their foolishness was another. The other half of his divinity resides with me. Yet now, you are too weak. You lack the qualification. I shall remold the staff of thunder, concealing the essence of thunder's roar. Take good care of it. When you venture further, I shall grant you the other half. Upon finishing this, the pale, bone-like ring descended from the air and automatically adorned Cheng Shi's finger. Dear Master, there is more in this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading, as the subsequent events are even more thrilling. However, Cheng Shi missed all of this, for his finger bones had fallen behind the skull. And how could a skull turn around? It was simply impossible. Wait. Something feels amiss. Let me clarify. Death took fear approaches, away and transformed, moment of execution, into a ring, stating that once he grew stronger, he would bestow the other half of thunder's roar as divinity upon himself. This rhetoric. Hiss. Why does it sound so much like the grand promises made by my former boss? You took nothing and yet seized one of my possessions. Can this be called a transaction? Is this not mere exploitation? This is an affront to the honest. Cheng Shi, recovering from his stupor, opened his mouth, his chin striking the ground several times, and ultimately could not help but inquire, Since you despise the mother tree of fear, what of the half of Lei-Leier's divinity within the dagger of Garuda? Might you consider bestowing it upon me? The enormous skull fell silent, and though its hollow eye sockets contained nothing, Cheng Shi felt as though a pair of eyes, leading to death, had opened within. I merely present a suggestion. I believe that for a being as magnificent as you, possessing such a filthy divinity is akin to tossing it into a garbage heap or sealing it away to avoid annoyance. Rather than waste this fragment of divinity, why not allow Lei-Leier's divinity to serve me? You see, I work for you. No, I work for my master and part-time for you, while she works for me. In summation, she would be your beast of burden. Does that not seem more reasonable than letting it languish in idleness? The colossal skull remained unresponsive, yet the path leading to death in its eye sockets evidently vanished. Damn, there might be hope. Changshi immediately began frantically opening and closing his jaw, laboriously turning to bite his own hand bone, lifting the newly forged ring. He then mumbled incoherently. You see, if you combine her divinity with that of this foolish one, this, Thunder's roar, divinity, we could create a ring with 3/4 of divine essence. Thus, you reclaim Garuda's divinity, I acquire a new divine relic, and can progress further in the game. Most importantly, that wretched mother tree of fear would have to work for you every day. What do you think? No response. Still no response. Time slowly trickled by, and in this moment, Changshi felt that the entity before him was not death, but rather silence. Brother, do say something. You are indeed quite greedy. No sooner had the words left his mouth than another surge of pure death energy ascended from the throne of bones. This time, the force enveloped not only the ring but also fear approaches. Shortly thereafter, a slender, piercingly shrill branch was extracted from fear approaches and swiftly inserted into the ring. In the same breath, fear approaches vanished from existence. The divinity from the mother tree of fear, upon contact with the ring, etched a series of shrieking mouths upon its surface. The ring, which had just appeared pale as bone, instantly transformed into a twisted ring radiating a ghostly red glow. Slowly drifting back to Changshi's hand bone, is it complete? Holy smokes, it is complete. Changshi, ecstatic, bit down on his hand bone, examining the peculiar and distorted ring with uncontainable excitement, and asked, What is this? Yet he quickly realized, hastily correcting himself. What I meant to say is, please, Great One, grant this newly forged divine relic a name. Honestly, Changshi felt he discerned a hint of excitement within the enormous skull's eye sockets. Yet he could not ascertain whether this was merely his overzealous imagination. The colossal skull pondered for a moment, its teeth twitching hesitantly several times before solemnly declaring a name for the newly birthed divine relic. It shall be known as the Ring of the Bone's Servant Leylayer. This is absurd. Pray tell, what distinguishes this from Knini's delightful tea? Such a visually striking ring bears this name? Very well, very well. You are impressive, and your word is law. Changshi conceded defeat, affirming with utmost seriousness. The ancient and resplendent naming shall echo through eternity from this moment forth. Of course, that wretched Leylayer shall toil for you for all time. The colossal skull replied in a peculiar tone, then abruptly disintegrated upon the throne of bones, transforming into white ash that scattered like sand. Immediately thereafter, the throne of bones began to dissipate. Once the master departed, the skulls, having suppressed their chatter for so long, finally erupted into noise. Farewell, farewell. I must take my leave. He is waiting for me. Hurry, quick, do not keep him waiting too long. As the throne crumbled before him, the fishbone stairs beneath his feet began to fracture layer by layer. Changshi, now merely a head, could not evade his fate and could only surrender to the void. Yet, even as the sensation of weightlessness surged to his head, he did not release the hand bone in his mouth, until consciousness once again faded into darkness, only to awaken anew. Changshi abruptly opened his eyes, raised his hand, and gazed at the twisted ring on his right index finger. Encircled by an alluring red glow, the ring, seemingly emanating a piercing scream of fear, appeared so enchanting. Chapter 67. A rare moment of respite. Bone's Servant Leylayer's ring. SSS is an artifact forged personally by death, containing half the divinity of thunder and a quarter imbued with the fearful essence of corruption. Special effect, fear nourishment. You can absorb the fearful emotions around you to charge it. For each charge, the ring will illuminate a mouth that screams. Special effect, Thunder's Judgment. Consume 1 unit of fear nourishment to summon a thunder strike, obliterating your enemies. If the target has previously provided fear nourishment to the ring, the strike is guaranteed to hit. Special effect, a bone servant beneath the throne. You can transmute a corpse into a deathly bone servant, capable of delivering your praises back to that esteemed lord upon the throne. Changshi stared intently at the ring in his hand, saliva pooling, a 3.5s level artifact. From the day of its emergence until now, he had never heard of such a thing. Incredible. Changshi silently retracted his previous grumbling about death. generously expressing his admiration. Praise be to that esteemed lord upon the throne of bones. Look at this grandeur, this prestige, this magnificence. To certain masters, not naming names, consider this a notification. If you do not strive harder, your employees will secure positions in other companies. As the old adage goes, the greater the storm, the more valuable the fish, a truth indeed. This philosopher named Gao has long seen through the essence of the world. Chang Shi reveled in this delight for quite some time, akin to the exhilaration he felt upon acquiring his first S-level talent. This overwhelming sense of gain filled his chest, leaving him in a state of exhilaration. If you wish to inquire why Chang Shi, with only 2,100 points, does not mention his SS-level talent, I can only inform you that there exists something called the initial faith talent. While it is rare for the initial faith talent to manifest as SS level, it does not mean it is non-existent. Some individuals dedicate their entire lives to reaching Rome, while others are born into it. Chang Shi does not consider himself the former, nor does he believe himself to be the latter. He feels he was born a mule, destined to be driven onwards. Now, this mule finally possesses a modicum of the right to pause and catch a breath. He cautiously removed the ring, counted the number of screaming mouths upon it, exactly 5. Each trial, aside from Chang Shi himself, had precisely 5 teammates. It was clear what that esteemed lord intended to convey. I am merely a healer, capable only of saving my comrades. How could I possibly slay them? Let alone all 5 at once. That would be a joke taken too far. Chang Shi shook his head in amusement, gently wiping the ring with his sleeve until it gleamed. He then rummaged through his storage to retrieve several rings collected during previous trials, cleaned them meticulously, and donned them sequentially. 2 on his left hand, 2 on his right, in hues of red, yellow, blue, and green. Thus, the once striking artifact transformed into an inconspicuous collection belonging to an avid ring collector. After accomplishing this, he settled on the edge of the rooftop to enjoy his lunch, the unwavering menu. Finger bread paired with canned slime beverage. Hey, are you eating again? Came the voice of a spirited young man from the opposite rooftop. Chang Shi looked up to see Xie Yang waving a large backpack at him. What is up, exercising? Chang Shi chuckled. Xie Yang's arm faltered mid-wave, and he awkwardly replied, What kind of exercise? This trial wasn't too perilous. I happened to find a few history books during the trial and thought, as a mage, you'd surely enjoy studying history, so I brought them back for you. Haha, no need to thank me, just take it. With that, he hurled the backpack over as if swinging a hammer. Though he was being disingenuous, Chang Shi discerned his intent. It was evident this was not a mere gesture, but rather a calculated attempt to ingratiate himself. Perhaps it was due to Su Lu's harsh complaints last time that Xie Yang had been persistently seeking medicine from Chang Shi throughout the past week. He seemed aware that Chang Shi still possessed a stockpile of past prosperity. Yet, Chang Shi had not yielded. It was not a matter of unwillingness to assist, but simply a desire to avoid giving Su Lu an advantage. In previous times, he had shared much in terms of food and drink, but this time, a book. Initially, Chang Shi held little interest in the history of the trials, but since the conclusion of this trial, he suddenly felt a curiosity about the events that transpired on the Isle of Hope. Even if this curiosity was tinged with a gossiping heart regarding the Grand Tribunal, it was still a thirst for knowledge. Thus, Xie Yang's gesture truly struck a chord. Brother, helping you might end up harming you. Not everyone can handle green tea. Those with weak stomachs might suffer. This thought lingered in Chang Shi's mind but remained unspoken. Tio's voice, it would only diminish the amusement. He shoved his fingers into his mouth, gulped down the slime beverage, and retrieved a bottle of past prosperity from his spatial pouch to toss toward Xie Yang, muttering, You owe me 2 bottles. Xie Yang caught the flying potion and nodded vigorously like a chick pecking at grain. Wow, thank you, big brother. You're like my own sibling. I'm in great shape now. I'll repay 1 bottle first. What do you need? Anything below S level is negotiable. I now possess an SSS's. Why would I bother with anything below S? Yet Chang Shi still said, This chapter is not yet complete. Please turn to the next page to continue enjoying the exciting content. Just right, I wanted to inquire about something. If you have any information, consider it a repayment for a potion. Xie Yang was taken aback, surprised. Huh? You're asking me? What do you want to know? Oh, nothing much. Just curious about how the Grand Tribunal engaged in conflict with the Tower of Reason during the mid-civilization era. Upon hearing this, Xie Yang awkwardly scratched his head. Sorry, buddy, I was just testing you. I'm really not part of order. Cheng Shi was unfazed, nodding in acknowledgement that I know. But aren't you part of war? You should be familiar with the onset of such large-scale conflicts on the Isle of Hope. That moment. The awkward smile on Xie Yang's face froze as Cheng Shi finished speaking. His cheeks twitched and he stiffly chuckled twice. Ha ha ha. Who told you I'm a believer in war? You must be mistaken, Nato. Is that so? I must have overthought it. I saw you busy diving into dungeons every day and thought you might be feeling restless not fighting. Let us leave it at that. If I think of something I need next time, I'll let you know. With that, Cheng Shi picked up the backpack, flipping through the books in hand as he headed toward the storage room. Behind him, on the opposite rooftop, Xie Yang gazed at Cheng Shi's departing figure, his expression fluctuating between uncertainty and resolve. Having lost a round, he was preemptively guessed. He clenched the potion in his hand, sighed, and turned toward another side. Ahem, Lulu. Let me tell you, this trial was exceedingly perilous. I barely made it through, but I still gained something. I found a bottle of past prosperity during the trial. Thinking you liked such potions, so I brought it back for you. Hey, Lulu, are you home? All this Cheng Shi naturally could not hear. He sat on a stool in the storage, engrossed in flipping through the books Xie Yang had brought back. The text of the Isle of Hope bore no resemblance to contemporary writing. Aside from those who loved studying history, few could comprehend the untranslated versions. Yet Cheng Shi could, for he possessed a mouth capable of deciphering these characters. Thus, rather than reading, it was more accurate to say he was interpreting. Cheng Shi had long discovered that Fool's tongue enjoyed reading, particularly when he was alone. This had initially been a highly useful assistant. But after Cheng Shi had once suffered a setback, he no longer dared to fully trust this mouth. This moment, amidst the pages filled with tadpole-like script, Fool's tongue read aloud the content, which was shockingly, steps for delivering a Canlawal pig beast. 1. Clean the razor. 2. Incise the belly of the mother beast. Though it was absurd, it was at least somewhat normal, for Cheng Shi had indeed engaged in such tasks before. However, when he heard the next line, he nearly spat blood onto the ceiling. 3. Stuff in the spices. Chapter 68. The Vanished, Chosen Ones, and the new trials. Xie Yang South. Last trial took place in a small town called Hanlin in the Canlawal Empire. This was not something Cheng Shi could have asked, but rather something he gleaned from the books. The 17 books he brought back were hardly historical texts, but rather miscellaneous writings bought by the local pig farm owner to pass the time. Complete with his own reading reflections and doodles. There exists a vast array of literary genres, ranging from romantic tales such as The Beautiful Town Girl to suspenseful novels like Kill the Bastard, and even specialized academic reference books like The Life of the Swine Beast. Yet, conspicuously absent are any earnest historical tomes concerning the human geography and political milieu of that era. Perhaps history is deemed history precisely because it is penned by later generations to commemorate the past. In that moment, those dwelling in the present likely paid little heed to how they would be portrayed posthumously. While the knowledge gleaned may not have been particularly useful, it served as a pleasant diversion. At the very least, during these past few days, Cheng Shi encountered a breeder of the swine beast who espouses the faith of birth, a farm owner who believes in prosperity, and a butcher who professes faith in death. The application of life in such practical contexts indeed shattered Cheng Shi's preconceived notions of faith, being something lofty and untouchable. One cannot help but marvel at the omnipresence of their will. In these days, apart from reading, several significant events unfolded. The most notable was the collective shock among peers in the professional channel. Apologies, but only carved Decade Wood has ascended to the top, while the once dominant figure of Decay has plummeted to the 10th position. Eliciting laughter. Cheers for prosperity. How amusing, one wonders, can the Decade truly endure this? Coincidentally, the Grand Marshal's rank has also slipped to 4th, with the Silent Ones rising to prominence, which is infuriating. The Grand Marshal is a term of reverence for the war chosen among believers of war. Since the inception of the faith game and the moment the ranking ladder for audience meetings was established, the Grand Marshal has consistently held the top spot on the War Silence leaderboard. Yet, who could have anticipated that merely 2 days after the conclusion of the last special trial, he would suffer 5 consecutive defeats and tumble to 4th place? Moreover, Order has also fallen, although it still retains the 1st place, albeit in a new form. What a situation! Even the Oracle of Fate has descended, now replaced by Time at the top, with both losing points and finding themselves in the same tier. Incredible! A group of chosen ones engaging in rank matches, Such divine conflict is thrilling to contemplate. As for others, I cannot say, but at least the Oracle of Fate did not lose by his own volition. He was bested by me. I raised my head and realized this was the professional channel. Your words led me to think I had stumbled into the faith channel. Wake up, my friend. Do not deceive yourself. What do you discuss in the faith channel? Deceiving one another. The affairs of cultured individuals cannot be deemed deception. It has been a while since I last checked. Let me take a glance. Upon returning, I found several engaged in a game of landlord with the gods. Some were creating worlds, and others were manipulating the scores on the ranking ladder. Observing these dubious remarks, Changshi merely smiled and moved on. However, he instinctively sensed something amiss with the collective decline in points among the chosen ones. When an unusual occurrence transpires frequently enough, it deserves attention. Why have the steadfast chosen ones begun to lose points during these recent days when the trials have intensified? Changshi's score may not be at that level, and perhaps he cannot fathom the reasons. Yet, upon reflection, there are only two plausible directions. Either they have simply failed the trials repeatedly, indicating that they may be pursuing something relentlessly, even at the cost of losing points, or the top position may be governed by rules that ordinary players cannot grasp, making it less secure than it appears. Since the trials are evolving, it stands to reason that the challenges for the chosen ones would also change. To ascertain what transpired, further observation may be necessary. Nevertheless, a conservative approach to progress is never misguided. Amidst the waves, some ride the tide while others drown. An intricate balance to assess. Changshi reopened his ranking ladder. The ID True Heart and Sincerity had now fallen to 47th place, which implies a string of consecutive losses without a single victory to attain such a position. Even more astonishing was the decline of Memory chosen Li Jingming. Ranking ladder, Existence Memory, Void Deception, 1. Again, first place, Brothers, Deception, 204-2. This sentiment can wait, Memory, 201-3. Li Jingming, Memory, 199-4. Still like a dream, Memory, 198-5. He escapes, he pursues, he is trapped, Deception, 196.46. Spectating the escape route of the elder brother, Deception, 179.47. True Heart and Sincerity, Deception, 179.62. I never deceive, Deception, 164 time. Like a runaway horse, never returns. 7 days swiftly passed, and once again, the day of the trial arrived. However, this time, Changshi woke with a smile to greet the trial, for the green tea girl next door seemed to have vanished. Young master, there is more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading, as it gets even more exciting. She had ignored Xie Yang for a whole week, leaving the young man despondent, believing his beloved had perished in the trials. Changshi was taken aback upon hearing this news, clutching his thigh tightly to suppress a laugh in front of Xie Yang. However, it must be said that Xie Yang was a lovesick individual, mourning Su Lu's disappearance for 3 to 4 days. It wasn't until the 5th day that he managed to recover, tying a love letterment for Su Lu to a string and lowering it to the window of a girl named Fan Tingting living on the floor below Su Lu. Under the pretense of alleviating his pain with love, Changshi scoffed, cursing himself for misjudging the person. Then he turned away and gave Xie Yang a hearty thumbs up. You have far more amusement than I. Little Xie. I plan to rely on your drama for my later years. As Changshi pondered and chuckled, his vision turned crimson. Special trial, the annihilated world, has commenced. Matching teammates, 1-6, trial objective, unshackle, discard restraints, embrace annihilation, and attain redemption, limited to 3 days. Annihilation? It is indeed a scenario of annihilation? Changshi stared in astonishment at the prompt before him, swiftly rising to stuff all his survival tools into his personal space. It had been a long time since he had encountered a scenario of annihilation. The last time was when he hadn't even reached 2,000 points. The content of the trial set by its deity is strikingly singular. The objective remains unchanged, to survive in a world on the brink of annihilation, amidst terrifying natural disasters. Matching successful, 6-6, entering the trial. Chapter 69. Oh no, met a celebrity. The chill on his face seemed to suggest. It was raining. His consciousness gradually returned. The sound of pouring rain filled his ears, the air was damp, and a cold wind blew towards him. Changshi slowly opened his eyes, realizing he was enveloped in mist, with clouds swirling around. Indeed, it was raining, a light rain, falling gently yet persistently. He paid no mind to the drizzle soaking his hair and clothes, nor did he hastily retrieve an umbrella from his personal space. Instead, he began to survey his surroundings. It appeared to be the slope of a high mountain, with peaks stretching as far as the eye could see. The verdant landscape, rich in flora, filled Changshi with a refreshing sense of clarity, as the beauty of nature served as a purifier for negative emotions. Just as he extended his arms to embrace the raindrops falling from the sky, his teammates also began to awaken. "Whoa, brother, what is this? Praising someone? In the wild? Cough, 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 cough. The humidity is too high, and the atmospheric pressure is low. A downpour is on its way." Though it was their first meeting, I felt compelled to interrupt their appreciation of the rain to deliver some less than pleasant news. "Our personal space has been locked." Changshi paused in surprise, retracting his hand abruptly as he attempted to access his personal space. However, the space that had previously responded so readily now remained utterly unresponsive. What this person said was true. His personal space was indeed locked. Such a phenomenon was unprecedented. Each new challenge presented a unique puzzle, and this was no exception. The trials of Annihilation predominantly revolve around survival, often resembling a life-and-death escape. Within its trial grounds, various perilous survival situations abound, leading players to prepare survival tools after enduring numerous hardships. The personal space, albeit limited, was insufficient to accommodate all household items, resulting in a growing number of individuals like Changshi, who sharpened their tools at the last moment. Little did they expect that there would be countermeasures in place. This trial had sealed their personal spaces, a truly unheard-of situation. Changshi glanced at the ring on his finger, silently relieved. Thankfully, he hadn't left this semi-artifact in his personal space. Otherwise, he would have been in a dire predicament. The items within one's personal space could only be seen as embellishments to one's capabilities, and losing them would not significantly diminish Changshi's strength or lead him to peril. This, too, was something he had always prepared for, as nothing external could compare to the strength gained from personal growth, except, of course, for the rare opportunity to cling to a powerful ally. Damn. Is this for real? A male player, after trying for quite some time and failing to retrieve anything, wiped the rain from his face. Muttering curses, despite his pallor, there was a discernible lack of despair on his face. It was evident that this individual possessed a certain fortitude. As for the others, Changshi wiped the rainwater from his face, simultaneously adjusting his expression to one of feigned terror, and through the gaps between his fingers, he furtively glanced at the other members of the group. There were 5 teammates in total, excluding the aforementioned gentlemen, 3 men and 1 woman. Each bore a unique expression point. One elderly man with white hair was persistently coughing, leaning on his knees with his head slightly bowed, his face contorted in a way that obscured any clear emotion. Yet, Changshi noted the steadiness of his stance. Despite his coughing fit, his feet remained firmly planted in the rain-soaked mud. A youth with a backpack knitted his brow slightly, spreading his clothing to shield his bag, which appeared to contain something that ought not to be exposed to water. Changshi cast a quick glance and surmised that the outline of the bag suggested it harbored some form of weapon, likely short and numerous. The individual who had alerted everyone was a robust man with chiseled features, his sharp, expressive eyes and powerful arms indicating a penchant for offense. The thick calluses on both his hands suggested he was a hunter. As for the last member, rather striking indeed. She was a slender girl with pink hair, her bright eyes sparkling as she surveyed her surroundings with a playful smile, seemingly unfazed by the confinement of her personal space. Changshi's gaze swiftly swept across her face. She struck him as familiar, as though he had encountered her before. However, the rapidity of his inspection left no time for contemplation. To his surprise, the very next moment, someone called out her name. "You are Tao Yi?" Changshi exclaimed, astonished as he observed the collective surprise etched on the faces of the others. The pink-haired girl squinted and smiled, revealing a mischievous grin akin to that of a little fox. "Greetings, everyone. I am Tao Yi." Upon hearing her melodious voice, reminiscent of a golden oriole, Changshi finally recalled who this recognizable girl was. She was a rising actress who had ventured into singing, having labored for 7 or 8 years without much acclaim, only to achieve widespread fame after playing a minor role as a maid in a court comedy at the behest of a friend. This production had become immensely popular across the nation. Tao Yi portrayed the villainous cousin of the female lead. who harbored unrequited love for the protagonist. Her quirky demeanor and propensity for inadvertently complicating matters endeared her to the audience, even surpassing the female lead in popularity and becoming the most beloved character in the series. Chang Shi had never been one to watch television dramas, but the incessant chatter of his colleagues had led him to learn of her existence. He marveled at the star he had seen on screen now standing before him, thinking to himself, she is even slimmer than in photographs. How wondrous the world is to encounter a celebrity in this trial. Goodness, it's the real deal. With her pink hair, I nearly failed to recognize her. What a pity that your acting career has only just begun, and yet this cursed game has descended upon us. The gentleman who recognized Tao Yi continued to ramble on, as though he could not contain his excitement. Ah, in truth, I prefer singing over acting. You are presumably a singer? Actually, I am a mage. This. Chang Shi could no longer suppress his laughter, erupting in a chuckle. Why, good fellow, with such an approach to conversation. Your intentions are likely futile, Tao Yi giggled, pointing to herself. Allow me to reintroduce myself. I am Tao Yi, life, mage, 1783. Tao Yi, life, mage, 1783. The gentleman who had initiated the conversation remained oblivious to the awkwardness, continuing to prattle on. What a coincidence. I am also a mage and indeed, an actor as well. From a young age, I have been enamored with the stars and science fiction, and as I grew older, I became utterly captivated, yearning to act in a sci-fi film of my own design. Alas, I missed the casting opportunity for the Three Body Project and have resorted to participating in smaller productions to gain experience. I have played the third male lead in various dramas, the most viewed of which is titled The Remarkable Starship Immortal Emperor, in which I portray the Demon Realm General Zhu Chao. My character ranks quite high on the popularity list. Tao Yi, have you seen it? As this individual spoke with increasing speed, the expressions of those around him grew increasingly peculiar. Chang Shi felt as though his face might freeze in embarrassment. He wished he could crouch down and check whether the soles of his shoes had been worn through. How painfully awkward. My friend, I dare say you are ill-suited for Three Body. Perhaps you should audition for Three Body Syndrome instead. I assure you, you could easily play the lead. Perhaps sensing the discomfort radiating from everyone, the loquacious Zhu Chao finally recognized the inappropriateness of his introduction. He awkwardly chuckled and scratched his head, saying, my sincerest apologies. I became too excited upon meeting Tao Yi. My name is Su Yida. Existence, mage, 1864. As soon as he finished speaking, Chang Shi raised his eyebrows in surprise. This boisterous actor had just told a fib during their introductions. Su Yida, Existence, Mage, 1864, Chapter 70. The Elderly, Women, and Children Bureau. Quite intriguing. It appeared that this garrulous actor, who seemed so carefree, had already told a lie at the outset of their introductions. What was even more fascinating was the length of his statement, offering numerous points at which he could have concealed the truth, leaving Chang Shi momentarily unable to pinpoint what he was attempting to hide. Thus, he maintained an impassive exterior while internally assigning a special focus to this character. Once Su Yida completed his self-introduction, the elderly man who had been coughing persistently finally straightened his posture and nodded with a pained smile toward the group. I apologize, everyone. I understand time is of the essence, but I must first inquire. Has anyone encountered a university student named Cui Qiushi? Cough, cough. He is tall, slightly taller than I am, approximately 1.83 meters, slender with short hair. Though he may have let it grow longer by now. His skin is rather dark, and he has a scar on the back of his neck. A burn scar, cough. His eyes resemble mine, but he has a mole at the corner. Before the elderly man could finish, Su Yida, unable to contain himself, waved his hand and interjected, Hold on, old man, what are you doing here? Searching for someone. Who is this person? Your grandson? The old man shook his head, coughing violently before straightening up again, his expression one of apology. I am truly sorry. My health has deteriorated. He is my son, and I merely wish to know if he is alive and safe. I have searched for him for quite some time, but have yet to find him. Your son? Chang Shi looked at the old man, astonished. The man appeared to be at least 70 years old. If his son was a university student, he must have fathered him at over 50, and a wonder, even in a world as dire as this, he was still searching for his son. Such late-in-life parenthood often leads to excessive spoiling. Excuse me, sir, you must be in your 70s or 80s, and your son is a university student? The old man remained unperturbed by Su Yida's skepticism, nodding repeatedly as he coughed and replied, "Yes, Qiushi excelled in his studies and was accepted into Nanjing University of Science and Technology." Enough. Who cares which university he was accepted into? There are no universities left now. Let me tell you, no one has probably seen him. Consider the sheer number of people, 12 billion globally, with only 6 matched in each round. If we were to encounter him, it would be miraculous. Besides, he might. Perhaps realizing that suggesting the old man's son was deceased would be too insensitive, Su Yida hesitated, ultimately swallowing his words. "I apologize for taking up your time. The old man is Cui Ding Tian, a believer in decay. With a score of 1677. Cui Ding Tian, decay, 1677. Decay." Everyone was taken aback, exchanging bewildered glances. Chang Shi's gaze swiftly traversed the faces of the others, noting that only Taoyi exhibited a fleeting moment of discomfort. Delightful. It seems she is a follower of prosperity. Su Yida too appeared astonished. Old man, you just revealed that Tao Yi was a follower of life. Was he not concerned about her? What does it matter? I am a decaying tree. The old man's physical condition was evident to all, and his greatest desire was simply to learn of Qiushi before he departed from this world. Cough, cough. But fret not, everyone. I still possess a modicum of strength and can be of assistance. If I become a burden, do not concern yourselves with me. It is all fate. The sincerity of Cui Ding Tian's words was palpable, and he spoke without deceit. Yet, Chang Shi observed this man, a true follower of decay, and his brow furrowed deeply. Given his current state, he should be at the zenith of his decay powers, to be frank. His decay potency likely surpassed that of the younger individuals by several fold. How had he come to this point? Curious, we must hasten, everyone. The rain is intensifying. The gentleman who had first alerted the group to their confined personal spaces seemed particularly attuned to the happenings around them. He gradually shifted his gaze from the elderly man and wrung the water from his clothing. Zhao Qian, Civilization, Hunter, 1937. Zhao Qian, Civilization, Hunter, 1937. Indeed, he was a hunter. Chang Shi smiled faintly, giving himself a mental pat on the back. Yet inwardly he felt a twinge of concern regarding Zhao Qian's earlier gaze. This seasoned hunter seemed to possess an unusual interest in the old man. His flickering eyes concealed unspoken deceptions. Had he found his quarry? Or had he perhaps encountered the individual known as Cui Qiushi? Just as Chang Shi was meticulously observing the old man and the hunter, the youth standing nearby spoke up. Gao Yu, a civilization, mage, level 1721, another mage. Is today the day for mage team building? Chang Shi suddenly felt a chuckle bubbling up. This young mage appeared rather youthful, and his voice retained a hint of childishness. He seemed to be no older than a high school student. Chang Shi asked with a grin, "Are you a high school student?" Gao Yu's expression faltered, and he turned his head, muttering in response, "What high school? I'm about to turn 18, a high school student." Gao Yu looked at Chang Shi with exasperation, finding him rather dull. Chang Shi smiled broadly, thinking, TSK, just a little brat. However, this game was quite intriguing. All ages were represented. As for who the weak one was, him, Chang Shi, life, priest, level 1501. Greetings, esteemed allies. Chang Shi beamed, seemingly honored that his low score could match with a group of formidable players in the 1700s and 1800s. Upon hearing Chang Shi was a priest, the previously furrowed brows of the others relaxed. Finally, amidst this dire survival trial, a priest had arrived. Although his score was somewhat lacking, it was certainly better than having none at all. Just as Chang Shi completed his introduction, a sudden flash illuminated the distant horizon, followed closely by the resounding roar of thunder. Boom! Lightning danced wildly within the inky black clouds, as if a true dragon were weaving through the sky. The downpour visibly intensified. It appeared that the initial calamity was linked to the rain, likely heralding floods or landslides. Everyone should act swiftly. After the crisis, they could deliberate on whether to ascend or descend. Currently, the 6 players found themselves on a mountainside. If the disaster were a flood, the summit would be the safest refuge. Conversely, should it be a landslide, descending to the valley would be prudent. This decision bore significant weight, potentially influencing their survival. It required careful consideration. After Zhao Qian articulated these thoughts, silence enveloped the group, with the exception of Su Yida. He stared at everyone in bewilderment before awkwardly turning away. The moment he pivoted, Chang Shi observed his constrained silhouette and couldn't help but chuckle. How amusing to encounter a fellow practitioner. This individual was clearly not a being. He was unmistakably a void entity, deception, mage, a master of trickery. Among the six present, aside from himself, Tao Yi, and Cui Ding Tian, who were fated adversaries, the others posed no such opposition. Thus there was no need for caution. The memory decree offered a fragment of memory. Irrespective of whose it was, the time decree required precision and punctuality. Both decrees evidently did not necessitate secrecy. Personal privacy? Ritual habits? No. In the face of impending urgency, these considerations were trivial. Moreover, even the followers of prosperity had not departed. Why would a being follower choose to leave alone? No wonder his words were laced with deceit. For the deception decree is inherently about trickery. Whether one deceives enemies or allies depends on their profession and talents. Ironically, the decrees of the being fate do not rely on tangible items, whereas those of the void fate necessitate prayers directed towards specific divine tokens. Su Yida's departure was likely a means to conceal his facade. For those without the lies like yesterday talent, how to masquerade their beliefs remained a profound dilemma. However, most deception followers encountered previously tended to disguise themselves as followers of a fate, as this merely required replicating a die, leaving the rest to be spun with eloquent words. Then, when others were distracted, they could stealthily switch their prayer target to their concealed mask. Few, indeed, were those like the notorious magical world sauces who masqueraded as being followers. Moreover, there is a saying, the more one speaks, the more one errs. Players of deception faith rarely voiced their thoughts, and when they did, they often pointed directly to fraud. Using loquacity to mask true intentions and verbal distractions to shift others' focus is indeed a clever tactic. But it requires a deft hand. For both the mind and spirit, it is a considerable burden. Returning to the matter of the decree, this fellow practitioner might possess some subtle trick up his sleeve. Hence his cautious demeanor. With this thought, Chang Shi found himself even more intrigued by him. Chapter 71, Decree. In progress after Su Yida's departure, the others exchanged glances, uncertain how to proceed. The awkward silence lingered for several moments until Zhao Qian finally stepped forward. Breaking the quiet. I am an Eagle-Eye Scout. I apologize, but I require your cooperation for a spar. An Eagle-Eye Scout. A war hunter. As expected. Chang Shi had correctly surmised his profession, but he had not anticipated that he was a follower of war. The war decree incited conflict. In crowded places, one merely needed to find two inconspicuous passers-by to engage in a brawl. Yet, ironically, this scenario unfolded in the wilderness. Even worse, it involved the elderly, women, and children. The only two individuals not associated with this demographic were one who had already departed and the one eager to fight. The atmosphere grew even more silent. One glance at Zhao Qian's muscular physique indicated that this fight would not be easy. His followers may not have possessed numerous war talents prior to the decree, but their bodies had long surpassed ordinary human capabilities due to the rigors of warfare. Furthermore, as the decree was invoked, they would be compelled to unleash their full ferocity, leaving no room for mercy. Those who faced them would need to withstand the initial onslaught to allow the war followers to regain their composure. Zhao Qian's expression was serious. Nothing could be discerned. Chang Shi surveyed the surroundings and noted that neither Tao Yi nor Gao Yu seemed inclined to act as punching bags. Alas, the burden would likely fall upon him, the lone elder. Just as Chang Shi prepared to step forward and accept the invitation of war, unexpectedly, the white-haired elder Cui Ding Tian straightened up and stepped forward. Ahem, old man will fight you. I am a warrior. I can take it. Chang Shi's gaze sharpened as he regarded him. The elderly fellow was actually a warrior, indeed, decayed. Warriors were rare, possessing exceptional defensive capabilities. Unlike order warriors who could protect the entire group, they focused on enhancing their own defenses. This profession was also known by a name everyone was familiar with, mummy. They were wrapped in resplendent exteriors, yet their interiors had long since succumbed to decay, akin to a mummy buried by time. Mummy? Even Zhao Qian was taken aback for a moment, but he soon nodded in understanding at this tier. Very few were unaware of their own limitations. Since the old man had stepped forward, it indicated he could withstand the blows perfectly. If he could endure my initial assault, his decree would be fulfilled. The decayed decree accelerates decay. Any pain is accounted for. Thus, this bout could indeed be considered a win-win situation. Be advised, my right punch carries considerable force. With that, Zhao Qian's eyes glowed red, and he crouched down, launching himself towards Cui Dingtian with astonishing speed. The force of his feet pressed the earth downwards, indicating his velocity. Bang, bang. In the blink of an eye, the two engaged in a flurry of punches and kicks. The sound of their bones and muscles colliding surpassing even the thunderous roars. Cui Dingtian, defying his earlier frailty, exhibited a sharp gaze and agile movements that left onlookers astounded. Yet, his cough did not cease. In fact, it intensified. Chang Shi instinctively shifted his position to provide the two with ample space. He casually plucked a blade of grass and placed it in his mouth, akin to a young ruffian, and sidled over to Tao Yi and Gao Yu, grinning as he inquired, "Need any assistance?" With a face full of smiles, Tao Yi suddenly looked flustered, while the more reserved Gao Yu spoke up first. "I am a scholarly scholar, majoring in mechanical engineering, and I do not require your knowledge. Rather, I can impart a piece of knowledge to you, a scholarly scholar, a mage of truth. This profession boasts the highest number of variants among all professions, without exception. Just as order, mages, elemental judges can delve deeply into and master a single element, scholarly scholars can choose various fields of study, deriving complex and numerous variants based on their pursuit of truth. The mechanical engineering major focuses on mechanical creations, viewing truth as flesh and blood burdens and mechanical permanence. They believe the path to truth is excessively lengthy and human lifespans are far too brief. If one could harness endless resources to create perpetually evolving machinery, they could transcend the dimensions of life and death, gradually approaching their divine understanding through a different means. Chang Shi suddenly comprehended. Casting a casual glance at the concealed package beneath Gao Yu's clothing, it turned out that what he hid there was not a weapon, but rather his tools. What a clever child. Thankfully, he hadn't stored his food in the spatial compartment. The adherents of truth abide by two distinct doctrines. Those engaged in auxiliary professions must acquire knowledge, while those in disseminative roles are tasked with spreading it. Chang Shi expressed a hint of anticipation. So? It is indeed the most astute and erudite scholar. Speak, and we shall listen intently. Gao Yu curled his lip, pausing to ponder before sharing his insights. The eminent scholar Glow of the Void Matter Energy School conducted an experiment, utilizing the ritual of truth from the Council of Erudition. He launched 100 unpowered beacons into the void. Subsequently, he and his students, wielding 100 beacon manipulators, endeavored to retrieve these beacons through a rift in the void at the farthest reaches of the city of Gasmela. This chapter is not yet complete. Please turn to the next page to continue enjoying the captivating content. Should this laborious and time-consuming experiment succeed, it would sufficiently demonstrate that the coordinates between the void and reality are unequivocally corresponded. Alas, Glow met with failure. Throughout the arduous journey spanning over a decade, the indexers were able to sense the beacon's presence, yet upon reaching Gasmela, they lost contact with them. Scholars at the Tower of Matter unanimously deemed Glow's hypothesis absurd, asserting that the void is indeed the void and bears no correspondence to reality. Consequently, the eminent scholar was stripped of his qualifications to compete for a position within the Council of Erudition, and he passed away in despair. However, on the very day following Glow's demise, the beacons inexplicably tumbled from the void rift, showering down upon the scholar's funeral in Gasmela. His students wailed in inconsolable grief. Unable to comprehend this unfathomable spectacle, they gathered all the beacons, discovering that precisely 100 were accounted for, though each beacon was missing a fragment. When the scholars arrived to restore the missing parts, they found that these fragmented pieces fit together seamlessly to form a mask the size of a beacon. The mask bore a smile replete with mockery, as if deriding humanity's futile and insignificant quest to explore the void. The evidence was irrefutable. The Tower of Matter was compelled to acknowledge the correctness of the eminent scholar's perspective. Furthermore, they speculated that within the void, which is intricately connected to reality, there might exist a deity that delights in tormenting humanity. This marked the first occasion in history when people sensed the presence of such a being. Chang Shi listened in bewilderment. Momentarily taken aback, he blinked rapidly, casting a surprised glance at Gao Yu. "Are you calling me out, little brat? Did he see through me? It shouldn't be possible. This high schooler seems unremarkable, hardly capable of discerning my identity right away. Could it merely be coincidence?" This tale certainly reeks of divine intervention. Who else could orchestrate such chaos? Cheng Shi was engulfed in doubt, his eyes darting as he cautiously probed. Is this what you consider knowledge? Isn't this merely the history of the Land of Hope? Reflecting on the past, examining history can indeed guide us in the present. Thus, history is always knowledge. So what lesson does this story impart? Maintain humility and reverence for the mysterious. To understand why deception manifests within the void, one must mention a fundamental concept. Existence is reality, which is quite comprehensible, while the traces of nothingness signify the void. Nothingness is inherently invisible, yet when it begins to encroach upon existence, it manifests in a form comprehensible to existence. And this form is the void. Cheng Shi smacked his lips, observing for a moment, confirming that this little brat had indeed struck a chord. You possess a profound understanding of history? I wouldn't say I fully understand, but I have a great fondness for it. I am a member of the historical school. Oh, interesting. When a child earnestly asserts their affiliation with the historical school, one cannot simply regard them as a mere child. They must be addressed as young scholar. The historical school is not an organization one enters lightly. Extensive historical knowledge and a wealth of anecdotal evidence merely serve as a stepping stone. More crucially, each member must have personally witnessed a historical moment that significantly altered the landscape of the Land of Hope and have meticulously chronicled it in detailed historical records. Thus, the grand narrative of the entire history of the Land of Hope is derived from the historical school. They have unfailingly presented the historical backdrop of the trials to the gaze of all. However, such stringent entry requirements imply that members of the historical school are predominantly chosen ones with a fervent passion for history. Since players in the faith game have no choice in the trial scenarios they encounter, they can only witness an epic through sheer luck. Cheng Shi felt a surge of joy, for he too had recently developed an interest in history. May I be so bold as to inquire, Gao Yu, which historical moment did you witness? There are confidentiality levels within the school. It has yet to be declassified, hence I cannot share what I see. I am unworthy of such knowledge. Cheng Shi smacked his lips again, turning back to the previously silent Tao. So, Miss Elf, how shall we resolve the issue of your sustenance? I am a wood elf, a mage devoted to prosperity. The doctrine of prosperity entails accumulating nourishment to foster abundance. When the subject of this doctrine shifts to a person, it naturally becomes eating, and eating abundantly. Generally, followers of prosperity never fret over food. Yet today is an exception, for the personal spaces of all 6 individuals have been sealed. This unfortunate pink-haired elf seems to have lost her source of sustenance, just as Taoi found herself in a predicament. Su Yida, who had departed early, returned, seemingly cradling something in his hands, exclaiming with delight, Taoi, look, I found these mushrooms in the past of this land. Are they sufficient? Taoi turned in astonishment to see that Su Yida indeed held a handful of mushrooms. Wait, are you a follower of memory? Thank you. This is incredibly timely. She gleefully dashed over to accept the mushrooms from Su Yida's hands. However, to Cheng Shi, this scene appeared exceedingly bizarre, for he discerned not a single thing in Su Yida's hands. What a splendid performance, utterly impeccable, Cheng Shi muttered to himself. Chapter 72. Transition amidst the tempest. Su Yida is an exceptional performer, at least for everyone else. He conveyed 3 meanings in that recent statement. First, he is a mage of memory, a traveler of recollections. Second, he indeed possesses the ability to return to the past, which may prove immensely useful in the trial of annihilation, thereby enhancing his significance. Third, he has discerned that Tao is a follower of prosperity, showcasing his keen observational skills. However, for Cheng Shi, Su Yida's performance concealed 2 layers of deception, his talent and his score. Cheng Shi had already surmised his talent, the S-level faith talent of deception, mirage in the interstice of reality. When someone falls prey to his lies, everything he describes becomes visible to that person. Conversely, if someone sees through his deception, then everything he states remains unseen by the one who has uncovered the truth. In essence, Su Yida created a handful of mushrooms existing in the liminal space between reality and illusion. Tao believed him, hence she could see and consume them. Cheng Shi had long deduced that he was a follower of deception, and possessed the talent to see through his lies. Thus he perceived only Su Yida's clumsy and ludicrous performance devoid of substance. This also elucidates why many talents associated with deception, appear exceedingly formidable yet are rated quite low, for once the lie is exposed, no matter how high the facade, it will collapse catastrophically, never to be reconstructed. Strangely enough, Chang Shi currently could not puncture his ruse. Not only now but throughout the entire trial, he could not unveil him. For he might be the sole assurance that Taoyi could exert her full potential during the trials. Additionally, possessing an S-level talent likely indicates that Su Yida's ladder score exceeds 2,000. Thus, it seems this individual's cunning is on par with that of the previous teammates. Tao Yi beamed with delight, holding the mushrooms and indulging in them without a care for the already concluded battle with Cui Ding Tian. The elder glanced at Tao Yi and nodded slightly, as if gaining a newfound respect for this girl of opposing faith. Zhao Qian regarded Cui Ding Tian with a peculiar expression, stepping back a couple of paces. Taking deep breaths before stating, "The mummy truly excels in defense. Impressive, cough, that I concede." The elder, having just completed his statement, began to cough again, appearing somewhat hunched. Well, as everyone can see, the rain is intensifying, given the current soil conditions. If it continues to pour, the chances of triggering a mudslide or landslide are significantly heightened. Zhao Qian kicked at the muddy ground beneath him, frowning as he continued. My suggestion is to proceed downhill and then navigate around. The mountain peak over there appears to be more solid, and whether we wait for the rain to cease or brace for an even larger downpour, we shall have better options there. What do you think? Following his gesture, the group observed that the mountain there indeed seemed sturdier, comprised of a pale stone. I have no objections. All right. I have no objections. Cough. Then let us hasten our departure. Zhao Qian, ever the vanguard, led the way with unwavering resolve, while Su Yida radiated an abundance of spirit, and even old Cui was not lagging behind. Chang Shi and Gao Yu naturally fell into step together, quietly trailing behind. Hey, you've been talking about us. What about you? Gao Yu inquired softly. Me. What? Yu Xing, you're not Feng Rong, so naturally, there's only .o that. Chang Shi chuckled shyly, then somewhat deliberately reached into his trousers, having already completed his task. Gao Yu's gaze followed his movement downward, and upon noticing Chang Shi's thoroughly soaked pants, a sudden realization struck him, leaving him shocked and bewildered as he blinked rapidly. Is it even possible? You. Impressive, truly swift. Is being quick a problem? It saves time. Gao Yu displayed a smile that conveyed his incomprehension before turning away. Having finished her meal, Tao Yi appeared significantly more invigorated, darting ahead to forge a path. It was no wonder. Given the affinity of wood spirits with Flora, the weeds and thorns ahead posed no obstacle. With a mere wave of her hand, a shortcut through the thickets appeared before them. Let us go, be cautious and keep up. Her agile form danced and leaped across the rising vine platforms, her demeanor starkly contrasting the previously benign pink-haired girl. The truth remains. Those who reach this score are anything but simple. Appearances can be deceiving. Chang Shi shook his head with a smile and followed closely. Although he could not match Tao Yi's effortless grace, he was still capable of descending swiftly. However, midway through his descent, a wildly growing vine suddenly ensnared his leg, yanking him down from the heights. Chang Shi, taken aback, glanced back to find Tao Yi nurturing the plants at her feet, which transformed into a colossal hand that caught him. He felt no shame or inferiority. Instead, he approached Tao Yi with gratitude, showering her with praise. Great star, formidable leader, thank you, esteemed one. I shall cling to your leg and never let go. Heaven shall bear witness to my sincerity. No sooner had he spoken than thunder rumbled ominously. Boom, boom, boom. This chapter is not yet complete. Please click to the next page to continue enjoying the riveting content. The onlookers observed with bemusement as Tao Yi chuckled bashfully, waving her hand dismissively. It's nothing, just mutual assistance. Let's hurry along. The group set off again, with Chang Shi and Gao Yu lagging behind. At this moment, the rain intensified. The curtain of rain, akin to a beaded veil, nearly obstructed the players' vision, compelling them to scavenge for materials to fashion makeshift rain shields to hold over their heads, which afforded them a glimpse of the path ahead. Hey, Gao Yu. Upon hearing Chang Shi's attempt at conversation, Gao Yu sighed. Go ahead and call me little brother. The very utterance revitalized Chang Shi. I'm quite interested in history, particularly the evolution of the alchemical constructs in the Tower of Rationality. Since we're on the road, care to enlighten me? Gao Yu appeared somewhat taken aback. You have an interest in puppets? Cheng Shi did not shy away, nodding earnestly indeed. He then lowered his voice. You see, when not participating in trials, it can be rather dull alone. However, when connecting with others, one must be wary of sudden, malicious intentions from outsiders, which is unsafe. If I could learn some alchemical techniques to create a puppet, wouldn't that be? You know what I mean. In the torrential downpour, amidst the cacophony, their exchange should not have been overheard. Yet, at an unknown moment, Su Yida had stealthily fallen behind, now eavesdropping on their conversation, evidently intrigued by their clandestine topic. Gao Yu mused silently that Cheng Shi truly was this kind of person, responding with a hint of disdain. Flesh and blood are merely fleeting companions. Since the gods have descended, we may possess boundless possibilities. Why cling to these ephemeral things? Cheng Shi paused, retorting, then what should we cling to? Eternal mechanical constructs? To create a female mech to accompany oneself? Who could have anticipated that Cheng Shi's offhand remark would cause Gao Yu to stumble, his face flushing with embarrassment as he turned away quickly? Cheng Shi stared in astonishment at his reaction, pondering whether he had indeed created one. Though mechas symbolize a man's romance, this is not the way to go about it, little brother. You're not yet 18. How could you stray down such a path? I suggest you give me the mech. I shall bear this burden of sin on your behalf. Su Yida, having overheard their dialogue, furrowed his brow. You two have been mumbling away back here about this while neglecting the clues for the trial? What? Is it not romantic enough? Another hour of rain, and this entire valley will be a watery romance. He shook his head and resumed his pace ahead. Cheng Shi, noticing his departure, continued, to each their own. So, what's your take, little brother? Gao Yu, though reluctant to engage with someone he deemed trivial, found pleasure in being sought for historical knowledge, and after a brief moment of hesitation, he acquiesced. What do you wish to know? Oh, about the notable figures in alchemical constructs, their research focuses, and which ones are the most reliable. I'll look up more information later to strive towards that direction. Let me think. Gao Yu trudged through the muddy terrain, pondering for a moment before replying. If we speak of the most brilliant individuals in their field, it would likely be Zhangji Er, who perished due to an alchemical experiment gone awry in the early civilization era, and Buckhus, who transformed his wife into a new life in the latter part of the era. I aim to create a wife puppet, not to transform my wife into a puppet. Let us discuss the former. Just the former. Upon hearing this name, Cheng Shi's heart skipped a beat. According to Che Nosli's account, Zhangji Er did not merely die by accident. He was assassinated by scholars from other factions within the Tower of Rationality. Records of Zhangji Er in the annals of the Tower are scant. The limited historical documents indicate that he repeatedly violated the regulations of the faction during his youth, privately using banned substances for his research, and received numerous warnings. However, his exceptional talent soon propelled him into the limelight within the faction, catching the attention of the learned chairman, who provided him with substantial funding and manpower. Unfortunately, his fortune was short-lived. While basking in his fame, he once again embarked on a forbidden experiment, leading to an explosion that obliterated the laboratory, claiming nearly all students of the alchemical constructs as collateral damage. Cheng Shi listened, deep in thought. This indeed aligned with Che Nosli's account. After Zhangji Er's assassination, his students were exiled. Among them, Aduz and Kataro descended into the depths and joined the ranks of the chaotic, burgeoning believers. Such sordid affairs would naturally be expunged from the records of the Tower of Rationality, presented as reasonable and lawful. What exactly was the nature of his experiments? The historical texts do not elaborate. However, rumors suggest that Zhangji Er initiated an experiment known as Flesh and Blood Birth of a God, attempting to create an entirely new deity by combining the divine essence of truth, stolen from the learned chairman, with the puppet technology of alchemical constructs. Cheng Shi's eyes widened in shock, his mind buzzing, in a wonder Aduz could collaborate with Che Nosli. His teacher was attempting to create a god. As a student, merely calling forth the attention of a new deity shouldn't be too much to ask. Right? He succeeded? Didn't he? I tell you, he failed. The divine essence exploded, killing the entire faction. Not quite. Che Nosli clearly stated that the Tower of Rationality assassinated Zhangji Er before he could present his latest findings, which implies that Zhangji Er had indeed succeeded. If this rumor holds any truth, it means Zhangji Er had created a deity. At the very least, a flesh and blood being imbued with divinity. Where did that being go? Was it taken by the Tower of Rationality? Cheng Shi silently noted all of this and then inquired, was there no student who escaped the faction? Virtually none. If there were, it would be recorded. For they would be considered survivors of a significant experimental disaster and would likely leave some traces in the historical texts. Cheng Shi frowned, sensing something amiss, and probed further. But I've heard that a student named Aduz killed the judge of the Grand Tribunal. Medius, igniting a full-scale war on the surface during the mid-civilization era. If we calculate the timeline, it seems to coincide with Xinjiang's period. Gao Yu appeared surprised, his face lighting up with appreciation as he responded. To mention Medius is a testament to your genuine interest in history. This individual is scarcely noted even in the official histories of the Grand Tribunal, primarily pieced together from fragmented internal documents of the faction. However, you've erred slightly. It was not someone named Aduz who killed Medius. That name does not ring a bell for me. What truly claimed the life of this esteemed judge was a mysterious figure emerging from the depths below. We pored over vast volumes of information and ultimately unearthed a clue within a compilation of poetry authored by a bard born at the twilight of a great civilization. He chronicled his travels beneath the earth, where he witnessed the followers of chaos conducting a memorial ceremony which mentioned a name, one that resonated with an air of incredulity. Ultraman. Buzz. At the very instant that name echoed in his mind, Cheng Shi felt as though his brain had been struck by a tempest of thunder, resonating with a cosmic hum. Gao Yu, observing his astonishment, burst into laughter. Surprising, isn't it? I, too, was taken aback that someone from the Isle of Hope would adopt such a name. It's utterly laughable, a name so out of place against the backdrop of serious history. After a prolonged moment, Cheng Shi regained his composure, swiftly masking his shock with an expression of disbelief. Exclaiming, "Indeed, it is akin to discovering modern emoticons in ancient manuscripts, a source of both laughter and bewilderment. But tell me, who is this individual?" Gao Yu, animated by the discussion, leaned in with a glint in his eyes. Whispering in a tone that suggested the juiciest of gossip, the historical scholars have yet to reach a consensus on this person's identity. Some speculate he was banished by the Tower of Reason, a puppet scholar ensnared by the faith of the underworld. Others believe he defected from the Grand Tribunal, willingly seeking vengeance on his former masters for the underworld's beliefs. And yet others posit that he— yes, you heard correctly, he is the harbinger of chaos, the emissary of chaos. In that fleeting moment when war cast its gaze upon the Isle of Hope but had yet to descend, at the juncture when chaos was oblivious to that corner of the cosmos, he traversed the starry expanse, uncovering this land of promise for his sovereign, sowing his will amid the subterranean realm. What say you? Does it not possess an epic quality? This could very well be the tale of an emissary of chaos, possibly heralding the dawn of chaos. I expended considerable credits to acquire this information from within the scholarly circles. Lucky for you. Hey, Cheng Shi, what's wrong? Lost in thought, are we? Feeling quite shocked? Ah, yes, indeed. It is profoundly shocking. So much so that I feel as though my very skull might lift off. When did I become the emissary of chaos? This chapter is not yet concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue reading the thrilling content. Huh? Is that me? Is this Ultraman a mere jest of mine that somehow found its way into the annals of history? Remarkable, truly remarkable. I, Cheng Shi, am not only a follower of deception, a forsaker of fate, an apprentice of death, but I have also absurdly become the emissary of chaos. How is it that I possess so many identities without my own awareness? Is this truly a new trial? Surely, I cannot still be dreaming. At that moment, the emotional stability Cheng Shi prided himself on faltered, leaving him momentarily dazed. He then raised his hand and delivered a sharp slap to his own face. Crack, crisp and painful, not a dream. Gao Yu, witnessing the scene, felt a touch of bewilderment. Your method of excitement is rather unique. I must say as he regained control over his emotions, Cheng Shi's expression gradually turned solemn. If Gao Yu harbored no ulterior motives, if this spontaneous conversation initiated by himself had not been subtly guided or manipulated by some entity, if the bard and his poetry indeed existed, then he meticulously contemplated countless hypotheticals before daring to integrate the current information, arriving at an astonishing conclusion. He had altered the history of the Isle of Hope during his last trial. A player from reality had reshaped the backdrop of the faith game, This was nearly akin to Du Shiguang's act of altering the collective memory of others. Cheng Shi immediately associated this causal chain with a certain entity. Memory. Could it be that they were behind the scenes? After all, they are the adversary of deception, while he is a cherished possession of deception. If they truly intervened, the timing could only be post his audience with Death. For Death held a fondness for him, yet bore no affection for Memory, who had failed to retrieve the Garuda dagger. If he had already been burdened with the manipulated Memory at that time, then surely they would not remain indifferent. Thus, is it them? If so, for what purpose? Chapter 74, Day 1. The Day of Drowning, April Fool's Great Cup. Hail Deception, may you never be deceived. XD, Approaching Order. In the eyes of chaos, it appears as an even greater form of chaos. Little did I anticipate that a jest made to obscure my identity would become reality. It was precisely because the followers of chaos bore that fabricated name that they drew closer to order, ultimately slaying the progeny of order, thus giving birth to true chaos. Henceforth, the Grand Tribunal found itself ensnared in the quagmire of war, and as the conflict endured and the faith spread, chaos began to descend. So, who am I, truly? Am I Ultraman of the Isle of Hope, or Cheng Shi of reality? This question looms large, enough to unravel one's sanity. To preserve his own sanity, Cheng Shi decisively opted to sidestep the topic, returning to the trial at hand. Such matters are beyond the comprehension of mere mortals, at least not at this moment. He swiftly organized his thoughts and expression, ensuring that Gao Yu could discern no cracks that might lead to any conjectures about his identity, and then deftly shifted the topic. Gao Yu seemed somewhat reluctant to let go of the discussion, yet upon Cheng Shi's withdrawal, continuing alone would render him rather juvenile. Thus, after a few false starts, he finally managed to hold his tongue. The group had been trekking through the valley for 4 to 5 hours, and at this juncture, the rain had begun to pool around their feet. With the low-lying areas submerged over the ankles, the path was becoming increasingly treacherous. Fortunately, their destination was now within sight. Zhao Qian gazed up at the towering mountain before them, speaking earnestly. "Miss Tao? I implore you." Taoi responded with a soft hum, beginning to weave magic upon the vines protruding from the cliffside. With a flourish of her agile fingers, the vines clinging to the rock face began to surge forth. Akin to ink blooming upon pristine rice paper, in mere breaths, the tendrils enveloped the entire cliff. It was evidently a means for everyone to ascend by climbing the vines. Time was of the essence, and they resolved to forego any detours and ascend directly. Cheng Shi scrutinized the near 90-degree precipice, pursing his lips. Upon hearing the commotion, Gao Yu murmured quietly, "Do you need assistance?" An adult, being offered help by a child yet to reach 18. If there were any semblance of shame, one would typically decline, feigning strength and maturity. Yet Cheng Shi felt no such qualms. "What is shame? I am merely resigned to this fate." "Yes." His response was resolute. Gao Yu donned an expression of knowing, nodding mechanically as he retrieved his toolkit from his garments. He produced a palm-sized piece of silvery metal and a small hammer, levitating the material before him as he began to hammer away. Not long after, under Cheng Shi's rhythmic counting of 40, 40, 40, he crafted a brand new backpack chair, a chair that could be borne upon one's back, allowing someone to sit upon it as they were carried up the cliff. Cheng Shi was uninterested in the chair but found the mechanical crafting spell fascinating. Clearly, the small hammer in Gao Yu's possession was a formidable magical tool. The boy didn't even need to focus on the shaping. A few casual strikes and the chair materialized in accordance with his thoughts. Such a level of crafting far surpassed any 3D printing. "You don't intend to carry me?" Gao Yu turned to Cheng Shi, wearing an expression of incredulity, gritting his teeth as he said, "I am a mage." Cheng Shi chuckled as he took the chair, redirecting his gaze to the group ahead. "That old codger, forget it. My lungs are about to burst." Zhao Qian, the individual, had already ascended. He couldn't very well ask them to descend again. Xu Yida, that rascal, had long since discerned his intentions, turning to place a hand against the cliff, clearly unwilling to do the labor. Thus, only the pink-haired girl remained. Is it to be that children serve as tools, while women bear the burdens? If that were the case, what would become of me? A dignified man? Do you need assistance? Taoi seemed to have anticipated Cheng Shi's need for help. She turned to him, eyeing the chair in his hands. Changshe hesitated briefly before summoning his masculinity, declaring with conviction, "Yes." He then sidled closer to Tao Yi, grinning mischievously as he asked, "Is that convenient?" Tao Yi's laughter resembled that of a cunning little fox, her eyes narrowing into slits. "Quite convenient, indeed. I possess them." With a flourish, she summoned the vines from the cliff, wrapping them around the chair and securing it to her side. Changshe was profoundly moved, making a leap to sit upon it. "Oh dear, a human elevator. How delightful," Gao Yu trailed behind, wearing an expression of exasperation. It seemed he possessed some sort of assistive device that allowed him to traverse the cliff as though walking on flat ground. A group of individuals ascended to the mountainside of the stony hill, utilizing the surrounding materials to pry apart several layers of stone slabs and erect a makeshift shelter against the rain. The rocks here were indeed remarkably sturdy, and the accessibility from above and below rendered it an excellent location. Su Yida, in a moment of contemplation, ran his fingers along the rocky surface, expressing firm confidence in Zhao Qian's assessment. Zhao Qian merely smiled casually, standing at the edge of the cliff, gazing into the distance. "Young master, there's more to this chapter. Please click to the next page to continue reading. There's even more excitement ahead." Let us not be overly optimistic. We still do not know whether the theme of this trial pertains to rainfall. It is merely a matter of taking one step at a time. Cough, cough. Nor should we be excessively pessimistic. After all, we are young and should embrace a more positive attitude. When soldiers arrive, we shall confront them. When floods come, we shall divert them. Well said, given that everyone exerted minimal effort. Changshe found himself without a role to play, thus assuming the position of a morale booster, offering words of encouragement to his companions. Su Yida cast a sidelong glance at Changshe, shaking his head with a smirk. This so-called nurturing priest? Alas, I hope he can be a bit more reliable. Changshe, catching a glimpse of Su Yida's expression, beamed brightly, interpreting it as a response. Time seemed to accelerate, and the rain intensified. What began as a delicate curtain of droplets gradually transformed into a torrential downpour. No, perhaps torrential could no longer encapsulate the deluge. It was akin to the sudden release of an entire river's waters, cascading down upon them. The sheer volume of water rendered individuals nearly incapable of lifting their arms. The rushing torrent pressed down, even weighing heavily upon their shoulders and necks. Witnessing such a scene, idle chatter ceased. The waters were rising, and within an hour, this place would be submerged. They needed to prepare swiftly. Zhao Qian grasped the length of vine, rapidly entwining it. It appeared he was crafting something. The voices of the others became inaudible, and the sheltering stone slabs trembled precariously under the weight. Su Yida cupped his hands beneath his nose, barely managing to utter, "We've only just reached the foot of the mountain. How can it be rising so quickly? You must consider that the rainfall is only increasing. It will only accelerate from here. Miss Tao, Gao Yu, lend a hand." "Understood." Tao Yi, positioned beneath the stone slab, once more invoked her magic upon the cliff, causing the vines to ascend and transform into materials for crafting tools. Gao Yu tirelessly wielded a small hammer, compacting the vines into solid, hollow logs. Yet, the efficiency paled in comparison to his work with the special metals. Zhao Qian took charge of binding the logs tightly together, assembling them into a raft. In the face of the visible disaster, the simplest and most rudimentary solution was to construct a wooden raft capable of drifting along with the current. As for why they didn't simply let the young boy fabricate a submarine. Changshe had contemplated it, but the materials in the boy's bag were far too scant, insufficient even for a single-person version. Alas, he had anticipated everything. Sealing space was indeed a formidable strategy. How many more do we need? 3 more. Just as the raft was nearing completion, Su Yida rushed back from the cliff's edge, a grave expression upon his face. "Quickly, everyone prepare. There's no time left." The group stared in astonishment, turning their gaze to the horizon where, unbeknownst to them, a continuous white line had illuminated the junction of earth and sky. This white line widened with alarming rapidity, soon revealing its true nature to all players. What appeared to be a mere white line was, in fact, an overwhelming colossal wave, capable of leaving one awestruck. The height of the wave threatened to snap one's neck back in disbelief. What a joke! With such a massive wave, what use is a raft? With this volume of water crashing down, will the stone mountain even remain? Tao Yi, continue. Gao Yu, weave a basket. Old Master Chui, reinforce the basket. Zhao Qian quickly adapted his strategy, attempting to transform the raft into a buoyant vessel capable of elevating them. Under such circumstances, sinking to the ocean floor seemed an inevitable fate, so they had to devise a means of rapid ascent. Su Yida, if we do not succeed, will we have another chance? Zhao Qian's expression was serious as he looked towards Su Yida, awaiting his response. Su Yida's gaze darkened, replying gravely, I will do my utmost. His words were not definitive, yet they served as a direct affirmation, indicating that he indeed possessed the ability to recall memories. Knowing this was sufficient to alleviate Zhao Qian's countenance, he turned to Cheng Shi. Nurse, underwater breath control and healing will rely on you. Do not worry about the newborn. We shall handle it. The priest possessed a skill known as water healing, which allowed individuals to breathe adequately underwater and alleviate pain, an essential ability that Cheng Shi naturally possessed. He nodded in affirmation, yet soon furrowed his brow. The trial lasted 3 days. If the first day presented such overwhelming force, Cheng Shi found it difficult to imagine how they would endure the following days. Were they to rely on surfing to survive? This was not the kind of surfing one encountered online. Time could not be idly wasted. It's coming. Everyone, into the basket, hurry. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the sky darkened. The thunderous roar of the wave even momentarily drowned out the sound of thunder above. Cheng Shi stepped unhesitatingly into the vine basket secured to the raft, observing as Chui Ding Tian coughed and accelerated the absorption of the withering energy from the vines, thereby fortifying the raft. Taking a tense breath in this precarious situation, his anxiety was palpable. The unimaginable waves loomed closer, resembling a gargantuan wall rising from the depths towards the stars. The oppressive feeling bearing down upon them was utterly despairing. Nurse, heal! With Zhao Qian's last desperate shout, boom! The wave crashed down, obliterating everything in its path. Each individual felt an overwhelming weight descend upon them, causing them to expel blood in a frenzy. Yet, the blood vanished almost instantly. For after a dizzying swirl, what was once a mountain peak had transformed into a submerged rocky reef. All visibility succumbed to the depths of the ocean. Chapter 75. Drifting with the current? No. 20,000 leagues under the sea, all were momentarily rendered unconscious by the tremendous force. Only Cheng Shi remained, his bright eyes wide open, steering the makeshift floating device through the depths with great difficulty. Indeed, he had not succumbed to unconsciousness in that critical instant. He had preemptively activated all his skills, ensuring he had ample reserves. This enabled him to withstand the immense impact and remain alert. As for the others, well, a bit of blood loss was trivial. They were not the captains, after all. As the battleground shifted from peaks to the ocean floor, with the underwater healing abilities he possessed, Cheng Shi transitioned from a mere priest to a figure of considerable authority among the makeshift crew. He simply needed to cast a spell of underwater healing upon himself and share the effects of underwater breathing with his teammates through divine grace, allowing them to breathe the maximum amount of air with minimal effort. Moreover, as a priest, he had the highest affinity for water elements, second only to the water element judges, enabling him to control the raft-like vessel with precision in calmer waters, guiding his comrades through the depths. In fact, Cheng Shi was already doing just that. Zhao Qian, blessed with exceptional resilience, was the first to regain consciousness. Upon realizing he could still breathe and that Cheng Shi was skillfully maneuvering the raft deeper into the ocean, he felt a sense of relief wash over him. His gratitude was not solely due to Cheng Shi's newfound reliability, but also because the underwater healing had not inexplicably left him in a peculiar predicament. As the others gradually awoke, reassured by their stable conditions, they too sighed in relief. The players found themselves in an extraordinary situation. The hollow logs crafted from vines exhibited excellent sealing capabilities and buoyancy, thus remaining at the surface. Beneath the bamboo raft, several vine baskets dangled, each concealing a player. Despite being submerged in water, the effects of the underwater healing allowed their breathing to remain unaffected. If one were to pinpoint discomfort, it would be the shift from inhaling air to swallowing seawater. The sensation of murky water entering one's nostrils and vanishing was far from pleasant. However, due to the raft's exceptional buoyancy, Cheng Shi found it somewhat challenging to navigate at such depths. Fortunately, his comrades were not idle. They diligently assisted rather than merely spectating. Taoyi was the first to respond, retrieving several vine strips from the basket's edge, fashioning them into paddles, and began to row with her arms, providing much-needed propulsion. Others soon followed suit. Only Zhao Qian remained still, observing the surrounding situation. Chang Shi, stealing a glance in his direction, felt a spark of interest in this captain. This devotee of war exuded an intriguing aura. Although he had naturally assumed command, he exerted minimal effort unless absolutely necessary. Such a conservative approach to conserving energy was a strategy employed by many players, proving advantageous in the absence of mutual trust. However, Zhao Qian exhibited subtle differences from the rest. He did not appear entirely self-interested. Rather, his eyes reflected a yearning for collaboration, yet he engaged in relatively solitary actions. This subtle contrast felt somewhat awkward, but as long as he did not act against Chang Shi's interests, he was free to do as he pleased. Perhaps Chang Shi was overthinking things. He chuckled to himself, continuing to steer the bamboo raft. Just as he was managing the vessel and observing his companions, Taoyi spoke up. Gurgle, gurgle. Chang Shi, aren't we going to float up? Gurgle, gurgle. It is impossible to ascertain the winds and waves above. Our flimsy raft cannot withstand another massive wave. It is safer beneath the water. Gurgle, gurgle. Is that so? Can your mental fortitude endure this? My affinity for water is quite decent. Gurgle, gurgle. No. Let me take a turn at the helm. How can that be? I have just become addicted to this. Chang Shi relished the joy of being the captain. With his level of mental energy consumption, he could almost swim beneath the waves all day long. The condition being, of course, that the waters remained serene. Chang Shi did not respond directly but smiled and inquired, "Why must you gurgle and spit water when you speak?" Gurgle, gurgle. Don't you think it resembles a fish? Gurgle, gurgle. We are now underwater beings. How delightful! Innocence triumphed over naivety, leaving Chang Shi speechless. The storm raged above the surface, while the underwater realm remained remarkably tranquil. Aside from avoiding debris and refuse swept in by the currents,